Chapter 1. Rebirth and Indulgence. Grandmother, you have always cherished your granddaughter the most. Can you bear to see me wed to that impoverished Lu Ming, living a life of perpetual hardship and suffering? In the Songha Hall of the Xuanping Marquis, the eldest daughter, Min Yueshi, desperately pleaded with the matriarch, Lady Min Xiao. Grandmother, I implore you, please help me. Cancel this engagement. Mother, please have some compassion for Sierra and grant her request. Min Yuex's mother, Lady Wu, also urged from the side. Our family has been a noble marquis for centuries, while the Lu family is nothing but a fallen house, lacking even a government position. This match is utterly unsuitable if Sierra marries into their family. Wouldn't she be the subject of ridicule? Lady Min Xiao cast a dispassionate glance at Lady Wu, yet inwardly she scoffed. Would marrying into the Lu family invite mockery? Nonsense. It would be the cancellation of the engagement that would draw scorn. Over a decade ago, the Xuanping Marquis faced calamity, teetering on the brink of losing its title. The old marquis shamelessly approached the then influential elder Lu, seeking to arrange a betrothal with his eldest grandson, Lu Ming. Following this union, elder Lu fulfilled his promise, aiding the marquis in evading disaster. However, this association with the marquis incurred the displeasure of the late emperor. Not long after, elder Lu was compelled to retire to his homeland. Within 2 years of his return, he succumbed to depression and passed away. Though elder Lu was capable, his sons were disappointingly inept. After elder Lu's demise, the Lu family fell into disarray and poverty. Time passed, the late emperor died, and the new emperor ascended the throne, restoring the Xuanping Marquis to favor. Once again basking in glory that in stark contrast, the Lu family had descended into obscurity. Now, Lu Ming, age 17, had reached the age of marriage, prompting the mention of their family's union. Yet, Min Yueshi, disdainful of the Lu family's decline, sought to withdraw from the engagement. Short-sighted Lady Wu not only failed to dissuade her, but instead indulged her daughter's whims. She seemed oblivious to the consequences. If the Marquis truly canceled this engagement, how would the world perceive the Xuanping Marquis? As ungrateful, as bridge destroyers, would Min Yueshi then find a more suitable match? That would be a dream. Lady Min Xiao recognized at a glance the damage to the Marquis's reputation that would ensue from such a cancellation, and she understood that it would not bode well for Min Yueshi either. Thus, in her previous life, she had exerted every effort to prevent the cancellation, even going so far as to invoke the old Marquis name to suppress the matter. Ultimately, she forced Min Yueshi to marry Lu Ming. As compensation, she provided half of her fortune as a dowry for Min Yueshi. History proved her decision to be wise. Thanks to this union, the Xuanping Marquis garnered a reputation for gratitude and loyalty in the capital, earning the current emperor's esteem and further favor. Moreover, Lu Ming excelled in the imperial examinations the following year, being appointed as the top scholar. His career thereafter surged remarkably, culminating in a prestigious rank akin to that of his grandfather, Elder Lu. Due to the unwavering support of the Min family, Lu Ming held Min Yueshi in deep affection, fulfilling her every wish and never taking a concubine throughout his life. However, despite her illustrious status, splendid life, and boundless happiness, Min Yueshi remained haunted by the memories of her forced marriage and harbored an intense resentment towards her grandmother. Not only did she tarnish her reputation at every turn, but she also conspired with others from the Marquis household to administer slow-acting poison to her. Ultimately, she drove Min Yueshi to her deathbed, causing her to perish from sheer indignation. Having been reborn, Min Qiaoshi resolved to abandon all pretense. Want to break off the engagement? Very well. This time, she vowed to remain uninvolved. She was eager to witness what sort of match Min Yueshi could secure after severing ties with Lu Ming and what kind of reputation the Marquis household could salvage. As Min Qiaoshi's thoughts swirled, she noticed Min Yueshi kneeling at her feet, sobbing uncontrollably while clutching her legs, disregarding her dignity. "Oh, grandmother, I do not wish to marry Lu Ming. I would rather die than be wed to him. Please, I implore you, help me annul this engagement." Wu Shi, her mother, with tears in her eyes, pleaded, "Mother, please assist Sierra in breaking off this engagement. Your daughter-in-law kneels before you." In the midst of their entreaties, Wu Shi also knelt before her. Observing this, Min Xiaoshi furrowed her brow slightly. Such occurrences had transpired in her previous life as well. Yet, how had she reacted then? With resolute rejection. She had sternly reprimanded them, chastising them for their narrow-mindedness, selfishness, and lack of foresight, which sullied the reputation of the Marquis household. Perhaps it was at that moment that their animosity towards her had begun. This time, however, Min Qiaoshi refrained from scolding or denying them. Instead, she cast a reproachful glance at her stewardess, Feng Xing, and commanded, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and assist the lady of the Marquis." Feng Mama promptly stepped forward to help. Wu Shi accepted the assistance and rose gracefully, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, mother." Regarding Sierra's engagement, Min Qiaoshi raised her hand to interrupt Wu Shi, feigning a look of difficulty. This matter was personally decided by the late Marquis. My words carry no weight. Grandmother, mother. The mother and daughter, filled with agitation, assumed Min Qiaoshi would refuse. Yet, she did not give them a chance to speak further, continuing to annul the engagement. The Marquis' consent is essential. Grandmother, is that truly the case? If my father agrees, will you support the annulment? Min Yuex's eyes sparkled with hope, her disbelief evident. That is indeed the case, Min Qiaoshi replied with a smile. Your father is now the head of the Marquis household. Matters of the household are naturally within his purview. Allowing her esteemed son, Marquis Min Rong, to advocate for the annulment, she anticipated that when Lu Ming achieved great success in the future, this mother and daughter duo would have no one to blame but themselves. Wu Shi's face lit up with joy as she confidently asserted, "The Marquis will certainly agree." "Splendid," Min Yueshi exclaimed, throwing herself into Min Qiaoshi's embrace. "Grandmother, you are truly wonderful. I shall be filial to you in the future." Min Qiaoshi, inwardly disdainful, maintained a warm smile as she replied, "I do not expect your filial piety. I merely hope that you shall harbor no resentment towards me in the future." "I will not. How could I resent you when you have treated me so well, grandmother?" As she spoke, she affectionately nestled against Min Qiaoshi. Observing her granddaughter, who was being playful in her embrace, Min Qiaoshi couldn't help but recall the resentful gaze of Min Yueshi, who had once stood by her sickbed, looking down upon her with venomous words. This memory caused a profound discomfort within her. "Enough now. You're already 15 years old, yet you lack any semblance of decorum or grace," Min Qiaoshi said, gently pushing her away. "Why don't you go sit properly next to your mother?" Min Yueshi stuck out her little tongue and rose to take her place beside Wu Shi. Only then did Min Qiaoshi turn her gaze toward Wu Shi. The engagement with the Lu family was personally arranged by the old Marquis. "I feel a sense of unease about calling it off." She added, "This matter is beyond my involvement. You two should handle it as you see fit." Chapter 1. Rebirth of Indulgence. Grandmother, you have always cherished your granddaughter the most. Can you bear to see her wed to that impoverished Lu Ming, facing a lifetime of destitution and suffering? In the Soma Hall of the Xuanping Marquis, the eldest daughter, Min Yueshi, pleaded earnestly with the matriarch, Lady Min Xiao. "Grandmother, I implore you, please help me. Withdraw from this engagement. Mother, have a heart for Sierra, please consent." Min Yuex's mother, Lady Wu, chimed in, urging her, "Our family has been a marquis for centuries, while the Lu family is now merely a fallen house, lacking even a proper official title. This match is entirely inappropriate if Sierra marries into that family. Won't she be the subject of ridicule?" Lady Min Xiao cast a detached glance at Lady Wu, her heart filled with scorn. To be ridiculed for marrying into the Lu family? Nonsense. It is the withdrawal from the engagement that would bring them shame. Over a decade ago, the Xuanping Marquis faced calamity and stood on the brink of losing its title. The old Marquis shamelessly sought the favor of the esteemed elder Lu, securing a betrothal with his eldest grandson, Lu Ming. Following the union, elder Lu fulfilled his promise, intervening to help the Marquis avert disaster. However, this alliance brought elder Lu into disfavor with the late emperor. Not long after, he was compelled to return to his homeland. Within 2 years of his return, he succumbed to melancholy. Though elder Lu was a capable man, his sons proved to be ineffectual. After elder Lu's death, the Lu family fell into disarray and utter ruin. Time passed, the late emperor passed away, and a new emperor ascended the throne, restoring the Xuanping Marquis to prominence and glory. In stark contrast, the Liu family had become a relic of neglect. Now, Liu Ming, at 17, was of marrying age, prompting the mention of their family's union. Yet, Min Yueshi found the Liu family's decline unacceptable, wishing to withdraw from the engagement. Short-sighted Lady Wu not only failed to dissuade her, but indulged her daughter's whims. She did not consider how a withdrawal would tarnish the Marquis's reputation, being ungrateful and burning bridges. Did she think Min Yueshi could still find a suitable match afterward? Dream on. Lady Min Xiao recognized the damage a withdrawal would inflict on their status, and understood it was not in Min Yuex's best interest. Thus, in her previous life, she resolutely opposed the idea, even invoking the spirit of the late Marquis to quell the matter of withdrawal. Eventually, she forced Min Yueshi to marry Liu Ming, compensating her with half of her fortune as a dowry. History proved her choice to be wise. This union brought the Xuanping Marquis a reputation for loyalty and gratitude, garnering the current emperor's favor, leading to greater prominence. In the following year, Liu Ming excelled in the provincial examinations and was personally appointed as the top scholar by the emperor. His career flourished remarkably, ultimately achieving the rank of first-class official, much like his grandfather, Elder Liu. Due to the Min family's unwavering support, Liu Ming held Min Yueshi in high esteem, fulfilling her every request and remaining devoted, never taking a concubine. However, despite her noble title, boundless glory, and a life filled with happiness, Min Yueshi remained haunted by the memory of her forced marriage, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards her grandmother. Not only did she tarnish her reputation at every turn, but she later conspired with others from the Marquis household to administer slow-acting poison to her. Ultimately, she drove her to her deathbed, inflicting upon her a final, cruel demise. Having been reborn, Min Xiaoshi resolved to abandon all restraint. If they wished to break off the engagement, so be it. This time, she would not intervene. She was determined to witness what kind of respectable family Min Yueshi could marry into after severing ties with Liu Ming, and what favorable reputation the Marquis household could possibly retain. As Min Qiaoshi's thoughts swirled, Min Yueshi, noticing her silence and composure, suddenly knelt at her feet, clinging to her legs and weeping unabashedly. "Oh, grandmother, I do not wish to marry Liu Ming. I would rather die than marry him. Please, I implore you, help me annul this engagement." Wu Shi, filled with maternal concern, had tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded, "Mother, please assist her in breaking off this engagement. Your daughter-in-law is kneeling before you." As she spoke, Wu Shi also knelt on the ground. Observing this, Min Xiaoshi furrowed her brow slightly. Such events had transpired in her previous life as well. But how had she responded then? With resolute rejection, stern reprimands. Ultimately, she had fiercely chastised the mother and daughter duo, berating them for their short-sightedness, selfishness, disregard for the bigger picture, and the disgrace they brought upon the Marquis household. Perhaps it was then that their animosity towards her had begun. This time, however, Min Xiaoshi refrained from scolding or rejecting them. Instead, she shot a reproachful glance at her stewardess, Fang Xing, and commanded, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and assist the Marquis' wife to her feet." Fang Mama promptly stepped forward to help. Wu Shi accepted the assistance and stood up, thanking her. "Thank you, mother." Regarding Sierra's engagement, Min Xiaoshi raised her hand to interrupt Wu Shi, feigning a troubled expression. This matter was personally determined by the late Marquis. My word alone carries no weight. Grandmother, mother. The mother and daughter, filled with emotion, assumed Min Xiaoshi intended to refuse. Yet she did not grant them the opportunity to speak, continuing to annul the engagement. The Marquis' consent is essential. Grandmother, are you truly serious? If my father agrees, will you support the annulment? Min Yueshi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Naturally, Min Xiaoshi smiled gently. Your father is now the head of the Marquis household. Thus, it is he who holds the authority over such matters. Let her esteemed son, Marquis Min Rong, take the lead in annulling the engagement. In the future, when Liu Ming rises to prominence, this mother and daughter duo would have no one to blame but themselves for their regrets. Wu Shi's face lit up with joy, her tone resolute. The Marquis will certainly agree. Splendid. Min Yueshi rejoiced, throwing herself into Min Qiaoshi's embrace. Grandmother, you are so wonderful. I will be sure to honor you well in the future. Min Qiaoshi internally scoffed, yet her exterior remained warm and inviting as she replied, I do not expect your filial piety. All I hope for is that you do not harbor resentment towards me in the days to come. Never. With such kindness from you, grandmother, how could I ever resent you? As she spoke, she affectionately nuzzled against Min Qiaoshi. Observing her granddaughter, who was playfully seeking attention in her embrace, Min Qiaoshi's mind drifted to the memory of Min Yueshi, who had stood over her hospital bed in a previous life, filled with resentment and wielding words like daggers that a sense of discomfort washed over her. Enough now. You are already 15, yet you display no semblance of decorum or grace, Min Qiaoshi remarked, gently pushing her away. Why don't you go sit beside your mother? Min Yueshi stuck out her little tongue and stood up to take her place next to Wu Shi. Only then did Min Qiaoshi turn her gaze towards Wu Shi. The engagement with the Liu family was personally arranged by the old Marquis. It weighs on my conscience to consider calling it off. As for this matter, I shall refrain from intervening. You two should decide what to do. Chapter 2. The decline begins with delegation. Rest assured, mother. My husband and I will handle this matter with utmost care. Upon receiving the approval from Madame Min Xiao, a smile of delight could scarcely be contained in Wu's eyes. Now, the Duke's residence is under your stewardship. Do not shift every responsibility onto me. Madame Min Xiao continued. Especially you, Wu. You are now the Duchess, the rightful mistress of the estate. It is time for you to assume some responsibility and not seek my counsel for every trivial matter. I have grown old, and it is time I enjoy a few days of peace. At these words, the joy in Wu's eyes was swiftly replaced by shock. She gazed incredulously at Madame Min Xiao, pondering the meaning of her mother's statement. For 17 years, since her marriage into the Duke's household, every significant decision had always been dictated by Madame Min Xiao. Although she had now assumed the title of Duchess, thereby ostensibly taking charge of the household, Madame Min Xiao had never truly relinquished her authority. The actual power still resided with her. Thus, it was only natural that Wu was taken aback upon hearing such a declaration of delegation from her mother. Beside her, Min Yueshi wore an expression of disbelief. From now on, I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Duke's residence. Madame Min Xiao, lacking the patience for further discourse with the mother-daughter duo, decisively stated, I shall instruct Granny Fong to inform everyone that they should approach you for any matters henceforth. I will no longer intervene in the household's affairs. Wu was both astonished and overjoyed, momentarily lost for words. It was only when Min Yueshi tugged at her sleeve that she was jolted back to reality. Thank you, mother, for your trust. Wu's voice rose with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. Rest assured, as your daughter-in-law, I shall manage the Duke's household with the utmost diligence and care, ensuring you are no longer troubled by trifles. Observing Wu's fervent gratitude and emotional countenance, Madame Min Xiao could not suppress a sardonic smile. The saying ambition without ability aptly described Wu. In her previous life, Madame Min Xiao had never relinquished control over the Duke's estate, not out of a desire for power, but rather due to her realization, after years of observation, that Wu was fundamentally unqualified to be the mistress of the Duke's household. With Wu's limited insight and character, her capabilities and means were woefully inadequate to govern the estate. Should the management of the household truly fall into Wu's hands, it would likely descend into chaos within mere years. In her past life, for the sake of the household's stability and to ensure her 3 sons could focus on their careers without concern, she had tirelessly overseen every aspect of the Duke's affairs, only to be met with Wu's resentment. Among those who conspired against her was Wu herself. In her final moments, amidst those who mocked and derided her was Wu, all for the sake of seizing control over the household. If Wu desired it, then she would have it. As for the potential chaos that might ensue within the Duke's residence, what concern was that of hers? She only needed to manage her own Songha Hall and enjoy her own small life. Enough, the matters have been made clear. I am weary now. You may both return. Min Xiaoshi began to grow impatient and urged the guests to leave. Upon hearing her command, the mother and daughter not only remained unperturbed, but instead rose with cheerful smiles, graciously taking their leave. Once outside the gates of Songha Hall, Wu Shi retracted her smile, her face clouded with confusion as she inquired of Min Yueshi. Do you not find your grandmother rather peculiar today? Min Yueshi pondered briefly before nodding. Indeed, she has been unusually agreeable today. I had thought that she would never consent to the annulment of the engagement. To my surprise, she acquiesced so readily. Wuxia frowned slightly, agreeing precisely. Given your grandmother's temperament, I imagined that advocating for the annulment would be an arduous task. I had prepared myself for her refusal, planning to have your father plead on our behalf. If his appeal failed, I even considered having you feign despair. Yet, none of those preparations were necessary. She simply agreed. It's truly baffling. Min Yueshi wholeheartedly concurred, but despite her musings, she could not fathom the reason behind Min Xiaoshi's sudden change of heart. Unable to resolve her thoughts, she chose to dismiss them and instead felt jubilant once more. Oh, is this not a fortuitous turn of events? Regardless, I can now extricate myself from the engagement with the Liu family. Moreover, Mother will finally attain the stewardship of the Marquis' estate. Why dwell on the reasons? You speak wisely. Wuxia also donned a smile, declaring that no matter her grandmother's motives, it was a blessing for them. The mother and daughter departed in high spirits. Inside Songha Hall, however, Min Xiaoshi instantly withdrew her smile, closing her eyes to gather her thoughts. She had been reborn. Just at the moment she had learned that Lu Ming sought an audience with the Marquis' household, but had been turned away by Wu Shi and her daughter. In her previous life, she had toiled tirelessly for the sake of the Marquis' reputation and her descendants' futures. Yet all she received in return was their resentment and betrayal. Along with harm that left her destitute and ill, they conspired against her, bribing her servants, undermining her authority, and even resorting to poison, leaving her with nothing and plagued by suffering. They had humiliated and tormented her in her dying moments, ultimately leading to her demise. Having returned to life, she resolved to abandon her burdens. If her descendants wished to court disaster, then so be it. All she desired was to live joyfully and freely. As for the Marquis' reputation and her descendants' futures, what concern were they of hers? In this lifetime, she wished only to be a carefree matriarch, unconcerned with the world around her. With her mind made up, she no longer hesitated. Opening her eyes, she instructed Mama Fong, axing, "Go inform everyone that I shall no longer oversee affairs. They are to direct any matters to Wu Shi." Upon hearing this, Mama Fong was taken aback and hurriedly protested, "Madam, how can you entrust the management of the household to the Marquis? I hesitate to speak out, but the Marquis is hardly someone capable of handling such responsibilities. Are you not concerned that the Marquis' household will descend into chaos under her watch? In due time, should a calamity arise, it would undoubtedly fall upon the esteemed lady to rectify the ensuing chaos. Rather than this, it would be far more prudent for Lady to assume direct control herself." When Lady Wu entered the gates of the Xuanping Marquis, it was amidst a tempest of uncertainty. During that tumultuous period, families of respectable standing were disinclined to marry their daughters into the unpredictable Xuanping household. Consequently, Min Rong's marriage prospects were relegated to far less desirable matches. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, decent families were hesitant to cast their daughters into a perilous situation. One can only imagine that those willing to marry their daughters into such a household were hardly from reputable families. It was akin to a wild fantasy. Thus, it was that Lady Wu, hailing from the family of a fifth-rank official, possessing an unremarkable appearance, talents, character, and education, fortuitously found herself wed into the Marquis. Who could have foreseen that 3 years later, the Xuanping household would ally with the esteemed Minister Liu, miraculously evading disaster? Presently, they have regained their former glory, firmly establishing themselves among the first-tier nobility. In such a context, Lady Wu's mediocrity and ineptitude have been laid bare. Her background and upbringing have rendered her incapable of managing the Marquis, failing to embody the qualities of an adept matriarch. It is precisely because Min Xiao has discerned Lady Wu's true nature that she has refrained from relinquishing authority over the years. These observations have not escaped the keen eye of Nurse Fong, leaving her perplexed as to why Min Xiao has suddenly chosen to delegate power to Lady Wu. Chapter 3. Purging the Songha Hall It Matters Not. The Marquis will eventually fall into their hands, whether for better or for worse. It is their affair. I cannot spend my entire life worrying for them. Can I? Min Xiao held onto Nurse Fong's hand, patting it gently as she reassured. I have come to terms with this. My descendants will have their own fortunes. If I concern myself too much, they may not appreciate my efforts. Nurse Fong sighed, her spirits somewhat dampened. The matriarch was indeed correct. There are many within the residence who secretly conspire against her. They claim she is overly domineering, clinging to the authority of the household's stewardship, reluctant to relinquish it. Min Xiao dismissed these slanders. Such rumors had circulated in her previous life as well. However, upon hearing them, she had swiftly employed ruthless measures, identifying the original instigator and publicly punishing them. From that moment forth, no one dared to speak out of turn again. Yet she understood that the instigator was merely a pawn, manipulated by none other than the Wu family. Of course, her own son, Min Rong, had a hand in this too. In her past life, her iron-fisted approach and merciless tactics ensured her firm grip over the Marquis, leaving no room for mercy towards the servants. Consequently, many had plotted against her. But now, she was indifferent. What did it matter to her? The authority of stewardship or the whispers of gossip? Let them say what they will. Having relinquished power, these rumors would naturally dissipate. What pained me was the matriarch. Nurse Fong genuinely felt a sense of injustice for Min Xiao. Enough. If I do not feel wronged, why should you feel on my behalf? Min Xiao chuckled lightly, her tone carefree. From now on, I shall no longer concern myself with affairs. I can indulge in leisure and enjoy prosperity. Is that not a good thing? Nurse Fong pondered for a moment, gradually revealing a smile, agreeing that indeed, the matriarch had always cherished the art of performance. Alas, these past years, she had toiled for the Marquis, never finding the time to enjoy a few good plays. Min Xiao nodded. I have not relaxed these years, and you have endured much alongside me. From now on, let's live our lives leisurely and joyfully. Please inquire about which troops are performing in the capital. Regardless of their fame, gather all the information. When the time comes, we shall attend them one by one. Seeing Min Xiao's spirited demeanor, Nurse Fong responded cheerfully, her tone lifted by a couple of degrees. As Min Xiao's trusted maid and companion, Nurse Fong had steadfastly stood by her side during her times of betrayal and isolation. It was precisely because of this loyalty that Nurse Fong became a target for others. When Min Xiao later succumbed to poison, her health deteriorating day by day, losing her grip on the Marquis, Nurse Fong was the first to face their oppression. In that dire time, Min Xiao could barely protect herself, let alone shield Nurse Fong. Ultimately, she could only watch helplessly as Nurse Fong suffered torment and humiliation, losing her life. This time, she would not allow herself to fall into such a predicament again, nor would she permit Nurse Fong to suffer the collateral damage. Min Xiaosher narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke with profound meaning. Power may be relinquished, yet we must not become truly deaf and blind, allowing ourselves to be manipulated. Mama Fong nodded in understanding and replied, Rest assured, madam, I will place trusted individuals in key areas such as the gatehouse and rear corridors, ensuring that no whisper of movement within the escapes our notice. That is reassuring. Min Xiaosher smiled. Handing over the dowager would inevitably lead to chaos. To thrive amidst the disorder, she must ensure that the turmoil within does not encroach upon her own Songha Hall. Mastering information and preemptively safeguarding against disturbances would allow her to remain composed and unperturbed. Mama Fong set off to relay messages, while Min Xiaosher summoned all members of Songha Hall to her presence. If she wished for future tranquility, it was imperative to refine the company surrounding her. Songha Hall boasted the largest staff within comprising 2 housekeepers for first-class maidens, for second-class maidens, 8 third-class maidens, and several rough servant girls, totaling over 30 individuals. In the depths of winter, the air was biting and frigid. Observing the group of servants shivering in the courtyard, too fearful to move, Min Xiaosher wasted no time on pleasantries and stated directly, I have decided to transfer the authority of the housekeeper to the... Consequently, there is no longer a need for such a large retinue in Songha Hall. Her words startled the assembly. Reactions varied. Some faces brightened with joy, while others grew solemn. Despite their differing expressions, none dared to act rashly or speak freely. They were well aware of Min Qiaoshi's formidable nature. A moment's carelessness could lead to punishment or worse. Unperturbed by their thoughts, Min Qiaoshi continued, "Those who previously assisted me in managing the step aside." Instantly, over a dozen individuals moved forward, including another matron named Zhou. "Zhou Mama, kindly lead these individuals to Haitang Courtyard. From now on, you'll follow the directives." Zhou Mama hesitated, yet ultimately nodded in compliance. Subsequently, Min Qiaoshi pointed out 7 or 8 others, mostly second and third-class maidens. "You shall also accompany Zhou Mama to Haitang Courtyard, where they will assign you new roles." In her previous life, these individuals had been swayed by others, and thus, they could not remain. After these adjustments, only 2 first-class maidens, 2 third-class maidens, and 7 rough servant girls remained, precisely 10 in total. Min Qiaoshi's gaze swept over the remaining staff, finally resting on the 2 first-class maidens. One of them, named Lu Wu, was 19 and poised to be matched after the new year. In her past life, Lu Wu had also married at 20. Thereafter, dedicating herself to domestic life and never returning to serve her, thus never having the opportunity to betray her trust. This time, she had no intention of altering the trajectory of Green Wu's life. Another 15-year-old, named Fei Su, was charming in appearance and vivacious in personality, a delightful young maid. Earlier in the year, Min Xiao had elevated her to a first-class position. In her past life, Min Xiao genuinely cherished this girl. Although she wielded great power and was surrounded by attendants, she was burdened daily by the affairs of the leading a rather dreary existence. Those who served her, apart from Grandma Fong, were all exceedingly cautious and fearful of her. Only Fei Su, with her lively disposition and audacious spirit, could speak and laugh freely in her presence, bringing an air of ease. Thus, the extraordinary Fei Su received her exceptional favor. She promoted her from a third-class maid to a first-class position to serve her closely. However, her affection also invited schemes against Fei Su. Shortly after her promotion, Wu Shi had her son, Wu Cheng, orchestrate encounters to deliberately draw near to Fei Su. Wu Cheng was remarkably handsome, articulate, and at the tender age of 18, already held a minor managerial position, promising a bright future. In the face of Wu Cheng's calculated courtship, the naive Fei Su almost immediately succumbed. Within half a year, she expressed her desire to marry Wu Cheng, but Min Xiao firmly refused. Fei Su approached her twice more with the same request, yet Min Xiao remained steadfast in her denial. Min Xiao's refusal to allow Fei Su to marry Wu Cheng was not out of reluctance to part with her. Rather, it stemmed from the awareness that Wu Cheng harbored ulterior motives, his cunning nature ill-suited for the innocent Fei Su. Moreover, Wu Cheng had no intention of marrying Fei Su, at least not in the foreseeable future. His elaborate schemes to win her over were not aimed at making her his wife, but rather to have her serve as a spy for Wu Shi. Min Xiao saw through his intentions and conveyed her suspicions to Fei Su. Upon hearing her words, Fei Su ceased to mention her desire to marry Wu Cheng. Min Xiao believed that Fei Su had grasped her good intentions and recognized Wu Cheng's sinister designs. However, the reality was that, from that point onward, Fei Su never married, remaining by her side to serve her devotedly, all the while secretly administering slow-acting poison in her food and drink. Over the years, by the time Min Xiao discovered the truth, her health had deteriorated beyond recovery. Chapter 4. Fulfilling Fei Su. It was only at that moment that she realized Fei Su had never believed her words, nor had she severed ties with Wu Cheng. From the time she persistently obstructed Fei Su's marriage to Wu Cheng, Fei Su had silently harbored resentment towards her. The animosity reached its zenith when she maliciously slandered Wu Cheng. Under the allure and provocation of Wu Cheng, she resolutely poisoned Fei Su. As memories of her past life flashed through her mind, Min Xiao's gaze towards Fei Su grew increasingly frigid. Sensing her scrutiny, Fei Su slowly lifted her eyes to meet hers. Min Xiao offered a faint smile before averting her gaze, surveying the remaining individuals, and in a loud voice inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave Song Hitang? Those who wish to depart may seize this opportunity to leave together. I shall not impose any difficulties. Once today passes, it may become quite challenging to leave easily. You have 3 breaths to consider. Those who wish to leave may stand over there and accompany old Madame Zhou to find the lady of the house. The remaining 6 rough maidservants showed no reaction. 2 of the third-rate maidservants exchanged glances but remained still. Greenwu also remained unresponsive. As Min Xiao counted to the last number, Fei Su could no longer contain herself and stood up. "Madam, I wish to marry Wu Cheng," she said urgently. "I beseech you to fulfill my request." At this juncture in her past life, Min Xiao had already rejected Fei Su once. Evidently, Fei Su had not given up, nor would she ever. Min Xiao had known this from her previous life. Seemingly fearing Min Xiao's disapproval, Fei Su knelt on the ground and bowed her head before her, reiterating, "Madam, Wu Cheng and I genuinely love each other. I implore you to grant us this blessing." Min Xiao smiled gently, raising her hand to signal her to rise. "Very well. Since your heart is set, I shall grant you this wish." "Thank you, madam, thank you." Fei Su bowed twice more before standing up. Seeing Fei Su's expression radiating with joy, a flicker of sarcasm flashed in Min Xiao's eyes. She then spoke meaningfully. "Wu Cheng is the lady of the house's man. Your affair with him must be approved by her. How about this? You shall accompany old Madame Zhou to Haitang Courtyard. From now on, you will be one of its residents." "Thank you, madam." Fei Su expressed her gratitude once more. The lady of the house was known for her kindness towards her servants, and Fei Su was certain she would agree to her union with Wu Cheng. Min Xiao no longer paid attention to Fei Su and turned her gaze towards the others, finally asking once more, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" No one responded. Since no one desired to depart, they could return to their respective duties. Min Xiao waved her hand, allowing the remaining 9 individuals to withdraw, then addressed old Madame Zhou. "Please take them to Haitang Courtyard. I will have old Madame Fong deliver your contracts to the lady of the house." "Yes, I shall lead them there at once." Old Madame Zhou replied with a respectful bow. A group of individuals followed old Madame Zhou as they left Song Haitang in a grand procession. Min Xiao stood beneath the corridor, observing the gathering of over 20 individuals, none of whom turned to acknowledge her presence. This clearly illustrated her lack of popularity. A self-deprecating smile crept across her face. After all, she was merely a merchant's daughter. When she had entered the Marquis's residence, she had only been a favored concubine, not the esteemed lady of the Marquis. It was only after the demise of the former lady that she had been elevated to her current status. Given her origins, she was susceptible to criticism, and having risen from concubine to wife, she had to exert formidable authority to command respect. Uncertain of how long she had lingered in the corridor, her attention was finally drawn to Mama Fong, who entered the courtyard, weary from travel. Min Xiao managed a faint smile. "Oh dear, my esteemed ancestor, what brings you to stand in this cold?" Mama Fong called out from a distance. Upon approaching, she was alarmed to see Min Xiao without a warming stove or a cloak. "Oh my, how long have you been standing here? Why are you not wrapped in a cloak? Where are the attendants? Have they all perished?" Mama Fong exclaimed, rushing to assist her indoors. Yet, as she neared, she recalled her own chill from being outside and stepped back, urging Madam, "Please come inside to warm yourself." Min Xiao smiled and linked her arm with Mama Fong's, guiding her into the main hall. Inside, the warmth enveloped her, dispelling the cold that had settled on her. Mama Fong led Min Xiao to a seat by the warm stove and poured her a cup of hot tea, before inquiring curiously, "Where are your attendants?" "I have not seen a single one." Taking a sip of her tea, Min Xiao poured another cup and offered it to Mama Fong. The latter was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh no, this simply cannot be. How can the esteemed madam serve tea to an old servant like me? Please, you sit down and enjoy your tea." With a gentle smile, Min Xiao replied, "From now on, I will no longer concern myself with affairs, nor will I feel compelled to maintain a stern facade. When I was at home, I never regarded you as merely a servant. Henceforth, let us treat each other as old friends, with fewer formalities, allowing us both to feel at ease." It was unclear which of her words had touched Mama Fong, but upon hearing them, the old woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Min Xiao gently patted Mama Fong's hand and recounted the decision to reduce the personnel in Songha Hall. "Now, there are only a few remaining, which is certainly insufficient. I propose we directly purchase a few from the officials, rather than selecting from within the residence. Mama Fong nodded in agreement. The madam has managed the household for decades, wielding considerable influence. The staff fear her greatly. Those chosen from elsewhere may also lack vitality. It would be better to bring in some lively individuals from outside to enliven our Songha Hall. Just moments ago, Mama Fong had protested against Min Xiao serving her tea. Yet now she dared to jest. Min Xiao feigned indignation, glaring at Mama Fong. Unfazed, Mama Fong chuckled. Did not the madam just encourage me to be more relaxed? Besides, I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire around the residence and see who does not fear you. Min Xiaoshi gazed at Granny Fong with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, her mind racing through thoughts until it settled on a singular individual, Feishu. Regardless of whether her demeanor was genuine or feigned, Feishu had never once exhibited an ounce of fear in her presence. The mere mention of Feishu elicited a sardonic smile from the corners of Min Xiaoshi's lips. This time, she had granted her wish. But could she truly achieve her desires? Meanwhile, in Haidang Courtyard, Mrs. Wood returned home less than half an hour ago. Still basking in the euphoria of Min Xiaoshi's consent to her daughter's broken engagement and her impending assumption of household management. She was taken aback by the sudden arrival of Granny Zhou accompanied by a throng from Songha Hall. The sheer number of people startled Mrs. Wu at first. However, upon discerning their purpose, her expression transformed into one of elation. The old matriarch had even sent her handmaids and servants to assist with the management of the household, a clear indication that she intended to delegate authority. Naturally, she would eventually replace them with her own trusted individuals. For the time being, these personnel would suffice as she organized the affairs of the estate. With a cheerful disposition, Mrs. Wu instructed someone to escort the newcomers to their assigned quarters. As for the several maidservants cast out by Min Xiaoshi, she had entrusted them to the stewardess of the miscellaneous department for reassignment, determining where they were needed most. Ultimately, only Feishu remained. Mrs. Wu was naturally familiar with Feishu. In truth, when she first caught sight of Feishu among the crowd, she was momentarily taken aback. Feishu was Min Xiaoshi's most favored maid. What business did Feishu have here, away from Songha Hall? Chapter 5. The Wu family's master and servant. Once the others had been dismissed, Wu inquired with a heart full of curiosity, "Miss Feishu, is there some matter that the matriarch wishes to discuss? If there is something to convey, a little maid could have been sent to inform me. Why trouble you to come here in person? You have been away for quite some time. Surely, the matriarch must be anxious to find you." Wu wore a beaming smile, her demeanor polite, yet her words carried an undertone of probing. Naive and love-struck, Feishu failed to discern the insinuations in Wu's tone, interpreting her inquiry as a mere expression of concern. Blushing, she eagerly recounted her plea to matriarch Min Xiao to facilitate her union with Wu Cheng. "The matriarch has stated that I shall henceforth be a member of the Haidang Courtyard, and that our engagement shall be determined by the lady. I humbly ask for your support in our union." Feishu gazed at Wu with hopeful eyes, convinced that the benevolent lady, renowned for her kindness and understanding towards her servants, would surely bless her and Wu Cheng. However, Wu's previously cordial demeanor shifted upon hearing Feishu's words. "Miss Feishu, are you jesting with me?" she asked, her brow furrowing, a hint of ire creeping into her voice. "You are the matriarch's favored maid. How can you abandon her for a mere Wu Cheng? Look around you. Who else can win the matriarch's affection as you do? Countless envy you, yet you fail to cherish this blessing. The matriarch has treated you with such kindness. Instead of contemplating how to repay her, you speak of forsaking her for Wu Cheng?" Wu's words dripped with reproach, leaving Feishu pale and shaken. Madame Ho was right. The matriarch had indeed been exceedingly kind to her, and leaving now seemed rather ungrateful. Yet Feishu stood firm. "But my departure is sanctioned by the matriarch. My engagement to Wu Cheng was also her explicit consent. No matter how gracious the matriarch had been, she could not dictate Feishu's life forever. At merely 15 years of age, according to the household's customs, she would have to wait until she turned 20 to marry. By then, Wu Cheng would be 23, likely with children of his own. After finally obtaining the matriarch's approval, how could she so easily abandon Wu Cheng? Face you are being foolish. Just because the matriarch has consented, does it mean you can disregard her? Wu earnestly advised. Do you not understand the rules regarding the marriages of maids in this household? When you reach 20, you will naturally be able to marry Wu Cheng. Why the urgency? You must realize how exceptional it is for the matriarch to permit your engagement. It speaks volumes of her regard for you. It is not too late. Return to the matriarch's side. You are her source of joy, and she cannot do without you. Wu's agitation had reached an unbearable peak. The only reason she could endure conversing at length with Fei Su was due to Fei Su's utility since returning to Min Xiao's side. Were it not for the fact that the matriarch favored such a foolish girl, and given the considerable effort she had initially invested in Fei Su, she would have longed to drag her out and administer a beating. At such a tender age, her thoughts were solely occupied with marriage. Instead of embracing her role as a distinguished maid, she was willing to forsake the matriarch's affection for a mere steward. Truly, she was like mud that could not be molded. At this moment, Fei Su also perceived that Wu did not appear as supportive of her engagement to Wu Cheng as she had envisioned. Her complexion paled further, her lips trembled slightly, and she cautiously spoke. Madam, I cannot return to Songhe Hall. Upon my departure, the matriarch instructed me not to return. I beseech you to bless my union with Wu Cheng. He has stated that as long as the matriarch consents, he will marry me. Wu Cheng also mentioned that you, being the kind-hearted person you are, would certainly support our union. Upon hearing Fei Su's words, Wu could no longer contain the fury bubbling within her. Raising her hand to sweep the teacup off the table, with a sharp crack, the cup shattered against the floor, tea splattering across Fei Su's attire. Madam, Fei Su gazed at Wu in terror, her eyes filled with confusion. Why was it not as she had imagined? Why did the madam oppose her engagement to Wu Cheng? Even the stern matriarch had consented. Why was it the generally accommodating countess who refused? After venting some of her anger, Wu's fury subsided slightly. With a composed expression and a menacing gaze directed at Fei Su, she inquired, So, you have firmly resolved not to return to the matriarch and are wholly intent on marrying Wu Cheng? Yes. I implore you to grant your approval, Fei Su replied, biting her lip, her tone resolute. Wu's eyes narrowed, a sarcastic smile playing at her lips, but her tone shifted. Very well. Since you're so determined, I shall summon Wu Cheng and inquire about his intentions. Upon hearing Wu's concession, Fei Su felt a surge of joy and quickly bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, madam. Wu gestured to her chief maid, Cui Xiang, who promptly exited to summon the young man. Before long, Wu Cheng arrived. Wu briefly recounted the situation before asking for his opinion. Wu Cheng, do you wish to marry Fei Su at this moment? I do not wish to, Wu Cheng replied decisively. Prior to entering, Cui Xiang had succinctly informed him of the circumstances, including Wu's stance. Hence, Wu Cheng understood precisely how to respond. As soon as his words fell, Fei Su looked at him, her eyes wide with shock, tears brimming in her gaze. You do not agree? You do not wish to marry me? But you clearly stated that you would marry me as long as the matriarch consented. How can you go back on your word? Fei Su, do not be anxious. Allow me to finish. Wu Cheng quickly reassured her. You are still young. This is not the age for marriage. Although I desire to wed you, I cannot disregard the rules of the Count's household. With a bold declaration, I must say that, with the nurturing support of my esteemed lady, I am destined to assume the role of a steward in the future. How could I be the one to undermine the traditions of the noble house? Therefore, my intention is for you to return to the side of the matriarch and attend to her. In a few years, once you reach the age of 20, we shall wed. What do you think of this proposition? Is that truly so? Fei Su wiped her tears, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Wu Cheng. But you are already 18. In a few years, you will be in your 20s. Will you truly wait for me? Of course. Wu Cheng vowed without hesitation. I have promised to marry you, and I will indeed fulfill that promise. Whether it be 5 years from now, when I am merely 23, or even if you require me to wait until I am 30 or 40, I shall remain steadfast in my commitment to you. Upon hearing these words, Fei Su's pale face was instantly suffused with a rosy glow, her eyes reflecting unadulterated love as she looked upon Wu Cheng. She dried her tears and donned a smile, obediently replying, Then I shall abide by your wishes. At this, Wu Shi's previously grim expression softened slightly. She resumed a warm smile and addressed Fei Su. Do not dwell on my earlier outburst. It was not meant to weigh upon your heart. I was simply overwhelmed with concern for the matriarch, which led me to lose my temper. Fei Su shook her head. It is my fault. I have let down the matriarch's kindness. You were only speaking up for her, and I hold no resentment towards you. That is reassuring. Wu Shi smiled, casting a reproachful glance at Wu Cheng. What are you still doing here? Hurry and escort Fei Su back to Song He Tang. Yes, I shall take her back at once. Wu Cheng exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Shi and promptly led Fei Su through the door. Chapter 6. The closed door. As Wu Cheng and Fei Su made their way back to Song He Hall from Hai Tang Courtyard, Wu Cheng offered soothing words to alleviate Fei Su's doubts, solidifying her resolve to return to Min Xiao's side, awaiting the day 5 years hence when Wu Cheng would marry her. However, upon their return to Song He Hall, they were greeted by a tightly shut door. The young maid who had been on duty had been dismissed by Min Xiao, leaving the hall understaffed. After a brief discussion with Mama Fong, Min Xiao decided against bringing in temporary help and ordered the gates to be locked. They would answer the door only when necessary, and in a few days, once new staff were acquired, everything would be in order. The two knocked for quite a while before a young maid finally answered. Why did it take so long to open the door? Fei Su exclaimed, glaring at the maid as she attempted to enter. However, the maid firmly blocked her way. Sister Fei Su, you cannot enter for the time being. I must first report to the matriarch. Once she consents, I will come to fetch you. Please wait at the door. What did you say? Fei Su's eyes widened in disbelief. I left not even an hour ago, and you already fail to recognize me? I am Fei Su, the matriarch's favorite maid. How dare you prevent my entry? The young maid, though conflicted, maintained her stance. Sister Fei Su, this is Mama Fong's explicit order. No one is permitted to enter without the matriarch's approval. Fei Su was about to argue further when Wu Cheng silenced her with a glance. Might I trouble this young lady to report on my behalf? Inform the matriarch that I, Wu Cheng, the husband of the Marquis, have returned with Miss Fei Su. The maid regarded Wu Cheng thoughtfully, then nodded. Please wait a moment. I will go inform her now. As the maid departed, Wu Cheng lowered his voice to caution Fei Su. Have you forgotten what I just said? Your previous departure must have hurt the matriarch's feelings. Now that you are back, you must adopt a humble demeanor, seek her forgiveness, and win back her favor. Only then will your days in Song He Hall improve. Fei Su pouted, her voice sulky. I understand. I was just so enraged. How could a nameless maid dare to block me after I've been gone for such a short time? Isn't this your own doing? Had you not insisted on leaving Song He Hall, would you be standing outside now? Wu Cheng reproached lightly. Seeing Fei Su's sour expression, he quickly softened his tone. All right, I know you did it for me. It is all my fault, and I apologize for the distress I have caused you. Fei Su shot Wu Cheng a glare, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Any lingering indignation quickly dissipated. Just then, the young maid returned, accompanied by another figure, Mama Fong. Upon seeing Mama Fong, Fei Su dared not be impertinent and immediately greeted her respectfully. Mama Fong. Wu Cheng echoed the salutation. Mama Fong. Madame Fong stood within the door, her expression indifferent as she regarded the two individuals before her. What brings you here? She inquired. Wu Cheng, with utmost courtesy, replied. I am here on the orders of the lady of the Marquis to escort Miss Fei Su back. The lady is aware that Miss Fei Su is indispensable to the old madam. Hence, she hastened my return with her. Madame Fong cast a cold glance at Wu Cheng, remaining silent. Miss Fei Su quickly interjected with respect. Madame Fong, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please convey to the old madam that I wish to return and serve her. In the future, I shall certainly. That will not be necessary. Madame Fong interrupted. Her tone clipped. The old madam has decreed that once a servant departs from Song He Hall, they shall never return to serve here again. Upon Miss Fei Su's departure, the old madam declared that you are no longer a part of Song He Hall, but a resident of Hai Tang Courtyard. Therefore, I implore you to return to Hai Tang Courtyard, for Song He Hall will not accept you back. No, that cannot be. The old madam cherishes me dearly. How could she possibly reject me? Miss Fei Su gazed incredulously at Madame Fong, her eyes gradually filling with indignation. Are you misrepresenting the old madam's intentions? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Or have you whispered something in the old madam's ear to instigate her distaste for me? I refuse to believe that the old madam could be so heartless. Madame Fong scoffed. Do you truly consider yourself a rare treasure? The old madam stated that the path you chose was of your own volition. Since you have departed, there is no need for your return. Songha Hall is not an inn or a tea house. It is not a place where one may come and go at will. Enough said. I have conveyed all that I needed to. Fonger, close the door. With that, Madame Fong turned and retreated inside. Fonger, not daring to hesitate, promptly shut the door, leaving Wu Cheng in a state of shock and Miss Feishu in disbelief, still reeling from the encounter. Observing Miss Feishu's dazed demeanor, Wu Cheng felt a flicker of disdain. Was it not said that Miss Feishu was the old madam's most favored maid over the decades? How could the old madam be so unforgiving? The most beloved servant, dismissed at a whim? It appears the old madam's affection for Feishu is not as profound as purported. Chengge, what should I do now? The old madam has cast me aside. The old madam has abandoned me. After a prolonged moment, Miss Feishu finally regained her senses and looked at Wu Cheng with a pitiful gaze. You're all I have left, Chengge. You wouldn't forsake me too, would you? Wu Cheng longed to retort. If the old madam has discarded you, why should I keep you? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from uttering those words. Let us return and consult the lady of the Marquis for guidance, he suggested. Yes, let us return to seek the lady of the Marquis, Miss Feishu responded, her eyes brightening once more. The old madam has stated that I am now a resident of Haitang Courtyard. While I cannot return to Songha Hall, I can still remain by the lady of the Marquis's side to serve her. Surely, it will be far more convenient for us to meet in the future. Wu Cheng suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, striding towards Haitang Courtyard. How had he failed to recognize Miss Feishu's foolishness earlier? Now, he felt an overwhelming desire to distance himself from her foolishness as much as possible, fearing that the folly of the drifting dandelion might be contagious. Feishu hurried after Wu Cheng, calling out, "Wait for me." Upon returning to the house, Mama Fong was met with a nonchalant inquiry from Min Xiao. Has he left? Yes, Mama Fong replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. Did you not hold a fondness for that girl? Why such callousness this time? Min Xiao offered a sardonic smile, softly murmuring, my slight indifference pales in comparison to the girl's utter ruthlessness. In her previous life, she had genuinely acted in the girl's best interest, yet the girl had subjected her to a decade of poison. A slow-acting toxin administered once a month, escalating to once a day, uninterrupted for years, only when the poison had seeped into her very organs, leaving no remedy untried. Did the girl's cruelty and heartlessness become evident? What did you say? Mama Fong asked, straining to hear. Nothing of consequence. It is better this way, Min Xiao reiterated, adding, please inform the others. Should that girl ever return, there is no need for a report. Simply dismiss her. Having departed from Songha Hall and her affections, Feishu had lost her worth. The outcome was all too predictable. Min Xiao chose not to dwell on Feishu any longer. Her current focus was to procure a few useful individuals to fill the void left in Songha Hall before assessing her own wealth and beginning to relish life. Chapter 7. The insidious and selfish Min Rong. Upon returning to his residence one evening, the Marquis of Xuanping, Min Rong, learned from Lady Wu that Min Xiao had not only acquiesced to the annulment of Min Yueshi's engagement, but had also promptly transferred the authority of the household steward to Lady Wu. Naturally, Min Rong was pleased by these developments. However, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Was this a test from Min Xiao? After finishing dinner, he ventured alone to Songhang. Upon his arrival, he found Min Xiao seated in the warm pavilion, busily writing alongside Mama Fong. Mother, your son has come to visit, he announced cheerfully as he entered. What are you and Mama Fong writing? Do you require my assistance? Mama Fong quickly rose to her feet and offered a respectful bow. My lord, please take a seat. I shall prepare tea for you, she said, exiting the room. Please do sit down. However, upon seeing her son, Min Xiao felt no joy. Instead, she was engulfed by disdain. This man was her own flesh and blood, the one she had carried for 10 months. He was the closest person to her in this world. Yet, in her past life, he had inflicted the deepest wounds upon her. As the Marquis of Xuanping, Min Rong was the true authority of the household. Without his consent, who would dare to poison her? Without his indulgence, who would have the audacity to reduce her from the esteemed position of a first-rank matriarch to a mere plaything for others to trample upon? She was his mother, yet he allowed those around him to push her toward her demise, watching her suffer in silence. Min Xiao did not even lift her gaze as she dryly inquired, "Have you come here for a specific reason?" Sensing the impatience in Min Xiao's tone, Min Rong's heart sank, and he quickly adopted a more serious demeanor. "I heard from Lady Wu about today's events, and feared that you might be feeling distressed." "Distressed? What do I have to feel distressed about?" Min Xiao shot him a puzzled glance. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Mother, you have tirelessly managed the household for decades. Just as life was beginning to improve, Lady Wu has seized control from you. Such an act is truly ungrateful and disloyal." Upon hearing this, I became furious and have already reprimanded her. "I shall ensure she returns your people. You should manage the household once more." Min Xiao listened in silence, then let out a light laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Enough. Do not attempt to test me, nor shift the blame on a Lady Wu. Have you not long desired for me to relinquish the household as authority to her? Now that I have done so, why do you feign indignation?" "Mother, I did not." Min Rong began to protest. Min Xiao, however, would not grant him the opportunity to explain. "Enough. You need not justify yourself. After all these years, I have managed the household sufficiently. Now that you and Lady Wu wish to take over, you may do so. It will save me the trouble." "Mother, I'm not." "Enough. The matter is settled." Min Xiao offered Min Rong no chance to voice his opinions, decisively concluding the discussion. "In the future, I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the Ho residence. You two are in your 30s. It should not be difficult for you to uphold the responsibilities of the household." Min Rong's words were continuously met with opposition from Min Xiao, and although he felt a twinge of irritation, he could not suppress the joy swelling within him upon hearing her resolute declaration. He recognized that Min Xiao had managed the Ho residence with remarkable diligence over the years, her contributions immeasurable. Yet, her adept stewardship had rendered him impotent in his attempts to effect change. This time, whether her intentions were genuine or feigned. Since Min Xiao had explicitly stated her desire to relinquish authority to Wu, he would not permit the reins of power to return to her hands. Min Rong's heart soared with delight, though outwardly he wore a mask of dejection and resolve. His mother had borne enough burdens. He would assist Wu in managing the household henceforth. "Very well," Min Xiao replied with a hint of indifference. "You have come for this matter, haven't you? Now that it is clear, you may return if there is nothing else. I have tasks to attend to with Aunt Fawn." Min Xiao began to show signs of impatience. Ushering him away, Min Rong, with unfinished business, was reluctant to depart. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. "Mother, are we truly to withdraw from Shi and the Liu family's engagement?" Min Xiao set down her pen and, for the first time, looked directly at Min Rong, who was in the prime of his youth, his features reminiscent of the late Marquis. Unfortunately, their temperaments were worlds apart. She had ascended from a merchant's daughter to a favored concubine, and then to the position of legitimate wife, while her own son had surpassed the offspring of the primary wife to be conferred the title of heir apparent, ultimately inheriting the title. All of this was thanks to the late Marquis's bold and decisive nature. He lived with integrity, and even his schemes were laid bare. For instance, to extricate the Ho residence from peril, he humbly sought the assistance of the elder Liu, leveraging a strategic marriage to achieve his aims. Similarly, his marriage to her, a merchant's daughter, was born of necessity, as the household required substantial funds to mend its financial woes. She had entered the marriage with a dowry of 500,000 taels. All of this was transparent. However, Min Rong's character stood in stark contrast to that of the late Marquis. He preferred to operate from the shadows, as seen when he sought to usurp the management of the household, yet encouraged Wu to take the lead. At this moment, although he wished to break the engagement, he was unwilling to confront the matter directly, instead wishing to place the burden upon her shoulders. He neither desired her to wield power over the Ho residence, nor wished for her to step forward to resolve his dilemmas when needed. Moreover, in a previous life, she had faced betrayal and harm at the hands of many, all while Min Rong remained an indifferent bystander, complicit in her suffering through his negligence. Thus, selfishness and treachery defined the true nature of her own son. To avoid being ensnared by his manipulations, the best course of action was to confront matters head-on. Regardless of his schemes or intentions, she would remain resolute in her refusal, casting aside any entanglements he sought to impose. The engagement was arranged while your father was still alive. Now, you're the master of the Ho residence. Whether to withdraw from this engagement should be your decision alone. Min Qiaoshi has no intention of taking the blame. Min Rong, with a troubled expression, replied, I will defer to my mother on this matter. It is best if she makes the decision. Min Qiaoshi scoffed, her gaze fixed intently on Min Rong, and asked in a stiff tone, So tell me, do you wish to withdraw from this engagement? Min Rong hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded honestly. Given the current prestige and power of the Ho residence, it is entirely possible to find a more suitable match for Xi'er. So, you have someone in mind? Min Qiaoshi inquired cautiously. Yes. The minister works, son, mentioned his grandson to me and hinted at a desire for a marriage alliance with our family. Min Rong responded, satisfaction evident in his tone. I have also discreetly inquired about that young man. His character and appearance are commendable. He is 16, of similar age to Xi'er. The two families are quite well matched. Min Qiaoshi retorted with a cold laugh. Isn't that already a decision made? Why then suggest that I take charge? Min Rong's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling that Min Qiaoshi was particularly relentless today. Although she had always been strict, she had never been so aggressive and sardonic, making it difficult for others to respond. Ultimately, you simply wish for me to step forward to withdraw the engagement, don't you? Min Qiaoshi observed with a knowing smile. Realizing that her intentions had been exposed, Min Rong felt awkward but still tried to maintain his composure. This engagement was arranged by my father. It would not reflect well for me, as his son, to be the one to withdraw. Bah, you fear for your own reputation and wish for me to take the blame? Min Qiaoshi's expression turned icy, her tone resolute. I stand by my words. Whether you choose to withdraw from this engagement is entirely up to you. I will not intervene if you expect me to take the lead. That is but a dream. Chapter 8. Threat. How can mother speak in such a manner? Min Rong was struck with horror, desperately defending himself. We are family. You are the person I cherish most in this world. Is it not natural for a son to depend on and look up to his mother? How can you speak of me bearing the blame? Min Qiao merely gazed at him with a cold stare. She had said all that needed to be said. Yet it was evident that Min Rong had no intention of relinquishing his stance. Did he intend to manipulate her with a bond of mother and son? As if sensing the icy indifference in Min Qiao's eyes, Min Rong's gaze darkened, and he spoke with sorrowful intensity. Mother, your resolve is so unyielding. Your heart so devoid of compassion for your son. I know, throughout my life, in your heart, my third brother has always been your true son. I am merely a pawn in the struggle for power between you and Lady Wang. Even though I am your biological son, even though I am the heir, your affections still lean towards my third brother. In your heart, I will never measure up to the gratitude you owe Lady Wang, nor to her dying wishes. I understand that you are grateful to Lady Wang for facilitating your marriage into the Marquis household and for ensuring that father legitimized you after her passing. You also feel guilt for your husband overlooking my third brother and allowing me to become the heir, thus betraying Lady Wang's trust. I accept all of this, but you are ultimately my own mother. When I am in need, cannot you consider my plight? Will you not step forward and assist me? Min Qiao regarded him with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking. Min Rong had not entirely erred, had it not been for the support of the Wang family. She, as a merchant's daughter from Jiangnan, would never have had the opportunity to marry into the Marquis household. Without the assistance of the late Lady Marquis Wang, Min Qiao could not have surpassed Lin and Yang, who was favored by the elder Lady Marquis, to give birth to her eldest son, Min Rong. Furthermore, due to Lady Wang's frail health and her prolonged inability to conceive, she entrusted the management of the household to Min Qiao upon her arrival. Focusing solely on her health until she finally bore her legitimate son, the third-born Min Hui, more than a decade later. Unfortunately, after giving birth to the third son, Lady Wang's health deteriorated, and within 2 years, she passed away. On her deathbed, she implored the Marquis to recognize Min Xiao as his legitimate wife and entrusted her third son to Min Xiao's care. However, less than a year after Min Xiao was legitimized, the Marquis conferred the title of heir upon Min Rong, her firstborn son. In her previous life, Min Xiao had always felt indebted to Lady Wang and to Min Hui, which led her to favor Min Hui in all matters. Yet, the outcome was resentment from Min Rong and hatred from Min Hui. Ultimately, those who appeared at her bedside to blame, humiliate, and torment her included Min Hui. She had experienced death once and had repaid her debts to Lady Wang in her past life. In this lifetime, she would no longer indulge or favor the third son due to those past grievances. With her resolve solidified, Min Xiao remained unmoved by Min Rong's impassioned accusations. In essence, you merely wish for me to step in and call off the engagement, do you not? Min Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile, her tone unwavering. I stand by my words. It is impossible. From now on, I shall not concern myself with any affairs of the Marquis household. Your affairs, your wife's and children's matters, as well as those of your second and third sons, I shall not concern myself with at all. You may conduct yourselves as you please. All I desire is to live quietly as an elderly nobleman. Should this not suffice, I may as well embrace death. Min Xiao suggested, I wonder if, after observing the mourning period for 3 years, you will still retain your positions. I also ponder whether the emperor will continue to favor you then. Mother. Min Rong knelt directly, pleading, why must you utter such words to pierce your son's heart? I will abide by your wishes. If you wish to relinquish control over the Marquisate, I shall let Wu manage it. If you prefer not to intervene in Xi's engagement, I shall handle it myself. All I ask is for you to live a long life. This time, Min Rong was genuinely frightened. He never anticipated that Min Xiaoshi could utter such words. Today's Min Xiaoshi was exceedingly peculiar. He could not decipher her thoughts at all. Previously, he could effortlessly discern what was on Min Xiaoshi's mind and what she would do next. For in the past, Min Xiaoshi was wholly devoted. Her heart and eyes focused on the Marquisate. Everything she did was for its well-being, even if she showed favoritism towards the third son in certain matters. It was always within reason. As long as he thought along her lines, predicting her actions was not difficult. Yet today, he could not fathom Min Xiaoshi at all. Annulment of the engagement would tarnish the Marquisate's reputation. Logically, Min Xiaoshi should not have consented. Yet she agreed. Entrusting the household affairs to Wu was not advantageous for the Marquisate either. Yet, Min Xiaoshi still consented. Moreover, in the matter of the engagement annulment, he represented the Marquisate, and his involvement would cause the most harm. Logically, Min Xiaoshi should have borne this ill repute on his behalf. However, she declined. Even more astonishing was that, in a time when the Marquisate was favored by the emperor, Min Xiaoshi could utter threats of self-harm that could jeopardize their future. This was utterly inconceivable. At present, he could hardly anticipate whether Min Xiaoshi might truly take her own life in the next moment. If you wish for me to live a long life, then manage the Marquisate well and spare me your troubles. Min Xiaoshi coldly dismissed him. Go now. Do not disturb me unnecessarily. Yes, mother. Please rest early and take care of your health. I take my leave. Min Rong left the Songha Hall in a daze. Granny Fong entered the warm pavilion with hot tea, her expression complex as she looked at Min Xiaoshi. Madam, your words to the Marquis were rather heartless. I heard all from outside. Min Xiaoshi forced a smile. Ah Xing, you do not comprehend. Min Rong is no trifling character. Unless I speak with utmost severity, you will not take my words to heart. Furthermore, she felt that even with her words delivered with such finality, Min Rong would not allow her to enjoy a peaceful old age. Shortly, at midnight, send someone to fetch a doctor for me, and ensure it causes quite a stir, ideally alarming the nearby households to my poor health. She must prepare for any eventuality. After a moment of contemplation, she added, furthermore, first thing tomorrow morning, send a notice to the palace and summon a physician for me. In short, make my illness a grand affair, the grander, the better. Madam, what do you mean by that? Lady Fong pondered, her heart filled with confusion. You will understand in due time. Min Xiao did not elaborate further. Despite her perplexity, Lady Fong solemnly agreed. As they exited from Songha Hall, Min Rong's brow furrowed. his expression fluctuating between gloom and uncertainty. Today's Min Xiao felt so unfamiliar. Her words were fierce, her tone resolute, dripping with sarcasm and devoid of compassion. What was particularly alarming was the indifference she exhibited towards the Marquis, towards him, and towards their future. Previously, Min Xiao had always prioritized the Marquis, constantly strategizing for its future and long-term interests. Yet today, he discerned a chilling detachment in her words. He harbored a strong intuition that Min Xiao truly wished to sever ties with the Marquis. What could have transpired to provoke such a dramatic shift in her demeanor overnight? Chapter 9. Illness. Min Rong returned to Haitang courtyard with a heart full of mixed emotions. Upon entering, he was greeted with urgency by Wu Shi. What did the old lady say? Has she agreed to help Shi break off the engagement? After exchanging a few words, Min Rong's troubled expression caused Wu Shi's heart to skip a beat. Instinctively, she inquired, could it be that she has changed her mind? Does she no longer wish to assist Shi in breaking the engagement? Or perhaps she is reluctant to relinquish the authority of the housekeeper. How could she do this? She spoke so convincingly during the day. How could she retract her words by night? I suspect she is loath to part with the power of the Marquis. After managing the household for over 30 years, hasn't she had enough? Why does she still cling to it? My lord, you must intervene in this matter. Min Rong, known for his contemplative nature, pondered the peculiar behavior of Min Qiaoshi throughout his journey back from Songha Hall. At that moment, witnessing Wu Shi's instinctive reaction, he suddenly understood. It must be that Wu Shi had spoken something inappropriate in front of Min Qiaoshi earlier, thoroughly inciting her wrath. Otherwise, Min Qiaoshi would not have shown him such blatant disregard. With a darkened gaze, he stared at Wu Shi, causing her to gradually fall silent. My lord, why do you look at me like that? It's rather frightening. The old lady has toiled for the Marquis all her life, and this is how you repay her? Min Rong scolded sternly. No matter her faults, she is still my mother. Without her, I would not exist. Henceforth, you shall show her the respect she deserves. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. You. Wu Shi looked at Min Rong in confusion. Am I not respectful enough towards the old lady? Ask around the capital, which daughter-in-law can claim to have been married for over a decade without gaining any authority in the household. If we were a lesser family with nothing to manage, or if I were a junior daughter-in-law who had no need for such authority, that would be one thing. But we are the Marquis. I am the legitimate Marchioness. I have held this title for nearly 10 years. Yet the servants in this house still recognize only the old lady, not me. You say I lack respect for her. Is that not a grave injustice? The more she spoke, the more agitated and wrong she felt, her resentment towards Min Qiaoshi intensifying. It was evident that Min Qiaoshi regretted relinquishing the authority of the housekeeper, hence her words before Min Rong. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the old lady wanting to reclaim her authority, and she could simply have it back. Why must she resort to scheming against me in this manner? At last, Wu Shi could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Min Rong furrowed his brow, recognizing the truth in Wu Shi's words. If she had not disrespected the old lady, then what was the cause of her unusual behavior today? Enough. The old lady has no intention of reclaiming her authority as housekeeper, he said, his mood fraught with irritation. As for Shi's engagement, she has not changed her mind. However, she does not intend to take action in this matter, and neither can I. Wu Shi paused, wiping her tears, and looked at Min Rong with surprise. Are you serious? The old lady hasn't retracted her agreement? No, she has not. Your recent demeanor is rather perplexing, Wu expressed, casting a reproachful glance at Min Rong. Min Rong attempted to clarify, stating that the matriarch had been unusually erratic today, leading him to believe she might have been influenced by Wu. Indeed, the matriarch exhibited peculiar behavior today. Wu nodded in agreement, recalling the odd sensation she experienced earlier in the day when confronting Min Xiao. I and Shi hardly petitioned her, yet she readily acquiesced to the annulment of the engagement. Furthermore, she was the one to broach the topic regarding the steward's authority. I remained silent throughout. Min Rong scrutinized Wu closely, noting the veracity of her words, which only deepened his intrigue. This is indeed strange, he mused. It is quite astonishing, Wu concurred, reflecting on how the matriarch seemed to have undergone a sudden transformation. Previously, she had wielded her power with an iron grip, yet today, she unexpectedly relinquished control, leaving Min Rong utterly bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Min Rong decided to investigate this matter further at a later time. Ultimately, it was a fortuitous development. What mattered now was to expedite the annulment of Shir's engagement to the Liu family, as the Marquis had suggested. Wu smiled in agreement, declaring, "I shall refrain from intervening. You shall handle this matter." Min Rong instructed, "Ensure it is executed with finesse, so as to avoid any scandalous gossip." Wu replied with a smile, "I understand. Rest assured, Marquis." With that, she rose to visit Aunt Liu. As Min Rong departed, Wu's expression darkened momentarily. But thoughts of the steward's authority and her daughter's broken engagement soon lifted her spirits. It is uncertain whether the events of the day, particularly standing in the corridor and feeling the breeze, contributed to her condition, but by midnight, before Min Xiao could feign illness, she was overtaken by a high fever, rendering her unconscious. In her delirium, she oscillated between visions of betrayal and abandonment from a past life and the anxious cries of Granny Fong, interspersed with murmurs from others. When she finally regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. Upon witnessing her awakening, Granny Fong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Madam, you have finally awakened. This is truly wonderful." She assisted Min Xiao into a seated position and, noticing her gaze drift towards the table, quickly understood and fetched a cup of warm water. After quenching her thirst, Min Xiao inquired, "Have I truly been ill?" "Indeed, you have been unwell," Granny Fong replied, wiping her tears, her expression a blend of relief and concern. "You must never jest with your health again. What began as a feigned illness has manifested into a genuine ailment. It is evident that some matters should not be trifled with." Min Xiao refrained from responding to this admonition, redirecting the conversation. "How long have I been confined to this bed?" 3 days. Has it truly been that long?" Min Xiao was taken aback by the duration. "Indeed," Granny Fong affirmed. "The palace physicians have visited several times during these days. The Marquis, along with the second and third masters, have taken leave to remain here, awaiting your recovery." "Ah, they are merely concerned about their own prospects, fearing that my illness might disrupt their futures," Min Xiao scoffed, reclining against the headboard with a look of disdain. "Madam, what are you saying? Such remarks should not be made lightly," Granny Fong cautioned. Madame Fong cast a reproachful glare at Min Xiao, reminding her, "Your splendid days are yet to come. You must live a long and prosperous life. Indeed, I have yet to indulge in a few exquisite performances. Savor a variety of delicacies, and behold the breathtaking landscapes. How can one so easily speak of life and death?" Min Xiao smiled gently, soothing Madame Fong, while inwardly adding that she had yet to witness what fate awaited those dutiful sons and virtuous grandsons who once wished for her demise. After meddling in her affairs, what conclusion would they ultimately face? She certainly should not hastily utter words of death. Indeed, Madame Fong chuckled. "The 3 young masters have been quite worried about you these past few days. Now that you have awakened, I shall send someone to inform them." Without waiting for Min Xiao's response, Madame Fong promptly instructed her attendants to relay the news far and wide, and further requested Lu Wu to bring Min Xiao easily digestible rice porridge and chicken soup. Soon after, the 3 families received the news and hurried over. The first to arrive was the 3rd son, Min Hui, who resided closest to Song Hall. Chapter 10. Expulsion upon entering. Min Hui immediately knelt by the bed, embracing Min Qiaoshi tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Mother, you have finally awakened. I thought you would leave me all alone. Mother, you frightened me to death." Min Hui, the 3rd-born son, was the legitimate offspring of the late Lady Wang. After her demise, he had been nurtured under her care since he was merely 2 years old. At that time, the eldest, Min Rong, was already 14, having been raised alongside the old Marquis, rendering them distant. Thus, all her maternal affection was bestowed upon Min Hui. Regrettably, the truths of their past lives demonstrated that Min Hui harbored only resentment towards her. The current display of worry, attachment, and intimacy was merely a facade, skillfully crafted to mask his true feelings. "You're squeezing me too tightly." Min Xiaoshi furrowed her brow, her tone indifferent. Release me. Min Hui quickly loosened his grip, appearing genuinely frightened. Mother, are you all right? I apologize. Seeing you awake overwhelmed me, and I momentarily lost control of my strength. Please do not be angry. His eyes were red, and his expression bore the remorse of a child who had erred. Had it not been for the experiences of their previous lives, Min Qiaoshi might have felt her heart soften. Enough, we are all grown adults now, yet you still behave so rashly. Min Qiaoshi said impatiently, I am fine now. As you can see, you should return to your duties. Min Hui was taken aback. Was she dismissing him? Indeed, Min Qiaoshi was intent on expelling him. But before she could utter another word, Nurse Fong interjected with a reassuring smile. Third Master, the matriarch wishes for you to prioritize your responsibilities to the Emperor. I informed her that you have been on leave to attend to your mother's illness, and she is merely concerned for you. Is that so? Min Hui pondered, feeling that Min Qiaoshi's demeanor was somewhat peculiar. When he sought her, she did not refute Nurse Fong's words. Min Qiaoshi had no desire to engage with him. She had previously been indifferent to Min Rong, so why would she wish to indulge Min Hui now? However, since Nurse Fong had spoken on her behalf, she felt it inappropriate to contradict her. Isn't that the case? Nurse Fong continued. Do you not understand the matriarch's concern? Her foremost priority is the Marquisate, and your future is of utmost importance. Indeed, you speak the truth. Min Hui was persuaded. He turned to gaze at Min Qiaoshi with admiration, speaking softly, Mother, take good care of yourself. I shall return to my duties and ensure that I do not disappoint you. Go then. Min Qiaoshi nodded, watching as Min Hui departed. Once he was gone, Nurse Fong looked at Min Qiaoshi with curiosity. Matriarch, what is the matter? Why the cold demeanor towards the third master just now? One might think you hold him in disdain. I do indeed harbor disdain for him. Min Qiaoshi did not conceal her feelings from Nurse Fong. Nurse Fong gazed at her in astonishment. Matriarch, what do you mean? Ah Xing, do you believe me? Min Qiaoshi countered with a question. Without hesitation, Nurse Fong replied, Of course. Min Qiaoshi spoke in a low voice. I had a dream. I dreamt that I died, tormented and humiliated by my own descendants. Min Rong, Min Hui, the Wu family, Min Yueshi, all of them harboring a deep-seated hatred for me. This cannot be true. Madame Fong's face was filled with shock and disbelief. She instinctively retorted, But the Marquis is your own son, and the third master was raised by you since childhood. As for the young lady and the Marquis's wife, you have treated them well. How could they possibly hate you? How could they wish you harm? Once she finished speaking, Madame Fong suddenly realized something and, trembling with fear, reassured herself, this is all just a dream, nothing more. The matriarch must be overworked and stressed, which is why she experienced such a nightmare. Min Qiaoshi grasped Madame Fong's hand gently and patted it, saying, Do not worry. This time, I will protect us. Upon hearing Min Qiaoshi's words, Madame Fong suddenly smiled. She exhaled deeply and jested. Look at me, so lacking in composure, frightened by a mere dream from the matriarch. Regardless of whether the dream holds truth, I will always stand by the matriarch. As they conversed, a rustling sound of footsteps approached from outside the room. The two quickly ceased their conversation and composed themselves. Soon, Min Rong entered, accompanied by the Wu family and 3 children. Mother, you have finally awakened. Mother, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Grandmother, you terrified me. I've been unable to sleep for days worrying about you. A group of them rushed to the bedside, expressing their filial piety, some inquiring about her well-being, others with tearful eyes, creating such a clamor that it gave Min Qiaoshi a headache. Noticing Min Qiaoshi frown, Madame Fong quickly interjected with a smile. Marquis's wife. Young master, young miss, the matriarch has just awakened and needs to rest. As soon as Madame Fong finished speaking, the faces of the main house members clouded slightly. Observing this, Min Qiaoshi sarcastically remarked, Is it a principle that even Madame Fong understands but you do not? Coming in here and making such a racket, as if to display your filial hearts. Ha! If you truly had filial hearts, why did I not see you when I awoke? You claimed to attend to my illness, yet not one of you stayed by my side, and now you come to feign concern? How dare you blame Madame Fong for interrupting you? She scoffed. What audacity! Min Qiaoshi's words were unrelenting, causing several of them to feel both ashamed and embarrassed, yet they found themselves unable to counter her. It was Min Rong who reacted the quickest, his face awkward as he said, "Mother, the Wu family and the children were merely overly excited. Thus their voices were raised and disturbed you. Please do not be angry, though they may not have been at your side every moment. They have visited you daily and are not here now merely to put on an act of filial piety. If you speak to them like this, they will surely be hurt." Min Qiaoshi regarded Min Rong with a half-smile, sensing his usual cunning nature. He managed to extricate himself from the situation while placing the blame entirely on his own shoulders. She could envision that from the perspectives of Wu and the children. Upon hearing Min Rong's words, they would undoubtedly feel immense gratitude towards him, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards Min Xiao for her perceived pettiness and narrow-mindedness, lacking the magnanimity expected of a matriarch. As the saying goes, as the upper ranks behave, so do the lower. Filial piety should not be judged solely by Wu and the children, but rather by you as a husband and father. Min Xiao fixed her gaze intently upon Min Rong, asking, "Do you consider yourself to be filial?" Min Rong was taken aback, his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Before he could respond, Min Xiao, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, I am weary. You all may return now. I have someone to attend to me here, and your presence is unnecessary." Min Rong stood there, dazed, his eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. Was this person truly his mother? Why did she seem so unfamiliar? Chapter 11. The resentment of the second house in the days following her mother's illness. The birthmark on the son's left shoulder began to ache intermittently. This illustrates the profound bond share between mother and child, a sentiment not merely expressed in words. Faced with Min Rong's inexplicable remarks, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, with Wu Shi displaying a particularly astonished expression. Only Min Xiao, however, wore a look of disdain and scoffed, stating, "You have no birthmark on your left shoulder. When you were born, you did have a bluish mark on your backside, but it faded before you turned 3. You are devoid of any birthmarks now. Spare us these pointless tests. I have not changed, nor have I been possessed by any wandering spirits. I am simply exhausted and no longer wish to manage affairs or feign a sense of grievance. Henceforth, speak plainly without beating around the bush, lest I expose your folly as I did just now. Moreover, refrain from bothering me with trivialities. I shall no longer clean up your messes, nor do I seek your greetings or salutations. Is that understood?" Min Rong's face turned ashen, while Wu Shi trembled in fear, and the children were left utterly confused. Despite their varied thoughts, they all nodded in unison, respectfully affirming, "Understood." "Then be quick about leaving. Without my express permission, do not set foot in my Songha hall again." Min Xiao commanded coldly, reiterating to pass the word down that those not belonging to her hall were not welcome. "Yes," Wu Shi quickly replied. The group, trembling, bowed and took their leave. Just as they turned, Wu Shi seemed to recall something and abruptly halted. She exchanged a glance with the matron stationed at the door, who promptly called for Fei Su to enter. Once Fei Su approached Wu Shi, she turned back. "Mother, since we cannot attend to you during your illness, why not allow Fei Su to return and serve you? She's accustomed to being by your side and would be more suited to your needs." With that, Wu Shi signaled to Fei Su, who immediately knelt before the bed, knocking her head 3 times in deep apology. "Madam, it was my ignorance before. I now recognize my mistakes. I implore you to allow me to return and serve you." Min Xiao did not even glance at Fei Su. Addressing the matron with a tone that was both cold and calm, "I have stated that anyone who leaves Songha Hall shall not be permitted to return. Investigate who allowed her entry and expel them as well." "Understood," the matron replied, her lips twitching as she cast a complex glance at Fei Su. Wu Shi's expression darkened, her eyes seething with suppressed anger. Fei Su was her own doing. What did Min Xiao mean by her statement? Observing the stunned Fei Su kneeling on the ground, Wu Shi's frustration boiled over. This girl had been completely discarded by Min Xiao. How utterly foolish. What are you still doing there? Shameful. Why don't you leave quickly? Wu Shi scolded Fei Su sharply before turning and striding out of the room. Standing at the entrance, Min Rong naturally witnessed everything unfold, his gaze darkening. He was aware that Wood brought Fei Su today. Like Wu, he believed it prudent to place a confidant by Min Xiao's side. Thus, he had tacitly approved of the arrangement. Yet, he had not anticipated the increasingly elusive nature of Min Xiao. The once obedient maid had abruptly severed ties without hesitation. After the departure of the main household, Granny Fong sighed and remarked, "The future does not bode well for that girl, Fei Su." Min Xiao remained silent. Granny Fong continued, "During your illness and unconsciousness, Fei Su came daily. Unable to enter the courtyard, she knelt at the door. Every morning, she would kneel for an hour before leaving. The little maids in the courtyard remembered your instructions and never once opened the door for her. Today, it was only because the Marquis and Marchioness were present that she was allowed in." Min Xiao shot a glance at Granny Fong and retorted, "Are you trying to say that Fei Su deserves pity? Or are you advocating for the little maid who let her in? Can I express my thoughts?" "I wish to." Granny Fong chuckled lightly. "I do not know what offense Fei Su has committed against you, but she is merely a 15-year-old girl. Please be magnanimous and forgive her." Min Xiao gazed at Granny Fong with an expression as cold as water. "If I were to say that in my dreams, Fei Su harbored a deep-seated hatred for me for obstructing her marriage to Wu Cheng, poisoning me for over a decade, leaving me in a state worse than death, would you still urge me to forgive her?" Granny Fong was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, finally offering a feeble defense, "But you did mention it was a dream. Thus, I have not wronged her, have I?" Min Xiao replied with a knowing smile. "Did I not consent to her desire to marry Wu Cheng? Did I prevent her from leaving Songa Hall? Now that she wishes to return, must I take her back?" The matriarch was right. "I have misjudged," Granny Fong admitted, chastising herself. The path she chose was hers alone to bear, whether good or ill. Let's not speak of Fei Su anymore. There is no need to expel the little maid at the door, is there? Granny Fong attempted to shift the topic. "Your illness has delayed the sale of the servants. Those in Songa Hall have worked doubly hard. It is quite a burden for them. Let this trivial matter pass. Besides, without the Marquis and Marchioness, that little maid would never have dared to let Fei Su in. I have already spoken. There is no retracting my words," Min Xiao firmly countered. Noticing Granny Fong was about to respond, she raised her hand to halt her. "While your words may reflect the truth, and the little maid's actions are indeed understandable, Songa Hall requires loyalty solely to me. What the Marquis? What the Marchioness? Anyone who enters Songa Hall must abide by its rules. If she fears Min Rong and his wife and cannot stand firm, she is unfit to remain in Songa Hall." Seeing that Min Xiao was resolute, Fong Mama let out a helpless sigh and ceased her persuasion. Min Xiao shifted her tone and continued, "Since you say that everyone has endured hardship during my illness, then a month's wages for them would suffice." Indeed, Min Xiao commanded further, "Also, arrange for the hiring of new help in the coming days. Have Yana make a trip to the official's residence and select a few clever ones." "Understood. I will speak to Yang shortly." As the two conversed, a young maid arrived to announce that the second master, Min Yao, along with members of the second household and Granny Lin, had come to visit. This marked the third wave of visitors since Min Xiao had awakened. However, this time, Min Xiao did not wish to see anyone and instructed Fong Mama to send them away. The reason was simply her reluctance to engage. At present, Min Xiao was intent on following her own desires. Such audacity! It is utterly intolerable. The members of the second household left Songa Hall, each with a grim expression. Second Madame Yang was particularly furious, her eyes nearly bursting with rage as she muttered incessantly about the outrageousness of the situation. Silence. Min Yao's expression was no better. Although he was equally displeased, he could not help but sternly chastise Yang as she voiced her grievances. "Silence? Why should I be silent?" Yang retorted defiantly. "The third son has entered, and the eldest family has also been allowed in, yet her second household is barred from entry. What does she mean by this? If she so despises our family, why did she feign concern and keep us here after the passing of the patriarch, preventing us from separating?" As Yang continued her incessant complaints, Granny Lin, supported by Min Yao, suddenly halted and cast a sharp glance at Yang. That gaze was cold and piercing, brimming with a stern warning. With just that one look, Yang felt as though her throat had been constricted, rendering her voiceless. P.S. The three brothers of the Ho family: Min Rong, Wu family; Min Yao, Yang family; Min Hui, unmarried. Chapter 12 anew made the newly acquired maids at Songha Hall have arrived, totaling 12 young girls, aged between 8 and 15. They were personally brought in by Yang and the head steward of the Marquis' residence and the husband of Mammy Fong. The servants paid their respects to the matriarch. Yang, a sprightly man in his 50s, tall and slender, still retained traces of his youthful charm despite his advancing years. "Please rise," Min Xiao said with a smile, raising her hand. "These young girls have been brought in at your request." Yang stepped aside, revealing the 12 maidens standing behind him. "Greetings to the matriarch. Wishing you longevity and health." The 12 girls knelt on the ground in unison, their voices ringing clear and harmonious, indicating they had been well-trained beforehand. Min Xiao smiled and addressed the young maidens. "Lift your heads." The girls promptly obeyed, those who understood the decorum lowering their gazes, while the more spirited ones stared at Min Xiao with curiosity and trepidation. These 5 are at the prime of their youth, aged between 12 and 15. The other 6 are a bit younger, ranging from 8 to 12. And this one, slightly older, is 16 this year, Yang explained as Min Xiao scrutinized each girl. "According to your specifications, some of these maids excel in hairstyling, others in needlework, and some in massage and relaxation techniques." Suddenly, Min Xiao's gaze fell upon a familiar, yet unfamiliar face within the crowd. "You, step forward," she commanded, pointing at a tall, slender girl who knelt with an upright posture at the back of the group. "What is your name?" The girl was indeed the 16-year-old mentioned earlier by Yang. She stood and stepped out of line, kneeling properly once more before responding respectfully. "What I was called in the past is of little importance. I humbly request you to bestow upon me a name for the future." Her tone was respectful, yet there was an undercurrent of defiance in her words. Observing her straight back, stern countenance, and the barely concealed pride in her brow, Min Xiao thought, this is no mere maid. If one were to claim she is the daughter of a noble house, none would doubt it. Thus, the girl's current demeanor completely subverted Min Xiao's previous impression of her. In her past life, this girl was the renowned courtesan Yimei from Xuanping Pavilion, the very woman whom her eldest grandson, Min Changzhong, had clamored to marry as his principal wife. In Min Xiao's memory, Yimei was a delicate and ethereal beauty, akin to a fragile flower. Her voice, soft and gentle, was imbued with a hint of reproach that could melt the heart. The Yimei of her previous life epitomized the allure of a courtesan, a fact that Min Xiao found quite distasteful. Yet, it was undeniable that the Yimei from her memories possessed an unforgettable visage. Though they had only met once in the past, Min Xiao could recognize her instantly in the crowd this time. What could have led to this curious turn of fate, where Yimei, who later graced the brothels of her previous life, now stood before her in Songha Hall? Matriarch? As Min Xiao gazed vacantly at the young maiden, Granny Fong could not help but gently call her name. Min Xiao was pulled back from her reverie, quickly regaining her composure, and said, "Weijia, Yimei, Yinyan, Qiaoshi, choose one for your name." The young woman did not hesitate before responding, "Weijia." A fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Min Xiao's eyes. She had expected the girl to select her previous name. "Is that settled?" "Yes." "What skills do you possess? What can you do?" Min Xiao appraised the young woman with keen interest. To be the head courtesan of Xuanping Pavilion, it was reasonable to assume her talents extended beyond mere beauty, encompassing the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Suddenly, it dawned on Min Xiao, no wonder Yimei, no, now Weijia, had been purchased by Yang prior to the acquisition. She had conferred with Granny Fong regarding the requirements for a servant, one to attend to daily needs, another for clothing, one for jewelry, one for food, one for travel, and one to provide entertainment. They also needed a few literate individuals capable of arithmetic, one to manage accounts, one to handle finances, and another to read stories to her. Clearly, Weijia was the prime candidate Yang and had procured for her amusement. However, unexpectedly, Weijia's response diverged significantly from Min Xiao's assumptions. In addressing the matriarch, she stated, "I am literate and numerate. I can manage accounts for you and read stories aloud. I also possess knowledge of fabrics and jewelry and can attend to your garments. Should you require, I have some understanding of the guqin, pipa, flute, and sun. Weijia spoke with an unruffled demeanor, yet her declarations drew gasps of astonishment from all present. The other young maidens regarded Weijia with a mixture of shock and trepidation. If she could do everything, what would they be left to perform? Would they be sent back to the servant quarters before even beginning their duties? Min Xiao felt an undeniable astonishment herself. She turned to Yang Yin, who promptly explained, "Madam, this girl was once the daughter of an official. Due to her family's misfortune, the male members were executed and the females sold. Her family originally hailed from another region, and the court mandates that the families of convicted officials cannot be sold in their home locations. Thus, she was brought to the capital." "I see." Min Xiao nodded in understanding. It was no wonder she possessed such knowledge and skills, having been the daughter of a fallen official. Just then, Yang Yin hesitantly continued, "Madam, forgive me. This girl, being the descendant of a convicted official, remained in the servant quarters for some time, with no one daring to purchase her. I had not intended to acquire her either, but I heard from the quarters that if no one bought her in a few days, she would be sent to the brothel. It was then that my heart was moved. Given her many talents, I took the bold step to bring her here." Yang Yin's tone bore a hint of unease, fearful of causing unnecessary trouble for the household or for the matriarch. Min Xiao, however, waved her hand dismissively. "It matters not. The descendants of convicted officials are still human. Besides, those are matters of the past. Who would dare trouble us for merely purchasing a servant? Moreover, given the current stature of the Marquis's residence, who would dare to intrude without reason?" The matriarch's words ring true. It appears I have been overly concerned. Yang Yin quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Min Xiao turned her attention back to Weijia, stating, "Since you possess such diverse skills, you shall henceforth oversee all matters pertaining to Song Hall. I entrust these maidens to your care. I have but one request." "Please, do go on, matriarch," replied Weijia, straightening her posture even further. "I ask only for my days in Songha Hall to be pleasant and fulfilling." Min Xiao smiled and added, "Aside from matters concerning Songha Hall, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Can you manage that?" "Rest assured, matriarch, I shall not disappoint your expectations," Weijia responded with unwavering confidence. "Then I shall eagerly await the results," Min Xiao remarked, her interest piqued as she gazed at Weijia. What surprises might the former leading courtesan of the Chu Pavilion bring in her life this time? P.S. Min Xiao, Weijia not good enough. Weijia, my surname is He. It is only fitting that I call myself He Weijia. Chapter 13. The prodigious spender Min Xiao wished to witness the talents of Weijia, the incarnation of her past life, Esime. Initially, she believed this would be a protracted endeavor, for the request she made, while seemingly simple, was fraught with complexities. However, within a day's time, she was met with delightful surprises brought forth by Weijia. Weijia arrived at the manor early in the morning, while the storyteller was invited in around mid-morning. A pair consisting of a father and daughter, one elderly and the other young, one limping and the other blind. The father, a man in his 50s, played the eru, while his daughter, a blind girl of around 14 or 15, narrated stories. The tales spun by the daughter were refreshingly original, and her voice resonated with clarity and melody, punctuated with expressive intonations. The father's eru performance complemented her storytelling exquisitely, transforming what was a 7-part tale into a 12-part marvel. Thus, Min Xiao lost herself in the captivating narratives of this father-daughter duo for an entire day. As evening fell, and she bid farewell to the storytellers, she realized with astonishment that Wei Jia had meticulously organized everyone within Songha Hall, unbeknownst to her. This organization extended beyond the newly arrived maidservants to include the long-standing staff. Even the venerable Mother Fong had been managed with precision. Observing the complex expression of Mother Fong, who appeared both amused and bewildered, Min Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. "I merely listened to stories all day. Why do you bear such a countenance?" Mother Fong let out a long sigh, her tone imbued with a mixture of sorrow and relief. "I have been usurped." "What?" Min Xiao was perplexed. Mother Fong's lips twitched. "You have entrusted that girl Wei Jia with the affairs of Songha Hall, and she has indeed relegated me to a position of mere companionship. I am now to follow you, listening to stories, attending performances, sipping tea, and indulging in leisure. It seems I am be your dedicated playmate henceforth. Ha! I find her arrangement rather delightful. Min Xiao chuckled. You shall accompany me in merriment. Yet she pondered. Could Wei Jia truly manage Songha Hall so adeptly so soon after her arrival? No sooner had the question escaped her lips than Mother Fong, with a dismissive expression, replied with a tinge of lament, that girl possesses remarkable capabilities. Do not underestimate our humble Songha Hall. Given a few days, she could streamline the entire Marquis' residence. Then, she's indeed more capable than you, Min Xiao teased. Mother Fong, her most trusted maid, nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wei Jia's prowess. Were it not for Mother Fong's limitations, Min Xiao would not have confined her to Songha Hall, seeking additional help to manage the Marquis' estate. However, Mother Fong's expression shifted, her gaze fixed curiously upon Min Xiao. But that girl has an extraordinary penchant for spending money. Intrigued, Min Xiao inquired. What do you mean by that? She spent 10 taels of silver to hire the storyteller for you, Mother Fong remarked. A bit extravagant, wouldn't you say? Perhaps. But it is not excessive. Min Xiao signaled for her to continue. She also instructed someone to find a craftsman to construct 3 large kitchens in the southeast corner of the courtyard. It is said that from now on, all meals for the matriarch will be prepared within the courtyard. There are plans to hire several chefs, local to the capital, from Jiangnan, Guangdong, experts in stir-frying, adept at soup-making, and skilled in pastry crafting. In short, every type of chef must be included. Min Xiao nodded, considering the renovation of the kitchen, the acquisition of utensils, the hiring of chefs, and the procurement of ingredients and seasonings. All of this indeed requires a considerable expenditure. Upon seeing Min Xiao nod in agreement, Granny Fong hastily added, Do you think this is the end? Oh no, this is merely the beginning. Seizing the opportunity while you were engrossed in listening to a book, she rummaged through your clothing and jewelry. Over half of your garments were selected for removal, either due to their somber colors, which might dampen the matriarch's spirits, or their outdated styles, which could invite ridicule. As for your adornments, they were either out of fashion or too cumbersome, causing discomfort when worn. Consequently, she insisted that most of the jewelry needed to be refurbished or melted down and remade. The clothing would require new materials, colors, and styles to be crafted anew. Oh dear heavens! If she continues to spend like this, how much money will suffice? Granny Fong lamented over the expenses, yet Min Xiao discerned something else in her words. Summon Wei Jia to see me, she commanded. Granny Fong promptly agreed. I shall fetch her at once. Soon, Wei Jia arrived. Min Xiao wasted no time and addressed her directly. I hear you have a knack for spending money. Are you intent on lavishly utilizing my funds? With a graceful bow, Wei Jia replied, neither servile nor overbearing. The matriarch expressed a desire for her future days to be harmonious and fulfilling. I merely seek to cater to your preferences. Min Xiao squinted slightly. I am not aware that my preference entails extravagant expenditures. Perhaps it was not so in the past, but since the matriarch acquired her, it certainly has become so. Unfazed, Wei Jia articulated her thoughts clearly. When a matriarch purchased individuals, she specified one for managing daily affairs, another for clothing, one for jewelry, and another for entertainment, thereby delineating the responsibilities of the servants without concern for the number or potential waste of resources, indicating that the matriarch is not lacking in funds. Furthermore, the requirement for someone to oversee leisure suggests that the matriarch is quite fond of indulgence. After receiving the matriarch's empowerment, I inquired among the previous maidservants about her preferences and recent occurrences in her life. Ultimately, I concluded that the matriarch had endured a rather dreary existence previously and is now inclined to enjoy her later years. Since the matriarch wishes for a comfortable life, it is only natural to improve her material conditions concerning food, clothing, and shelter. Thus, I have commenced with these aspects, striving to create the most comfortable retirement lifestyle for the matriarch. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Min Xiao's eyes. Indeed, she is a talent. In the span of a single day, she has grasped the matriarch's intentions and made appropriate adjustments according to her preferences. Truly, gold will shine wherever it is found. In her previous life, she fell into the depths of a brothel, yet managed to become the celebrated courtesan, even persuading the noble heir, Min Changzhong, to redeem her and pledge to take her as his legitimate wife. Regrettably, in that lifetime, she resolutely severed Min Changzhong's desires, thereby thwarting Yimei's future. Indeed, Min Qiaoshi herself was not entirely virtuous. In her past existence, she resorted to every means necessary to uphold the reputation of the Marquis, to utterly extinguish Min Hui's affections. She orchestrated the destruction of Yimei's beauty. As anticipated, Min Changzhong abandoned Yimei without hesitation. Subsequently, she bestowed upon Yimei a sum sufficient for a lifetime of comfort, facilitating her departure from the capital. After that, she never laid eyes on Yimei again. In this life, although Cuihong Pavilion is devoid of Yimei, Songha Hall has gained an unremarkable presence. Chapter 14. The Bet Min Xiao's heart brimmed with joy, though her demeanor remained composed. With a discerning gaze, she scrutinized Wei Jia, recognizing her potential. But tell me, how much do you think I possess that would warrant such extravagant expenditure from you? Wei Jia replied earnestly, I can generate income for the esteemed matriarch. While I cannot guarantee an abundance, recouping the matriarch's annual expenses is certainly within my capabilities. Such bold claims. Min Xiao scoffed. Based on your plans today, I suspect my annual expenditures could easily exceed 1,000 taels. Are you certain you can recover that amount? Speaking recklessly is not a wise course of action, Min Xiao cautioned. In truth, she was already quite pleased with Wei Jia's performance. However, if Wei Jia were to boast and fail to deliver, disappointment would surely follow. Wei Jia bowed respectfully, stating, I have been trained in household management since childhood, adept at handling domestic affairs. Though I am not of merchant lineage, I possess a natural talent for business. Should the matriarch doubt my abilities, I am willing to wager with you. A wager? Min Xiao narrowed her eyes, suddenly feeling as though she had fallen into the young woman's trap. From spending money to earning it, and now proposing a bet. What audacity! Who endowed this girl with such confidence to scheme on her very first day? Reflecting on their earlier transactions, aside from the 10 taels spent on 2 storytellers, all the talk of renovating the kitchen, hiring a cook, or crafting garments and jewelry had been mere words, with no actual funds expended. Thus, it seemed that Wei Jia's true desire was simply to engage her in a wager. Indeed, I wish to bet with you, Wei Jia affirmed, nodding solemnly. If you provide me with a certain capital, I will recover that amount within a year, alongside the matriarch's annual expenses. Now it's intriguing, Min Xiao chuckled lightly. What do you mean by certain capital? Is 1 tael considered some, or perhaps 100,000? I hope you aren't suggesting that sum means 100,000 taels. Surely, as long as one isn't foolish, 100,000 taels could yield a return of several hundred taels. Moreover, how can I trust you one to abscond with my silver? Unfazed by Min Xiao's skepticism, Wei Jia maintained her composure. All I require is 50 taels. If the matriarch grants me the authority to manage these 50 taels, I assure you that within a year, I will return with 1,000 taels. A 20-fold return rate. Min Xiao was genuinely astonished. Being born into a merchant family, she prided herself on her understanding of commerce. Yet she could hardly fathom turning 50 taels into 1,000. Once her initial shock subsided, curiosity about Wei Jia's ambitious wager piqued her interest. Such grand claims. I can only presume your request is far from simple. Speak then. From the moment she entered, Wei Jia had merely paid her respects to Min Xiao. But now, she suddenly knelt before her, bowing her head. I implore the esteemed matriarch to assist me in locating my younger sister. With those simple words, Wei Jia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The composed facade she had maintained until now revealed a glimpse of her genuine emotions. Min Xiao fell silent, lost in contemplation. She initially believed that Wei Jia would make some outrageous demands, but she did not anticipate this particular request. However, this request seemed quite excessive in its own right. After all, the world is vast. Where could she possibly go to find her sister? I recognized that this demand was somewhat unreasonable, and I hesitated to ask the matriarch to utilize the resources of the Marquis on my behalf. I merely hoped that the matriarch would permit me to use the surplus silver I earned to inquire about my sister's whereabouts. Wei Jia bowed, deeply once more to Madame Min Xiao and then quietly awaited her response. Madame Min Xiao was filled with mixed emotions. Her past experiences had taught her that she had no blood relations and none of her descendants possessed a shred of conscience. Upon hearing Wei Jia's request, she was indeed moved. Yet, after that moment of sentiment, she felt more astonishment towards Wei Jia. From Wei Jia's words, it was clear that she not only wished to return 1,000 taels from an initial investment of 50, but also intended to earn an additional sum to search for her sister's news. What immense confidence must one possess to make such bold claims? I shall grant your request, Madame Min Xiao relented. I will provide you with a capital of 100 taels. By this time next year, you shall repay me 1,000 taels. The surplus may be used to seek your sister. Should you find her, inform me, and I will send someone to bring her back, reuniting you two sisters. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Wei Jia could not hold back her tears. As she bowed her head in gratitude, her overwhelming emotions were unmistakable. Witnessing this scene, Nurse Fong could not help but shed tears as well, forgetting her earlier complaints about Wei Jia's extravagant spending. Madame Min Xiao, having lived through death once, naturally possessed a harder heart than most. Let me be clear, engaging in business is your private matter. The management of Songha Hall is your official duty. Do not lose sight of your priorities. I understand. I will certainly manage Songha Hall well and ensure that you are not troubled by its trivialities. Wei Jia hastily assured her. Very well, Madame Min Xiao nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips as she commanded. Your proposal today is commendable. Proceed, as you have suggested. Yes, Wei Jia replied promptly. Meanwhile, Nurse Fong stood in stunned silence. Could it be that the matriarch meant what she said? Renovating the kitchen? Hiring cooks? Making garments? Crafting jewelry? All according to Wei Jia's plans? Good heavens! What had previously seemed like mere words was now a serious undertaking. Nurse Fong instinctively clasped her heart in disbelief. That night, within the Haidang courtyard, when Rong had just returned home, still in his travel attire, when Wu Shi approached him with a ledger, lamenting her grievances. My lord, it is not that I disrespect the matriarch, nor do I intentionally spread rumors about her in your presence. It is simply that her recent behavior has become increasingly willful and reckless, leaving me no choice but to speak with you. Having worked tirelessly all day without even a sip of hot tea, when Rong, regardless of the urgency of Wu Shi's concerns, mentally labeled her as lacking in sensitivity and unworthy of her role as a wife. Although Min Rong harbored discontent towards Wu Shi, he patiently inquired, what has the old lady done to warrant such an exaggerated reaction? Look here, my lord, Wu Shi replied, oblivious to the impatience in Min Rong's tone, as she flipped through the pre-folded pages of the account book and presented them to him. Recently, the old lady had fallen ill, necessitating the services of doctors, both ordinary and imperial, as well as the preparation of prescriptions and the procurement of ginseng and deer antler for nourishment, resulting in considerable expenses. Upon hearing this, Min Rong's anger surged within him. Despite his numerous grievances against Min Xiaoshi, she was, after all, his biological mother. Without Min Xiaoshi, there would be no Min Rong. While he could harbor dissatisfaction towards her, what right did Wu Shi have to criticize Min Xiaoshi? Furthermore, if Min Xiaoshi were to fall gravely ill, what would become of his prospects? Chapter 15. The flurry at midnight. Min Rong cast a sharp glance at Wu Shi, questioning whether she intended to imply that the old lady's illness should remain untreated, or that she should abstain from consuming precious items such as ginseng and deer antler. Wu Shi hurriedly clarified, Your Grace, you've misunderstood. That is not what I meant at all. Min Rong, increasingly impatient, disregarded the account book in his hands, tossing it aside with a cold retort. Then what is it that you wish to convey? Wu Shi promptly replied, after the old lady's recovery, she rewarded all the servants of Songha Hall with an entire month's wages, citing their diligent care. Is that such a trifling matter? Min Rong furrowed his brow, only to hear Wu Shi hastily continue. Moreover, she then claimed a shortage of staff at Songha Hall and proceeded to purchase 12 maidservants for the household. This represents a considerable expense. There are already plenty of maids and matrons elsewhere in the estate. If the old lady truly needed assistance, why not reassign someone rather than squander such unnecessary funds. Wu Shi continued her grievances. Noticing Min Rong's indifference, she pressed on, as if that were not enough. The old lady has sent word that henceforth, the maids of Songha Hall are to receive a 30% increase in their wages based on their rank. This adds yet another burden. Currently, there are 20 maids at Songha Hall. Their wages are already substantial, and now each one is to receive an additional 30%. Hearing Wu Shi's trivial complaints, a sardonic smile inadvertently curved Min Rong's lips. Did this foolish woman not realize that the increase in wages for the maids of Songha Hall might incite discontent among the other servants of the Marquis? Did she not fear that such disparities might lead to unrest within the household? Min Rong discerned the crux of the issue. Yet he harbored his own considerations and refrained from enlightening Wu Shi. He listened as she continued. Additionally, during the day, the old lady inexplicably invited 2 storytellers into the residence, spending 10 taels of silver. All told, in just a few days, the old lady has expended over 30 taels. Including her medical expenses, the total has surpassed 300 taels. With a serious tone, Wu Shi implored, "Your Grace, our Marquis is truly not affluent. We cannot even produce 100 taels from the account." Min Rong was taken aback. How could such a grand Marquis lack even 100 taels? He found it hard to believe. Yet reflecting on Min Xiao's background and the hardships faced by the Marquis in earlier years, he began to accept the notion. After a moment's contemplation, Min Rong said, "As the year draws to a close, the revenues from various estates and shops should soon arrive." Wu Shi's expression brightened at this remark, yet she remained resolute, but regarding the old lady. Min Rong, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. 30 taels was not an exorbitant sum. The old lady no longer managed affairs and took pleasure in spending silver for leisure. Simply indulge her. Did she expect the old lady to oversee the household? "Your Grace speaks wisely," Wu Shi replied awkwardly. "Then I shall comply with the old lady's wishes. At worst, as her children, shall endure some hardship." This statement clearly indicates an intention to withhold from the second and third wives. Min Rong disdainfully curled her lips. Wu's ambitions are evidently limited to this. Min Rong turned to enter the inner chamber, but paused, then pivoted back, urging, "Hurry up with the matter of Shi Heir's engagement being annulled. Today, I encountered Minister Yu, who once again mentioned his grandson." Hearing this, Wu's expression brightened, and she quickly replied with a smile, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall attend to this matter by tomorrow." Min Rong refrained from further conversation and proceeded directly into the inner chamber, while Wu pondered over the annulment. As the hour grew late and silence enveloped the night, Fei Su stealthily approached Song He-tang and quietly knocked on its gate. Ajio, the young maid responsible for guarding the entrance, awoke at the sound. Ajio was one of the 12 newly acquired maids, and aside from naming Wei Jia, the matriarch had not bestowed individual names upon the others. Wei Jia had thus arranged them in order of age, and Ajio derived her name from this system. The previous gatekeeper maid had been reassigned, and Ajio took over the responsibility due to her alertness during sleep and her habit of wearing her clothes to bed. Consequently, upon hearing the knock, she awoke instantly, throwing off her blanket and slipping on her shoes to answer the door. Upon opening the door, she encountered a shivering stranger clad in scant attire. Unable to suppress her curiosity, "Who are you? Why are you knocking at this hour?" Ajio had never met Fei Su and did not recognize her. However, before Fei Su could respond, Ajio speculated, "You wouldn't happen to be Fei Su, would you?" Fei Su, already frozen to the bone, longed to enter and warm herself. She instinctively nodded, "Yes, I am Fei Su. Please, let me in. I have urgent matters to report to the matriarch." Her teeth chattered as she struggled to articulate her words, eager to step inside. Ajio, pouting, blocked her path, asserting, "The matriarch has decreed that you are not permitted to enter. I truly have pressing matters for the matriarch." Fei Su gritted her teeth and attempted to push past Ajio. She believed that once she conveyed her situation to the matriarch, she would be forgiven and allowed to return. To her, Ajio seemed merely an insignificant child of 8 or 9, frail and petite. Surely, she could not truly impede her. Yet, when Fei Su attempted to shove Ajio aside, the latter remained steadfast, and when Fei Su exhausted her strength, a Jiao gently nudged her back, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Fei Su regarded a Jiao as though she were a monster, while a Jiao viewed Fei Su with disdain, thinking, "You think you can bypass me? In your dreams. Surely, you are aware that the previous gatekeeper was dismissed for allowing you to enter with the Lord's wife?" A Jiao said impatiently, "Isn't the matriarch's stance clear enough? Why do you insist on causing more trouble?" With that, she slammed the door shut. Fei Su sat on the ground, gazing at the tightly shut gate, her heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. Yet, she remained resolute, unwilling to surrender. The matron had proclaimed this to be her final opportunity. Contemplating whether to cry out in hopes of summoning the matron, the gate unexpectedly swung open. A Jiao's head appeared, her expression fierce as she issued a stern warning. "If you dare to knock again, I shall cast you into the lake. Go ahead, test me." With a dismissive wave of her arm, a Jiao closed the door once more. Left sitting on the cold ground for what felt like an eternity, Fei Su eventually rose slowly, making her way towards Haitang Courtyard. After taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, turning back to glare at the entrance of Songa Hall. With a voice laced with bitterness, she muttered, "Matron, you have forced my hand. Your callousness and cruelty leave no room for compassion in our bond." Chapter 16. The rumor of breaking off engagement a few days later, the small kitchen of Songheng had been repaired to a considerable extent. The search for a cook was also placed on the agenda, and new clothing and jewelry were in the process of being crafted. Naturally, these affairs were managed by Wei Jia, allowing Min Qiao to focus on her recovery. In her leisure time, she indulged in listening to stories and melodies, living a life of leisurely contentment. Indeed, ever since Wei Jia arrived, Min Qiao had not experienced a moment of boredom. Today, she listened to the tales recounted by the limping, blind father-daughter duo, and tomorrow she would enjoy the pipa performance and songs by the courtesan from Qiaoshi. The day after, she might invite a performer to sing an opera. When hunger struck, delightful pastries and fruits awaited her, each day a different selection. When thirst arose, tea and sweet soup simmered just 3 paces away on the warm stove. She could indulge in whatever she desired. Feeling lonely? Not at all, for each day, Mama Fong accompanied her in enjoying these pleasures. And if she still felt the company was lacking, there were the young maidens on rotation who could join in listening to the operas and melodies. You might wonder what the young maidens could understand. Does it matter if they comprehend? As long as the matriarch applauded and cheered, everyone joined in, elevating the atmosphere. One afternoon, Min Qiao and Mama Fong, along with several young maidens, were in the warm chamber of the West Wing, listening to Miss Lu Mei from Qiaoshi play the pipa. Suddenly, a young maid entered quietly and beckoned Mama Fong outside. Min Qiao cast a fleeting glance at the maid, recognizing her as a new door attendant, but paid her no mind, returning to enjoy the music and the beauty before her. Indeed, in listening to music, Min Qiao had also learned to appreciate beauty. The young Miss Lu Mei, around 17 or 18 years of age, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, almond-shaped eyes, and peach-like cheeks, was a sight to behold, adorned with makeup that was neither too heavy nor too light. Her pipa playing was commendable, and her songs were delightful to listen to. Once Miss Lu Mei finished her performance and began another, Mama Fong returned with a stern expression. Noticing Mama Fong's demeanor, Min Qiao sensed that something was amiss. She raised her hand to interrupt Miss Lu Mei, signaling that it was time to conclude for the day. Miss Lu Mei rose and bowed, cradling her pipa as she exited the warm chamber. The other accompanying maidens also gracefully withdrew, leaving only Min Qiao and Mama Fong. At last, Min Qiao inquired, "What transpired outside to warrant such an expression? Who has upset you?" Mama Fong, still flustered, poured herself a cup of tea, only to set it down again. Min Qiao remained unperturbed, sipping her sweet soup, which had been expertly prepared by an unknown cook these past few days. It was fragrant and soothing, sweet yet not cloying, perfectly suited to her taste. She would reward them later. After a moment of reflection, Mama Fong's irritation lingered, and seeing Min Qiao's lack of curiosity, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. "Matriarch, are you not curious as to why I am upset?" Min Qiao leisurely regarded her, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "At your age, why do you still act like a young girl, getting flustered over trivial matters. Mama Fong offered an awkward smile, responding with mild indignation. I am merely concerned for you, matriarch. Now, do tell, what is the matter? Fong Mama hesitated for a moment, but with a firm resolve. She quickly spoke. The matter of a young lady's broken engagement has stirred a storm throughout the city. Just now, Granny Sun came to tell me that her husband encountered numerous people discussing our household while out shopping these past few days. Oh dear, the things they are saying are truly unkind, Fong Mama exclaimed, striking her thigh in indignation. They claim our Xuanping Marquis is ungrateful, tearing down the bridge after crossing it. As if that were not enough, they accuse us of bullying the weak and coercing the Liu family into breaking the engagement. There are even whispers that we sent our servants to invade a private residence to seize the marriage certificate and that we assaulted young Master Liu. It is utterly lawless. Min Xiao's lips curled in a silent, cold laugh. She had anticipated this day long ago. The Xuanping Marquis had received immense favor from the elder Liu, and now, upon breaking the engagement, it was inevitable that they would face severe criticism. Yet, one thing puzzled her. Were Min Rong and his wife truly so dim-witted? How could they allow matters to escalate to this extent? If it were her, she would have presented a generous gift, ensuring a substantial benefit in return. Most importantly, she would have lowered her stance and treated them with utmost respect. Ideally, Min Rong and his wife would personally come forward, displaying a demeanor of remorse, guilt, and helplessness. In such a scenario, even if outsiders condemned the Xuanping Marquis for their betrayal, they might begrudgingly acknowledge their decency. Fong Mama sighed, saying, by mere coincidence, when the madam sent someone to break the engagement, they happened to encounter young Master Liu's friend visiting. Moreover, the envoy spoke and acted rather arrogantly, which allowed the rumor to take hold and spread. Min Xiao shook her head, letting out a light scoff. They were merely unfortunate. Fong Mama lamented, alas, the reputation that the madam has painstakingly maintained for decades is now in tatters. Well, reputation does not fill the belly. I no longer care. Why do you concern yourself so deeply? Min Xiao truly did not care anymore. To be honest, she rather relished the thought of Min Rong and Wu Shi in a state of utter distress. I pity the madam. Fong Mama still felt disheartened. The Marquis had only been under the madam's care for a few days, and such a significant issue had already arisen. Truly, forget it. I am but a servant. In the Haitang courtyard, Wu Shi, having learned that the broken engagement was now public knowledge, seethed with rage. She summoned Fei Su and unleashed a torrent of scolding, and when she was still unsatisfied, she hurled a cup of hot tea, along with its contents, at Fei Su's face. Fei Su's forehead was instantly smashed, blood gushing, and much of her face turned red from the scalding tea. Fortunately, the weather was chilly, causing the tea to cool quickly. Otherwise, a cup of boiling water would have left her utterly disfigured. However, her current state was hardly any better. Madam, please calm your anger. I had no idea that young Master Liu's friend would coincidentally visit at that moment. I implore you to see the truth. Fei Su knelt on the ground, her lowered eyelids filled with resentment. From a moment, the matriarch persistently refused to allow her return. The Countess's demeanor towards her underwent a profound transformation. It was not until that fateful day, when the Countess took her along to visit the ailing lord, that the matriarch publicly severed her chances of re-entering the Songha Hall, causing the Countess to shed all pretense before her. The once warm and benevolent demeanor now felt like a distant dream, replaced by indifference, disdain, and unfounded reproaches. Meanwhile, Wu Cheng, who had once vowed to marry her, now chose to ignore her presence entirely. When she mustered the courage to approach him, he deliberately averted his path. She felt sorrowful and despondent, engulfed in confusion and disbelief. It was only after a candid remark from Cui Xiang, a maidservant by the Countess's side, that she experienced a profound epiphany. What did Cui Xiang say? Oh, she remarked, without the matriarch, do you still consider yourself significant? If you were not the favored first-class maid beside the matriarch, what reason would the Countess have to treat you kindly? And what would Wu Cheng have to gain by marrying you? Do you truly believe yourself to be a celestial being? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own reality. Chapter 17. The revenge of the flying fluff upon arriving at Haitang courtyard. Fei Xu realized that there were numerous maidens aspiring to wed Wu Cheng, with Sui Xiang being among them. In fact, Sui Xiang was the most likely candidate to become Wu Cheng's bride. This was due to the fact that both Sui Xiang's family and Wu Cheng's family served as trusted attendants to the Lady Ho. Confronted with this stark reality, Fei Xu yearned even more to return to Songha Hall, to be by the side of the matriarch once again. She longed to reclaim her status as the matriarch's favored first maid, ensuring that both the Lady Ho and Wu Cheng would come to regret their treatment of her. However, regardless of her efforts, the gates of Songha Hall remained perpetually shut to her. It was not until that fateful evening when the Lady Ho commanded her to accompany several servants to seek out young Master Lu, to assist the young lady in breaking off her engagement, that she discovered an opportunity to regain the matriarch's trust. Perhaps the Lady Ho deemed her a foolish girl, too dim-witted to grasp the unspoken words. Thus, the Lady Ho explicitly instructed her to act in the capacity of the matriarch's personal maid, using the matriarch's name to facilitate the engagement dissolution. She justified this by claiming that it was better for an elder to intervene in the matter of old promises. Moreover, she promised that if Fei Xu executed this task successfully, she would be elevated to the status of a second maid in Haitang courtyard. A second maid? How utterly laughable. She had once been the esteemed first maid at the matriarch's side. That night, with a heart full of determination, she set off to Songha Hall under the cover of darkness. She intended to reveal the Lady Ho's sinister scheme to the matriarch. Surely, once the matriarch learned of the Lady Ho's nefarious intent to cast the blame of the engagement dissolution upon her, she would be grateful and allow Fei Xu to return to Songha Hall. The matriarch would reclaim her authority over the household, becoming once more the decisive matriarch that all revered. In her quest to elicit the matriarch's sympathy, she even donned light clothing, braving the frigid winter air, trembling from the cold without hesitation. Yet, all her dreams were shattered at the threshold of Songha Hall. She could not even gain entry. In the past, the gatekeeping maid would have entered to announce her presence. But now, the current maid dismissed her without a second thought, even resorting to threats and mockery. The arrogance and disdain displayed were as if she were merely a bothersome fly. In that instant, enlightenment struck her. The attitude of the gatekeeping maid reflected that of the matriarch. From the day she stepped beyond the gates of Songha Hall, the matriarch had cast her aside. But why? The matriarch had once cherished her, indulged her, and treated her as if she were the most precious treasure. No matter her missteps, the matriarch would always greet her with a forgiving smile. Yet, reality revealed that the matriarch's heart was colder and more unyielding than anyone else's. In that moment, she felt a deep-seated hatred for the matriarch. It was the matriarch who had exalted her to such heights that she lost her sense of humility. Now, the matriarch had easily cast her aside like a discarded shoe. How could she not harbor resentment? Thus, when she was tasked with assisting the young lady in breaking off her engagement, she vividly portrayed a haughty and arrogant maid who wielded her power like a scepter. She chastised Lu Ming for his lack of self-awareness, demanded that he present the marriage certificate and betrothal tokens, and ordered the servants to rummage through every corner in search of them. Even when Lu Ming's friends arrived, she showed no signs of restraint, boldly declaring that she was the most favored maid of the matron of the Xuanping Marquis, sent by the matron herself for this purpose. She audaciously proclaimed that others should not meddle in affairs that did not concern them, threatening to tarnish the reputation of the Marquis, an institution that the matron held dear. If the matron yearned to find a suitable match for the young lady, she would ensure that the young lady remained unwed. This was her form of retribution against them. My lady, when I went to annul the engagement, I explicitly stated that I was the matron's favored maid, sent by her for this very task. Fei Xu, with a venomous glint in her eyes, incited further. My lady could easily shift the blame onto the matron. Should anyone inquire, I would affirm that I acted under her directive. Wu Shi regarded Fei Xu in astonishment, although she had contemplated the same course of action. Hearing it from the lips of this foolish maid felt peculiar. The matron has not been unkind to you, Wu Shi remarked, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Fei Xu. Yet, Fei Xu met her gaze defiantly, her voice laced with resentment. I have groveled and pleaded, yet the matron has refused to allow me back to Songha Hall. She has shown me no kindness, and thus, I feel no obligation to reciprocate. Furthermore, my loyalty now lies with you, my lady. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens. Upon hearing Fei Su's words, Wu Shi's concerns dissipated entirely. With a smile, she gestured for her to rise. Good girl. No wonder the matron favored you before. I find myself beginning to like you as well. My earlier mishap was unintentional. Do not dwell on it. Go and rest now. I shall have Cui Xiang fetch a doctor for you. We must ensure you do not bear any scars. Thank you, my lady. I shall take my leave. Fei Su replied respectfully, bowing and clutching her forehead as she exited. Wu Shi summoned Cui Xiang, instructing her to personally deliver a letter to Madame Wang of the Yan'an Earl's household, requesting her presence to engage in conversation, citing her recent malaise. Madame Wang, known for her gossipy nature, would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to discuss the scandal surrounding the engagement annulment that had set the town abuzz. She would certainly arrive at the mere mention of it. Yes, I shall go at once. Cui Xiang responded eagerly, ready to depart. Wait, Wu Shi called out. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Wu Shi opened her mouth, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately shook her head. Never mind, proceed with your task. Initially, she had considered asking Cui Xiang to fetch a doctor for Fei Su on her way out, but she reconsidered. After all, Fei Su was not a precious young lady. Why should she be treated with such delicacy? A servant could simply bring her some ointment later. There was no need to squander money on a mere maid, especially when the Marquis was not in a position of abundance. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Jin State Duke's residence, Madame Zheng, was conversing with her close attendant about the recent turmoil surrounding the Xuanping Marquis household. Ha ha! This time I shall see what face Min Xiao has left to accuse me of being shameless and lacking decorum. Madame Zheng is the arch-rival of Min Xiao, and the two have never seen eye to eye. Now that the Xuanping Marquis household has suffered such a significant setback, Madame Zheng is eager to revel in the spectacle and observe Min Xiao's discomfiture. In a few days, the birthday celebration of the old princess of the Chang'an Duke's residence is approaching. Do make inquiries to see whether the Chang'an Duke's household has extended an invitation to the Xuanping Marquis family. Given that it is the old princess's birthday, the guests invited are primarily matriarchs from various families, which not only carries auspicious connotations, but also ensures that contemporaries can engage in conversation with the old princess. As one of the only two Duke households in existence, the Jin State Duke's residence has certainly received their invitation well in advance. However, it remains uncertain whether the Xuanping Marquis household has been invited. Logically, they should be included on the guest list, yet with the recent engagement annulment, it is indeed difficult to ascertain whether the Chang'an Duke's household will still extend an invitation to them. Chapter 18. The arch-rival of the Min Xiao family observing her matriarch's eager anticipation for the unfolding drama, Granny Guan found herself both amused and exasperated. Unable to restrain herself, she gently advised, Matriarch, perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm. Lady Qiao is not to be trifled with. Should you revel in her misfortune in her presence, she is likely to erupt in fury. Her? Make a scene in public? Matriarch Zheng scoffed dismissively. She is merely an antiquated relic. The reputation of the Xuanping Marquis and the decorum of noble families are more precious to her than her own existence. I doubt she would dare confront me publicly. She might at most shoot me an indignant glare. Amused by her mistress's remarks, Granny Guan chuckled. You know you provoke her for what reason? It seems to me that you are simply taking advantage of Lady Qiao's excessive pride, knowing she would not dare retaliate against you. Matriarch Zheng rolled her eyes again. I cannot abide her pretentious demeanor. Despite her origins as a merchant's daughter and her elevation from a concubine to a principal wife, she insists on parading as though she hails from an esteemed family of legitimate birth. How dare she admonish me with her family matters are best kept private nonsense. The affairs of the Duke of Jin's household are mine to manage as I see fit. She has no right to interject. As Matriarch Zheng's indignation grew, her words became increasingly heated, nearly inciting her to a fit of rage. Granny Guan could only sigh in resignation. In the aftermath of the late Duke's passing, the Duke's estate had descended into turmoil. Years prior, intense rivalries among several concubines, and matriarch Zheng, the legitimate wife, had tragically claimed the life of her only son. The late duke, burdened by guilt, had long kept the concubines in check, leaving no legitimate heir and refraining from bestowing titles upon any of the illegitimate offspring. A few years ago, the old duke succumbed to a sudden illness, leaving no guidance behind. With his death, the illegitimate sons began to vie for the title and estate of the duke. The concubines banded together, plotting to eliminate matriarch Zheng. Once their sons ascended to the title of duke, they would have the privilege of being the matriarch of the duke's household. The court's laws and lack of titles mattered little. As long as matriarch Zheng was out of the picture, they could enjoy the status of a matriarch within the estate. Since the death of her son, matriarch Zheng had concealed her vulnerabilities and remained vigilant against the concubines and their offspring, thwarting their schemes. The following day, she made the matter public knowledge, even threatening to beat the dragon drum to accuse her illegitimate sons of filial ingratitude. She then reached out to the branch of the family related to the late duke, proposing to adopt one of their younger grandsons in her son's name to inherit the duke's title. Naturally, that branch of the family was overjoyed to comply. They aided matriarch Zheng in rallying the clan to suppress the illegitimate children and the concubines, ultimately leveraging their familial influence to expel all the illegitimate offspring from the duke's residence. However, the saga did not conclude there. After successfully ousting the illegitimate sons, matriarch Zheng fulfilled her promise by adopting the grandson into her son's name and promptly submitted a petition to bestow the title of heir apparent upon him. Yet, she remained astute, only requesting the title of heir and not advancing to a complete resolution. The explanation for that is simple. The child is merely 3 years old and has yet to fully establish himself. In these times, the untimely demise of young children is all too common. It is prudent to wait until the child reaches the age of 6 or 7 before formally bestowing the title of duke upon him. To place a mere 3-year-old in such a lofty position may prove detrimental. The frail child might not withstand the burden. Upon hearing this rationale, everyone agreed it made sense, and thus, the matter was settled for the time being. However, within a span of less than 2 years, the child had not yet been elevated to the status of Duke of Jin. Meanwhile, the child's parents, the nephew and niece-in-law of Lady Zheng, had begun to meddle in the affairs of the duke's household, treating it as if it were their own possession. Despite numerous warnings from Lady Zheng, the couple remained undeterred, even advising her not to take herself too seriously. They asserted that the duke's estate would eventually belong to their son, and thus to them. Lady Zheng chose not to engage in argument and promptly submitted a petition to revoke the child's title as heir, instead adopting an orphan nephew with good character but no family ties to inherit the title. This decision incited the ire of the elder duke's brother's family, who came in a throng to protest. Lady Zheng firmly stated that either her adopted nephew would inherit the marquisate, or she would petition the emperor to rescind the duke's title entirely, ensuring they would not even come close to the duke's estate. Seeing Lady Zheng's resolute attitude, the clan elder, fearing the loss of the duke's title, intervened to suppress the dissent from the elder duke's brother's faction. With the clan's support, the adoption proceeded smoothly, and Lady Zheng wasted no time in securing the title of a new Duke of Jin for her chosen child. Fortunately, this time she did not misjudge. Although the young Duke of Jin possessed no remarkable talents, he was virtuous and showed great filial respect towards Lady Zheng. Later, she arranged a marriage for him with a virtuous wife, and they had 2 clever and delightful sons together. After such trials, Lady Zheng finally reaped the rewards of her efforts. Through these turbulent events, Lady Zheng gained considerable notoriety. Once a seemingly weak woman who could not protect even her own son, she transformed into a figure synonymous with strength and audacity. The upper echelons of the capital's society scoffed at her willingness to air family grievances for the sake of her goals. Yet privately, they held her in profound respect. Thus, Lady Zheng became a remarkable presence within the elite circles of the capital. Many whispered about her behind her back, yet only one person truly opposed her, Lady Min Xiao of the Xuanping Marquis. Unlike Lady Zheng, who pursued her desires without regard for the esteem of noble families, Lady Min embodied an entirely different extreme. She consistently maintained an air of composure, decorum, and humility in public, never revealing an ounce of excessive emotion. She meticulously preserved the dignity of her noble lineage, smiling serenely, remaining poised, and refusing to err in the slightest. Whenever any disturbance threatened the Marquisate, she would step forward to restore calm, as if she could not bear even the faintest slander against her family. Initially, the two women could have coexisted peacefully. However, when the incident regarding the Jin State Duke's residence first came to light, Lady Min Xiao personally visited and remarked that family scandals should not be aired publicly. This infuriated Lady Zheng, who thereafter became antagonistic towards Min Xiao. At every banquet where they crossed paths, Lady Zheng could not help but express her disdain towards Min Xiao in a sarcastic manner. Over time, the entire capital became aware of the discord between the two ladies. Yet, in the eyes of Granny Guan, Lady Qiao had approached with good intentions during a time when everyone else was avoiding the Duke's residence and Lady Zheng. Unfortunately, Lady Zheng, being overly sensitive at that time, failed to recognize Min Xiao's goodwill and only recalled the admonishment regarding the propriety of family matters. As the years passed, Granny Guan discerned that Lady Zheng had already come to her senses. However, she was too proud to reconcile with Lady Qiao. Though she spoke ill of Lady Qiao, her heart was filled with concern for her. Just moments ago, in a fit of rage, she had nearly exploded but then turned her face to ask, "What do you think is going on with Min Xiao this time? Is it just a broken engagement? Why does it feel as if someone has died, causing such an uproar in the city? How could someone as capable as Min Xiao let things escalate to this point?" Granny Guan sighed. "Who can say? Don't forget to send someone to inquire at the Xuanping Marquis residence to see if the Chang'an Duke's residence sent them an invitation." Lady Zheng added, stating that she would personally question Min Xiao to uncover the truth. Observing her mistress's awkwardness, Granny Guan couldn't help but chuckle. "I shall arrange for someone to go to the Marquis's residence at once." It was evident that her intentions were rooted in genuine concern. Yet she insisted on finding a pretext that sounded like she relished in others' misfortunes, which was quite ironic. How peculiar. Chapter 19. The messenger at the door, the matron reported that the Duchess of Ho had invited the Lady of Annam to her residence. Lady Fong, filled with concern, remarked, "What could the Duchess be thinking, inviting the Lady of Annam at such time? Is she not satisfied with the rampant rumors circulating outside?" The entire capital was well aware that the Lady of Annam possessed a loose tongue. Countless scandals had undoubtedly spilled from her lips. If it weren't for her noble status and the protection of a favored consort, she might have already been silenced. Of course, while some detested the Lady of Annam, others were drawn to her, particularly those aiming to exploit her propensity for gossip. For instance, the matriarch of the Jin family had managed to make her household's affairs the talk of the town, all thanks to the Lady of Annam's influence. It was evident that Wu intended to leverage her gift of gab to divulge information unknown to others. In contrast to Lady Fong's apprehensions, Min Xiao appeared remarkably composed. "Have you forgotten who Wu sent to handle the engagement annulment?" "It was Fei Xiu," she stated. "This matter was reported to Songha Hall some time ago." Lady Fong suddenly realized, her anger swelling. "Could it be that the Duchess intends to shift the blame for the annulment onto you?" Min Xiao smirked disdainfully. "Isn't that precisely her intent? This is unacceptable," Lady Fong exclaimed in distress. "Fei Xiu has already departed from Songha Hall. How could she be implicated in this? We may know that Fei Xiu went to Haidang Courtyard, but outsiders are unaware," Lady Fong retorted angrily. "Who ordered Fei Xiu to go? Surely she understands her own position. Do you truly believe Fei Xiu would defend me?" Min Xiao scoffed. Lady Fong sagged, shaking her head. "It seems unlikely. Ever since Fei Xiu left Songha Hall, the matriarch has forbidden her return. No matter how she pleaded, the matriarch remained resolute. That girl must harbor resentment by now. What shall we do?" Lady Fong fretted. "Calm yourself. I have a plan," Min Xiao reassured her. "Should they wish to pin the blame on me, it will depend on Fei Xiu's willingness. I recall the invitation sent from the residence of the Prince of Chang'an," she continued. "It was for the 50th birthday celebration of the old princess." "Indeed, all the matriarchs were invited," Lady Fong affirmed, as she retrieved the invitation. Given that the old princess's birthday fell in winter, celebrations were traditionally sparse. This year, however, a grand feast was organized in honor of the milestone. The Prince of Chang'an's household had been particularly proactive, sending out invitations a fortnight in advance. Handing the invitation, embossed with characters of longevity, to Min Xiao, Lady Fong hesitated. Perhaps it would be best for you to refrain from attending. You would only become the subject of ridicule. As she spoke, Lady Fong's mind was drawn to another matter. When the doorman relayed the news of Lady Annan's arrival at the residence, he also mentioned another matter. It was said that a young servant from the Duke of Jin's household had come specifically to inquire whether they had received an invitation from the Prince of Chang'an, and he subtly probed whether their matriarch would attend the birthday banquet. Upon hearing the doorman's message, Granny Fong was incensed. What was the meaning of the Duke of Jin's matriarch? Was it not enough for her to come and watch the spectacle, but she also wished to see their matriarch humiliated at the Prince of Chang'an's feast? Who in the capital did not know that the Duke's matriarch was at odds with their own? What good intentions could she possibly harbor? After all, they had known each other since childhood, and the change in Granny Fong's expression did not escape Min Xiao's notice. What? Are you hiding something from me? Granny Fong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke the truth. The doorman's young servant also mentioned another matter. The Duke of Jin's matriarch sent someone to inquire whether the matriarch would attend the birthday banquet at the Prince of Chang'an's residence. Even before the event, Lady Zheng is already eager to witness your embarrassment. If you do attend, won't you find yourself humiliated? Granny Fong was filled with both anger and concern. Upon hearing the name of the Duke of Jin's matriarch, Min Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had approached with goodwill, hoping that Lady Zheng would not act too ruthlessly and would leave herself some room for retreat. Simultaneously, her visit was a statement, demonstrating that the Duke of Jin's household was not isolated. Little did she expect her good intentions to be met with enmity. In her previous life, though she maintained a facade of composure and grace when targeted by Lady Zheng in public, she would return home seething with frustration. Over time, a deep-seated resentment towards Lady Zheng took root within her, leading her to secretly undermine Lady Zheng on numerous occasions. Yet, who could have foreseen that when she fell gravely ill, Lady Zheng would be the only one to come and show concern for her? Lady Zheng recognized the peculiar nature of her illness and sought to summon a physician, but she declined. For she was not merely unwell, she was poisoned. Should this information leak, it would bring disgrace upon the Xuanping Marquis, and her sons would also face trouble. To preserve the dignity of a Marquis and safeguard her sons' futures, she dare not speak out. In her past life, she had devoted herself entirely to the well-being of the Marquis and her descendants. However, that no longer mattered. What truly counted was the revelation of true character in times of adversity. It was only then that she realized Lady Zheng harbored gratitude towards her and understood the goodwill she had once extended. Lady Zheng did not genuinely despise her nor wished for enmity. She simply could not bring herself to reconcile. After being reborn, she discovered that she aspired to embody the very qualities of Lady Zheng. Thus, during her time of rebirth, she spoke and acted with a fierce independence, leaving no room for leniency towards others or herself. Reflecting on her actions post-rebirth, she realized they mirrored Lady Zheng's demeanor. With this thought, Min Xiao could not help but laugh aloud. Madame Fong was puzzled by the laughter. Madam, what brings you such amusement at this hour? How can you still find joy in these circumstances? Lady Min Xiao shook her head, gradually suppressing her mirth. Please ask Wei Jia to make preparations. In a few days, we shall attend the birthday banquet of the old princess at the residence of the Prince of Chang'an. After a moment's hesitation, Madame Fong ultimately refrained from further urging. Very well, I shall convey your message to Wei Jia at once. In the Haidang courtyard, Madame Wu, with tears in her eyes, grasped the hand of Lady Wang, the wife of the Duke of Henan, and lamented, "These past days have been truly distressing for me, and I scarcely know whom to confide in. Our acquaintance may be shallow, yet I have never regarded you as a stranger, which is why I invited you here to share my innermost thoughts." Lady Wang's eyes sparkled as she reciprocated the gesture, gently patting Madame Wu's hand. "Ah, I have always considered you as a sister in my heart. Whatever grievances you bear, do not hesitate to share them with me." Chapter 20. The winds of rumor have shifted Mrs. Wu withdrew her hand to wipe away her tears before speaking. "Have you heard the rampant rumors circulating about our broken engagement? For heaven's sake, It is not us who are ungrateful. It is clearly the Liu family who hasn't visited in over a decade. We thought they had forgotten about this match. And poor Shijia is already 15, yet no arrangements have been made for her marriage. As she spoke, Mrs. Wu dabbed at the corners of her eyes again. You know, sister, when a girl surpasses 15 without suitors, people start to think there must be something wrong with her. Our family is equally anxious, which is why we sought to meet potential suitors. Just when we had found someone suitable, the young master from the Liu family came knocking. Such a situation. Mrs. Wang nodded in agreement. If the Liu family had been sincere, they should have come to propose much earlier. Indeed, Mrs. Wu continued, you wouldn't believe it. The young master from the Liu family arrived without even sending an invitation beforehand, appearing unexpectedly. He chose to visit in the afternoon, and on his first visit, he didn't even bring a gift. It's not that I'm petty, fixating on trivial gifts. Oh, I understand, Mrs. Wang interjected. To arrive without a gift and without an invitation, especially in the afternoon, shows a lack of respect for our esteemed household. Mrs. Wang sighed softly. If my son-in-law dared to do such a thing, I would certainly send him away. Inviting someone requires proper etiquette, and morning visits are customary. Exactly, Mrs. Wu agreed, then sighed again, continuing, you see, if this is how we're treated before the marriage, how will it be once Shijia is truly wed? After all, she is flesh of my flesh. It pains me deeply. At this, Mrs. Wang merely nodded, refraining from further comment. While she shared Mrs. Wu's sentiments, she felt that such grievances were mere trifles and certainly did not warrant a complete withdrawal from the engagement. Ultimately, the Xuanping Marquis was in the wrong. Noticing Mrs. Wang's silence, Mrs. Wu shifted the conversation. Speaking of the broken engagement, it is not solely my decision. Mrs. Wang's eyes brightened once more. Could it be the Marquis's intention? Mrs. Wu quickly waved her hand. No, of course not. Our lord is currently favored by the emperor. He is far too prudent to act so recklessly. Then who? Mrs. Wang had already begun to surmise what Mrs. Wu was hinting at, but she awaited the confirmation. After a brief silence, Mrs. Wu, with a look of distress, finally confessed, Sister, you are aware of our family's dynamics. My mother-in-law has always been domineering for decades. She has been the one in charge of the Marquis. Every significant matter has been decided by her. Mrs. Wang sympathetically patted the back of Mrs. Wu's hand. I understand. What family doesn't have a meddlesome mother-in-law? After offering her consolation, Mrs. Wang eagerly inquired. So, this matter of breaking the engagement was your mother-in-law's idea? Mrs. Wu did not nod nor shake her head, but ambiguously replied, the one tasked with handling the withdrawal is none other than my mother-in-law's most favored maid, Fei Xiu. With that, Mrs. Wu turned to Mrs. Wang and asked, you must have seen her, right? This year, my mother-in-law has been accompanied by that lively young maid at every banquet. Wang pondered for a moment, recalling the charming girl with a vivacious personality. On several occasions, she had seen the maid joyfully whispering into the ear of the esteemed matron of the Xuanping Marquis household. Such intimate behavior is uncommon among the personal maids of other families in public settings. Wu confirmed, indeed it is that girl. So, it seems that the decision to break off the engagement truly stems from your family's matriarch? Wang expressed her surprise. But your matriarch does not strike me as someone so easily misled. Who can say? Wu replied vaguely. After a while, the two engaged in some idle chatter, and Wang departed after half an hour. Wu kindly escorted her to the flower gate before returning. The following day, new rumors circulated in the capital regarding the Xuanping Marquis household. It was said that the decision to break off the engagement originated from the matriarch, not from the wishes of the Marquis and his wife. Upon hearing this news, people began to dig into Min Xiao's background and past experiences. Consequently, the tale of her origins as a merchant's daughter and her elevation to the status of a legitimate wife was once again widely disseminated. It dawned on the public that Min Xiao, being of merchant descent, lacked the sophistication expected of someone in her position. Initially, after being elevated, she had shown ingratitude, disregarding the first wife's contributions and allowing her son to surpass the legitimate heir to become the heir apparent. Now, betraying her commitments in order to secure a better match for her granddaughter by breaking off the engagement with the Liu family was hardly surprising. Naturally, Those in the upper echelons who had dealings with Min Xiao and understood her character did not believe she would act so foolishly. Yet, they felt no obligation to defend her, did they? Thus, the narrative surrounding the broken engagement shifted from denouncing the Marquis' household for their ingratitude and betrayal to a concerted effort to vilify Min Xiao, painting her as unworthy of existence. Upon receiving news of these rumors, Wu was utterly dismayed. What is going on with the wife of the Earl of Annan? Did I not make it clear that the blame for the broken engagement lies with the Liu family? Why has there been no mention of their involvement? Furthermore, I merely suggested that the decision was the matriarch's. Why has the ire turned entirely towards her, dredging up her past? Wu lamented. If the matriarch were truly at fault, how would the Marquis, her own son, fare? The direction of the rumors had completely diverged from Wu's expectations, causing her genuine distress. Her intention was to shift the blame onto the matriarch and extricate herself and the Marquis from the situation. But she never intended for any real harm to come to the matriarch. Who could have anticipated that the rumors would spiral so wildly? Qiaoshi was also somewhat anxious. Yet Fei Su, with a calm demeanor, offered reassurance. Madam, do not fret. Consider it from a favorable perspective. The matriarch has taken the brunt of the blame, and now no one is directing their accusations at you or the Marquis. The public scrutiny of the matriarch's past is inconsequential. It only serves to reinforce that the decision to break off the engagement was indeed hers. Moreover, should the elderly lady encounter any misfortune, the Ho residence may face immediate turmoil. However, in the grand scheme of things, Madam, do you truly wish to perpetually bear the weight of a looming mountain upon your shoulders? Wu's heart jolted with alarm. Her gaze towards Fei Shu filled with astonishment and disbelief. This girl possesses a heart of such cruelty. Xuanping too was taken aback by Fei Shu's words. Fei Shu, could it be that she actually longs for the old lady's demise? Wu, clutching her wildly racing heart, waved her hand in a daze, instructing, you may leave for now. Allow me to ponder in solitude. The maid curtsied and exited. Xuanping approached the door, casting a glance to confirm Fei Shu's departure before returning. Her face etched with terror as she looked at Wu, stammering, Madam, Fei Shu. Wu too felt a pang of dread. Who could have anticipated that the once naive and foolish young girl could harbor such malevolence? I have endured the old lady's oppression for so many years without contemplating any ill will towards her. Yet this mere maid dares to entertain such thoughts. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Thus, Fei Shu must not be allowed to remain. Wu sighed, resolving to wait for the storm to pass before finding an excuse to sell her off. Unbeknownst to her, Fei Shu had, upon exiting, turned two corners and stealthily positioned herself beneath the rear window of the house, eavesdropping on the entire exchange between mistress and maid. Chapter 21. The past evoked by gifts. Meanwhile, the news had reached Songhang. Granny Fong, enraged, was about to confront Madame Wu at Haitang Courtyard, but was restrained by Min Xiao. Madam, are you not angry? Granny Fong's eyes were ablaze, her tone filled with indignation. This must be a rumor spread by the Marchioness. She clearly intends to shift all the blame onto you. Min Xiao felt a surge of emotion, whether in this life or the last. Granny Fong had always been the first to stand up for her whenever she faced trouble. She gestured for Wei Jia and Lu Wu to release Granny Fong, personally took her hand, and led her to a small table where she poured her a cup of steaming tea, saying, do not fret. I have it all under control. I will not allow myself to be wronged. When Granny Fong was about to say more, Min Xiao raised her hand to silence her and continued, have you forgotten? The birthday banquet for the Prince of Chang'an is the day after tomorrow. Granny Fong paused, confused as to how attending a birthday banquet related to the Marchioness's inquiries. Wei Jia, standing nearby, chuckled and clarified, what the madam means is that confronting the Marchioness now would be futile. Any rumors can be addressed at the banquet in front of the elderly ladies of the entire capital, which would be far more effective in resolving the issue. Granny Fong quickly grasped the situation, nodding in agreement, yes, yes, yes. But should we really let the Marchioness off the hook? How long has she been at the helm of the Ho residence? How dare she slander the madam? If we do not teach her a lesson this time, will she not ascend over the madam in the future? Min Xiao chuckled softly, scoffing, do you think she will have an easy time after the banquet? Moreover, without wealth, managing the whole residence is no simple task. Granny Fong remained somewhat bewildered, but Min Xiao had already shifted the topic. Have all the preparations for the banquet been completed? Min Xiao directed her gaze to Wei Jia. Wei Jia replied earnestly, everything is ready. The attire and jewelry for the madam have been prepared, and the carriage for our departure has been arranged in advance. On the day of the event, I and Granny Fong will accompany the madam closely. I have also arranged for a young maid to assist in case of any urgent errands or messages. As for the birthday gift for the old princess, I have prepared a half-meter-tall red coral ornament from the madam's private collection, as there are hardly any valuable items left in the treasury of the Ho residence. Min Xiao nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing what the gift would be, Granny Fong was immediately taken aback. You intend for the madam to give that? A red coral ornament? This is unacceptable. That is the most precious item among the madam's dowry. In the past, when the old master had first acquired this ornament, someone had offered a price of 100,000 taels, but the old master refused to part with it. It was treasured in the study, untouched by anyone. Ultimately, fearing that the madam would be looked down upon her marriage into the Ho residence, the old master had given her the red coral as part of her dowry. Such an important item cannot simply be given away. Madame Fong gazed at Min Xiao, the matriarch, and remarked, "This is the genuine affection the old master harbors for you." However, as she began to recount the circumstances surrounding the Qiao family, her voice faltered, and her expression grew somewhat vacant. Cautiously, she glanced at Min Xiao, and upon noticing that Min Xiao did not appear angry, she felt a slight sense of relief, though she dared not continue along that line of discussion. Observing Madame Fong's demeanor, Min Xiao could not help but offer a wry smile, fully aware of the apprehensions that plagued her. When she first entered the Marquis's household, the Qiao family had sincerely rejoiced at her union and had shown utmost sincerity in preparing her dowry. At that time, the Marquis of Xuanping required a substantial sum to mend his financial woes, and thus the then Marquis, Madame Wang, discreetly informed the Qiao family that the dowry must not be less than 500,000 taels, with at least 300,000 taels in cash. The Qiao family was one of the largest merchant houses in Jiangnan, thriving in the silk trade while also dabbling in salt and maritime commerce. Consequently, when preparing Min Qiao's dowry, they allocated a staggering sum of 500,000 taels in cash alone, alongside countless treasures, jewelry, folding screens, ornaments, fine silks, and properties. After some contemplation, Min Xiao calculated that the total value of her dowry exceeded 800,000 taels. To mention but one item, the coral ornament alone was worth 100,000 taels. Initially, Min Xiao harbored some resentment towards her family for compelling her to become a concubine. However, upon witnessing the grandeur of her dowry, particularly the exquisite coral ornament, her anger dissipated, giving way to gratitude towards her family and a sense of uncertainty about her distant marriage. Yet as time unfolded, the opulence of the dowry proved to be a double-edged sword. Once she established her position in the Marquis's household, the Qiao family's expectations of her grew proportionately, especially after the passing of Madame Wang. When Min Xiao was elevated to the status of the Marquis, the Qiao family's ambitions laid bare before her. It became evident that their insatiable appetite far exceeded what the modest Xuanping Marquis could bear. Thus, with a resolve as fierce as her partner, the determined Marquis of Xuanping, Min Xiao decisively severed the Qiao family's influence, inflicting a severe blow that relegated them from the ranks of Jiangnan's prominent merchants. From that moment onwards, Min Xiao and the Qiao family severed all ties, and nearly 2 decades had passed without any communication. With a resigned sigh, she instructed Wei Jia, "Let us embark on a journey to Jiangnan come spring." Min Xiao reminisced, "It has been over 30 years since my last visit, and I find myself yearning for the exquisite treasures and scenic beauty of Jiangnan." In her previous life, she never returned to Jiangnan nor re-established contact with the Qiao family. She pondered how the news of her demise had reached them, whether it brought them joy or sorrow. It seemed likely that joy prevailed, for the Qiao family had birthed and nurtured her, paving her path to becoming the esteemed Marquis of Xuanping, only for her actions to leave them gravely weakened and diminished. Do not say that the Qiao family has failed to secure the title of the foremost merchant in Jiangnan, a dream cherished for generations. They have not even managed to retain their original status. Is it truly so? Madam, do you truly mean it? Granny Fong, unable to believe her ears, gazes at Madame Min Qiao with hopeful anticipation. I did not mishear, did I? You said we shall return to Jiangnan in the spring of next year, correct? You did not mishear. We shall indeed return next year, came the assured reply from Madame Min Qiao. How wonderful! Miss, how splendid! We can finally go home, Granny Fong exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to embrace Madame Min Qiao. In that moment, Granny Fong's joy was akin to that of a child. Home, you say? Madame Min Qiao suddenly felt a pang of emotion welling in her nose. Wei Jia waved her hand, leading the others out, leaving Madame Min Qiao and Granny Fong to reminisce about Jiangnan and days gone by. Chapter 22. Departure for the birthday banquet 2 days later. The long-awaited birthday celebration of the esteemed matriarch of the Chang'an Duke's residence arrived. Min Qiao, accompanied by Nurse Fong, Wei Jia, and a Jew, set forth. Indeed, it was a Jew, the one tasked with guarding the door. When Min Qiao entrusted the management of Soma Hall to Wei Jia, she was unfamiliar with the staff. Thus she inquired about their skills and assigned tasks accordingly. The rooms were allocated based on the nature of their duties. There was, however, an exception. A Jew, being young and possessing little more than a hearty appetite, was notable primarily for her remarkable strength. Consequently, Wei Jia assigned her to physically demanding tasks, such as cleaning the courtyard and fetching water for the garden. A Jew was lodged with several other rough-and-tumble maids, and that very night, her companions were nearly frightened to death. As they peacefully slumbered, chaos erupted when one was grasped by the throat, another was kicked off the bed, one was hurled outside, and yet another nearly suffocated. The back room of Soma Hall was thrown into disarray. Wei Jia hurried over to investigate and discovered that a Jew was a light sleeper, easily roused by the slightest sound. Among her roommates, some ground their teeth, others snored, some spoke in their sleep, while others merely turned over. Any small disturbance sent a Jew into action, displaying signs of a violent temperament. Wei Jia, however, did not find this alarming. She quickly calmed the others and relocated a Jew to a single room at the door, appointing her as the dedicated gatekeeper. Such a vigilant individual was well suited for the role. Yet, Wei Jia soon realized that confining a Jew to the gate was an underutilization of her talents. A Jew's assertion of her strength was no mere boast. On one occasion, when they encountered some ruffians on the street, a Jew single-handedly dispatched 3 burly men, sending them sprawling several meters away with a single kick. Before the assailants could comprehend what had transpired, a Jew had whisked Wei Jia into the crowd, moving with remarkable agility. From that day forth, whenever Wei Jia ventured out, a Jew was invariably by her side. Naturally, Min Qiao could not overlook a Jew's presence during her outings. As the group departed, news swiftly reached Haidang Courtyard. Madam, could it be that the matriarch truly intends to attend the birthday banquet at the Duke's residence? Cui Xiang could not help but murmur to Wu Shi, bewildered by the rumors circulating outside. How could the matriarch still dare to venture out? Wu Shi shared her confusion, recalling that just days prior, she had received word that the stables had been instructed to prepare the carriages for their departure. Feeling apprehensive, she had refrained from visiting Soma Hall during this period, thus failing to confirm the details. Yet, she mused, amidst the rampant gossip, if she were in the matriarch's position, she would hesitate to step outside. Initially, she believed that the elderly lady was merely making preparations and might not actually attend. Who would have thought that the matriarch would indeed go to the banquet? It was worth noting that, after 2 days of escalating rumors, the tales surrounding the matriarch had completely overshadowed those concerning the annulment of engagements. Indeed, one must recognize the resilience of those who have weathered great storms. They are not to be compared to us. Wu could not help but exclaim. Cui Xiang nodded in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage from the Ho residence halted at the entrance of the Chang'an Duke's mansion on Yongping Alley. By the time they arrived, a considerable gathering had already formed. Wei Jia and a Jiu assisted Min Qiao and Madame Fong in alighting from the carriage. The group then proceeded towards the reception area at the entrance. The coachman followed behind, guiding the carriage along with others from different estates. Who might this be? A sharp voice pierced through the air. As they advanced a few steps, Min Xiao turned to see the source, her brows knitting together upon recognizing the speaker. It was a matriarch of the Wang family, Madame Zhang. This Wang family was the very one that the Qiao family had previously aligned themselves with. The family of Min Hui's maternal uncle. Before her stood Min Hui's aunt, Wang Zhang. The Wang family boasted a legacy of over a century, deeply rooted in Jiangnan. The late patriarch of the Wang family, who was also Min Wang's grandfather, held a prestigious position in the Ministry of State, serving as a second-rank minister. In contrast, Min Wang's father only ascended to the rank of a fourth-grade governor, never even setting foot in the capital before retiring to his hometown. However, Min Wang's elder brother remained in the capital, albeit as a fifth-grade official in the Ministry of Rights. Despite their waning influence, no one dared to underestimate the Wang family. Although the main branch of the Wang family had seen better days, the connections left behind by the late patriarch persisted. Numerous relatives still held official positions, and with the esteemed alliance to the Xuanping residents, the Wang family remained a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps it was due to Min Xiao's current status being attributed to her ties with Min Wang that Wang Zhang had always regarded Min Xiao with disdain. In her previous life, Min Xiao had often tolerated Wang Zhang out of gratitude for Min Wang's kindness. Regrettably, this time around, Min Xiao was unwilling to endure anyone any longer. "Ah, it is Lady Yirun," Min Xiao began, striking directly at Wang Zhang's vulnerable point. The title of fifth-grade Yirun, had it not been for the Wang family's connections and their relationship with the Xuanping residents, Wang Zhang would have had no chance of appearing at such a high-profile banquet. Indeed, upon hearing the title Yirun, Wang Zhang's countenance darkened instantly. What was there to be proud of, coming from a lowly merchant's background, and being a concubine raised to the status of a primary wife? If it weren't for my sister-in-law, where would you be today? How dare you be so arrogant? Wang Zhang's words were laced with venom. Having grown accustomed to speaking condescendingly to Min Xiao, she felt no remorse in her disdainful remarks. In the past, Wang Zhang had made similar comments, but they had always been veiled in sarcasm. This time, however, her words were sharp and unrelenting. A moment later, the matriarch of the Jin State Duke's residence, Madame Zhang, arrived, standing not far away and observing the unfolding drama. This had become a customary occurrence. Whenever someone troubled Min Xiao, Madame Zhang would gleefully position herself nearby to watch the spectacle, only to later take her turn to belittle Min Xiao. But this time, Madame Zhang was genuinely incensed. Was Min Xiao truly without temper? How could she endure this? Observing her unusual demeanor, Granny Guan quickly grasped her hand. "Madam, what are you planning to do?" Currently, Madame Xiao is akin to a pile of kindling doused in oil. She ignites with the slightest spark. Anyone who approaches is bound to get burned. Until the turmoil at the Xuanping Marquis residence settles, we must keep our madam tightly in check. Madame Zhang shot a discontented glance at Granny Guan. "Did you not express a favorable opinion of the Min Xiao family? Why then do you hinder me from assisting?" Granny Guan offered an awkward smile. "This moment is different from another. While I truly believe Madame Xiao is commendable, I would not want her to disrupt the tranquility you have so painstakingly achieved." Madame Zhang could not suppress her frown. Though she recognized the validity in Granny Guan's words, her curiosity compelled her to witness the unfolding events. How could a mere fifth-rank concubine dare to publicly challenge a first-rank noble matron? She was determined to impart a lesson in hierarchy and respect. With a sudden resolve, Madame Zhang wrenched her hand free from Granny Guan and advanced. However, before she could intervene, Min Xiao had already raised her chin and commanded Granny Fong, "Go tell her what true audacity looks like." Granny Fong was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the situation. Yet, Wei Jia reacted swiftly, signaling Ajio. Ajio approached and delivered a swift kick to Wang Zhang's knee. Despite her small stature, Ajio possessed considerable strength, sending Wang Zhang sprawling to the ground. Granny Fong was taken aback, having never witnessed her own matron exhibit such assertiveness before Wang Zhang. Seeing her frozen in place, Wei Jia stepped in, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps to Wang Zhang's face. In an instant, gasps filled the air. After enduring decades of restraint, Madame Qiao was finally unable to hold back and was about to unleash her wrath. Chapter 23. You withdraw. I shall not. Wang Zhangshi was momentarily stunned from the blow, taking a while to regain her composure. Struggling to her feet, she was hastily assisted by her equally startled maid. It was bewildering that the maid had remained unresponsive during the assault, yet now rushed to her aid. In frustration, Wang Zhangshi slapped the maid several times, exclaiming, "You useless wretch!" The maid dared not retort. Who could have anticipated that Min Qiaoshi, who had always tolerated her elderly mistress, would suddenly command an attack? After venting her fury, Wang Zhangshi furiously pointed at Min Qiaoshi, incredulously questioning, "You dare strike me? How dare you strike me?" Her voice was steeped in rage and disbelief. "And what of it?" Min Qiaoshi retorted disdainfully. "What is your status compared to mine? Considering the derogatory remarks you have made, your punishment is well-deserved. Wang Qianyang, who do you think you are? You actually had the audacity to lay hands on me?" Though Wang Zhangshi did not hail from an especially noble lineage, she was, after all, a lady of official descent, far more esteemed than Min Qiaoshi, who was born of a merchant family. "You wretched woman, once upon a time, you were merely a lowly merchant girl sheltered by our Wang family. You were nothing more than a concubine groveling before my younger sister. And now, having gained power, you forget who your master is? It is a pity my sister passed away too soon, allowing this lowly creature to ascend and bully my family. Someone, come forth and adjudicate." Min Qiaoshi scoffed. "Today, I have learned that Zhang Yiren is no different from a common street shrew. And you seek adjudication? Huh! I am the highly esteemed grand lady, bestowed by the late emperor. You are but a mere fifth-rank Yiren. How dare you attempt to reason with me? Moreover, was it not you who first insulted me? Shall we take this matter before Her Majesty the Empress?" At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Chang'an prince's residence. Despite the biting cold, onlookers huddled together, eager to witness the spectacle, yet none dared enter the estate. Some latecomers, unaware of the situation, inquired about the commotion, while those in the know succinctly recounted the events. In essence, Wang Zhangshi had grown accustomed to bullying Min Qiaoshi, and upon encountering her today, sought to provoke her. To everyone's surprise, Min Qiaoshi had changed her demeanor and refused to endure it any longer, resulting in the current uproar. As the situation escalated, word had already been sent to the family within the estate. Hearing Min Qiaoshi's words and observing the crowd around her, Wang Zhangshi began to feel apprehensive. A mere glance revealed several noble ladies of the second and third ranks among the spectators, including the esteemed Grand Lady of the Jin State. Recalling the past grievances between Madame Zheng and Min Qiaoshi, Wang Zhangshi's eyes brightened with the thought of seeking her intervention for justice. However, Lady Yang, the Minister of Right's wife, noticed her intentions and furrowed her brow. Fearing that Madame Zheng might indeed support Wang Zhangshi against Min Qiaoshi. It was well known that Madame Zheng and Min Qiaoshi were at odds. Should she involve herself? Could the matter be resolved amicably? Thus, Lady Yang stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Madame Qiao, Lady Zhang, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to escalate it. Your families are already related by marriage. Why must you create such a spectacle? Furthermore, today marks the birthday of the esteemed old princess, and I am certain you do not wish to provoke the displeasure of the host, do you? Perhaps I could serve as a peacemaker. Let us all take a step back and transform this major issue into a trivial one. What do you think?" At that moment, Lady Zhang was reluctant to prolong the conflict, yet having been wronged, she could not suppress her indignation and retorted, "Old madam, I acknowledge the wisdom in your words. Your esteemed husband is my family superior, and I should honor your request to let this matter rest. However, I feel deeply aggrieved. Admittedly, I must apologize to the Qiao family, but look at my face. Do you mean to say that I endured this beating for nothing? You must adjudicate this for me. I merely exchanged a few barbs with Madame Qiao, and she had me publicly struck. Though my status is humble, I am still a member of the official family. Now, 2 young maidservants dare to lay hands on me. Does this not set a precedent where those of higher rank can impose upon those of lesser status? If this continues, will there be any law or order left in our Yan dynasty?" Lady Zhang's words clearly indicated her unwillingness to let the matter go lightly. Lady Yang, feeling displeased but maintaining her composure, inquired, "What do you propose?" At this juncture, Lady Zhang was cautious not to escalate the situation too far, as her intent was to salvage her dignity. Therefore, she replied delicately, "Madame Qiao holds a high position. I would never dare to confront her. However, those two maidservants who dared to strike me must be made to suffer a little, so I can quell my resentment. What do you suggest?" Lady Yang furrowed her brow and pressed further. "And how do you propose to address this?" Lady Zhang responded, "They struck me twice. It is not unreasonable for me to return the favor with 4 slaps for each of them." She turned to Lady Yang and inquired, "Oh, madam, what do you think?" Lady Yang nodded slightly. It did not seem excessive. She then turned to Madame Qiao and asked, "Madame Qiao, what are your thoughts on this?" Madame Qiao, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, retorted, "What are my thoughts?" "What are you implying, Lady Yang?" Lady Yang, slightly frowning, clarified, "What I mean is, let's take a step back for the sake of peace. Since Lady Zhang has agreed to apologize to you, perhaps you could allow your 2 maidservants to face their punishment, thereby concluding this matter." Upon hearing Lady Yang's proposal, the crowd exhibited mixed reactions. Some nodded, others frowned, and some expressed outrage, each person holding a different stance. Nevertheless, many believed that Madame Qiao would likely accept Lady Yang's suggestion, for she was the wife of the Minister of Rights, known for her reasonableness. If she found the proposal acceptable, it seemed unlikely that Madame Qiao would have significant objections, especially considering her usual demeanor of tolerance and her preference for harmony. However, to everyone's surprise, Madame Qiao responded with a cold laugh and a sarcastic tone. "You speak of taking a step back for the greater good? Oh, then you may step back. I shall not. After all, I am a first-rank matriarch, while you, Lady Yang, are merely a second-rank noblewoman. Do you presume to command me to retreat?" Upon uttering these words, all present gasped in astonishment. Such audacity! While it is indeed a fact, the distinction between a powerful second-rank minister and a powerless first-rank marquis is not easily determined in terms of nobility. Nevertheless, the Xuanping Marquis has risen in prominence over the past few years. It is no longer a decrepit house devoid of influence. Of course, the tumult surrounding the broken engagement lingers. Whether the Xuanping Marquis will be affected and if the emperor will continue to favor them remains uncertain. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, it is undoubtedly prudent for Min Xiao to descend the social ladder in alignment with the Yang family. Angered by this remark, Yang's countenance darkened, yet she, aware of her standing, refrained from publicly berating Min Xiao. With a scowl, she coldly retorted, very well, you hold a higher rank and are more esteemed. I am unworthy to play the mediator. It is indeed my overstepping. I shall not linger here to impede your squabbles with the Zhang family." With that, she dramatically swept her sleeve, turning to exit the gathering. Observing her departure, the crowd hastily parted to make way. At that moment, a throng emerged from the prince's residence. Chapter 24. Indeed a blabbermouth, at the forefront stood the Duchess of Chang'an, accompanied by a young girl of around 13 or 14 years of age. The crowd initially assumed the girl to be a minor noble from the duke's estate, but upon closer inspection, it became apparent that she was none other than Princess Li Sanqi, the legitimate daughter of the current empress, with the title of Jiaoyang. The assembly quickly bowed in respect. Greeting her, "We pay our respects to Princess Jiaoyang." "Please, no need for formalities," the princess replied in a calm voice, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Min Xiao and Wang Zhang, who were encircled by onlookers. "I wonder who was causing a ruckus at my cousin's gate. It turns out to be the recently renowned matriarch of Xuanping Marquis." The tone of Princess Jiaoyang was unmistakably unfriendly. "But I wonder, who is the other lady? I do not recognize her." She cast another glance at Wang Zhang, confirming her unfamiliarity. The Duchess of Chang'an, equally unacquainted with Wang Zhang, quietly inquired of her stewardess behind her. The stewardess promptly leaned in to inform the Duchess. Upon hearing the details, the Duchess could not suppress a frown and softly relayed Wang Zhang's background to Princess Jiaoyang. "What does my sister-in-law say about this lady?" Jiaoyang asked, momentarily taken aback by the Duchess's response, before directing a look of disdain towards Wang Zhang. "Since when has the standard for attendance at a royal banquet been so lax? Why are all sorts of commoners being invited?" The Duchess of Chang'an offered an awkward smile, while the rest of the attendees exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The guests present were all esteemed families of the third rank or higher, including venerable matriarchs and esteemed matriarchs of nobility. No one could fathom how Wang Zhang had found her way into such a distinguished gathering. The stewardess behind the Duchess was already drenched in sweat. She had been responsible for distributing the invitations, while others had meticulously prepared their lists in advance. Wang Zhang's invitation, however, had been requested by a member of the Crown Prince's office. The wife of the Crown Prince's steward, who was a relative of Wang Zhang, had sought the invitation, as she was the sister-in-law of the late Lady Min from the Xuanping Marquis household. Although the position of steward was not particularly high, it carried significant weight, especially once the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, at which point he would be a close aide to the Crown Prince. Currently, Lady Lu, the steward's wife, was hiding in the crowd, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to find a hole to hide within. She had arrived alongside her sister-in-law, Wang Zhang. As Wang Zhang's carriage led the way, Lady Lu had merely delayed her descent, only to find Wang Zhang embroiled in a dispute with Min Xiao. Not wishing to be caught in the crossfire, she had opted to remain silent and concealed. Upon hearing Princess Jiaoyang's remarks, she suddenly felt exposed. She was well aware of her sister-in-law's temperament, but she had assumed that given the high standards of the banquet and the presence of the elite nobility, her sister-in-law would be more restrained. However, who could have predicted that she would provoke a scene in such a setting? Naturally, she had not anticipated that Min Xiao would dare to make an appearance in public at this juncture. To one's astonishment, Min Xiao unexpectedly deviated from her usual demeanor of avoiding conflict and publicly quarreled with her sister-in-law. It seemed that today had unfolded with an abundance of unforeseen circumstances. Wang Zhang was genuinely flustered, her face betraying her discomfort as she struggled to find her voice, incessantly searching the crowd for assistance. Observing this, Madame Jean Lu Wang instinctively withdrew further into the throng. When her search proved fruitless, Wang Zhang's gaze fell upon the wife of the Minister of Rights, her eyes radiating a desperate plea for help. The minister's wife furrowed her brow, but mustered the courage to address the situation. Your Highness, she is, after all, a member of the official family, implying that some respect should be afforded. However, Princess Jiaoyang dismissed her with disdain, stating enough. You are Zhang Yuan, correct? This is not a place for someone of your standing. Depart. Instantly, Wang Zhang was left feeling as vulnerable as a thoroughly cooked shrimp, bowing hastily before retreating in panic. The onlookers exchanged glances, their perception of the emperor's only legitimate daughter transformed. Previously, they had merely heard of Princess Jiaoyang's favored status, granted a title upon her birth. Yet now, it appeared she possessed a certain domineering nature, exuding an air of unyielding authority. With Wang Zhang gone, the only instigator remaining was Min Xiao. Madame Xiao, why have you chosen to attend the birthday celebration rather than seek solace at the Marquis' residence? Princess Jiaoyang began with a biting tone, seemingly intent on expelling the remaining troublemaker. Min Xiao, undaunted, performed a respectful bow and replied calmly. I received an invitation from the Duke's residence, and naturally, I came. If I were to decline, would not the world deem me arrogant for disregarding a royal summons? Princess Jiaoyang regarded her with surprise. Was this an explanation or a challenge? The impression of Madame Xiao was not of one who would boldly confront others in public. Madame Xiao speaks with reason, she conceded, yet could it be that Madame Xiao was unaware of the recent rumors that had stirred the city? Even I have heard whispers within the palace. Surely, Madame Xiao cannot feign ignorance. With a sardonic smile, Princess Jiaoyang scrutinized Min Xiao, questioning her presence at my esteemed aunt's birthday celebration given her tarnished reputation. Was this not a deliberate attempt to provoke? Min Xiao smiled gently, responding with poise, Your Highness, you have called it a rumor. If it is merely gossip, why should I concern myself? At that moment, Madame Yang, the Minister of Rights' wife, interjected, Madame Xiao, your words are misguided. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. Do you not wish to clarify your stance? Indeed, Madame Xiao. Another voice chimed in from the crowd. Your household has benefited greatly from the Lu family in the past. Does it not weigh on your conscience to sever ties now? Madame Xiao, Was the cancellation of the engagement truly your decision? The wife of the Duke of Xuanping has stated that you preside over the household and initiated the dissolution, even sending your own maid to convey the message. Do you have any explanation to offer? This remark came from Madame Annan, drawing the attention of all present. What an audacious revelation it was. Has the lady of Xuanping Marquis been sold? However, soon the expressions of the onlookers transformed into that of amusement. It appears that the Xuanping Marquis' household is embroiled in a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The lady of Annan Duke feigned ignorance, seemingly unaware of the impropriety of her words, and pouted, "Why are you all looking at me?" It was the lady of Xuanping Marquis who specifically invited me to discuss this. The crowd fell silent. The lady of Annan Duke has indeed placed the lady of Xuanping Marquis in a precarious position. It seems that rather than inadvertently letting a secret slip, the lady of Xuanping Marquis deliberately summoned her to speak these words. What does this imply, one wonders? Reflect upon it. Ponder it deeply. Chapter 25. Clarifying rumors. The public expressed a degree of sympathy for Min Xiao. The upper echelons of the capital were rather small, and everyone was aware of each other's character. It was evident to all that Min Xiao had devoted herself tirelessly over the decades to uphold the reputation of the Xuanping Marquisate, valuing its honor more than her own life. Such a dedication rendered it implausible for her to engage in an act as damaging to the Marquisate's reputation as breaking off an engagement, particularly in a manner so disgraceful as to resort to violence. Moreover, when considering the words of the Lady of Annan, it became clear that the Xuanping Marquis and his wife had mishandled matters and were now attempting to deflect blame onto Min Xiao. This led the onlookers to ponder whether Min Xiao would continue to endure this unjust treatment for the sake of the Marquisate's reputation or respond with the same tenacity she had shown previously against Wang Zhang. As the crowd speculated, Min Xiao did not disappoint. She began, "I have heard the recent rumors, and I believe that such tales would cease with the wise. Yet, to my astonishment, many have chosen to confront me with these very rumors in public." Alas! The crowd paused, taken aback. Was Min Xiao mocking them? Before they could fully comprehend her words, she sighed and continued, "Since you are curious, allow me to clarify a few matters. Those who claim I am ungrateful and have acted treacherously are merely suggesting that after I became the Xuanping Marquis' wife, I favored my own son over the first wife's son to become the Marquisate's heir. I must assert that in noble families such as ours, the decision regarding who becomes the heir is not solely determined by us women." At this juncture, all eyes converged upon the honorable lady of the Duke of Jin, as she was known for her decisive influence over such matters. Min Xiao acknowledged her presence with an apologetic nod before proceeding. The Duke of Jin's household is an exception. At that time, the old Duke was no longer present, which altered the circumstances. When we conferred the title of heir, the old Marquis was still alive. Those who accuse me of betrayal, elevating my own son to power, I cannot agree with. After all, anyone familiar with our situation knows that the current Xuanping Marquis, Min Rong, was nurtured under the guidance of the old Marquis and is not particularly close to me. In contrast, the first wife's son was raised at my side, and we share a bond akin to that of mother and child. Min Rong, the present Xuanping Marquis, had been reared by the old Marquis, and when the title of heir was conferred, Min Rong was already in his teenage years, while the third son was but a toddler. Thus, it came as no surprise that the old Marquis chose Min Rong as his successor. Only those ignorant of the facts would cling to such misconceptions. After clarifying this matter, Min Xiao continued, "As for those who assert that my humble origins and narrow vision indirectly validate my supposed insistence on breaking the engagement, I wish to state unequivocally that, yes, I come from a merchant background, I was raised as a concubine, and my roots are indeed modest. However, have I ever lacked foresight or disregarded the greater good? The stability and revival of a Xuanping Marquis today are undeniably due to my unwavering commitment and earnest efforts to safeguard its legacy. Why is it that whenever something goes awry, the blame invariably falls on me? I am unafraid to declare that I had no part in the dissolution of the engagement. From start to finish, it was my son and daughter-in-law who orchestrated everything. As for the young lady involved in the engagement dissolution, she did indeed serve at my side in the past. but she departed from my service a month ago to be with my daughter-in-law. Min Xiaoshi's impassioned outburst left everyone present utterly astounded. The woman, who had previously been so reticent that she could hardly voice a complaint, suddenly found her tongue. What had transformed her? Most perplexingly, the individual who had once been the most concerned with the reputation of the Marquis was now so candid about everything. Had she undergone a change of heart? Now indifferent to the family's honor? The Duchess of Jin, bewildered, turned to the matron behind her and inquired, "What has prompted such a reaction from Min Xiaoshi?" The matron was equally taken aback by Min Xiaoshi's boldness today. Yet, the eloquence with which she spoke seemed strangely familiar. At that moment, Lady Annan interjected, "Madam Qiao, your daughter-in-law has stated that for many years it has been you who has held the reins of the Xuanping Marquis. Such a significant matter as an engagement dissolution could not possibly proceed without your consent. Would the younger generation dare take such a step without your approval?" Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. After all, who would make such weighty decisions without consulting the family elders first? Surely, Min Xiaoshi could not have objected to the dissolution while her son and daughter-in-law acted unilaterally. With a deep sigh, Min Xiaoshi spoke with a tone of melancholy. As children grow, they often disregard the words of their elders. Over time, the steward's efforts are forgotten, and all that remains in memory is the perception that one has overstepped their bounds. Alas, I confess, a month ago, I entrusted the management of our household to my daughter-in-law. The engagement dissolution occurred less than a month ago, thus it bears no relation to me. Yet, how could the matriarch truly be unaware of such a significant event? Lady Annan, relentless, proclaimed her intent to uncover the truth. How could I not be aware? Min Xiaoshi replied with a bitter smile. I not only knew, but it also caused me great distress, resulting in a serious illness that required the imperial physician's attention. The matriarch of the Xuanping Marquis, residing nearby, corroborated Min Xiaoshi's statement, saying, "Indeed, Madame Xiao did suffer a grave illness recently. I recall that the physician was summoned in the middle of the night, causing quite a stir among the neighboring households. Initially, we feared something dire had occurred, only to learn it was due to Madame Xiao's ailment. For 3 consecutive days, a physician attended to her. I distinctly remember remarking on how unexpectedly severe her illness was. Who knew it was brought on by the actions of the Xuanping Marquis and his wife?" Following her words, 2 other families residing near the Xuanping Marquis came forth to confirm the account. As the details unfolded, the onlookers could not help but express their sympathy. Min Xiaoshi had devoted her entire life to the Xuanping Marquis, only to find herself stripped of authority in her twilight years, nearly driven to death by her own son and daughter-in-law. No wonder that Min Xiaoshi has undergone such a drastic change in temperament. Not only has she transformed significantly, but she also seems indifferent to the reputation of the Xuanping Marquis. After this incident, the couple's reputation has been irreparably tarnished. Indeed, even before the grand banquet at the Prince of Chang'an's residence had concluded, Min Xiaoshi's remarks at the entrance of the royal mansion spread like wildfire among various households. Even Xuanping Marquis Min Rong, who was still serving in the Dali Temple, caught wind of the rumors. Initially, those below had attempted to conceal the news from Min Rong, but they could not withstand the insistence of the Minister of Works, who personally sent someone to relay the information. What did the messenger say? Chapter 26. The Double Standards of Princess Zheng. A messenger announced, "My lord, the Minister of Works has conveyed that although our Li family may not be a distinguished lineage, we can at least be considered a family of scholarly reputation. For generations, we have upheld the principle that filial piety precedes all virtues, and we cannot, in good conscience, associate ourselves with esteemed families such as yours. Let us regard the matter of marriage proposals as if it were never broached by our minister. After all, our families merely exchanged casual remarks without any formal agreement. Hence, this cannot be construed as a breach of contract." Once the messenger from the Minister of Works departed, Min Rong was left utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the circumstances. Previously, when the engagement between the Min and Lu families was called off, the Minister of Works had remained silent. Even when Min Xiaoshi bore the brunt of the blame for the broken engagement, the minister had met him with warmth and kindness. At that moment, it seemed as though the union of their families was a foregone conclusion. How could it be that in just a few short days, the minister's attitude had shifted so dramatically? Min Rong, bewildered, summoned his trusted confidant for answers. Initially, his confidant hesitated, but under Min Rong's stern questioning, he finally relayed the details of Min Qiaoshi's remarks earlier that day at the entrance of the residence of the Prince of Chang'an. Upon hearing the recounting, Min Rong felt as though his mind had gone blank, collapsing weakly into his official chair. It was over. Everything was finished. His daughter's marriage was ruined. His reputation was in tatters. His future was at stake. Everything was over. At the entrance of the Prince of Chang'an's residence, Min Qiaoshi's remarks not only addressed the rampant rumors, but also garnered sympathy and compassion from nearly everyone present. Among the few who still found Min Qiaoshi disagreeable was Princess Jiaoyang. The Princess of Chang'an, seeking to mediate, swiftly resolved the situation with a few words and personally invited everyone inside for further discussion. Standing beside the Princess of Chang'an, Princess Jiaoyang watched as the crowd filed in. When Min Qiaoshi passed by them, Princess Jiaoyang suddenly spoke. Madame Qiao possesses quite the cunning. Her tone was unmistakably hostile. The Princess of Chang'an subtly pulled Jiaoyang aside, shaking her head disapprovingly. Min Qiaoshi bowed respectfully and smiled, continuing into the residence alongside the others. Cousin, that Min Qiaoshi is clearly being deliberate. I dare say, from her confrontation with Wang Zhangshi that drew the crowd's attention, to her later feigned humility, all of it was premeditated to garner sympathy. Princess Jiaoyang exclaimed indignantly. She dares to use the Prince of Chang'an's banquet as a platform to cleanse her own name. The Princess of Chang'an, nearly 40 with a married daughter, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the younger Princess Jiaoyang defending her. She affectionately patted Jiaoyang's head and patiently explained, Cousin, I know you are one who cannot tolerate injustice. You believe Madame Qiao has exploited our residents. Yet, in this world, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. Madame Qiao's actions are but her efforts to better her own life. Princess Jiaoyang remained discontent, pouting and complaining, but she disrupted Andy's birthday celebration. Or has she disrupted it? The banquet has not even commenced yet, and we have yet to enter the residence. Princess Jiaoyang snorted in indignation, expressing her frustration. Fortunately, she only caused a ruckus at the entrance. If she dared to make a scene within the palace, the unspoken words lingered in the air. Yet her demeanor conveyed her sentiments clearly. As the two conversed, Madame Zheng of the Jin State mingled through the crowd and approached them. Upon seeing Madame Zheng, Princess Jiaoyang's eyes brightened. Madame Zheng, you have come. I haven't seen you in a while. You haven't visited the palace to converse with grandmother lately either. Her tone radiated warmth and delight. Madame Zheng responded with a smile. I also yearn to see the Empress Dowager and you, dear princess. However, the winter days are short, and I fear that if I enter the palace, I shall have to rush out again before we have exchanged more than a few words. It will be a disservice to the Empress Dowager's spirits. It is better to wait until spring, when the days are longer, to pay her a visit. At that time, you must join me, and I shall share stories with you. Splendid. I shall ensure that more of your favorite delicacies are prepared, Princess Jiaoyang replied, her smile sincere and fervent, a stark contrast to her demeanor towards Min Qiao. Then I shall look forward to it, Madame Zheng jested, her tone equally affectionate. The Duchess of the County, observing that their conversation had reached a natural pause, smiled and interjected, Madame Zheng, please come inside. It is quite chilly out here, and I wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Very well. I shall take my leave then, Madame Zheng replied with a smile as she entered. Once she departed, the Duchess of the County turned to Princess Jiaoyang, curious. You seem to admire Madame Zheng quite a bit. Of course, Princess Jiaoyang exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Madame Zheng has been my idol since childhood. The tales of the Jin State's affairs were always like stories to me. After hearing them, I have always been in awe of Madame Zheng's strength and remarkable character. She truly embodies the spirit of a heroine. The Duchess chuckled in amusement, yet with a hint of exasperation. You ought to read fewer novels. As the esteemed princess of the Dian dynasty, do not let those tales alter your character. Princess Jiaoyang playfully stuck out her tongue, refraining from retorting. Since you hold Madame Zheng in such high regard, why do you harbor such disdain for Madame Xuanping? The Duchess inquired deliberately. Surely, Lady Qiao's past actions bore some resemblance to Madame Zheng's former grace. Princess Jiaoyang pouted, countering, "They are entirely different." Madame Xuanping, in her desperation to cleanse her own reputation, disregarded the feelings of her son and daughter-in-law, and paid no heed to the reputation of the Xuanping household. That is sheer selfishness. Madame Zheng, however, found herself in a dire predicament. Had she not fought back, she would have perished at the hands of those heartless concubines and illegitimate sons of the Jin state. That is the essence of resilience. The Duchess shook her head in amusement, recognizing the evident double standard in Princess Jiaoyang's views. Meanwhile, Min Xiao followed the crowd into the palace, seeking a secluded corner in the warm banquet hall to take her seat. Although the guests had shown her sympathy at the entrance, once seated, they instinctively avoided her presence. With no one approaching her, Min Xiao found solace in the tranquility. Regardless, she has achieved her purpose for attending the birthday banquet today. Now she merely awaits the conclusion of the meal to settle scores. In this moment of idleness, she suddenly realizes the absence of a companion. Where's Jiao? Wasn't she just here? Earlier, while coordinating with Wei Jia to deal with Wang Zhangshi, she was indeed by her side. How could she have vanished now? Upon hearing this, Granny Fong grew anxious, wondering how the child could wander off. If she were to inadvertently offend a noble guest and provoke trouble, what then? Wei Jia could not help but furrow her brow in concern. Chapter 27. Reconciliation and warning, just as a few of them found themselves at a loss. The matriarch of the Jin Gongfu approached with her entourage. "Madame Qiao, you truly astonish me today. I never anticipated that you would have such an uncharacteristically open-minded moment." Lady Zheng remarked with a hint of mockery as she drew near. Min Xiao, however, did not take offense. Rising with a radiant smile, she retorted, "I am flattered. With your illustrious example before me, I merely echo your wisdom." Lady Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. "Goodness, have you really transformed today? A person who has danced with death must gain a clearer perspective on life." Min Xiao chuckled, gesturing invitingly for her to take a seat. "Would you care to join me?" Lady Zheng, mistakenly believing that Min Xiao was referring to her previous illness, did not take it seriously. Accepting the invitation, she comfortably settled beside Min Xiao. At that moment, Lady Zheng recalled the reason for her visit. Pointing to Jiao, who was following Granny Guan, she remarked, "I saw your girl wandering about when I entered. I feared she might be lost, so I brought her to you." "Much appreciated." Min Xiao graciously thanked her. "I was just pondering whether the girl had indeed gotten separated. It seems you fortuitously found her. You should know that you have already incurred the displeasure of Princess Jiaoyang today. Fortunately, the Duchess of Chang'an possesses a generous spirit and will not hold it against you. However, should your girl continue to roam about the Duke's residence and create disturbances, even the Duchess's good nature may wear thin," Lady Zheng cautioned kindly. Min Xiao smiled in acknowledgement. "You speak wisely, madam. Thank you for bringing her to me." Lady Zheng felt a stirring of curiosity. Min Xiao's demeanor towards her today was remarkably amiable. It was not that Min Xiao had previously been disrespectful, but her past interactions had been marked by a distant reverence that hinted at undeniable coldness and detachment. Today, however, Min Xiao not only engaged her with courtesy, but also extended an invitation to sit beside her, radiating an unprecedented warmth. After a moment's hesitation, Lady Zheng tentatively probed, "Is your gratitude not a touch too perfunctory? Is a mere phrase all that suffices?" Min Xiao pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting, "Perhaps I could invite you to the Huajiao Tower tomorrow to enjoy a performance?" Who would wish to venture out in this frigid weather?" Lady Zheng replied, her tone laced with disdain, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. "Then it is settled. I shall choose a fine day, reserve a private room, and come to escort you." "Do I truly need your escort? Our household is hardly lacking in carriages. If I am to express my gratitude, I must ensure that my service is thorough." "Very well." Min Xiao could not help but laugh at the awkward expression of Lady Zheng. In her previous life, she had overlooked this aspect, but now, having been granted a second chance, Min Xiao discovered that Lady Zheng was, in fact, a rather proud old lady. It was amusing to see someone past the age of 50 behaving as awkwardly as a child. In the warm chamber, The others were astonished to see the two engaged in cheerful conversation, their jaws dropping in disbelief. While Min Xiao and Lady Zheng were conversing, Wei Jia discreetly pulled a Jiao aside to speak softly. Only Grandmother Fong remained by Min Xiao's side, ready to assist. "Where have you been?" Wei Jia inquired, her voice low and serious. A Jiao shook her head, an innocent expression gracing her face. "I didn't go anywhere. I simply got separated from you and lost my way until I encountered that elderly lady." "Do not lie." Wei Jia's sharp gaze pierced through a Jiao. "Earlier, when Zhang Yuan left, you quietly followed her. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" A Jiao's expression faltered for a fleeting moment, but she quickly feigned ignorance. "Sister Wei Jia, what are you talking about? I merely excused myself to use the restroom." "Wei Jia, I have been at your residence longer than you. I am well aware of how you arrived there. Furthermore, I have witnessed you being sold multiple times, only to be returned to your residence each time. I have seen it all." Wei Jia warned Jiao sternly. "I do not know your past circumstances, but I must caution you. If you dare to cause trouble for Lady Zheng, I will ensure you face the consequences." Lady Zheng had provided her with a refuge and the opportunity to search for her sister. She was her benefactor, and the Songha Hall was her home. A Jiao would never allow anyone to disrupt the tranquility she had fought so hard to attain. "I would never cause trouble for Lady Zheng." A Jiao bit her lip, her eyes brimming with conviction. Lady Zheng was the kindest person she had ever met, the only one who cared whether she was well fed, asking if she had enough to eat, and why she seemed so thin. Only Lady Zheng, upon seeing her bowl contain just 2 buns and a small portion of pickled vegetables, instructed the kitchen to ensure she had meat to eat every day at noon, allowing her to fill her belly at every meal. To others, this may seem trivial, but in a Jiao's world, Lady Zheng was the sole individual who treated her with kindness. Thus, how could she ever bring trouble upon Lady Zheng? She would only seek to repay Lady Zheng's kindness in any way she could. Seeing a Jiao's steadfast demeanor, Wei Jia momentarily set aside her suspicions, offering a few more serious warnings before calming her emotions and returning to Min Xiao's side with an air of nonchalance. The birthday banquet at the Chang'an Duke's residence extended into the evening and concluded only after dinner. However, Min Rong did not wait for the official dismissal. He departed the Dali Temple early and returned to the Xuanping Marquis residence. Ever since he had overheard Min Xiao's remarks at the entrance of the Chang'an Duke's residence from a trusted confidant, he felt as though he were seated on pins and needles, as if everyone at the Dali Temple were watching him with amusement. He could neither focus on the case files nor the investigation. Even his breathing felt stifled, especially when the Dali Temple minister urged him to return home early. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, hastening homeward. Yet, upon exiting the Dali Temple, a sudden thought struck him. Could the Dali Temple minister be planning to target him under the guise of this opportunity? After all, since his arrival at the Dali Temple, it was evident that the minister of Dali favored the left minister far more than he did the right minister. Thus, Min Rong returned to the Xuanping Marquis residence, his heart heavy with anxiety and repression. Why had the Marquis returned so early today? Upon seeing Min Rong, Madame Wu was momentarily taken aback. Min Rong, in no mood to engage with her, silently retreated to change into casual attire. No sooner had he settled down than Madame Wu remarked, "My lord, you would not believe it. Today, the old matriarch actually ventured out to attend a banquet. TSK, how daring of her to go out at such a time." Her words ignited a fire within him, transforming his turmoil, confusion, repression, and sorrow into a blazing inferno of anger. Before Madame Wu could finish her sentence, Min Rong raised his hand and struck her across the face. Chapter 28. The quarrel between husband and wife. Daughter poisoned. Min Rong struck Wu Shi across the face. Yet his anger remained unquenched. He then raised his foot and kicked her to the ground. Wu Shi, momentarily stunned by the blow, regained her composure only to find Min Rong towering over her, finger pointed accusingly, his voice brimming with rage. "It is all your fault. You foolish woman. I entrusted you with the matter of the broken engagement, expecting you to handle it properly. Is this how you manage affairs? Instead of confronting the situation yourself, you sent a mere girl? What utter nonsense! Now that trouble has arisen, instead of seeking a remedy, you dare to concoct insidious schemes, shifting blame onto the old matriarch? You dim-witted fool. Do you truly believe that Lady Nan is a paragon of virtue? She is infamous for her loose tongue. How dare you invite her into our home for discussions? It is sheer folly. Wu Shi, infuriated by Min Rong's incessant insults, refused to rise, engaging him in a retort from her seated position. So now you acknowledge my folly, do you? Where were you when this was all unfolding? The matter of the broken engagement is of considerable weight, yet neither the old matriarch nor you dared to step forward, expecting me, a mere foolish woman, to take the lead. Now that calamity has struck, you blame me for sending a girl? Yet when I instructed Fei Su to manage the situation, you were clearly present. Why did you not oppose me then? Now, you accuse me of shifting blame. But this incident occurred days ago. Why did you remain silent until now? Your ire seems rather belated. If you were truly upset, would you not have acted sooner? Ultimately, it appears you believe it more advantageous for the old matriarch to bear the brunt of this than for yourself. She had seen through this man, hypocritical, pretentious, and selfish. It remained unclear what had provoked such ire in him upon his return. Facing Wu Shi's scorn, Min Rong trembled with rage. You dare to speak back to me? Wu Shi scoffed, rising and brushing off her garments dismissively. Am I mistaken? You, who refused to confront the broken engagement, sought to delegate the task to the old matriarch. Yet she would rather relinquish her authority than defy the late Marquis's wishes. And you, my lord, have the audacity to place this burden upon me. Who am I? A woman of humble origins, lacking capability and wit. And yet, you entrust me with this critical matter. Now that it has gone awry, who bears the blame? In truth, you should only hold yourself accountable. Had you not been so enamored with the match to the Minister of Works family, seeking to elevate our daughter, would you have even considered a broken engagement? If you wish to dissolve the engagement, you ought to have managed it yourself. But no, you chose to hand the responsibility to me, likely hoping I would shoulder the blame should anything go awry. Now that trouble has arisen, you seek to vent your frustrations upon me. Min Rong, rendered speechless, could only point at Wu Shi, utterly flabbergasted and choked by his own fury. Indeed, what Wu has stated is entirely true. He genuinely sought to utilize his daughter's marriage to establish a connection with the Minister of Works. His reluctance to withdraw the engagement stemmed from a desire to maintain his reputation. Initially, he believed that the elderly matron would handle matters with discretion and that she would be the most suitable representative. However, the matron defied his expectations. She even uttered threats of preferring death over compliance. In desperation, he had no choice but to entrust the matter to Wu. Although he was aware of Wu's inadequacies, he ultimately underestimated her foolishness. It would have sufficed to merely cancel the engagement, yet how could such a scandalous reputation of bullying the weak, trespassing into private dwellings, and seizing marriage documents arise? In the end, to obscure the shame, he shifted the blame onto the elderly matron. To his astonishment, she openly disclosed all matters right before the gates of the prince's residence. Min Rong felt as though he had labored his entire life only to find it all unravel in an instant. No, it is not his fault. It is all due to that fool Wu. All blame rests with her. Everything is her responsibility. Min Rong seized Wu by the collar, his eyes burning with rage. Blaming her for tarnishing the family's reputation and ruining his future, Wu struggled to free herself, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let go! Let go!" Yet, Min Rong tightened his grip, one hand clutching her collar while the other slowly constricted around her neck. Just then, a frantic voice from outside pierced the air. "Madam, something terrible has happened. The young lady has been poisoned. She's coughing up blood. Madam, you must come quickly." The panicked cries of the servant were accompanied by hurried footsteps approaching. Min Rong, regaining his composure, released his grip. Wu, her face pale, rushed from the room, grasping the servant and demanding, "What did you say? What has happened to the young lady?" Trembling, the servant replied, "The young lady consumed a sweet soup sent from the kitchen and has been poisoned, vomiting blood. You must go and see." Without a moment's hesitation, Wu dashed towards the residence of Min Yueshi. Despite his selfishness, Min Yueshi was his firstborn and had received considerable affection from him since childhood. Upon hearing of her plight, Min Rong gathered his emotions and hastily followed Wu. By the time Min Qiao returned to the estate that evening, A doctor had already attended to Min Yueshi in her chamber. It was determined that the poison in her food was not particularly lethal and should not have been easily detectable. Unfortunately, it had interacted with the medicine Min Yueshi was taking, resulting in her poisoning and subsequent vomiting of blood. Ever since the engagement was publicly cancelled, Min Yueshi had fallen ill. Several doctors had been consulted, yet her condition showed no improvement. She had been diligently taking medicine to recover during this time. A combination of poison and conflicting remedies led to her condition. Thankfully, Min Yueshi had a poor appetite and had not consumed much, thus her life was spared. Yet, her health had been compromised. The physician warned that she might face difficulties in bearing children in the future. Upon receiving this news, Min Xiao did not even change her clothes, but rushed directly to Min Yueshi's chamber. Upon encountering Min Yueshi, lying on the bed with a pallid visage and closed eyes, devoid of the lively spirit she once possessed, Min Xiao felt a tumult of emotions within her. In a previous life, she stood by her granddaughter's sickbed, proud and radiant, exuding an extraordinary presence. Yet in this life, due to her indulgent freedom, Min Yueshi found herself besmirched in reputation and suffering both physically and mentally. All before even entering matrimony. How could one not feel a sense of lamentation? Emerging from Min Yueshi's chamber, Min Xiao seated herself in the central chair of the hall, casting a cold gaze upon Min Rong and Wu Shi, demanding to know how it was that a poisoning had occurred. Wu Shi wept incessantly, while Min Rong, furrowing his brow, vaguely replied that the cause remained unknown, although inquiries had already been initiated. Just then, a rustling sound of footsteps was heard from outside, accompanied by the sharp reprimand of an elderly woman. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring the person inside." Chapter 29. The Punishment of Feishu Before Long. A group of 4 entered the hall. The leading matron was none other than Granny Zhou, who had previously assisted Madame Wu in managing the affairs of the Ho residence after parting ways with Song Hall. Although Madame Wu had her own maid, she proved utterly useless when Min Yueshi encountered trouble. Granny Zhou, having overseen the Ho household for over a decade alongside Madame Min Xiao, was well acquainted with the household's affairs. Therefore, Min Rong bypassed Madame Wu and instructed Granny Zhou to investigate. In less than an hour, the perpetrator of the poisoning was apprehended. Behind Granny Zhou, 2 burly matrons dragged in a maid, her hands bound and her mouth gagged. As they approached, the matrons unceremoniously tossed the maid to the ground. She glared fiercely at them, and it was only then that Min Xiao and the others recognized her as Feishu. Granny Zhou bowed respectfully and recounted the details of the poisoning incident, saying, "Madam, Lord, we discovered a packet of powdered poison in Feishu's quarters. The physician has confirmed that it was indeed the poison added to the young lady's sweet soup. He stated that the poison is mildly toxic. Consuming a small amount would not result in immediate harm. However, with prolonged ingestion, it could lead to serious consequences. By the time it is discovered, it may have already infiltrated her vital organs, rendering any remedy ineffective." The physician mentioned that had it not been for the recent medication the young lady has been taking, which interacted with certain components of this poison, the act of poisoning might have remained undetected for quite some time. At this point, Granny Zhou hesitated and cast a hesitant glance at Min Xiao. With a dark expression, Min Xiao snapped, "Speak plainly." Granny Zhou, realizing the urgency, continued, "Upon further investigation, we found the same poison in the food intended for both the matriarch and Madame Ho. Are you implying that this girl intended to poison both myself and Madame Ho?" Min Xiao scoffed. "No, it is more likely that Feishu initially aimed to poison both me and Madame Wu, with Shi being an unintended victim. Am I correct?" Min Xiao regarded Feishu with a sardonic smile. Feishu, unable to speak due to the gag, tried to express herself through muffled sounds, her eyes blazing with fury directed at Min Xiao. While Min Xiao managed to maintain her composure upon hearing Granny Zhou's words, Madame Wu could no longer contain her outrage. With a pallid face, she sprang to her feet and, in 2 swift strides, delivered several resounding slaps to Feishu. "What a malicious girl! What a venomous heart! I always suspected your ill intentions, trying to instigate conflict between me and the matriarch. Yet, I never imagined you would go so far as to poison both me and her. My poor Shi, suffering this undeserved calamity. How will she live the rest of her life? With each word, Madame Wu grew increasingly distraught, raising her hand to strike Fei Xu again. Perhaps due to the sheer number of slaps, Fei Xu managed to spit out the cloth that had been gagging her. You all deserve it. You brought this upon yourselves. Why should I not seek revenge? Fei Xu glared at Mrs. Wu with clenched teeth, her voice dripping with contempt. You lured me with promises of marriage from Wu Cheng, leading me to ruin my own future. And what is the outcome? You deceived me. Your true intention was to use me as an informant beside the matriarch. Once I was cast aside by her, you turned your backs on me. You struck me, insulted me, and even sought to sell me. What gave you the right to treat me this way? Why? I was the most favored maid of the matriarch. I stood above all others in the household. In the past, even the Marquis addressed me as Miss Fei Xu with warmth. It was you and Wu Cheng who destroyed everything for me. With a look of fury, Fei Xu seemed as if she wished to consume Mrs. Wu whole, and Mrs. Wu harbored a deep-seated hatred towards Fei Xu as well. Mrs. Wu forcefully shoved Fei Xu to the ground, her voice hoarse and desperate. Yes, it was I. I was the one who enticed Wu Cheng to seduce you. All of this is my fault. But what does this have to do with my shear? Direct your grievances toward me. Why must you harm my shear? She is poisoned and her life is ruined. Mrs. Wu wept in despair. Min Yueshi was her first child and the only daughter among her 3 offspring, cherished and nurtured from a tender age. Now, seeing Min Yueshi in such a dire state was akin to having her heart ripped out. The deeper Mrs. Wu's sorrow, the more joy Fei Xu felt. While Mrs. Wu wept, Fei Xu laughed. Yet, amidst her laughter, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She turned to Min Xiaoshi, the matriarch, and questioned, from the very beginning, you were aware of the ulterior motives of Madame and Wu Cheng, weren't you? That is why you opposed my union with Wu Cheng so vehemently. But I cannot fathom why, knowing everything, you later consented. Why did you grant my request? You could have stopped me. It is you. All of this is on you. You watched as I fell into a pit of despair, as I was trampled by Madame and abandoned by Wu Cheng. This is all your fault. I realized my mistakes later, yearning to return to Songha Hall, to your side. Yet you would not even allow me through the door. Why? Why must you be so heartless towards me? Matriarch, tell me, what is the reason for this? Fei Xu wept uncontrollably, filled with hatred and resentment, yet her heart was also riddled with confusion. Min Xiaoshi shook her head and replied with a calm demeanor. The path you tread was chosen by you. You must complete it on your knees. Everyone must bear the consequences of their own choices. I do not believe I have wronged you. This is all of your own making. With a sigh, Min Xiaoshi turned to Min Rong and said, handle her as you see fit. Min Rong, too, harbored a deep animosity towards Fei Xu. He had never imagined that a mere maid would dare to poison both the matriarch and Mrs. Wu. If she succeeded, would the Marquis of Xuanping's household not become a laughingstock to the world? Well, the situation hasn't improved much. Min Rong pondered momentarily before declaring a severe punishment of 50 strikes. If the individual were to survive, they would be sent to the Jingzhou government office at dawn to face execution according to the law. Surviving 50 strikes typically leaves one on the brink of death. Who could possibly endure to see the morrow? It was merely a statement. The Ho residence is currently beset by troubles. The incident of a maid poisoning her mistress at such a critical juncture is best kept under wraps within the estate. Min Xiao nodded in agreement, signifying her approval of Min Rong's decision to administer the punishment. With a gesture, Min Rong instructed Granny Zhou, who promptly summoned the servants to take the individual away. It was then that Fei Xu panicked, desperately pleading, my lord, spare me. Matriarch, save me. I do not wish to die. Matriarch. Chapter 30. Last word soon. The dull sound of sticks striking flesh echoed from outside, one blow after another. The pleas of Fei Xu turned into curses, which were intermingled with unconscious confessions. It was only then that everyone realized that when she had initially sought to withdraw from the engagement, Fei Xu had deliberately exerted pressure, speaking fervently. Her intention was to incite the Liu family against the Xuanping Marquis. She had anticipated that if the Liu family possessed any dignity, they would certainly publicize the violent manner of her withdrawal thereby bringing shame upon the Xuanping Marquis. Even if the Liu family lacked the courage to confront the Marquis, she would find an opportunity to spread the news later, perhaps boasting inadvertently while belittling the Liu family's weakness. This would undoubtedly provoke public outrage. Little did she know, fate was on her side. When she went to withdraw from the engagement, a friend of Liu Ming's happened to visit, inadvertently disseminating her narrative. She needed to do nothing further. Everything unfolded as she had envisioned. Upon hearing Fei Xu's words, Madame Wu trembled with fury and swiftly marched to the doorway, shouting in anger, wretched girl, beat her, strike her with all your might, kill this little wretch." Min Rong was equally enraged. He had always believed that although Madame Wu was foolish, she would not be so foolish as to engage in such bullying behavior, especially after his prior admonitions. The true issue lay with this little maid. Min Xiao felt a twinge of sorrow. In her previous life, Fei Xu, whom she had forcibly kept by her side, harbored resentment and silently poisoned her, leading to her demise. This time, by allowing Fei Xu to leave, she had granted Fei Xu her misguided devotion, but had inadvertently exposed her to the treachery of humanity. Consequently, this incarnation of Fei Xu had become more unhinged, poisoning both her and Madame Wu, ultimately implicating Min Yueshi. Wait a moment. Min Xiao suddenly recognized a troubling inconsistency. In her past life, the poison Fei Xu used against her had been provided by Min Yueshi and Madame Wu. This time, from whence had Fei Xu acquired her poison? More crucially, in her previous life, they had needed her alive, hence the slow-acting poison. Yet, in this life, Fei Xu's hatred had nearly crystallized. Under such circumstances, should not Fei Xu have administered lethal poison directly to her and Madame Wu, ensuring their immediate demise to satiate her vendetta? Why then was she still using slow-acting poison? This made no sense. Just as Min Xiao's mind swirled with doubts, old Madame Zhou hurried in to report, "Madam, Lord, Lady, Fei Xu has fainted." Min Rong inquired, "Just fainted? Not dead?" Old Madame Zhou's lips twitched as she shook her head, her expression awkward. "No." Min Rong's expression darkened. "If she is not dead, continue beating her. Give her 50 lashes, not one less." Yes, I shall go out and continue," the old servant replied, wiping the sweat from her brow as she turned to leave. "Wait," Min Xiao called out. "I shall accompany you to see her. I have some matters to ask Fei Xu." Seeing Min Xiao rise, Min Rong quickly stood as well. He furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Min Xiao with concern. "Mother, you wouldn't show mercy to that girl at this moment, would you?" "Certainly not. I am merely puzzled and need to inquire further," Min Xiao replied before hastening out of the hall alongside Grandma Zhou. Once outside, the cold wind made Min Xiao shiver. Wei Jia quickly approached and draped her cloak over Min Xiao's shoulders. Adjusting the cloak, Min Xiao proceeded to the corner where the execution was taking place. Fei Xu was bound to a long bench, her waist and hips a gruesome sight. Under the dim, yellow light, Fei Xu's pale face appeared even more ghastly. Min Xiao moved closer, crouched down, and softly called out, "Fei Xu?" There was no response. "Madam, she has lost consciousness. A splash of water will awaken her," suggested Grandma Zhou from the side. "It seems that is the only course of action," Min Xiao remarked, standing up and preparing to step aside. Just then, she felt a tight grip on her arm. Looking down, she met Fei Xu's tear-filled, complex gaze. She had awakened. "Madam." The call was gentle, weak, hoarse yet filled with a multitude of unspoken emotions. Min Xiao felt a pang in her heartbeat quickening. In the next moment, she heard Fei Xu's low, frail voice, "I'm sorry. Madam, I am so sorry. Whether in this life or the last, I owe you an apology. It was Fei Xu who let you down, who harmed you. It is all Fei Xu's fault." Fei Xu's words were faint, yet they were clear enough for Min Xiao to understand. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Fei Xu believed she was on the brink of death, causing her to reflect on her past. She recalled how Madame had forcibly obstructed her union with Wu Cheng, revealing the schemes of Wu Cheng and Lady Ho, only for her to refuse to believe it. In a moment of madness, she had poisoned Madame, leading to the demise of the one person who genuinely cared for her. Following Madame's death, Fei Su bore the burden of being labeled as the perpetrator who harbored resentment due to an earlier rejection of her marriage proposal, ultimately facing execution. It was only after Madame's passing that she learned Wu Cheng, who had vowed to wait for her until she was 30 or 40, had already married and had children. All those sweet words he had uttered over the years were mere deceit. How absurd. No wonder Madame allowed her to leave in this life. It turned out that in her previous life, Madame had already attempted to stop her. But what was the outcome of Madame's intervention? It was her ingratitude. For over a decade, she had poisoned Madame relentlessly. Thus, in this second chance, Madame relinquished her. Yet, she still blamed Madame for not stopping her. How laughable. And the most ridiculous part was that whether in this life or the last, she was destined to be a tragedy. In this moment, Min Xiao's suspicions were confirmed. She reached out and gently patted the bloodied back of Fei Su's hand, her words laden with significance. If there is a next life, I hope you will lead a bright and happy existence. Fei Su smiled, a smile as innocent as when she first entered the manor and encountered Lady Min Xiao. At that time, she was merely 8 years old, a child. On the day of her arrival, she was astonished by the grandeur of the. As she walked, her eyes wandered, and in a moment of distraction, she collided directly with Lady Min Xiao. Everyone around was shocked into silence. Only she, holding her forehead, looked up with embarrassment and asked, "Madam, did I hurt you?" "I am not a madam. I am the matriarch," Lady Min Xiao corrected her, and as she departed, she added, "You are still a child. You did not hurt me. However, remember to watch where you are going next time." Fei Su nodded, smiling as she watched Lady Min Xiao walk away. Was this the feared matriarch that the steward and the nurses spoke of with trepidation? She seemed quite amiable, nothing like they had described. Perhaps the first impression was too favorable. From that moment on, Fei Su never felt fear towards Lady Min Xiao. Instead, she found her to be warm and approachable. If only she could return to that moment when she first met the matriarch. Fei Su smiled as she reminisced, her voice growing fainter. Lady Min Xiao could sense the grip of Fei Su's hand on her arm gradually weakening. Was Fei Su's awakening merely a fleeting glimmer of light? In this moment, the memories of Fei Su from her past life and this life, the good and the bad, the laughing and the crying, flooded her mind. Lady Min Xiao felt a tumult of emotions within her. Just then, Fei Su summoned her last ounce of strength to grasp Lady Min Xiao's hand, struggling to say, "Madam, be careful, T3rd Master, and be big." Fei Su expended her final vitality, but could not complete her thought. The third master? Min Yu? Big? The eldest young lady? Or the eldest son? Before Lady Min Xiao could decipher who Fei Su was referring to, she felt Fei Su's grip loosen. Fei Su's head slumped lifelessly over the edge of the bench, having completely succumbed to the void. Fei Su was gone. In this life, she had perished before Lady Min Xiao. Finally, she need not worry about Fei Su one day poisoning her. Yet, whom did Fei Su wish to warn her about? Lady Min Xiao found herself unable to ascertain. However, the most likely candidate remained the eldest young lady, for in her previous life, the one who harbored the deepest hatred for her was Min Yueshi. When she lay bedridden and utterly incapacitated, it was Min Yueshi who came most frequently to mock, ridicule, and curse her. Chapter 31. The resolution of rumors upon returning from the Wangfu of the Prince of Chang'an. Mama Fong and Ajio first made their way back to Songha Hall, accompanied by Wei Jia, who escorted Min Xiao to Ruyun Pavilion. After Mama Fong returned, she instructed her attendants to prepare everything necessary for Min Xiao's accommodation. Yet she found herself waiting for an extended period without sight of Min Xiao's return. Consequently, she took 2 maidservants and, lanterns in hand, proceeded to Ruyun Pavilion. As she entered, she stumbled upon Min Xiao squatting in front of Fei Su's lifeless body. Lost in thought, Wei Jia stood nearby, supporting Min Xiao to prevent her from falling. Although Min Xiao did not shed tears, Wei Jia could discern the profound sorrow she felt. Frankly, Wei Jia struggled to comprehend the depths of Min Xiao's grief. After arriving at Songha Hall, she had heard the former maidservant speak of Fei Su. They recounted how Fei Su had once been dearly favored by the matriarch, how lively and cheerful she was, yet also how she could be overbearing. They also mentioned that Fei Su was quite foolish and naive, having forsaken her position as a senior maid to pursue a minor steward, imploring the matriarch to allow her to leave Songha Hall. Wei Jia had witnessed Fei Su's tearful pleas to return on several occasions. For someone so short-sighted, lacking ambition, and ungrateful, Wei Jia held her in contempt. Thus, she wholeheartedly supported the matriarch's firm refusal to allow Fei Su's return to Songha Hall, believing the matriarch shared her disdain for the girl. However, she was taken aback to find that, upon Fei Su's death, the matriarch would feel sorrow for her. Unsure of how to console her, Wei Jia remained by the matriarch's side, wary of her potential fall. Just as she found herself at a loss, Mama Fong arrived. Matriarch, Mama Fong approached, squatting down to gently embrace Min Qiao's shoulders, softly urging, "Let your tears flow, it will ease your heart." Mama Fong's eyes were already red upon entering, and her voice trembled with emotion. Like the matriarch, she had witnessed Fei Su's journey from an 8-year-old child entering the household to becoming a first-class maidservant. She understood better than anyone the significance Fei Su held for the matriarch. Fei Su's warmth, innocence, and the unique joy she brought to the matriarch's otherwise dull life served as a delightful respite. Each time the matriarch encountered Fei Su's pure, radiant smile, it brought her genuine happiness. When a matriarch was happy, so too was Mama Fong. Thus, she indulged Fei Su more than anyone else. Perhaps from the beginning, both she and the matriarch had sheltered Fei Su too well, preserving her innocence, which ultimately led her to fall prey to the cunning of the noble lady and the tricks of Wu Cheng. Min Xiao remained silent, and it was Mama Fong who wept bitterly in an effort to comfort her, until Wei Jia gently reminded her, "Mama Fong, please do not cry. In such cold weather, you will surely catch a chill yourself." Realizing her own state, Mama Fong quickly composed herself and cautiously advised Min Xiao, "Matriarch, the dead cannot return to life. Fei Su cherished you deeply in life. She would not wish to see you harm your own health. Let's return." As she spoke, Mama Fong could not help but shed tears. Had it not been for the incident in Wucheng, Fei Su would have undoubtedly been the most devoted maid by the side of the matriarch. Min Xiao gathered her thoughts and repressed the faint sorrow within her heart, using the support of Mama Fong to rise to her feet. After crouching for a while, her legs felt somewhat numb, and she nearly lost her balance. Wei Jia hurriedly stepped forward to assist her. Once Min Xiao steadied herself, Wei Jia bent down and gently began to massage her legs. "All right, let us go," Min Xiao said, taking Wei Jia's hand and stepping towards the main hall. "Mama, are we not returning to Songha Hall?" Mama Fong inquired, noticing that Min Xiao was heading in the wrong direction. "There are still matters that require my attention," Min Xiao replied briefly, leaning slightly on Wei Jia as she slowly made her way into the hall. Min Rong and Wu Shi were still seated in the main hall. Upon seeing Min Xiao enter, they quickly rose to their feet. However, their gazes towards Min Xiao bore a hint of guilt. They had both witnessed Min Xiao's prolonged vigil over Fei Su's lifeless body, as well as Mama Fong's subsequent weeping. To them, Fei Su had merely been a valuable maid, one to be utilized as needed. Once she lost her utility, she could simply be discarded. Yet, they had not anticipated that her demise would weigh so heavily on the matriarch's heart. Min Rong was aware of Wu Shi's scheme to have Wu Cheng engage with Fei Su and had even looked upon it favorably. However, none had foreseen the situation evolving into what it had become. With Fei Su's death, the matriarch lost her cherished maid, and they, in turn, suffered the loss of their daughter's well-being. No one emerged unscathed from this affair. The couple from the Xuanping Marquis felt a tumult of emotions. Yet, Min Xiao, having wept, had regained her composure. "I do not wish to dwell on the past, but given how things have escalated, what are your plans for resolution?" Min Xiao regarded Min Rong and Wu Shi with a cold stare. Wu Shi appeared bewildered, her mind a blank, devoid of any thoughts. Min Rong pondered for a moment before suggesting, "For now, the Marquis should maintain a low profile for a while. In time, the storm shall pass." Min Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Min Rong. "Maintain a low profile? For how long? 10 days? A month? Or perhaps a year? How long do you think the gossip outside can be quelled?" It was your words at the entrance of the Duke's residence that thrust our Marquis into this turmoil. Wu Shi had already grasped the reason behind Min Rong's anger and was aware of Min Xiao's defense and clarifications at the Duke of Chang'an's gates. Hearing the matriarch's pointed questioning, she could not help but mutter under her breath. Though Min Xiao was older, she was not yet hard of hearing. Upon catching Wu Shi's words, she felt no anger, merely fixing a cold gaze upon her. The root of the matter was clear to all. Had it not been for Wu Shi's entanglement with the Countess of Anan and spreading rumors about Min Xiao, there would have been no need for her public clarification. Silence. Min Rong shot a warning glare at Wu Shi. Wu Shi pouted, her expression awkward, but ultimately she fell silent. Mother, my son is at a loss. I implore you to guide him. Min Rong's expression was one of earnest humility as he sought instruction. He understood that Min Xiao was the most capable individual within the household. If anyone could rescue the Xuanping Marquis from its current predicament, it would undoubtedly be the venerable matriarch before him. Min Xiao let out a long sigh and remarked, "People are inherently fickle. Currently, everyone is gossiping about how you and your spouse have been bullying this old woman, reveling in the spectacle of our internal strife within the Xuanping Marquis. The most effective way to divert their attention from this matter is to provide them with a fresh topic of conversation." A glimmer of hope sparked in Min Rong's eyes, only to be quickly extinguished as he despondently replied, "At this moment, what event in the capital could possibly eclipse the scandal surrounding our family?" After a moment of hesitation, Min Xiao cast a glance towards Min Yueshi's chamber before continuing. What if the eldest daughter of the Xuanping Marquis, burdened by her reputation, were to take her own life by poison? Do you believe the shocking news could shift their focus? Chapter 32. The attitude of Min Yueshi. Min Rong furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment's contemplation, the essence of the matter dawned upon him. Once this news disseminated, it would serve two purposes. First, to divert the attention of the public, and second, to elicit sympathy for Shi. Perhaps the tarnished reputation resulting from her broken engagement could be salvaged to some extent. Min Xiao nodded in agreement, adding, "There is also a crucial point. This news would serve as a testament to Shi's health. The poisoning affecting her ability to bear children is an unavoidable circumstance, and outsiders would have little to criticize in light of this." "No, absolutely not," Wu vehemently opposed. Initially, upon hearing Min Rong's suggestion, she found it plausible. However, upon listening to Min Xiao's remarks, she became agitated. Did the old lady intend to disclose Shi's physical affliction? How could Shi possibly court suitors or marry under such circumstances? Min Xiao disregarded Wu's objections and turned to Min Rong, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of hesitation, Min Rong tentatively suggested, "Perhaps it would be best not to disclose Shi's condition. It would indeed hinder her prospects." Min Xiao let out a cold laugh, asserting that Shi's condition was already an undeniable fact. Even if they chose to conceal it, should she later marry into a prominent family and remain childless over time, what sort of life would she lead? If the truth were to surface later, how could the Xuanping Marquis justify their deliberate concealment? It would be far wiser to openly acknowledge the situation now, allowing others to feel a semblance of compassion for Shi. Although her prospects may be challenging, it would also provide an opportunity to filter out suitors, ultimately leading her to a family of noble character who would genuinely care for her. Even if she did not marry into a prestigious household, it did not mean she would be deprived of a good life. Min Rong felt utterly ashamed by the old lady's words. She was truly considering the happiness of her granddaughter and the long-term welfare of the Marquis, while he had been fixated on immediate gains, seeking to leverage his daughter to ascend the social ladder. At this juncture, he still harbored thoughts of concealing his daughter's condition to secure a marriage with a noble family. If only he had not entertained the idea of a union with the Liu family and had not broken off the engagement, perhaps none of this would have transpired. In that moment, regret consumed Min Rong. "I vehemently disagree." Wu maintained her stance. "No matter how you reason, I categorically oppose this. A poor couple endures countless sorrows. If Shi cannot marry into a noble family, what hope does she have for her future? She has been raised like a precious gem. How could she endure such hardships?" "Mother, please stop." Amidst their discussion, Min Yueshi had awakened at some point. Draped in a cloak and wearing shoes, She stood gracefully at the side door of the hall. "Father, let us proceed, as grandmother suggests. I trust that grandmother has my best interests at heart." Min Yueshi seemed to have matured overnight. Speaking earnestly, father ought to trust grandmother as well. With Min Yueshi's declaration, the matter was thus resolved. Wu originally intended to say something further, but Min Yueshi feigned weakness, claiming she felt unwell. Concerned for her daughter, Wu hurriedly supported her back to the house. Min Xiao also rose, gesturing for Wei Jia to assist her as she prepared to leave. Yet, Min Rong lingered behind, his expression uncertain, stating, "Mother, perhaps it would be best if you took charge of the Ho residence. Everything can remain as it was before, with your word as law." Min Rong's tone carried a hint of sincerity, yet was predominantly tinged with hesitation and probing. Min Xiao cast a cold, expressionless glance at Min Rong, replying, "I have already stated that I will no longer oversee any matters of the Ho residence. My previous suggestion was merely out of concern for Shi, who has been unjustly burdened. Whether you choose to heed my advice is entirely your decision. I shall not intervene. Furthermore, I will continue to refrain from managing the affairs of the Ho residence. However, let me remind you once more, although I shall no longer involve myself, do not regard me as an ineffective old woman. I will not allow you to manipulate me." Min Rong's expression grew serious as he earnestly responded, "Son understands. Such an incident will never occur again." Min Xiao regarded him for a moment, refraining from further comment, and led the others back to Songha Hall. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Madame Anan was exchanging pleasantries with Consort Zhao while assisting the current emperor, Emperor Xiao Zhao, in loosening his garments as he prepared for rest. "Your Majesty, I have heard that a grand spectacle unfolded today at the gates of the Prince of Chang'an's residence. Alas, I was unable to witness it myself." The emperor, gazing down at the woman who was half-crouched to assist him, regarded her with inscrutable eyes. "You seem quite well informed." Consort Zhao, seemingly oblivious to the depth of the emperor's words, continued casually, "Your Majesty jest. How could I be considered well-informed? This matter has become common knowledge throughout the palace." The emperor barely discernibly furrowed his brow. "Everyone knows?" "Indeed," Consort Zhao responded with feigned nonchalance. "Today, Princess Zheong represented Her Majesty the Empress at the birthday banquet for the dowager at the Prince of Chang'an's residence, returning to the palace only this afternoon. Upon her return, she made the incident of Madame Qiao from the Xuanping Marquis, causing a scene at the gates of the Prince of Chang'an's residence widely known." The emperor remained silent, observing the consort with a gaze that concealed an investigative intent. Was she attempting to cast aspersions on Princess Zheong, implying that she was indiscreet and unbecoming of her royal status? Or was she suggesting that Madame Qiao's actions were audacious, challenging the dignity of the royal family? As Consort Zhao rose to assist the emperor in changing into his night attire, she cast a playful glance at him. "Why do you look at me so, Your Majesty? I am merely passing the time, engaging in light conversation with you." Her tone was so casual, akin to that of a common wife speaking to her husband. The emperor softened his demeanor but cautioned, "With the empress watching over Jiayong, you ought to divert your attention elsewhere. Pay more heed to the sixth miss. I have heard she has not been well these past few days." The sixth miss referred to the sixth princess, Li Jingwei, born of Consort Zhao. Zhao Xianfei responded with a smile. "The girl Jingwei caught a slight chill the other day, which is why I summoned the imperial physician to examine her. She is much better today." The Emperor Xiao Zhao clearly had no intention of pursuing this topic further. In contrast to the lively and charming seventh princess, Li Sanqi, the frail sixth princess, Li Jingwei, had never captured the emperor's favor. Moreover, the matters concerning the Xuanping Marquis are related to state affairs and should not be discussed lightly by you. The emperor's tone was laden with admonition. He had been acutely aware of the recent happenings surrounding the Xuanping Marquis. However, he regarded them as trifles, as he still required the support of the Xuanping Marquis. He would not tolerate any disturbances instigated by those in the harem. "I merely mentioned something I overheard during the day. Yet your Majesty has so many reprimands prepared for me. Perhaps your Majesty should visit this quiet and palace less often in the future, lest I speak out of turn and provoke your displeasure. If your Majesty refrains from coming, I shall find joy in the peace and quiet." Zhao Xianfei was not at all intimidated by the emperor's stern demeanor. Instead, she adopted a petulant tone, akin to a couple quarreling playfully. Very well. I shall refrain from speaking further. I was merely offering a gentle reminder. Why are you still sulking? The emperor softened his tone, coaxing Zhao Xianfei at your age. Why do you still behave like a child, so easily riled? Zhao Xianfei continued to play the coquette, pouting. Is your majesty implying that I am too old? Umph. There are many young concubines in the palace. Why not seek them out instead of coming to me? With a hint of impatience, the emperor revealed his trump card. If you persist in being unreasonable, I shall truly take my leave. Zhao Xianfei immediately surrendered, embracing the emperor. I was wrong, your majesty. Please do not go. Ha ha ha. Can I not manage you? The emperor laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Zhao Xianfei. As she nestled against him, a smile graced her face, but her lowered eyes were filled with resentment. Chapter 33. The mishap of Wang Zhongshi as the distressing rumors surrounding Min Yueshi drove her to the brink of despair. She resorted to poisoning herself. Although she was fortuitously rescued, the news of her condition spread, leading to a swift shift in the gossip of the capital, precisely as Min Xiao had anticipated. With the emperor's summons of the Marquis of Xuanping, Min Rong, the unfavorable rumors regarding the Marquisate gradually subsided. Ultimately, as long as the emperor continued to favor the Xuanping Marquisate, all the slander directed at it was nothing more than a paper tiger, devoid of genuine threat. In a few days, the rumors faded into silence, restoring tranquility. Min Xiao contemplated venturing outside the residence, intending to visit the Jiao building to gather insights in preparation for inviting Lady Zheng to a performance. Naturally, arrangements for a private room, the play, and refreshments could be delegated to Weijia or Granny Fong. However, to demonstrate her sincerity, Min Xiao resolved to undertake the booking herself, allowing her the opportunity to enjoy a performance as well. The entourage consisted of Min Xiao, Weijia, Granny Fong, and a Jiao. Initially, following their return from the residence of the Prince of Chang'an, Weijia had firmly decided to refrain from bringing a Jiao along on future outings. Yet, days had passed without any trouble arising from a Jiao. Moreover, Lady Zheng appeared quite fond of a Jiao, praising her cleverness and suggesting that she accompany them on outings henceforth. It seemed a Jiao's notable kick to Wang Zhongshi at the Prince of Chang'an's gates had left a lasting impression on Lady Zheng. Upon their return, Lady Zheng had instructed Weijia to assign another maid to accompany a Jiao for the sake of convenience, so they would have to scramble for a replacement whenever a Jiao was absent. Thus, Weijia had no choice but to set aside her reservations and allow a Jiao to continue accompanying them. However, before they could depart, Third Master Min Hui arrived. Min Hui held a position in the city guard as a chief officer. Though it was merely a 7th-rank post, it wielded considerable authority and encompassed a range of responsibilities, leaving him perpetually occupied. It was rare to catch a glimpse of him, even on his days off. Upon seeing him, Min Xiao curiously inquired, "Aren't you on duty today? What brings you here at this hour?" With a smile, Min Hui explained, "Yesterday, my uncle sent word that my aunt has been unwell lately and has been expressing her wish to see me. My uncle, weary of her insistence, asked me to visit." Min Hui's uncle, Wang Mian, served as a 5th-rank official in the Ministry of Rights and had not achieved any significant accomplishments over the years. Mérodi maintenait a moderate existence. His aunt, however, was none other than Wang Zhongshi, who had caused quite a scene at the residence of the Prince of Chang and alongside Min Xiao. Upon hearing Min Hui's words, Min Xiao quickly grasped the situation. Several days had passed since the birthday banquet at the residence of the Prince of Chang'an, and the news had long since spread throughout the capital. Min Xiao had expected Wang Zhongshi to have made a fuss by now, yet she was surprised to learn that she had managed to restrain herself until this moment. Seemingly concerned that Min Xiao might misinterpret the situation, Min Hui hastily clarified, "Mother, please don't misunderstand. My aunt is seeking an excuse for me to visit. She is genuinely unwell." He hesitated momentarily before awkwardly rephrasing, "In truth, she is not merely unwell. She has sustained a broken leg." A broken leg? Min Xiao expressed her astonishment. To be candid, she still believed that the Wang family would once again concoct an excuse to summon Min Hui under the guise of lamentation. fabricating various grievances against her. Little did she expect that this time, a genuine incident had occurred. Indeed, it was said that upon departing from the residence of the Prince of Chang'an, as the carriage was being mounted, the horses inexplicably went wild, causing her aunt to be thrown from the shafts. Min Hui spoke with a tone of melancholy. His aunt, though often scheming against him, had treated him well throughout his upbringing. Upon hearing Min Hui's explanation, Min Xiao could not suppress her surprise and inquired eagerly. How could she fall out of the carriage in such a normal situation? Her schadenfreude-infused tone elicited a twitch at the corner of Min Hui's mouth. He had always been aware of the discord between his aunt and Min Xiao, yet Min Xiao had historically tolerated his aunt's antics. However, since their confrontation at the gates of the Prince of Chang'an's residence, it had become evident that Min Xiao had changed, seemingly unwilling to extend her forbearance any longer. He had not anticipated such a swift transformation. It appeared that the matriarch had abandoned all pretense. Min Hui's emotions were tumultuous, yet he feigned a smile and remarked, "It was merely a coincidence. After the incident, my uncle dispatched someone to investigate. Everything was examined, from the horses to the carriage, from the coachman to the stable boys, and from my aunt's maidservants to the old nurse. They all confirmed that it was not a sabotage. It can only be said that it was a twist of fate. Perhaps it was simply her destiny to endure this misfortune." Min Xiao nodded, her expression one of relief as she responded, "As long as it was not man-made. That is a relief. One could only fear that your aunt, with her sharp tongue, might have offended someone without realizing it, falling victim to a hidden plot. Now, that would be dreadful." How was he to respond to such words? Min Hui felt an awkward pang in his heart, utterly at a loss for words. Should he express gratitude that Min Xiao had chosen to speak of her sharp tongue rather than her vile character? Before he could settle on a suitable retort, Min Xiao pressed on with her inquiries. "You mentioned she broke her leg?" "Yes." Min Hui replied tersely. Min Xiao's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon him. Is it a complete fracture or merely a strain that requires rest? Min Hui could no longer maintain even a semblance of a smile, his lips twitching as he said, "The doctor mentioned she will recover in about half a year." "Oh, so it is the latter then?" Min Xiao's tone brimmed with disappointment. In the cold of winter, beads of sweat began to trickle down Min Hui's forehead. Engaging in conversation with Min Xiao required a level of composure that was exceedingly challenging. Noticing Min Hui's prolongé silence, Min Xiao glanced at him quizzically. "Aren't you supposed to be heading to your uncle's house? Why are you still sitting here? Go on." Yes. I shall depart at once," Min Hui replied, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve as he hastily rose to his feet. "Be sure to purchase some pig trotters on your way. They say that one should supplement strength with strength. Your aunt would benefit from a hearty bone broth," Min Xiao advised. "Thank you for the reminder, mother. I shall go now." "Off you go," she replied. Min Hui fled the Songha Hall in haste. Observing Min Hui's hurried departure, the recently arrived Mama Feng curiously asked Min Xiao, "Madam, what has happened to the third master? Why the haste? As if one were on fire?" Min Xiao smiled. "Who knows?" Yet Wei Jia kindly elucidated, "Third master is in a rush to visit his uncle's house. It seems his aunt has broken her leg, and he is eager to check on her." "Ah, so that is the matter." Granny Feng's expression darkened immediately. Third master had come to see the matriarch, and it was likely he sought her financial assistance to procure gifts once more. It was always the same. He would take the matriarch as private funds to support his uncle's family. What could third master possibly be requesting this time? Ginseng? Deer antler? Or perhaps some other precious medicinal herb? "I must say, matriarch, you are far too generous to third master. Whatever he desires, you seem to grant it. No wonder the Marquis feels you are biased." Granny Feng rambled on, while Wei Jia and Min Xiao merely smiled, allowing her to continue. Once she finished, Wei Jia informed her, the matriarch did not even give third master a chance to speak. He hadn't uttered a word before she said a few things that sent him fleeing. Granny Feng was somewhat incredulous until Min Xiao nodded in affirmation, allowing her to believe it. Having dealt with Min Hui, the group began to prepare for their departure. "Granny Feng, you are meticulous. Please assist the matriarch in checking if anything is still needed. I will see how the carriage preparations are coming along." "Very well, go ahead. The matriarch is in good hands with me," Granny Feng replied with a smile. Wei Jia offered a respectful bow to Min Xiao before exiting, heading directly to Jiao's small room in the gatehouse. Chapter 34. Encounter with a rascally youth in a small room designated for the gatekeeper. Wei Jia stared gravely at Jiao, lowering her voice to question sharply, "Did you have anything to do with Wang Zhang's incident?" Jiao feigned confusion, responding innocently, "Who is Wang Zhang?" Wei Jia's expression grew increasingly grim. On the day of the Chang'an Duke's birthday banquet, Wang Zhang had just quarreled with the matriarch and fell from her carriage, breaking her leg. "Confess honestly, did you do something?" Jiao looked at Wei Jia in astonishment. "Why would you suspect me, sister?" Wei Jia frowned, recalling, "That day, after Wang Zhang left, you also departed, and soon after, she fell from her carriage. How can you still claim you did nothing?" Jiao, appearing aggrieved and helpless, replied, "I've told you, I was in urgent need of a restroom." Seeing Wei Jia's disbelief, Jiao could not help but pout indignantly. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I swear I did nothing. Besides, if I had really done something, wouldn't the Wang family have come looking for trouble? But did they? No, they did not." Noticing Jiao's nonchalant demeanor, Wei Jia felt a surge of frustration, unable to pin any fault on Jiao to make her confess. "Take care of yourself. Don't wait until you truly cause a problem. No one will be able to save you," Wei Jia warned sternly, turning to leave. Just before stepping out, she reminded, "Get ready. The matriarch is about to leave." "Oh," Jiao replied cheerfully, appearing carefree, which only served to infuriate Wei Jia further. Although Jiao played the fool on the surface, she was fully aware of her cunning actions that day, ensuring no one could trace it back to her. For she had simply seized the opportunity to startle the horse with a small stone. Had an ordinary person executed such a deed, the stone would have left marks on the horse's body. A heavy throw could result in bruises or bleeding, while a careful throw might leave temporary red marks. However, her technique was different. Her stone skimmed the ground directly towards the horse's hoof, startling it without causing any injury. Even the most seasoned constable would be unable to deduce the truth. The master and her entourage swiftly prepared to leave, departing just before the end of the hour. After half an hour's travel from the Xuanping Marquis residence, they finally arrived at the renowned Huajiao building, located in the southern city. The southern city was a bustling hub for merchants, the most prosperous commercial district in the capital. Huajiao building stood as the most famous theater in the southern city, and indeed the entire capital. It boasted its own troupe and leading performers, yet they did not confine themselves solely to their own productions. On the contrary, while maintaining their unique style, they frequently invited various troupes from across the nation to perform different genres of opera at Huajiao building. Regardless, as long as a theatrical troupe possesses the ability to perform exceptionally well, it matters not whence they hail or the genre of their melodies, nor the specific repertoire they present. If their singing is sufficiently splendid, the Huajiao Tower will lavishly pay to invite them to perform. Thus, the performances at Huajiao Tower perpetually retain a sense of novelty and continuously captivate the audience's senses. In the past, Min Xiaoshi had heard of the esteemed reputation of Huajiao Tower, fully aware that it is a veritable paradise for those who adore the art of drama. Yet, having lived 2 lifetimes, this was her inaugural visit to Huajiao Tower, and everything appeared astonishingly new to her. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Look at them, as if they've never seen the world. Min Xiaoshi entered Huajiao Tower out of mere curiosity, taking a moment to survey the interior layout, only to be met with derision from those behind her. Min Xiaoshi was not one to seek the limelight. She was accompanied only by 3 attendants, Wei Jia, whose attire, though not shabby, prioritized practicality over ostentation, lacking any embellishments that might signify status. It was only natural that the newcomers did not recognize her. Min Xiaoshi had no intention of pursuing the matter, for she had indeed blocked their path. Just as she was about to yield, the 2 young attendants of the mocking gentleman stepped forward, hands outstretched to push her aside. In the blink of an eye, before their hands could reach Min Xiaoshi, Wei Jia intervened, blocking them. Granny Fong also urged Min Xiaoshi to take a step back. Jiao was even swifter, delivering a kick to each of the 2 young attendants, sending them both to their knees. This all transpired in an instant. By the time the young gentleman processed what had occurred, his face had turned an alarming shade of green with fury. "How dare you? You dare lay hands on me? Someone come here. Are you all dead? Hurry. Soon, the steward of Huajiao Tower hurried over with a group of people. It turned out that young Master Zhao had arrived, and the staff had been remiss in their attentions. Please bear with us. Steward Wu approached with a smiling visage. Young Master Zhao, seething with rage, pointed at Min Xiaoshi and her companions. Who are these lowly creatures? How dare they obstruct my path, and even lay a hand on me? If Huajiao Tower does not provide me with an explanation today, this matter will not end here. Young Master Zhao was a frequent patron of Huajiao Tower, and Steward Wu naturally recognized him. However, the individuals accompanying him were unfamiliar. Steward Wu, observing the unfamiliar faces of Min Xiaoshi and her companions, was reluctant to offend anyone. He promptly addressed them with courtesy. This venerable lady must be visiting Huajiao Tower for the first time, I presume? Min Xiaoshi, clearly of noble bearing, understood that the comment was directed at her. With no airs about her, she smiled and replied, Indeed, it is my first visit, and everything appears so intriguing. It was our mistake to block the way. However, that young gentleman's attendants should not have resorted to violence against me. I am but an elderly woman, incapable of withstanding their aggression. My girls were merely concerned for my safety, which prompted their actions. As she spoke, she gestured to a Jiao, who then withdrew her foot from the back of the young attendant. It was astonishing how such a slender girl could exert such force. Having knocked down 2 young attendants and then stepped upon one of their backs, no one was able to rise from beneath her foot. The 2 attendants hastily scrambled to their feet, retreating behind young Master Zhao, utterly flustered. Useless fools. Young Master Zhao was infuriated, his anger palpable. 2 grown men, unable to contend with a mere girl of 8 or 9. What a disgrace. Observing that Manager Wu was failing to grasp the situation and was even being courteous, young Master Zhao's ire escalated. Wu, he coldly threatened, do you believe I won't have this establishment razed to the ground, leaving you with no option but to shut your doors for good? Upon hearing this, the previously amiable and somewhat obsequious manager, Wu's demeanor shifted dramatically. It was unclear whether it was merely a figment of Min Xiao's perception, but at that moment, she sensed that the slightly hunched figure of Manager Wu straightened up with newfound resolve. Shouldn't one exercise greater caution and humility when faced with a threat? Indeed, the very next moment, Manager Wu donned a smile and began to flatter, young Master Zhao, you exaggerate. This establishment is not merely the property of an old man. I am but a steward managing it on behalf of the true owners. Young Master Zhao paid no heed to his words, his gaze fixed coldly upon him, as if waiting for a display of submission. Not wishing to further complicate matters for Manager Wu, Min Xiao stepped forward, her expression icy as she addressed young Master Zhao. As a humble woman from the countryside, I too wish to understand who you truly are. Chapter 35. The prodigal of the Zhao family informed the old lady who I am. Young Master Zhao arrogantly lifted his chin, surveying others through his nostrils. To atone for their earlier blunder, 2 young servants hurriedly began to extol their master. One announced, Our young master is the grandson of Lord Zhao. The other, playing the role of the supportive companion, emphatically reiterated his biological grandson. Another chimed in, Our master is the nephew of the esteemed consort in the palace. The supportive companion continued, his real nephew. It was evident that this was not their first time introducing their master in such a manner. Are you intimidated? One boasted triumphantly. Indeed, are you frightened? The other gloated with satisfaction. Min Xiao's brows furrowed at their words. To her knowledge, Lord Zhao was nearly 80 years old this year, the eldest and most seasoned among the officials. However, he had always maintained a low profile, avoiding contention and acting with prudence. The only blemish on Lord Zhao's life was sending his youngest daughter, Zhao Yan, into the palace. Zhao Yan, now the esteemed consort Zhao, was indeed a woman of intrigue. Over a decade ago, at the age of 60, Lord Zhao unexpectedly welcomed a daughter in her teens, arousing curiosity throughout the capital. After much inquiry, it was revealed that Lord Zhao's wife, at the age of 40, had given birth to Zhao Yan, tragically succumbing to complications during childbirth. Due to the deep affection he held for his late wife, and the sorrow of her demise in bearing a daughter, Lord Zhao had initially regarded this child with disdain. When transporting his wife's remains back to her hometown, he had sent the newborn daughter along as well. It was not until the girl grew into adulthood that she was brought back to the capital. Perhaps time had dulled the pain of losing his wife. For Lord Zhao began to feel a sense of debt towards his youngest daughter. Consequently, whatever Zhao Yin desired, he granted her, even going so far as to approach the emperor with great humility to secure her wish of entering the palace. Of course, attaining the status of a consort was also a testament to Zhao Yan's own capabilities. However, it was evident that reaching this rank was the pinnacle of her achievements. Though the Emperor Xiao Zhao favored her and indulged her, he remained ever vigilant against her, owing to her lineage as Lord Zhao's daughter. Fortunately, Zhao Yan had only one frail sixth princess and no sons, allowing her to survive the treacherous dynamics of the imperial harem. But I digress. Returning to the matter at hand, Min Xiao found it hard to reconcile the strict household of Lord Zhao with the existence of such a prodigal grandson. Noticing Min Xiao's silence and furrowed brows, Zhao Zhiheng smugly remarked, "Ah, are you afraid? This young master is not someone to be trifled with." The two sycophants quickly chimed in, "Indeed, who would dare offend our master? To do so will be courting death." Min Xiao, maintaining her composure, calmly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Seeing Min Xiao's apparent trepidation, Zhao Zhiheng's smugness was unmistakable. He cast a glance over Min Xiao and her companions, finally resting his gaze upon Wei Jia's face. What a charming girl! Zhao Zhiheng's eyes sparkled with interest. Feeling the unabashed gaze of Zhao Zhiheng, Wei Jia remained unfazed. But Granny Fong furrowed her brows and pulled Wei Jia behind her. Jiao instinctively positioned herself in front of Wei Jia, yet her height only reached Wei Jia's chest, rendering her ineffective as a shield. Meanwhile, the fury in Min Xiao's eyes was on the verge of eruption. In her previous life, Fei Su had betrayed her, and even the only loyal Granny Fong could not be safeguarded. Thus, from the outset of this life, she had resolutely vowed to protect herself and Granny Fong. It was only after Fei Su's tragic demise that she realized Fei Su had once been someone who cared for her and remained loyal. The true fault did not lie with Fei Su, but rather with the instigators of her betrayal, Wu Shi, Wu Cheng, and Min Rong. To prevent the repetition of Fei Su's tragedy, in this life, she would safeguard every individual who treated her kindly. Wei Jia now fell within her protective purview. Before Min Xiao could speak, Zhao Zhiheng arrogantly addressed her, "Kneel and apologize to me, and then present this charming girl as compensation. Only then will this matter be settled." Impudent! Our esteemed matriarch Granny Fong was seething with rage and was about to confront Zhao Zhiheng, but Min Xiao grasped her wrist to restrain her. Jiao was fuming, her anger nearly boiling over, yet her demeanor remained calm and composed. Feeling Wei Jia's firm grip on her arm from behind, Jiao turned a glance at Wei Jia. Puzzled, did she truly believe she was about to charge forth and confront him? Surely, she wasn't that foolish as to leave herself vulnerable. Wei Jia, too, cast a curious look at Jiao, surprised by her serene composure. Noticing Jiao had no intention of taking action, she finally released her grasp. Naturally, Min Xiao was unaware of the brief exchange between Jiao and Wei Jia. She was curious how the highly esteemed Zhao Gulao could produce such an audacious grandson. Seeing Min Xiao silent, Zhao Zhiheng impatiently urged, "Old woman, have your advancing years dulled your hearing? Did you not hear me when I commanded you to kneel?" Finally, Min Xiao spoke, her voice cold as she commanded, "Jiao, give him a few resounding slaps." Everyone present was taken aback. The crowd that had gathered out of mere curiosity now rendered speechless. Who was this old woman, so audacious? Knowing Zhao Zhiheng's formidable status, she still dared to instruct a girl to strike him? This old lady's identity must be impressive as well. As Min Xiao's words hung in the air, Jiao's face lit up with delight as she swiftly approached Zhao Zhiheng. Startled, Zhao Zhiheng exclaimed, "What are you doing?" He pulled the two young servants in front of him, shouting, "You fools, stop her. Prevent her from coming closer." However, the two servants were no match for Jiao, each sent flying with a swift kick. "Don't come any closer. I am the grandson of Zhao Gulao. My aunt is the virtuous imperial concubine, Zhao Zhiheng blustered. Yet Ajio was unfazed by his bluster and raised her hand to strike. But after delivering just one slap, she realized that Zhao Zhiheng's height made it quite a challenge to continue. She lifted her foot and kicked Zhao Zhiheng in the calf, causing him to collapse to his knees. Raising her hand, she attempted to strike him again. However, this time, her hand was seized by someone. Aji struggled momentarily, but found herself unable to break free. A sudden shock coursed through her as she looked up to see the kindly face of Steward Wu. This steward was undoubtedly a master among masters. She had failed to recognize his prowess before. Noticing Steward Wu's intervention, Min Xiaoshi graciously raised her hand towards Aji. Upon this gesture, Steward Wu released his grip, and Aji obediently returned to stand behind Min Xiaoshi. Yet, even from her position, Aji could not help but cast a deep, penetrating gaze at Steward Wu. This old man was quite formidable. She could not contend with him. It turned out that the esteemed Lady Qiao of the Xuanping Marquis had graced them with her presence, and the old man had failed to recognize her significance. He humbly sought her forgiveness for his oversight. From the beginning, Steward Wu had not dared to underestimate Min Xiaoshi and her entourage. It was only when Mama Fong instinctively uttered the word audacious that he swiftly sent someone to investigate, and in no time, the identities of Min Xiaoshi and her companions became clear. Steward Wu bowed respectfully and apologized, stating that the incident was due to the inadequate hospitality of the Huajiao building, which had led to this misunderstanding. He urged Lady Qiao to voice any requests she might have, assuring her that Huajiao building would strive to accommodate them. However, he implored that Zhao, being merely a child, should be granted mercy this time by the esteemed lady. Chapter 36. A hasty retreat. Min Xiao had long recognized the complexity of the Huajiao Tower, and at this moment, it was evident that Manager Wu was no ordinary individual. He was shrouded in mystery, capable of both humility and assertiveness. Since Manager Wu had taken the initiative to speak, Min Xiao decided against causing further commotion at the Huajiao Tower and prepared to seize her actions. However, upon learning of Lady Qiao's identity, Zhao Zhiheng sprang to his feet, brimming with indignation, and bellowed, "I thought it was someone of consequence. So it is merely the disgraced Marquis of Xuanping, embroiled in family discord. How laughable! It is nothing but a pitiful noble house. My aunt is a royal consort, and my grandfather is a cabinet minister. Why should I fear you?" Min Xiao glanced at Manager Wu, who sighed helplessly and stepped aside. She then raised her hand towards Ajio, intending to teach him the virtues of respecting elders, adhering to etiquette, and understanding the principles of human conduct. Ajio, catching a glance at Manager Wu, noted his lack of intent to intervene and thus charged forward, leaping to deliver a punch to Zhao Zhiheng's face. Perhaps feeling it was insufficient, he followed with a kick that sent Zhao sprawling in disgrace. It was this very kick that propelled Zhao Zhiheng several steps towards the door. Ajio had intended to pin him down for further chastisement, but upon seeing Zhao turn and flee in terror at his impending assault, he scurried out of the Huajiao Tower. "Just you wait. Remember this. Huajiao Tower and Marquis of Xuanping. I shall not forget this," Zhao Zhiheng shouted as he fled, only to notice Ajio pursuing him, which caused him to hastily retreat. With Zhao Zhiheng's departure, the throng of onlookers gradually dispersed. Nonetheless, the reputation of Lady Qiao of the Marquis of Xuanping was once again whispered among the small circle, further propagating her notoriety. Meanwhile, Min Hui had arrived at the Wang family residence. As the year drew to a close, the Ministry of Rites was particularly busy. Thus, Wang Mian, the minister, was not at home. Only his aunt, several female cousins, and a few nieces remained in the household. The eldest cousin welcomed Min Hui with warmth, ushering him inside and guiding him to the courtyard of his aunt, Wang Zhang. Throughout the journey, the eldest cousin subtly inquired about his marital prospects, extolling the virtues of her own family's cousin, who was said to be virtuous and graceful. Min Hui merely smiled in response, refraining from elaborating. Having reached the age of 20, it was expected that he would have settled down by now. Yet, to this day, he had not even finalized an engagement. Outsiders often whispered that Min Xiao, the stepmother, was unkind and obstructive regarding his marriage arrangements. In truth, since he turned 15, Min Xiao had been attentive to his marital prospects. It was he who had delayed matters, unwilling to commit. For one, he desired a wife of noble lineage, one whose family could assist him in times of need. Moreover, he felt a secret thrill whenever he heard others sympathize with him or criticize Min Xiao. From a young age, he had been aware that Min Xiao had usurped his mother's place and stolen his title. Regardless of how well Min Xiao treated him, he believed she owed him a debt. The more kindness Min Xiao showed him, the greater his aversion and hatred toward her grew. For him, her excessive benevolence only signified her deep-seated insecurity. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, he found immeasurable joy in hearing even the slightest criticism of Min Xiao. Upon entering Wang Zhang's courtyard, the steward is called out from a distance. The cousin has arrived. Soon after, Wang Zhang's voice echoed from within, urging, quickly invite the cousin inside. Her tone was as if they had not seen each other in years. Min Hui, with a resigned smile, hurried into the room. Wang Zhang reclined against the headboard, her gaze fervently fixed upon Min Hui as he entered. Before he could bow in greeting, she excitedly waved him over, saying, "Good child, come sit with me." Min Rong smiled and approached, taking a seat on the chair that had been prepared beside the bed. "I heard Aunt's leg was injured. Is it feeling any better?" "Better? Not at all. Your uncle holds a lowly position with a pitiful salary, and your cousins are all spendthrifts. It is a shame that during this illness, I cannot even afford a single ginseng root. After all this time, my leg remains as it was," Wang Zhang lamented, her words bringing tears to her eyes. As she wiped them, she discreetly glanced at Min Hui, indicating her unspoken expectation. "Look, I have openly stated our financial struggles, yet you have brought me nothing?" Min Hui felt an acute embarrassment. He had indeed intended to bring some fine items from Min Xiao, but her sharp tongue had left him speechless. Noticing Min Yui's silence, Wang Zhang's expression darkened. "Ah, it seems I, as your aunt, am unworthy of even a single ginseng from the Xuanping Marquis household." Min Hui quickly reassured her aunt. "Do not say such things. It is merely a ginseng root. I shall bring you some next time. This time, I was genuinely worried about your injury, and, in my haste, forgot to bring anything. Have I not always come with gifts before?" Indeed, Min Hui had never arrived empty-handed in the past, always presenting lavish offerings. It was clear that he had simply forgotten this time, due to his hurried departure. Wang Zhang pouted, but managed to suppress her tears. Yet, her lips could not help but voice her grievances. "To say you forgot is likely because that wretched Min Xiao forbade you from bringing me anything." Min Hui was taken aback, realizing that she had hit upon a half-truth. Seeing his reaction, Wang Zhang's anger flared. "That Min Xiao. Not only did she cause me to lose face, but she also caused my leg to be broken. Now she cannot even spare a ginseng for me. How dare she forget how she came to the Marquis' household? Were it not for your mother, my unfortunate sister-in-law, would she have had the chance to marry into the Marquis' family? Bah, a heartless wretch. From the moment she entered the household, that vile woman seized your mother's authority, and subsequently, she caused your mother's demise to usurp her position and elevate her own son to the status of heir. How could heaven be so blind as to allow such a wretched creature to prevail? You are the legitimate heir of the Marquis' household. It is you who rightfully deserves to inherit." Wang Zhang continued to weep and curse, while the daughters-in-law at her side exchanged silent eye rolls. Every time Min Hui returns, her mother-in-law cannot help but repeat the same sentiments. They believe that since the situation cannot be reversed, it would be more prudent for Min Hui to reconcile with Min Qiaoshi rather than harbor animosity towards her. This approach would enable her to procure greater benefits from Min Qiaoshi. Moreover, Min Hui is yet to be married, and her marriage arrangements require the assistance of Min Qiaoshi. The relentless encouragement from her mother-in-law for Min Hui to provoke Min Qiaoshi leaves her puzzled about the underlying motives. Naturally, Min Hui is oblivious to the thoughts of her several sisters-in-law. At this moment, her eyes brimmed with tears, she stands united with Wang Zhang against a common adversary. Despite having heard these words throughout her life, no matter how many times they are reiterated, she firmly believes in their validity. Indeed, Min Qiaoshi has wronged both her mother and her. Chapter 37. The diversions of the wealthy Min Hui remained at the Wang residence for lunch and spent the afternoon in conversation with Wang Zhangshi, only departing as dusk approached. Upon his exit, he coincidentally encountered Wang Mian returning from court. "Uncle, you're back?" Min Hui inquired, noticing the redness around his cousin's eyes, which evoked a complex expression from Wang Mian. He patted Min Hui's shoulder and said with a weighty tone, "Do not take to heart the words your aunt spoke. Madame Xiao is a good person and has treated you kindly. Do not provoke her." "Uncle, I do not understand why you consistently defend her." Min Hui could not restrain himself from questioning Wang Mian. "Is it not because of the Wang family that Aunt Xiao was able to marry into the Marquis household? Was it not due to my mother?" "Indeed, without the Wang family and your mother, Madame Xiao could not have entered the residence of the Marquis of Xuanping." Wang Mian replied candidly. "Then, was her promise to care for me before my mother passed away insincere?" "Not all." Wang Mian shook his head, having been present at that moment. "Yet she has betrayed my mother's dying wish, allowing her own son, Min Rong, to become the heir. This too is true, is it not?" Wang Mian sighed and attempted to soothe him. "That was a decision made by your father, unrelated to Madame Xiao. You must not lay all the blame upon her. When your household conferred the title of heir, you were but 2 years old, and your elder brother Min Rong was already in his teens, raised under the old Marquis's guidance." Before Wang Mian could finish, Min Hui's face darkened as he interrupted, "Uncle, I must take my leave. I shall visit you and again another time." With that, he strode out of the Wang residence. Observing his nephew's defiant retreat, Wang Mian's eyes revealed deep concern. It was unclear when this child had become consumed solely by hatred and ambition. Min Xiao enjoyed a full day of performances at the Huajiao Tower, even having her lunch there. As she returned home, she felt a lingering sense of delight. It was no wonder the Huajiao Tower had stood the test of time, unmatched by others. Its charm was undeniable. If the matron enjoyed it, they could certainly return the following day. Old Nurse Fong was equally enamored. In her youth, whenever she attended gatherings, other young ladies would revel in playing together. Yet Min Xiao preferred to linger amongst the elder women, listening to their performances. Old Nurse Fong, her devoted maid, naturally accompanied her in this pursuit. Over time, both mistress and maid became ardent fans of the theater. Regrettably, after marrying into the Marquis's household, their leisure was forever curtailed. When Min Xiao entered the Marquis's residence, it was in disarray, urgently needing funds to mend its numerous deficiencies. Moreover, the legitimate wife of the Marquis had been there for 5 years without bearing a child. Thus, she recommended the daughter of a merchant of the Qiao lineage, protected by the Wang family, to join the household. At that time, the matron, for the sake of the Marquis's estate, did not oppose Min Xiao's entry, but was quite concerned that her eldest grandson would be born of a merchant's daughter. Thus, alongside Min Xiao's arrival, the matron bestowed her personal maid, Lin, upon her son as a concubine. Consequently, Min Xiao's first endeavor upon entering the household was to vie for favor with concubine Lin, striving to bear the Marquis's first son. Fortunately, with the assistance of the original wife, Wang, Min Xiaoshi managed to give birth to Min Rong ahead of others. Min Yao, born just a month later, was the child of Lin. Eager to deliver the heir, Min Xiaoshi began to aid Wang in contending for the position of housekeeper from the elderly matriarch. Once they secured the authority of the household, they naturally engaged in the long-term management of the Marquis, all the while remaining vigilant against the matriarch's potential schemes. It was only after the matriarch's passing that Lin settled down completely, allowing Min Xiaoshi a slight reprieve. Following this, Wang became pregnant, gave birth, fell ill, and ultimately passed away, leaving Min Xiaoshi to juggle both the responsibilities of the household and the care of the children, rendering her exceedingly busy. One could say that since her marriage into the Marquis, there had scarcely been a day of leisure for Min Xiaoshi. Now, having finally found a moment of respite, she felt compelled to indulge in some enjoyment. "We won't go tomorrow, lest the Huajiao Tower thinks we're taking advantage," she said with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. Due to Zhao Zhiheng's affairs, the steward of Huajiao Tower had promised that Min Xiaoshi could attend performances there for free in the future. In this era, attending operas was a pastime for the affluent. Just for her reserve box on the second floor today, she had incurred a fee of 20 taels, alongside another 10 taels for tea and snacks, and an additional 10 for lunch, totaling 40 taels. This was under the condition of merely enjoying whatever was being performed on the stage below. Should she wish to request specific operas, that would entail a different pricing structure, with the cheapest starting at 100 taels. For renowned performers or grand productions, charges could easily soar into the thousands. To put it bluntly, Huajiao Tower could rightly be described as a den of extravagance. Yet, in such a costly establishment, the steward surprisingly declared that Min Xiaoshi's future visits would be complimentary. How extravagant! Of course, Min Xiaoshi was not particularly concerned about the expense. Tomorrow, we shall visit the tea house to listen to stories. She vividly recalled the storytelling duo that Wei Jia had invited during her recuperation. Previously, she had heard Wei Jia mention their regular performances at the Junhua Tea House. "Excellent!" exclaimed Nurse Fong, her spirits lifted. "I shall make the arrangements." Wei Jia echoed her sentiments, yet a fleeting hint of guilt crossed her eyes. Only Ajio remained indifferent, unconcerned about the destination, as she neither understood the opera nor had any interest in storytelling. If pressed to name a passion, it would merely be her love for food. At Huajiao Tower today, while Min Xiaoshi and the others were engrossed in the performance, Ajio was intently competing with the various snacks and dried fruits on the table, measuring whether her consumption speed surpassed that of the attendant fetching more treats. In the end, she managed to devour 4 plates of dried fruits, 5 plates of snacks, and 3 pots of milk flour tea. For lunch, she consumed a quantity surpassing what Min Xiaoshi and the others shared altogether. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing from her subordinates that Min Xiaoshi had spent 40 taels on the opera today, Wu felt a pang of distress, as though her breath itself had become painful. How could so much have been spent? Wu clutched her chest, her expression one of fervent agitation. Oh my heavens, how can the old lady spend money so extravagantly? How is it possible that a single outing has cost 40 taels? Is this life still sustainable? Observing Wu's petty demeanor, Granny Zhou could not help but twitch her lips. If she were to inform Wu that Songheng had expended an additional 200 taels on renovating the small kitchen, alongside a monthly expenditure of 40 taels for hiring a cook, Wu would likely faint from shock. This simply cannot continue. I must speak with the Marquis about this. If the old lady continues to spend in such a manner, will she not deplete the entire fortune of the Marquis' household? Wu felt an overwhelming pain in her heart, and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she asked Granny Zhou for confirmation. How much money remains in the Marquis' accounts? Granny Zhou perused the ledger in her hand. 18 taels. What? Wu could hardly believe her ears. Granny Zhou reiterated 18 taels. Chapter 38. The penniless Mark residence and the affluent dowager Lady Wu. Lady Wu suddenly found it difficult to breathe, and after a long while, she managed to calm herself slightly. Anxiously, she inquired, when will the earnings from the estates and shops be delivered? After a moment's thought, Granny Zhou responded, it will take another 7 or 8 days. Lady Wu exhaled a sigh of relief. That is good, that is good. As long as the earnings come in from the estates and shops. Granny Zhou, with a slight twist of her lips, reluctantly shattered Lady Wu's illusion. However, my lady, tomorrow is the day for distributing the monthly wages to the household servants. Lady Wu waved her hand dismissively. There is no money on the books now. We could delay it for a few days. Granny Zhou awkwardly reminded her. My lady, the Marquis residence has no precedent for delaying wages to the servants. Even in the most difficult years, the wages were never neglected. Lady Wu's brow furrowed deeply. But how can I possibly pay them with no money? After pondering for a moment, she fixed her intense gaze upon Granny Zhou. The Marquis residence has been without funds for quite some time. What did the old matriarch do when she was in charge? Granny Zhou subtly lifted her chin, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. In the past, whenever the Marquis residence faced a shortage of funds, the old matriarch would use her private savings to supplement the household. Was the old matriarch so generous? Lady Wu questioned, skepticism evident in her voice. Moreover, how much private savings could she possibly have? Could such a large residence rely solely on her funds for sustenance? I cannot believe it. Granny Zhou refrained from arguing. She was aware that during the old matriarch's management, there were 2 sets of accounts. One was for the Marquis residence, overseen by her, while the other consisted of the old matriarch's dowry, managed by Granny Fong's husband. Young and very well, you may leave for now, Lady Wu said, her mind in turmoil. I shall discuss this with the Marquis upon his return. Granny Zhou bowed and exited. Once outside and in solitude, she couldn't help but scoff in disdain. During her time with the dowager lady, they never had to worry about money. When the Marquis residence faced financial strain, the dowager lady would readily provide her private funds to cover the expenses. Though the dowager was strict with her subordinates, she was also exceedingly generous, often bestowing rewards. However, ever since she began serving the current lady, who was both sweet in demeanor yet miserly, they now had to question whether they would even receive their monthly stipends. Indeed, it is said that without comparison, there could be no pain. How foolish she had been to leave the auspicious Pine Crane Hall. Just look at the lives the servants there now lead. Their monthly wages were 30% higher than those elsewhere, and their tasks were far lighter. It was rumored that the servants of Pine Crane Hall enjoyed 3 hearty meals a day, and they were even treated to meat daily, whose servants lived so lavishly. They fared better than many a minor official's family, not to mention Granny Fong, Wei Jia, and a Jiu, who often accompanied the dowager lady. Today, the dowager lady had attended a performance, and it was said she would be going out again tomorrow, with plans to host a banquet for Lady Zheng of the Jin State in a few days, with a TSK of her Tom. Granny Zhou could not help but express her envy at the current state of affairs in Songheng, her eyes turning red with longing. Had she known earlier, she would have clung to the establishment with unwavering devotion. Meanwhile, Min Xiao was blissfully unaware of Wu's financial woes. She joyfully partook in her evening meal and soon retired to her bed, propping herself up against the headboard, eagerly awaiting Xuanping to read to her. Xuanping was the second eldest among the new maids who had entered the household, following Wei Jia. She was the daughter of a repeatedly unsuccessful scholar, having learned to read at a young age. Her father squandered their family's wealth on education before succumbing to illness, leaving behind substantial debts. Upon his death, the family's circumstances deteriorated drastically, leading to Xuanping being sold by her relatives. Initially, they intended to sell her at a high price to an elderly widower, but she resolutely refused and chose to sell herself into servitude, severing ties with her family. Fortunately, her literacy caught the attention of Yang Un, who purchased her. Xuanping recited the properties of sandalwood, known for its fragrant qualities and medicinal benefits, with a steady pace. Just as she concluded her reading on sandalwood, Min Xiao felt drowsy and waved her hand, signaling the end of their session for the night. Very well, Xuanping replied, closing the compendium of Materia Medica with care as she exited the room. At the threshold, she encountered Wei Jia and could not resist asking Sister Wei Jia, "Why does the matriarch want me to read the compendium? She is not a physician. What purpose does it serve?" Wei Jia chuckled softly. "I do not know either. Just read what the matriarch requests without question." Xuanping remained puzzled. Isn't the matriarch fond of stories? Why does she not ask me to read her a tale instead? Wei Jia shot her a reproachful glance. With your monotonous recitation, do you truly think you could entertain the matriarch with stories? She would prefer to hear tales at the tea house, where they're told with dramatic flair and musical accompaniment. Can you compare to that? Indeed, you are right, Sister Wei Jia. I cannot compete, Xuanping replied, a sheepish smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Sister Wei Jia, do you think I could learn from the storytellers how to read to the matriarch? Would that be feasible? Wei Jia's eyes twinkled with amusement. Of course, if you can make the compendium less tedious, the matriarch might reward you with her favor. Xuanping blushed and smiled shyly. I do not seek reward from the matriarch. I simply wish to bring her joy. I never imagined I would find myself here, living such a fortunate life alongside her. Thus, I wish to learn more skills to repay her kindness. In her father's time, their household rarely enjoyed meat, and even being full was a struggle. After his passing, she found herself perpetually hungry, often missing meals, with only a watery broth to sustain her. In truth, these matters were trifling. What she found utterly intolerable was that upon her father's death, her brothers conspired with her mother to marry her off to an old widower from the neighboring village for a mere betrothal price of 10 taels of silver. It was rumored that this old man had beaten his wife to death, and hence no family was willing to marry their daughters to him. Despite knowing it was a perilous pit, her family still sought to cast her into it. Thus, for a mere 10 taels of silver, she had effectively sold herself to a stranger. Initially, the stranger was reluctant, but Xuanping asserted her literacy, claiming that selling her to a wealthy household would surely fetch a higher price. Eventually, the stranger acquiesced. Xuanping handed the money she received for her sale to her family, considering it a repayment of their nurturing kindness, and severed all ties with them henceforth. Subsequently, the stranger took Xuanping to the capital, where her literacy allowed her to be sold for an impressive 30 taels, since the matron had expended such a substantial sum to acquire her. Xuanping felt it imperative to prove her worth, so as not to squander the matron's investment of genuine gold and silver. Observing Xuanping's earnest demeanor and the sincerity gleaming in her eyes, Weijia felt a warmth spreading within her heart. "When I have the time, I shall take you to the tea house to learn from others," she promised. "Thank you, Sister Weijia," Xuanping replied joyfully, clutching her books as she departed. Weijia could not help but smile, reveling in the beauty of this life, akin to a dream. How hopeful it all seemed. Chapter 39. Min Hui's marriage proposal in the royal palace. The events that transpired at the Huajiao Tower during the day were meticulously laid out on Emperor Xiaoxiao's desk. After perusing the details, he merely scoffed and fell silent. Half an hour later, he arrived at the quarters of concubine Zhao. "Behold, this is your esteemed nephew from your maternal family. How audacious to publicly threaten a distinguished matriarch of the highest rank. Truly, what a spectacle." Emperor Xiao Zhao coldly tossed the memorial onto concubine Zhao, scoffing, "The grandson of Zhao Ge, your nephew, what a grand title." Kneeling on the ground, concubine Zhao swiftly picked up the memorial and with a face full of grievance, implored, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This matter is entirely my fault." The emperor gazed at her icily, awaiting her explanation. Concubine Zhao, not daring to keep him waiting, hastily continued, "Your Majesty is aware that although I am my father's late-life daughter, my mother tragically died during childbirth because of me. Thus, my childhood was fraught with hardship. The child, Zhiheng, is also a late-born child, much cherished by my elder brother and sister-in-law. As his aunt, it is only natural that I recall my own childhood struggles, which led me to indulge him a bit too much, resulting in his arrogant demeanor. I beseech your Majesty for mercy and ask that you forgive him this time. I shall ensure my brother and sister-in-law prepare generous gifts and take Zhiheng to the Qiao matriarch of the Xuanping Marquis to apologize." Emperor Zhao raised his hand, signaling concubine Zhao to rise. "Apologies will suffice, but you must manage your nephew. Do not allow him to cause real trouble, for in that event, you shall not be able to protect him." "I understand, your Majesty. I shall remember your words." Concubine Zhao lowered her head, her eyes concealing tumultuous emotions. At the Zhao residence, Zhao Zhiheng returned home, battered and bruised. Upon receiving the distressing news, Madame Zhao hurried to her son's quarters. Seeing the injuries on his face, she was instantly filled with maternal anguish, vowing to make Min Qiao pay dearly. Zhao Zhiheng recounted his woes, further infuriating Madame Zhao to the brink of fury. Together, they resolved to petition concubine Zhao the following day for support. Yet, before they could finalize their plans, Elder Zhao, having heard the news as well, arrived with a stern demeanor. "Strike him, beat into a pulp," commanded Elder Zhao, and with that, Zhao Zhiheng was bound to a stool. After 20 lashes, he was left utterly silent. Madame Zhao, terrified, dared not utter a word, fearing the patriarch's wrath might extend to her as well. Once the punishment was administered, Elder Zhao coldly admonished the mother and son, forbidding them from seeking out concubine Zhao in the future. From now on, consider this family as having no such person. No more contact, do you understand? Madame Zhao, too fearful to oppose her father-in-law, nodded repeatedly in acquiescence. However, once Elder Zhao departed, she immediately ordered a physician while carefully ensuring her son was carried back inside, her mind also pondering her father-in-law's attitude towards her sister-in-law. Indeed, the relationship between father and daughter was quite peculiar. It was evident that previously, for the sake of his daughter-in-law, Elder Zhao had humbled himself, even kneeling before the emperor to petition for her entry into the palace. He seemed to be a good father, after all. However, now that the younger sister-in-law has finally ascended to the position of the virtuous consort, she has secured a place for herself within the inner palace. Yet, the attitude of her father-in-law towards her is decidedly unfavorable. In contrast, the younger sister-in-law has remained dutifully filial to him from the beginning. She has also taken great care of the first household, especially showering affection upon her little nephew, Zhiheng. If Zhiheng were not her own flesh and blood, one might question whether he was indeed the son of the younger sister-in-law. It is rare to witness aunts being so devoted to their maternal nephews. With the words of Elder Zhao, Madame Zhao refrains from entering the palace for the time being. Zhiheng, having faced punishment, is also unable to venture outside for a while. Upon hearing the news, Min Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, Elder Zhao, he truly knows how to discipline his grandson." Of course, Min Xiao's remark was merely an expression of admiration. She, too, has her own troubles to contend with. Looking at the Lady of Anan, seated below, Min Xiao felt a wave of dismay wash over her. What had the lady just said? The Lady of Anan chuckled politely and continued, "To be honest, I have come today regarding a marriage alliance between our families." Min Xiao thought her ears had deceived her. Our families? Forming a union? Wasn't it indeed between our two families? The Lady of Anan smiled and remarked, "Our daughter, A-Ro, is as gentle and virtuous as her name suggests. Your third son is also an exceptionally talented and handsome young man. Surely, it is a match made in heaven? Wait, are you referring to your daughter Feng and our third son Minhui?" Min Xiao gazed at the Lady of Anan with a perplexed expression. This was not the case in her previous life. In her past, Minhui had not married a lady from the Anan household, but rather the daughter of a minor official. The choice had been personally made by her, whose appearance was unremarkable, yet she possessed an impeccable family background and admirable character. Why has the Lady of Anan suddenly taken the initiative to propose? Moreover, is it not rather improper for a mother to approach another family to discuss marriage? Families with a semblance of decorum would typically send a matchmaker to negotiate such matters, rather than the Lady of Anan boldly presenting herself. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on the character of the Lady of Anan, Min Xiao felt a sense of understanding. "Madam, you need not be concerned. I had not anticipated an alliance with your esteemed family either. However, not long ago, I happened to catch a glimpse of your third master. What a striking figure he is, distinguished and talented. Now, he has even garnered the emperor's favor." The Lady of Anan clapped her hands with a hint of exaggeration. Laughing heartily, I thought to myself, could Min Sam be the perfect choice for a son-in-law? Thus I hurried over. Do not blame me for my lack of propriety. I'm simply anxious. Such an excellent candidate for a son-in-law. Should someone else snatch him away, I would regret it immensely. Min Xiao's lips twitched, tempted to caution the Lady of Anan that her performance was overly theatrical. Yet, she ultimately held her tongue. She recalled that in her previous life, Miss Feng from the Anan household had married a humble scholar, a tale of love between talented individuals, which had been a delightful story. Heaven knows, after Miss Feng was married into the family, within merely 2 or 3 years, she had driven her mother-in-law to her grave. Ultimately, this led that impoverished scholar to abandon his promising career and seek a divorce. This incident stirred quite a commotion at the time, providing ample amusement for the entire capital. It is easy to imagine what sort of character Miss Feng must possess. You flatter me, dear lady. Although my third son is quite handsome and holds a respectable position, he is, after all, not a product of the imperial examinations. It remains uncertain how far he might ascend in life. Min Xiao humbly considered the matter, initially intending to decline this marriage proposal with subtlety. Yet, recalling the countless accusations leveled against her by Min Hui while she lay bedridden, one particularly stung. He criticized her for securing him a wife devoid of both lineage and beauty. He claimed that every time he laid eyes on the woman she had chosen for him, it turned his stomach, as though he had ingested a fly. By the time her affliction had worsened to the point where she could not rise from her bed, Min Hui's wife had already been driven to madness by his torment. Not long after, she learned of the tragic demise of Min Hui's wife, who had drowned after a misstep into the water. However, at that point, she was already struggling for her own survival, unable to even look after Granny Fong, let alone anyone else. After some contemplation, she resolved to prevent Min Hui from inflicting further harm upon innocent young women in this lifetime. With a shift in thought, Min Xiao adjusted her tone. "Dear lady, please do not take offense. I'm not of much use anymore, nor do I have the authority to intervene in matters. I have relinquished control over my son's affairs, allowing them to make their own decisions." Min Xiao smiled lightly, subtly deflecting responsibility. "Thus, this matter you speak of should be discussed with Min Hui himself. Of course, you may also approach my eldest daughter-in-law, Lady Wu, as she is currently at the helm of the Xuanping Marquis. Chapter 40. A Calamity Who Dares to Marry. What was spoken of as delegation of power was, in truth, a usurpation of authority. Min Xiao, born of a merchant family, lacked the support of her maternal clan. Now that her sons have grown, none are inclined to heed her command. The lady of Anbo, inwardly sighing, nevertheless consoled her with a cheerful facade. It is time for the matriarch to enjoy her later years. Why toil endlessly? It would be better to relax and relish life as comforts. A flicker of pity crossed in Nanbo's face, which Min Xiao keenly observed. She paid no mind to the lady's thoughts, readily agreeing. Indeed, as one ages, must one not yield to age? After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Min Xiao, citing her advanced years, gently ushered the lady of Nanbo to the door. Shortly thereafter, a young maid reported that the lady had gone to visit Wu Shi. In the Haitang courtyard, upon learning of the lady of Nanbo's visit to the Ho residence, Wu Shi seethed with resentment. How audacious of the lady to step into their noble home. Wu Shi had not forgotten how, at the outset, the lady of Nanbo had taken information from her only to turn around and betray her. Enraged, Wu Shi paced her room, wishing she could confront the lady and strike her across the face. Unfortunately, upon the lady's arrival, she went directly to Songha Hall, leaving Wu Shi with no opportunity to settle scores. By the time the lady of Nanbo emerged from Songha Hall, Wu Shi's ire had diminished considerably. However, when she heard from a maid that the lady was approaching the Haitang courtyard, her anger surged anew. How dare she come to see me? I shall see from whence her audacity springs. With a stormy countenance, Wu Shi awaited her arrival. Soon enough, the lady of Nanbo entered. Without allowing Wu Shi to assume a hostile demeanor, she eagerly approached, grasping Wu Shi's hand and cheerfully declaring, "Sister, I have come to offer my congratulations." Wu Shi scoffed, coldly withdrawing her hand without inviting her to sit, replying in a detached manner, "Madam, I am unworthy of such sisterly affection. What if one day I'm sold by you and must assist you in counting your coins?" The lady of Nanbo, unfazed, playfully patted her mouth, lamenting, "I suppose you blame me for the previous incident, dear sister? Alas, it is my fault. My loose lips betray all. Please do not take offense. I'm here to apologize." With that, she bowed respectfully to Wu Shi. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The lady's humble demeanor and sincere apologies momentarily quelled Wu Shi's temper. After all, everyone knew just how careless the lady of Nanbo could be with her words, and both were aware of the ulterior motives behind Wu Shi's initial invitation. Given the circumstances, harboring anger was futile. After all, it was she who had sought to exploit their acquaintance. With a resigned sigh, Wu Shi gestured to a nearby chair, inviting her to sit. Though her tone remained rigid, at least she did not dismiss her. The lady of Nanbo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down with a smile. The maidservant appropriately brought in tea. The lady had just congratulated me, yet I am perplexed as to the source of this joy, Wu inquired directly. To be honest, had it not been for her curiosity regarding the implications of Lady Annan's words, she would not have invited Lady Annan to sit and converse, even if she were not in a foul mood. Lady Annan, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I have just come from the matriarch of your esteemed household, and according to her, the Marquis will henceforth be under your capable management. Is that not a joyous occasion?" Wu silently rolled her eyes. What sort of celebration is this? She had already taken charge of the Marquis for over a month, and now they come to congratulate her? Moreover, she was currently fretting over the household's financial troubles, What was there to celebrate? Old Granny Zhou had already hinted to her early in the morning, suggesting she should utilize her dowry to replenish the Marquis' coffers and pay the servants monthly wages. Preposterous. The mere fact that she had not siphoned funds from the public treasury in her own pockets was a feat in itself, and they now expected her to contribute her own money for the Marquis' expenses? What a dream! Contemplating these vexations, Wu's feelings towards Lady Annan soured once more. Indeed, how appropriate it was to bring up such matters. Thus, she cooled her expression and stated, "If this is the subject at hand, I have many other tasks to attend to and may not be able to indulge in idle conversation." Upon noticing her demeanor, Lady Annan hastily shifted to the main topic. "Oh dear, do not be hasty. This truly is a joyous matter. I have come to propose a match for your esteemed third son." Wu's interest was piqued, and suppressing her impatience, she inquired, "You speak of my younger brother-in-law, Minhui?" "Indeed." Lady Annan seized the opportunity to flatter Wu. "I came to seek the matriarch's approval to propose for your esteemed Min San. But who would have thought the matriarch said that it is you who are in charge now, and instructed me to consult with you?" Clearly, this indicated your elevated status within the Marquis. As she spoke, she gave Wu a thumbs up. Wu felt a surge of pride, and her expression softened somewhat. "It was only because my mother-in-law trusts me that I am entrusted with household management. I have repeatedly declined, yet my mother-in-law insists that she is too old to manage these affairs. Even my husband chastised me, saying I failed to appreciate my mother-in-law's hard work. Thus, I accepted the role of steward." Previously, rumors circulated that Min Xiao had been usurped by the couple from Xuanping. Wu intended to clarify this through Lady Annan's words, hoping to set the record straight regarding herself and Min Rome. Lady Annan, well aware of her intent, cheerfully replied, "The matriarch relayed the same sentiments to me. She mentioned she wishes to enjoy her twilight years and encouraged me to seek you if any matters arose." This effectively validated Wu's explanation and implied that she would assist Wu in her clarifications. Wu's spirits lifted, and her demeanor softened further. "You just mentioned you came to propose for my younger brother-in-law. May I inquire as to which family?" Remarkably, she had shifted to calling her sister. Lady Annan, harboring disdain yet maintaining a pleasant facade, responded, "It is not from another family, but rather our own fifth daughter, whom you have met. She is quite beautiful and virtuous. 16 years of age, perfectly suited for Min San." Wu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Realizing her inappropriate behavior, she hastily covered her mouth with a handkerchief. The fifth miss of the Annan Duke's residence is already 17 this year, and with the new year approaching in a month, she will soon be undeniably 18. An unmarried young lady. Of course, Minhui is not much younger either, being 20 this year and turning 21 next year. It is indeed a suitable age in comparison to Miss Feng. However, unbeknownst to others, those in the upper echelons of the capital are well aware of the character of the fifth miss of the Annan Duke's household. After all, she was bold enough to push her half-sister into the water at the tender age of 5, disfigure an 8-year-old maid at 10, and even kill her personal maid at 13. With such a troublesome reputation, who would dare to marry her? No wonder Min Xiao sent someone to her. Chapter 41. The proposal. Min Hui acquiesced to the thoughts of Mrs. Wu, who quickly responded, "It is not my place to refuse a proposal made directly by the lady herself. However, this matter concerns my younger brother's lifelong commitment, and even my mother-in-law would not dare to make such a decision unilaterally. As a sister-in-law, I certainly cannot overstep my bounds. I believe it is essential for my younger brother to decide for himself." Mrs. Wu's earlier shocked demeanor was no longer a pretense, and her refusal was now articulated with clarity. The wife of the Duke of Annan could hardly be oblivious to the underlying meaning between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Xuanping Marquis household. Previously, when Min Xiao had evaded the issue, she could have assumed it was due to a lack of authority in managing affairs. Now, with Mrs. Wu, the housekeeper, citing numerous excuses and difficulties, the astute Duchess of Annan could discern the truth. At that moment, her expression turned cold. Was it that the lady deemed their family too humble to be worthy of the esteemed third master of the Xuanping Marquis residence? Mrs. Wu, fearing to admit any disdain for their daughter, fervently shook her head, insisting, "No, no, Please do not misunderstand, my lady. How could I possibly look down upon your esteemed fifth miss? I have only just taken charge of the Marquis' household. I truly cannot make decisions for Min Hui. It will be best for you to speak directly with him regarding this matter. The Duchess of Anan felt her temper flare, nearly choking on her indignation. To suggest that the Xuanping Marquis' household found them unworthy, while Mrs. Wu simultaneously claimed no disdain for her daughter, was nothing short of a self-incrimination. How tiresome it was for the Duchess to have to endure such evasions. Rising abruptly, she coldly declared, "I shall not impose any further." With that, she turned and left. Once outside, in the presence of the maid who had come to see her off, the Duchess spat disdainfully. "Bah! What insolence! How dare they look down upon my daughter? Were it not for the benevolence of the virtuous Empress Dowager in matchmaking, would they truly think anyone coveted their third master?" After escorting the Duchess out through the second gate, the maid hurried back to convey the Duchess's words to Mrs. Wu. Confused Mrs. Wu wondered how the Empress Dowager had become entangled in this affair. Thus, she rushed to seek out Min Xiao. Upon hearing the news, Min Xiao's mind began to piece together the situation. The virtuous Empress Dowager was the youngest daughter of old Master Zhao, making her the aunt of Zhao Zhiheng. Having suffered a grievance at her hands, Zhao Zhiheng would certainly seek solace from his aunt, the Empress Dowager. As for the means of vindication, marrying a troublesome girl into the Marquis' household, causing her distress, might well serve as a form of retribution, would it not? She thought to herself, indeed, there had been no visit from the Duchess of Anan proposing marriage for Min Hui in her previous life. Of course, she had never ventured to the Huajiao Tower, nor had she offended Zhao Zhiheng or the Empress Dowager. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Let the Duchess pursue Min Hui for this matter. Min Xiao reassured Mrs. Wu and then inquired about Min Yushi's condition. Mrs. Wu, filled with concern, replied, "The poison has been thoroughly purged, yet her body still requires care. However, the most pressing issue remains Shir's marriage. She will be 16 next year." Alas, Min Xiao raised her hand. Next year, Shir will only be 15 in reality, not too old. Good things come to those who wait. There is no need to rush the marriage. The priority now is for her to regain her health. "Mother is right," Mrs. Wu replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. After discussing Min Yueshi's matters for some time, Mrs. Wu finally took her leave, departing with a century-old ginseng that Min Xiao had prepared for Min Yueshi's health. Once Mrs. Wu was gone, Granny Fong expressed her concerns. "Madam, is it all right that the virtuous consort from the palace is meddling in the third master's marriage? If we refuse this union, could we potentially offend her?" Min Xiao sighed, acknowledging that they had already incurred Zhao Xianfei's displeasure. With a knowing smile, she mused that this marriage might indeed come to fruition. A few days later, as Min Xiao had anticipated, Min Hui readily agreed to the marriage proposal from the Ananbo family. It was said that the Ananbo lady had left the Xuanping Marquis' residence in a fit of anger, and feeling increasingly vexed, she sought solace among her close friends. The following day, rumors spread throughout the capital, claiming that the Xuanping Marquis' household looked down upon the Ananbo family. Some suggested that Mrs. Wu could not bear to see her brother-in-law secure a good match, and was thus obstructing it. Others speculated that Mrs. Wu, like her mother-in-law Min Xiao, hailed from humble beginnings and feared being overshadowed by the noble lineage of the Ananbo's daughters. Of course, the most common chatter revolved around Min Xiao, who was criticized for being ungrateful as a stepmother, refusing to facilitate a match for her grown son. When a good marriage proposal finally presented itself, she was seen as an obstacle. This uproar lasted a few days before eventually subsiding, as it paled in comparison to the earlier scandal at the Chang'an Duke's Gate. Moreover, everyone was well aware of the true nature of the Ananbo family's fifth daughter and her mother. After the commotion, the Ananbo lady hoped to abandon the match altogether. However, Zhao Xianfei sent a female official to inquire if the Ananbo lady was dissatisfied with her proposed match. If that were the case, she would sever their previous ties of sisterhood. The Ananbo lady, fearful, promptly visited Min Hui's maternal uncle's house to seek out Wang Zhang. Upon hearing the news, Wang Zhang was overjoyed and immediately agreed to the marriage on Min Hui's behalf. The two women found a kindred spirit in each other, vociferously denouncing Min Xiao and Mrs. Wu while showering praises upon Min Hui as if he were their own flesh and blood. As they escorted the Ananbo lady out, they were already hand in hand, akin to sisters. After bidding farewell, Wang Zhang hastily sent someone to the city guard to summon Min Hui, insisting he come to the Wang household. Initially, Wang Zhang was uncertain whether Min Hui would accept the match and had prepared countless persuasive words. To her surprise, upon learning it was the Ananbo family, Min Hui agreed without a moment's hesitation, leaving Wang Zhang somewhat flustered. Have you not considered it further? Wang Zhang hesitated. Miss Feng is already 18 and had a rather questionable reputation, rumored to be quite formidable. Moreover, the Ananbo lady's words. Min Hui interrupted with a smile. My decision is made. There is no need for further persuasion. And Wang Zhang, slightly embarrassed, replied, I did not intend to dissuade you. I merely did not expect you to agree so readily. This is indeed a good thing. After enduring a brief discomfort, Wang Zhang regained her spirits. The Ananbo Mansion represents a fortuitous match within your reach. With a formidable maternal family, you will be able to hold your head high in the Ho residence. Moreover, Miss Feng, the fifth daughter, is a remarkable individual. She will certainly prevent Min Xiao and Wu from bullying you. Min Hui nodded in agreement, expressing that Miss Feng's strength is reassuring, as it will be advantageous to him. He feared marrying a weak and ineffectual woman who might hinder his progress. Wang Zhang also nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Indeed, this marriage proposal appears to be quite favorable. Wang Zhang continued, You are no longer young. It is imperative to finalize the engagement before the new year so that you may wed in spring. The sooner you bring someone into your life, the more support you shall have. Aunt, you're right. I will return to discuss the matter of the marriage proposal with Min Xiao and Wu, Min Hui replied, eager to depart. Noticing his haste, Wang Zhang offered an additional piece of advice. If you wish to gain the Ananbo Mansion's esteem, you must adhere to proper etiquette. The betrothal gifts must not be taken lightly. Ensure that Min Xiao and the Ho family contribute substantial and impressive offerings for the dowry. Min Hui nodded earnestly in agreement and responded, I've taken note of that. Chapter 42. Managing Marriage? Seek your elder brother and sister-in-law. By the time Min Hui arrived to visit Min Xiao, it was already past the hour of the dog. Min Xiao had completed her evening routine and was preparing to retire for the night, ready to listen to a shuang read to her. Upon hearing Ajo's announcement that Min Hui had come to see her, she immediately instructed Ajo to relay that Min Hui should return and visit another day. To her surprise, Min Hui knelt outside Songhe Hall, loudly proclaiming that if Min Xiao refused to see him, he would remain kneeling indefinitely. Feeling a surge of impatience, Min Xiao nevertheless donned a coat and allowed him entry. What brings you here at such a late hour? She inquired, accepting the warming stove from Wei Jia without inviting him to sit down, getting straight to the point. Min Hui wasted no time, kneeling before Min Xiao with an expression of eager imploration. Mother, my aunt has spoken of a marriage proposal for me, which I find most agreeable. I have come to seek your approval. Min Xiao felt a flicker of realization, yet maintained a fade of curiosity as she asked, Pray tell, which family does your aunt speak of? With a glimmer of joy in his eyes, Min Hui replied, It is the fifth miss from the Annan Marquis residence. Min Xiao nearly lost her grip on the warming stove, although she had suspected this outcome. Hearing Min Hui express it in such an exuberant tone struck her as profoundly ironic. In her previous life, she had procured a gentle and virtuous wife for Min Hui, only to have him discard her like refuse. Now, he was infatuated with a woman whose character was questionable. After a moment's contemplation, Min Xiao understood the underlying truth. What Min Hui valued was not the young lady herself, but the influence her family represented. How could the daughter of a mere seventh-rank official compare to the daughter of an earl? Having come to this realization, Min Xiao felt a sudden sense of disillusionment. As long as you are content, there is no need to discuss it with me. Min Hui's smile faltered. Mother, are you displeased with my intention to ally with the Annan Marquis family? At this, a wry smile graced Min Xiao's lips. Could it be that in his eyes, she had intentionally sought a wife from a lesser family for him in their past life? With a cold laugh, she replied, What displeasure could I possibly have? You will not be living with me once you marry. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient. Min Hui then exclaimed joyfully, "Mother, I knew you cared for me the most. I implore you to assist me with this marriage." This was, in fact, the primary purpose of his visit. Min Xiao secretly rolled her eyes, yet wore a mask of helplessness as she said, "Ah, San, you know I no longer manage the household. Previously, when your elder brother sought my counsel, I made a solemn promise in front of him that I would not interfere in any affairs of the household henceforth. Whether it pertains to your elder brother's family, your second brother's, or your own, I shall not involve myself." As she sighed deeply, she added with pointed implication, "I am now but an ineffective old woman. For any matters, you ought to consult your brothers and their wives." Upon hearing this, Min Hui's expression changed drastically. He initially believed that Min Xiaoshi was merely making excuses, but upon further contemplation, he instantly discerned the hidden implications in her words. It seemed that Min Xiaoshi had been usurped by the couple, Min Rong and his wife. He had heard the rumors circulating outside before, yet he had dismissed them. After all, Min Xiaoshi had held sway over the Ho residence for decades, commanding considerable authority within the household. How could she be so easily stripped of her power? Yet now, it appeared that those rumors might not have been entirely unfounded. Just observe Min Xiaoshi's helpless expression and dejected tone. To claim that she relinquished her authority willingly would be utterly incredulous. "Mother, how could big brother and sister-in-law treat you this way?" Min Yu exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation on behalf of Min Xiaoshi. Min Xiaoshi hastily gestured for him to stop, saying, "Enough, do not speak such words. You will still need to rely on your brother and sister-in-law in the future. Ah, sowing discord, feigning helplessness, all for your own good." If she put her mind to it, Min Xiaoshi could certainly play the game as well. Min Hui clenched his fists, restraining his emotions. But what of Mother? Will you simply acquiesce to losing your authority? Will you allow yourself to be bullied? What does it matter? I'm already an old woman, half buried in the earth. What is there to fight for? Min Xiaoshi replied. But you should listen to your brother more in the future and avoid confrontations. Wiping her eyes, she spoke earnestly. "In the past, when I managed the household, I could offer you more support, but I fear that will no longer be possible." Min Hui's eyes reddened as he leaned forward, wishing to collapse onto Min Xiaoshi's knees. She quickly reached out to stop him. "You're no longer a child. Why do you still wish to act like one?" Wei Jia, noticing the scene, rushed over to help Min Hui up. "Third young master, please sit down. The floor is cold, and you might catch a chill." Min Hui complied and took a seat on a nearby chair. Seeing him like this, Min Xiaoshi realized that unless the matter was resolved, it would inevitably trouble her again. Thus, she instructed Wei Jia, "Send a nimble maid to the main courtyard to check if the Marquis and Marchioness have retired. If not, ask them to come to Songha Hall." "Understood," Wei Jia replied before departing. "Mother." Min Hui looked at Min Xiaoshi with gratitude. She gazed back at him with a loving expression. "This is all I can do. The days ahead will depend on you." Before long, Min Rong arrived with his wife, Wu Shi. Ever since Min Xiaoshi's severe illness, she had forbidden anyone from the various branches of the family from visiting her, and she particularly disliked having them in her Songha Hall. Therefore, when they suddenly received a summons from Min Xiaoshi, they rushed over, fearing something grave had occurred. However, upon seeing Min Hui seated beside her, both Min Rong and Wu Shi instinctively frowned. It was not that they bore any ill will towards Min Hui. Rather, Min Xiaoshi had previously shown excessive favoritism towards him, treating him far better than her own biological son, Min Rong, so much so that it had bred envy and resentment in Min Rong. Influenced by her husband, Wu Shi also held a disdainful attitude towards Min Hui from the moment she entered. Min Xiaoshi was keenly aware of the couple's expressions. Their disdain and aversion towards Min Hui were plainly etched on their faces. But why, despite their apparent discord, could they unite in their previous lives to inflict harm upon her, this old woman? Min Xiao was utterly perplexed. However, such matters were of little consequence now. In this lifetime, she would not grant them the opportunity to conspire against her. "I have summoned you here to discuss an important matter. The third son's aunt has arranged a marriage for him." Min Xiao stated directly, "I shall no longer concern myself with household affairs. The arrangements for the third son's marriage will be entrusted to you both." Wu remained silent. Min Rong, however, inquired, May I ask which family the Wang family has proposed for our third brother? Min Xiao turned her gaze towards Min Hui. Min Hui promptly stood, clasped his hands in respect, and replied, My aunt informed me that it is the fifth young lady of the Duke of Anan's household. Upon hearing the name of the Duke of Anan, Min Rong's brow furrowed ever so slightly, yet he offered no further reaction. A suitable match, indeed. Conversely, Wu gasped upon hearing about the fifth young lady of the Duke of Anan, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. She regarded Min Hui with a peculiar look, while Min Hui assumed that Wu was merely astonished by the family's status, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. Chapter 43. The second branch seeks to petition please. Dear elder brother and sister-in-law, assist me in arranging my marriage. Min Hui respectfully bowed to Min Rong and Madame Wu. Min Rong, generous in nature, readily nodded in response. There is no need for such formality, third brother. It is my duty as the elder brother. Once matters were settled, Min Hui intended to articulate specific requests in front of Min Xiao. But before he could speak, Min Xiao began to yawn, displaying a visage of exhaustion and fatigue. The considerate Wei Jia seized the moment to usher the guests away. Your Excellency, Madam, Third Master. The matriarch has had a tiresome day and did not rest during the noon hour. I fear she cannot endure any longer. Min Rong, not wishing to make any promises before Min Xiao, promptly took his leave with Madame Wu. Min Hui, obliged, followed them out of Soma Hall. After bidding farewell to the trio, Min Xiao could no longer suppress her displeasure, muttering, You've interrupted my rest. She commanded from now on. After the hour of the dog, 7 o'clock, if the king of hell arrives, let him wait until morrow. Understood, Wei Jia responded with a smile. By the way, matriarch, did you still wish to listen to the compendium of Materia Medica today? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Min Xiao retorted indignantly, determined to not only listen to the compendium of Materia Medica but also to delve into the Shinong, Benchao, Jing and famous physicians' records, among other medical texts. Regardless of their utility, it would serve as a psychological comfort. Upon exiting, Min Rong departed with Madame Wu, scarcely exchanging a word with Min Hui. Min Hui had intended to discuss his marriage with Min Rong, but witnessing his elder brother's demeanor, his frustration boiled over. He glared resentfully at their retreating figures until they vanished from sight, then turned to the closed gate of Songha Hall, cursing Min Xiao in his heart. What a useless old woman. She usurped my mother's position, aided her son in seizing my title, and now she cannot even take charge of my marriage. What can I possibly expect from her? Bah, useless. Meanwhile, within the second branch's courtyard, second Madame Yang was in a state of uproar. The eldest is her own flesh and blood. The third is her darling, and here we are in the second branch, utterly superfluous. The maidservants within the room dared not breathe a word, all appearing crestfallen. What is you so incensed now? Min Yao entered, dismissing the maidservants, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Who has provoked you this time? Who else could it be? It's the matriarch's favoritism, Yang exclaimed, her eyes reddening with indignation. Every matter is reserved for the first and third branches, treating us as if we do not exist. Just moments ago, that little maid witnessed the couple from the first branch and the third leaving the matriarch's chambers. We are entirely in the dark about their conspiracies. Min Yao sighed. What concern is it of ours? We should simply focus on living our own lives. Yang slammed her teacup down onto the table with a fierce determination. Easier said than done. Without the matriarch's regard, can we truly thrive? Let us not even speak of distant matters. Consider this month's stipend. What date is it today? And we have yet to receive it. Qingyi has run thrice, yet the steward continuously defers, claiming that the elder sister has ordered a delay. The monthly allowances for the maids must be delayed, and so too must the monthly stipends for the masters. What does this delay truly imply? Previously, I heard whispers that the eldest sister-in-law intends to curtail our household's monthly provisions. The year has yet to conclude, and already she seeks to make us the scapegoats. These matters are merely the tip of the iceberg. Do you grasp the precarious position our household occupies within the Ho residence? The maid stepped outside, feeling inferior, let alone myself and the children. Who among the household regards us as legitimate masters? You often blame me for my propensity to cause a ruckus. But can I truly be so troublesome without cause? Is it not born from my own suffering? Woe is me. As Yang spoke, she could not restrain her tears. Min Yao felt a pang of sorrow and helplessness. From a tender age, he understood that the noble title of the Ho family was not one he could aspire to. His aunt harbored no ambitions for supremacy. Although in the years when his grandmother was alive, she had been compelled to commit many acts that wronged Wang and Qiao families, she had always tread carefully and considered her options, thus avoiding any irreconcilable enmity with those two. After his grandmother's passing, his aunt settled into a quiet life, dutifully caring for him. He had hoped that after his father's demise, he could establish a separate household with his aunt. Yet, to his astonishment, the matriarch had chosen to keep them within the residence. Time has flown by since then. He had his own affairs to tend to, often absent from home. In recent years, the Ho residence had gained favor with the emperor, leading him to acquire a significant position, leaving him perpetually occupied. His time spent at home had dwindled even further. He was aware that Yang and his aunt had undoubtedly endured hardships over the years. The matriarch was magnanimous and would not overtly create difficulties, yet one could not guarantee that the servants would not misinterpret her intentions, using the guise of serving their masters to deliberately trouble the second household. His aunt, having risen from the ranks of a maid, possessed a fundamental capacity for endurance. However, while Yang was not born into high society, she was nonetheless a lady of a respectable family. Over time, even the most amiable temperament could wear thin. Witnessing Yang's frequent outbursts, one could surmise that she had reached her breaking point. As Min Yao contemplated how to comfort Yang, he was interrupted by the arrival of Aunt Lin, who inquired about the commotion. What is all this weeping and wailing about? Yang, weeping her tears, was immediately incensed by the question and ready to retort, but Min Yao spoke first. Why has Aunt come here? Is it not time for rest? Aunt Lin cast a glance at her son and then at Yang, her tone frosty. How can I rest when there is such constant uproar? Though they did not reside together, Aunt Lin remained acutely aware of the happenings concerning her son. It was indeed her son's fault that he had upset Yang, thereby provoking his aunt. Min Yao carefully shielded Yang from further scrutiny. Enough, I know well what transpires here. Aunt Lin shot a cold glance at Min Yao before turning her attention back to Yang. Instantly, Yang ceased her sobbing, appearing as meek as a quail, shrinking her neck in submission. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable fear towards this aunt, who was scarcely regarded as a mother-in-law. Each time she cast a glance, it sent a chill deep in her bones. However, this time, Lin did not impose difficulties upon Yang. She merely hesitated for a moment before seemingly resolving to make a certain decision, saying, "Let us discuss separation with the matriarch." Upon hearing this, Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Min Yao also appeared astounded. Auntie, are you serious? Observing the surprise radiating from both of them, Lin let out a long sigh. I initially thought it best not to separate, as the second son would still be the second master of the Xuanping Marquis, able to benefit from its prestige in times of need. Just as before, when the emperor reinstated the Marquis, the second son also secured an 8th rank official position. Although it was merely a trivial title, it nonetheless provided a pathway. In retrospect, I realize I was mistaken. Not vying for the noble title of the Marquis does not imply a lack of desire to leverage its residual influence to secure a future for my son. Auntie, you are not wrong. Everything you have done has been for my sake, Min Yao exclaimed, filled with remorse. Yang, too, felt a twinge of guilt, yet her heart remained reluctant. After all, Annie had finally consented to the separation. Would Min Yao not end up ruining it? Yang's worries were plainly etched upon her face, and Lin could not pretend not to notice. Enough, my mind is made up. I have had my fill of this tumultuous existence. You may not have grown weary of it, but I certainly have. Lin cast a meaningful glance at Yang. The latter felt a flush of embarrassment, her face betraying a hint of awkwardness. She understood that Lin was addressing her. Yet, was it wrong for her to wish to move out and take charge of her own life? She had truly grown weary of living under someone else's roof, constantly gauging others' moods. Thus, the matter was settled. I will seek an opportunity to speak with the matriarch, Lin stated as she rose, leaving without another glance. Before she had gone far, Yang was heard inquiring of Min Yao, my lord, Did Annie truly say that? I wasn't dreaming, was I? No, what just transpired was real. Auntie mentioned the matter of separation with the matriarch. Min Hui responded to Yang, both spouses brimming with joy in their exchange. Lin sighed, yet her steps did not falter. She could only hope that once separated, they would not harbor regrets, especially Yang. P.S. The eldest, Min Rong. The second, Min Yao. The third, Min Hui. Sometimes, while writing, I may confuse the names. If you notice any discrepancies, please remind Dong Yue. Thank you. Chapter 44. The two elderly ladies go out to enjoy a performance. Min Xiaoshi was resolute in her indifference, disregarding both Wu's overt and covert suggestions to take charge of Min Hui's marriage, and ignoring Min Hui's attempts to draw her into the matter. On the appointed day, she set out with Wei Jia and two others to the Jinguogong mansion to fetch Madame Zheng, and then they headed straight for the Huajiao building. After so many days, there had been no word. I thought you were merely speaking out of formality when you mentioned inviting me to the theater. Upon boarding the carriage, Madame Zheng began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Did I not send word to you yesterday? Observing Madame Zheng, who appeared outwardly pleased yet could not resist her biting remarks, Min Xiaoshi playfully teased, I had thought Madame Zheng was indifferent to my invitation. To my surprise, you have been eagerly awaiting it every day. Madame Zheng, caught in her own unspoken feelings, became flustered and retorted, Pa, who has been waiting? It's not as if I cannot afford a ticket to a show, nor do I particularly crave your invitation. Min Xiaoshi replied with a smile, Indeed, it is I who am so eager to have you join me for this performance. I must express my gratitude for your esteemed presence despite your lofty status. Now that sounds more like it. Madame Zheng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the two ladies, both over a century old combined, exchanged a smile that illuminated their hearts. The long-standing animosity between them seemed to dissolve in an instant, transforming conflict into harmony. Upon entering the Huajiao building, Wu Guanshi personally escorted them to the finest private box on the third floor. The two elderly ladies took a table by the window, while Feng Mama, Guan Mama, Ajiu, and Wei Jia sat at another table. Since her rebirth, Min Xiaoshi had become less concerned with strict decorum. Each time Feng Mama and the others accompanied her, they would sit together at the same table. However, with Madame Zheng present, sharing a table was out of the question. Nonetheless, arranging another table for them to enjoy the performance together was quite feasible. Initially, Guan Mama felt somewhat out of place, but upon witnessing Feng Mama's ease and seeing the young girl, no more than 8 or 9, confidently sit down to partake in the fruits and pastries laid out before them, her demeanor relaxed. Yet, she quietly labeled Min Xiaoshi's companions as lacking in etiquette. She resolved to subtly remind her own matron to caution Madame Qiao, lest her servants take advantage of her inexperience. The performance at the Huajiao building had been carefully selected by Min Xiaoshi, having inquired about Madame Zheng's preferences ahead of time. Moreover, all performers were renowned artists, featuring not only the star players of Huajiao building, but also those from several other theaters in the capital. Typically, the theaters would be in competition, and it was uncommon for one to allow its stars to perform in a rival-s venue, gathering attention for the competition. Yet on this day, Madame Zheng was met with such an astonishing sight. After the initial shock, her heart stirred with emotion. It was clear that Min Xiaoshi had gone to great lengths. No wonder she had delayed the invitation until now, having evidently invested considerable effort in assembling such a talented group. Min Xiao smiled and replied, Not only have I expended considerable thought, but I have also spent quite a bit of silver. Upon hearing this, Lady Zheng's momentary sentimentality evaporated instantly. She let out a soft huff and jested, Is it merely a matter of spending a little extra money? Speak up. How much did you spend? I shall cover it for you. Min Xiao playfully retorted, I too have enjoyed the performance, so you cannot be the sole bearer of the cost. Let's split it evenly. Lady Zheng, her expression darkening, shot Min Xiao an irritated glare and said, Just tell me how much I owe you. Perhaps it's better to let it go. I fear you might not be able to afford it, Min Xiao replied, her words dripping with provocation. Lady Zheng's temper flared. How dare you underestimate me? Is it not just the cost of a few performances? Am I incapable of that? Suppressing a laugh, Min Xiao deliberately stated, The private room costs 100 taels. Tea and snacks 50 taels. Each performance is 500 taels, and for each named performer, an additional 500 taels. The other establishments contributed an extra 200 taels each. Lady Zheng, growing impatient, demanded, "Just tell me the total amount you spent." 5,000 taels. "You only need to contribute 2,500 taels, Min Xiao declared. "What?" Lady Zheng exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. This was an amount that could empty her coffers for a day of performances. Min Xiao finally ceased her playful banter, smiling as she said, "All right, I was merely jesting." "Why so serious?" Lady Zheng did not perceive it as a jest, and earnestly inquired, "How much did you truly spend?" Min Xiao, unfazed, responded, "Why do you ask? It is not as though I am requesting your financial contribution. I promise to treat you, and I would never impose such a burden on you." Lady Zheng regarded Min Xiao with a knowing gaze. "Do you genuinely not understand, or are you feigning ignorance?" "What do you mean?" This time, it was Min Xiao who appeared perplexed. Lady Zheng glanced at the four individuals at the adjacent table. "Can they be trusted?" Min Xiao nodded. Lady Zheng then stated, "Is it not true that your third master Min is courting the fifth miss of the Annan Marquis household?" Min Xiao affirmed, "That is indeed the case." Lady Zheng had initially intended to inquire how he came to fancy a girl from their family, but refrained, instead addressing the matter directly. "Recently, there have been whispers claiming your household is miserly, that the betrothal gifts amount to a mere 1,000 taels. Some say you are humiliating the Annan Marquis household. Others suggest that the Xuanping Marquis estate appears strong outwardly, but is, in fact, incapable of producing the funds." At this juncture, Lady Zheng earnestly remarked, "You are essentially a stepmother. If you do not provide the silver to facilitate your son's marriage, yet spend lavishly to invite me, an outsider of little consequence, to enjoy performances, what would the world say if this were to leak out? What others say is beyond my control." Min Xiao shrugged dismissively. "Besides, as you pointed out, I am merely a stepmother. Is it not reasonable that I am not overly concerned with Min Hui's marriage? Moreover, throughout these years, despite my kindness towards Min Hui, there are still those who label me as a wicked stepmother. Since everyone seems to believe that I have wronged Min Hui, why should I further demean myself by pretending for their sake?" Lady Zheng gazed at Min Xiao with wide-eyed astonishment, as if searching for a blossom upon her visage. "Why do you look at me in such a manner?" Min Xiao felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. "I have truly noticed your transformation," Lady Zheng remarked with a tone of nostalgia. "I recall when you had come to our residence to admonish me about the importance of keeping family matters private. Yet now, you seem unconcerned with your reputation." Min Xiao could only sigh, reflecting on the past. Who could have foreseen such a shift? In her earlier days, she had cared deeply for the whole residence and its reputation. Yet now, she finds herself indifferent to it all. Having been reborn, she has come to realize that it is the very things she once held dear that have the power to torment her. If she no longer cares, who can truly affect her? Such extravagant spending is ultimately unwise. It would be prudent to temper your expenditures in the future, Lady Zheng advised with genuine concern. With your son lacking funds to marry, it would not reflect well on Min Xiao if the stepmother is seen frivolously spending on entertainment. "It matters not," Min Xiao replied with a calm demeanor and composed expression. "I spend my own silver and have no regrets." Lady Zheng was left speechless by her response. Meanwhile, while Min Xiao leisurely enjoyed the performance with Lady Zheng, chaos had erupted within the Xuanping Marquis household. Chapter 45. A dispute, starting with money. Min Xiao and Lady Zheng had spent an entire day at the opera in the Huajiao Tower, and after dining at the grandest restaurant in the southern city, they returned to the Ho residence leisurely, only after escorting Lady Zheng back to the Duke's manor. As soon as she entered the gates of the residence, before she could even reach Songha Hall, she was abruptly confronted by a throng of people. "Mother, you must stand up for me." Min Hui knelt before her, his face a portrait of indignation. "Lady, the second branch has been obedient for many years, never daring to defy you or speak ill of anyone in your presence. Yet now, the Ho lady is truly intolerable. I implore you to advocate for the second branch." Second Lady Yang also appeared aggrieved, though she maintained her composure. Unlike Min Hui, who had immediately resorted to kneeling as though staging a coup, before their grievances could be fully expressed, Lady Ho Wu arrived, bearing an even more victimized expression. "Oh, mother, You must support your daughter-in-law. Your daughter-in-law. Stop. Min Xiao interjected, raising her voice to interrupt before Wu could continue. Startled, Wu momentarily halted her words, even forgetting to weep. Min Hui and Yang were equally taken aback. Min Qiao talked to her skirts, her patience willingly, and lifted her foot slightly, frowning down at Min Hui who clung to her legs. Get up. Do you still think you are a child? Min Hui furrowed his brow but gradually released his grip and stood. He looked at Min Xiao, ready to speak, but she shot him a glare. Whatever you have to say, keep it to yourself. Casting a cold glance at Yang and Wu, she continued, in this bitter cold, if you are not cold, I am. Whatever you wish to discuss, let us do so in my Songha Hall. With that, she ignored the trio, took the hand of Wei Jia, and headed straight back to Songha Hall. Since Min Xiao had transformed, her most frequent interactions had been with Wu, having just been chastised. Wu was the first to regain her senses and hurried after Min Xiao. Min Hui followed suit, while Yang remained momentarily stunned. How could the current lady differ so starkly from her previous impression? In the past, the lady had always been warm and kind towards Min Hui, and although she had not been particularly cordial to Wu, she had at least shown her some respect. Now, however, the lady's icy demeanor toward Wu was one thing. But why did it seem she was also growing impatient with Min Hui? Her personal maid, Qing Yi, tugged at Yang's sleeve, prompting her to speak in a hushed tone. Madam, the lady is already far ahead. Should we not follow? Yang regained her focus and replied softly, Of course we must follow. I want to see if, in the presence of a lady, Wu dares to refuse to pay our second branch's monthly allowance. As the group entered the courtyard of Songha Hall, Ajio returned to the door attendant's post, while Granny Fong also retreated to rest. Ever since Wei Jia's arrival, Granny Fong had largely ceased to be involved in the personal service and management, effectively becoming a second matriarch of Songha Hall. During moments of leisure and enjoyment, she was always by her side, yet during times of toil and hardship, Min Xiaoshi did not allow her to linger. In her previous life, Granny Fong was perpetually at Min Xiaoshi's side. No matter whom they encountered, if Min Xiaoshi suffered any slight, Granny Fong would defend her vigorously. Over time, Min Rong and the others developed a deep-seated resentment towards Granny Fong. Hence, upon returning to Songha Hall, Min Xiaoshi instructed Granny Fong to take a rest. Although Granny Fong was reluctant to leave, she could not withstand Min Xiaoshi's stern demeanor, especially with Meijia assuring that she would take good care of Min Xiaoshi. Thus, Granny Fong reluctantly withdrew. Min Xiaoshi paid no heed to those following her and proceeded directly to her bedroom. Prior to her arrival, the room had been warmed by the stove, and it was now comfortably toasty, devoid of any chill. The moment Min Xiaoshi stepped through the door, Ai entered shortly after with a san, a si, and several maidservants carrying warm water and cloths, deftly assisting Min Xiaoshi in washing her hands, cleansing her face, loosening her garments, and changing into comfortable home attire. In no time, Min Xiaoshi was adorned from head to toe in light, relaxed clothing. Turning to the main hall, Min Xiaoshi seated herself in the principal chair, and Qi promptly presented her with a cup of steaming tea. The onlooking Wu family members stood in stunned silence. How could it be that in such a brief span of time, the matriarch appeared rejuvenated? The servants were remarkably efficient. Moreover, why had the maidservant only prepared tea for Min Xiaoshi? Did they not deserve a cup of warm tea as well? Qi paid no mind to the thoughts of Wu and the others. After serving tea to Min Xiaoshi, she withdrew. She was solely responsible for the tea service, and it was only upon the matriarch's request that she would serve tea to outsiders. If the matriarch did not give such orders, it implied that those individuals were unworthy of the tea from Songha Hall. It was no jest. The tea from Songha Hall was highly prized. The cup just served to the matriarch could fetch an ounce of silver at an outside tea house. Not everyone was deserving of such an indulgence. Min Xiaoshi seemed oblivious to the fact that the others had no tea, lightly sipping her warm beverage before setting the cup down, and nonchalantly inquired, "Now do tell, what brings each of you to seek me?" As three individuals prepared to speak, Min Xiaoshi impatiently interjected, one at a time. She then gestured towards Yang Shi. The second daughter-in-law, you go first. Among the three, Yang Shi was the most agreeable. In her past life, The second branch had remained rather subdued and had not troubled her, even refraining from taking advantage of her misfortunes. Though Yang Shi had often spoken ill of her behind her back, concubine Lin had maintained control over Yang Shi, preventing her from overstepping boundaries. Second son Min Yao was also well-behaved and had not caused her or the whole family any significant trouble. Therefore, Min Qiaoshi was inclined to extend a measure of respect towards Yang Shi. Surprised to be the first named by Min Qiaoshi, Yang Shi was initially taken aback, but then filled with joy, promptly bowing and saying, "Matriarch, may I speak?" Min Qiaoshi raised her hand, signaling her to sit and speak. Yang Shi was astonished by Min Qiaoshi's warm demeanor. It was the first time she had ever been treated with such distinction. Qingye pulled Yang Shi from behind, prompting her to hurriedly express her gratitude and shift to a half-seated position. "Speak," urged Min Qiaoshi once more. Yang Shi, no longer daring to hesitate, quickly responded, "Matriarch, today marks the 5th day of the 12th month. In just over 20 days, we will celebrate the new year. The monthly allowance for this month should have been disbursed by the 25th of the previous month. Yet, it remains unpaid to this day. Those around me have approached the steward several times, only to be told that it was the elder sister-in-law's wish to delay. You are aware, matriarch, that our second branch, whether servants or masters, relies on the monthly allowance to sustain ourselves. This sudden withholding of our funds leaves us in dire straits." As she spoke, Yang Shi cast a pointed glance at Wu Shi. Before Min Qiaoshi could respond, Wu Shi interjected with indignation, "Second sister-in-law, do not unjustly accuse others with baseless claims. I have merely suggested a delay regarding the allowances, yet somehow it has transformed into a tale of withholding in your words. When have I ever stated my intention to deprive your branch of its monthly funds?" Yang Shi, undeterred, retorted, "Whether you have uttered such words I cannot say, but your actions certainly reflect otherwise. A delay of a few days is acceptable. However, who experiences a delay of 10 days or even half a month for their monthly allowance? Is this not a clear intent to deprive our household?" In the past, Yang Shi would have hesitated to confront Wu Shi so directly. However, ever since concubine Lin mentioned the possibility of partitioning the family, she felt emboldened, her spine straightening with newfound resolve. If there were to be enmity, so be it. After all, their branch was destined to separate and manage independently. Furthermore, offending Wu Shi might expedite the process of division. Chapter 46. How unreliable can the Wu family be? Pray tell, who has been withholding your monthly allowances from the second branch? Wu was incensed, her face flushed with indignation. It is not merely the members of your second branch who have not received their monthly stipends. The entire household has faced the same plight. Do you expect me to be the one withholding everyone's allowances? When my sister-in-law states that no one has received their payments, does she genuinely believe her own words? Yang, with a dismissive curl of her lip, retorted, as if I were oblivious. Our esteemed young lady and the eldest son have already received their stipends long ago. The young lady Min Yueshi and the eldest son Min Changzhong are both offspring of the Wu family. Wu, stung by the truth, bristled with righteous anger. Yueshi's allowance was for her health, while Changzhong's was necessary for his studies. My dear sister-in-law, please cease your unreasonable outbursts. I have stated that once the income from the estate and shops arrives, the monthly allowances will be dispersed. Why can't you appreciate my difficulties? If the household were financially stable, would I delay the distribution of allowances? Yang, unwilling to concede, countered, does every family not have a child studying? Changzhong is studying, and so is our Chang'e. Why have we not received any allowance for him? Ultimately, it appears that you simply do not wish to provide for the second branch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield, their words flying back and forth, as if they might argue until the end of time. Min Qiaoshi, initially disinterested in such trivial matters, found herself unable to dismiss the situation when it was brought to her attention. She resolved to observe the unfolding drama, listening to their claims. If it came to a point where she needed to intervene or make a decision, she could always conjure an excuse to extricate herself. However, as she listened to Yang and Wu bicker over a mere pittance of monthly allowances, boredom began to wash over her. growing weary of their dispute. She raised her hand to halt their quarrel. Eldest sister-in-law, if I recall correctly, the income from the estate and shops should have been delivered before the first day of the month. Why then is the payment still delayed? Without waiting for Wu's response, Min Xiaoshi turned to the side and inquired of Wei Jia. The maids from Songheng have received their monthly stipends, have they not? Wei Jia smiled as she replied, Indeed, they have. The accounts were settled with Steward Yang. It was only when Wei Jia went to collect the allowances for Songheng that she comprehended the extent of the matriarch's wealth. Very well, Min Xiaoshi said, reassured by the knowledge that the maids had received their payments. She then turned her attention back to Wu. Now you may speak. Wu felt a lump in her throat, struggling to find her words. After a long pause, she finally articulated, The income from the estate and shops indeed arrived a few days ago. I had intended to distribute the allowances. However, with the recent developments concerning the third brother with a lingering gaze filled with unspoken grievances towards Min Hui, she continued, The third brother is seeking to court the daughter of the Ananbo family, engaging a matchmaker, calculating the auspicious dates, and preparing the betrothal gifts. All of it requires funds. The meager income we have just received is insufficient to cover the expenses for his marriage arrangements. Heaven bear witness. In this vast marquisate, we possess only 3 estates and a handful of shops, yielding less than 2,000 taels a year. What can such a sum accomplish? Is the end of the year. Must we not prepare for the festive season? Should we not extend gifts to our relatives? Should the garments for the new year be newly tailored? This is hardly sufficient, and yet Min Hui insists on discussing marriage proposals at this time. Heaven knows, managing this household has nearly turned my hair gray. Even so, there's no resolution in sight. The more Wu lamented, the more aggrieved she felt, unable to hold back her tears. Hearing Wu shift all the blame onto her, Min Hui immediately grew displeased. Is it truly fair for my elder sister-in-law to say such things? I have already turned 21. I'm not of age to marry? Or does my elder sister-in-law believe that the Xuanping Marquis ought to belong solely to your branch? Are my brother and I to be entirely excluded from any share? With a disdainful huff, Min Hui retorted, Let's not forget, my mother is the legitimate wife. I am the firstborn legitimate son. This marquisate is rightfully mine to inherit. The air in the main hall grew tense. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Moments later, Yang gasped, her heart racing. Goodness, the third son has spoken his mind before the matriarch. As she savored the unfolding drama, Yang cautiously stole glances at Min Xiao. Wu, taken aback by the words, quickly shifted to a delightfully malicious expression while feigning sorrow, saying, Third son, are you blaming your elder brother? Or perhaps resenting your mother? You must speak with a clear conscience. After all the hardships your mother endured to raise you, you repay her with nothing but resentment. Has her kindness over the years gone to waste? In that instant, Min Hui regretted his words. He had endured for so long. Yet today he could no longer contain himself. The engagement with the Anan Duke's family had been fraught with difficulties from the beginning. He had hoped for Min Xiao to intervene, yet she refused. Wu had agreed to assist, but what sort of person was she? Consider the matchmaker she engaged, the wife of a vice minister. Indeed, the very same vice minister who frequently reported the Anan Duke's family to the authorities. How curious. Was she seeking to secure a match or to create enmity? As if it were not enough to have chosen such an unreliable matchmaker. Wu even opted for the least expensive official matchmaker. Had he not sent someone to keep watch over Wu, he would have remained oblivious to the dubious character of the matchmaker she had chosen. Consequently, he had to spend his own money to hire a new one, discreetly replacing Wu's choice. Furthermore, while others consulted esteemed monks from Fahua Temple for fortune-telling, Wu, in her thriftiness, sought the services of a little-known Taoist priest, nearly resulting in a disastrous fortune. Ultimately, it was only through some monetary persuasion that the priest's disciple managed to provide a somewhat satisfactory outcome. However, none of this was what vexed Min Hui most profoundly. What truly irked him was the dowry Wu had prepared. The illustrious Xuanping Marquis forming an alliance with the Anan Duke's family. And yet the proposed dowry appeared merely superficial. What silks and satin? What paintings and ancient texts, packed in numerous boxes, with an extensive list that appeared quite impressive. Yet in reality, the silks and satins were merely aged remnants from the Marquis' storerooms, their patterns outdated and long past their prime. The ancient paintings and books are merely imitations and forgeries, utterly devoid of value. Previously, there were no establishments resembling Zhuangzi's. The customary cash on hand amounted to a meager 200 taels. The entirety of the possessions, when summed up, scarcely fetched a few hundred taels. Had it not been for the official intermediary he had engaged, who discreetly informed him of the bridal gift details upon learning them, he would have remained oblivious. In a couple of days, the wife of the censor, accompanied by the official intermediary, would arrive at the gates of the Annam Marquis' residence bearing this list of gifts. Forewarned of the bridal gift contents, he deliberately allowed this information to circulate. He anticipated that Min Xiao would prioritize her reputation and would undoubtedly intervene. However, to his dismay, as the day for presenting the gifts approached, Min Xiao made no inquiries whatsoever. Unable to remain passive, he took the initiative to approach Wu. To his surprise, Wu displayed a shameless demeanor, lamenting the lack of funds in the Marquis' household. Thus, Min Hui sought out Min Xiao. Yet, she remained entirely indifferent, neither asking questions nor offering comments, adopting a relaxed stance as if merely a bystander to their quarrel. It was as though all matters were of no concern to her, relegating her role to that of a detached observer. The more leisurely Min Xiao appeared, the more his inner fury surged. Unable to contain himself, a thought he had long harbored slipped from his lips. Chapter 47. I'm tired. Let's part ways. Realizing he had misspoken, Min Hui immediately knelt by Min Xiao's feet, reaching out to embrace her legs. Min Xiao, however, turned her body, evading his grasp, leaving him clutching at air. His outstretched hand awkwardly hung in the air for a long moment before he finally retracted it. He knelt obediently, gazing up at Min Xiao with a face full of remorse, his eyes sincere and earnest. Mother, I did not intend to blame you. I was merely swept up in the moment, speaking hastily out of anger. Please do not hold it against me. As Min Hui expressed his heartfelt apology with fervor, Min Xiao felt a sudden surge of disdain welling up within her. In her past life, she had failed to recognize that Min Hui was a person capable of both submission and cunning, a skilled performer. Had it not been for that moment when he stood by her sickbed and revealed his lifelong hatred for her, wishing to see her suffer, she would never have known that the son she had painstakingly raised, Min San, was, in truth, a ruthless individual. Initially, she had wished to remain aloof, to let the Min family members fend for themselves. Yet at this moment, Min Xiao found herself utterly exasperated, no longer wishing to engage with him. Let's part ways. The words slipped from her lips unbidden. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The first to recover was Yang, who gazed at Min Xiao with bright eyes filled with excitement. Madam, do you truly mean it? Is it truly possible to separate? Following her was Wu, whose face also reflected astonishment as she looked at Min Xiao. Mother, are you joking? Min Xiao regarded Yang with surprise. It was normal for Wu to wish for a separation, but for Yang to desire the same? In Min Xiao's view, the second branch, being illegitimate sons, could only benefit by remaining within the Marquis' estate, leveraging the name of the Marquis' sons for their endeavors. Should they separate from the estate, they would be nothing. Life outside the estate would likely not be better. She had once thought that the three brothers should unite, protecting the Marquis' household together. By not separating and living in close quarters, they could foster a stronger bond, supporting one another in times of difficulty. But witnessing Yang's eager expression, Min Xiao realized that her previous assumptions had been entirely one-sided. At that moment, Min Hui seemed to awaken, his eyes reddening as he twisted his face in anger and shouted, I refuse to separate. Why should we? By what right? Mother, madam, Min Xiao, you have played your cards well. You schemed to take everything from my mother and me, and now that your son has secured his position within the Marquis' estate, you wish to cast me aside? Huh, dream on. If you wish to part ways, then return everything you stole from my mother and me. In this instant, Min Hui finally ceased to suppress his emotions, unleashing the pent-up resentment, hatred, and his most genuine thoughts. Since playing the obedient son had not yielded the desired outcome, and since Min Xiao had shown her ruthless side, he resolved to tear down the facade and confront her openly. What face does she have left to confront the spittle of the world? Compared to Min Hui's frenzied demeanor, Ming appears far more composed. She slowly rises, looking down upon Min Hui, and speaks in a measured tone. What more is there? A title? Is your mother's spirit not still enshrined in the Min family's ancestral hall? Who has deprived her of her rightful status? Or was she not treated as a concubine while she lived? Min Xiao chuckles coldly, addressing him. You, who claim I have taken everything from you. Pray tell, what do you believe I have seized from you? Is it the title? Min Xiao scoffs, exclaiming, the heir to the Marquis was personally designated by the old Marquis. Do you think I could influence his decision? At the end of the day, I am but a concubine. Even your mother could not sway the old Marquis's verdict. Yet you expect me to contest for your title? Do not forget, your mother passed away when you were just over 2 years old. When she was alive, the old Marquis never considered making you the heir. What gives you the right to assume that after her death, he would still hold her in such regard and elevate you to that position? You have perpetually believed that I owe you and your mother something, simply because you think my marriage into the Marquis and subsequent elevation were solely due to her influence. But have you ever considered that without me, there would be another? Without me, your mother might not have even had the chance to bear you. Your mother allowed me into the household merely to help solidify her position. Ask yourself honestly, do I truly owe her anything? As for my elevation, that has nothing to do with her. I entered the Marquis with a substantial dowry, intended to alleviate their pressing needs. To put it bluntly, I am the true benefactor of the Xuanping Marquis. Without the dowry I brought, who can say if the Xuanping Marquis would even exist today? I married into the Marquis, rescuing it from peril, and bore the Marquis' firstborn. Even without your mother's dying wish, the old Marquis would have inevitably elevated me. You claim it was your mother who aided me? Huh. I would argue it was she who sought to repay her debt of gratitude by expecting me to care for you after her passing, which is precisely why she made such remarks. Min Xiao's words were reasoned and forceful, leaving Wu and Yang speechless, quietly covering their mouths in astonishment. Yet, Min Hui remained stunned, unable to respond for a long while. Eventually, he shook his head frantically, defiantly declaring, "You lie? You speak nonsense. You are distorting the truth and arguing irrationally. My mother was the legitimate wife, and I am the legitimate son. The Xuanping Marquis rightfully belongs to me. It is you and your son who have taken everything that rightfully belongs to me. You are all thieves." Min Xiao regarded Min Hui coldly, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. Just as one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, in Min Hui's deeply entrenched beliefs, he steadfastly clings to the notion that his mother was the rightful wife and he the legitimate heir, with the Marquis destined to be his, disregarding all external factors. In light of the circumstances, Min Xiaoshi could scarcely be bothered to engage in idle chatter. She cast her gaze towards the Wu and Yang families and instructed, "Please return and convey my sentiments to the eldest and second sons. Inform them to make necessary arrangements for their tasks at hand and to seek the appropriate leave from their superiors. We shall part ways in 3 days. Indeed, I will ensure that the Lord is fully informed." Wu responded with unrestrained joy. Yang, equally elated, assured, "Rest easy, esteemed matriarch. I shall discuss the matter of the division with the second master and the concubine upon my return. It will in no way hinder our plans for the separation in 3 days." Min Xiaoshi, her expression devoid of emotion, nodded slightly and gestured for their departure. "Very well. You may leave now." "Understood," they replied, bowing as they took their leave, their spirits buoyant. The prospect of familial division had caused Yang to completely forget her original purpose for visiting Min Xiaoshi. The matter of monthly allowances was now a distant thought. Wu Tu had entirely set aside her intention to lament her financial struggles to Min Xiaoshi, along with the initial proposal regarding Min Hui's marriage. Once they had departed, Min Hui gradually rose, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Min Xiaoshi, his tone chillingly grave as he inquired, "Do you truly believe you can discard me from the Marquis residence as easily as one would dispose of refuse?" Chapter 48. The clan elders arrive. Min Xiao was too weary to exchange words with him this time, instructing Wei Jia, "See the third master out." With that, She turned and retreated into the house. Third master, please, Wei Jia gestured for him to leave. Unexpectedly, Min Hui raised his hand and slapped Wei Jia across the face. How dare you, an old woman, look down upon me? Wei Jia wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth and approached the door, whispering a command. Soon, Asan entered briskly with Agio. Agio, escort the third master out. Upon this instruction, Agio rushed forward, dragging him toward the courtyard. Third master, leave now, or I shall be forced to take action. Min Hui, seething with rage, prepared to return the favor by striking the audacious young maid. However, before his hand could reach Agio's face, she swiftly kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. Without waiting for Min Hui to react, she seized him by the collar and half-dragged, half-threw him out of Songha Hall. Once the door was closed, Wei Jia sighed in relief, only to find Agio staring intently at the mark left on her face. Did the third master do this? Wei Jia's heart skipped a beat, and she furrowed her brow. Mind your own business. I warn you, do not trouble the matriarch. Agio scoffed. You don't think I would help you seek vengeance, do you? Please think again. With that, she turned and retreated to her own small chamber. The news of the Xuanping Marquis's impending division spread throughout the capital the next day. Just as Min Qiao bid farewell to the envoy from the Duke of Jin, Min Hui arrived with a host of clan elders from the Min family. Leading the group was an uncle of the late Marquis, who was of a higher generation than Min Qiao. Following him were the two younger brothers of the late Marquis, who were contemporaries of Min Qiao and addressed her as elder sister. These three were closest to the Marquisate. Among the others, two were of a higher generation than Min Qiao, while the rest were of her same standing. Seeing Min Hui approach with 7 or 8 elderly men, Agio slammed the courtyard door shut with a resounding bang. This is utterly unacceptable. How dare they disregard us elders so? Several clan elders were incensed by this scene. Feeling thoroughly disrespected, Min Hui seized the opportunity to feign grievance. Esteemed uncles, you see my mother's attitude, do you not? It's not just me. Even you, esteemed uncles, have been met with a cold shoulder. Go, open the door for me, barked Min Rue, the uncle of the late Marquis, an elderly man in his 70s, his voice booming with indignation. Perhaps it was the anger that amplified his volume. Meanwhile, Agio hurried inside to report. Min Xiao understood that the division of the family would not be an easy task, but she had not anticipated that the first to obstruct her would be the clan elders of the Min family. Min Xiao held no affection for these so-called clan elders and felt not a shred of fear in her heart. She leisurely had someone drape a heavy cloak over her shoulders, then summoned another to bring her a warming stove. Before stepping out, she sipped a cup of hot tea and then gracefully made her way to the gate. By the time she arrived, the elderly clan members had been standing outside for quite some time, nearly frozen. The sound of Min Hui's knocking showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it seemed to intensify with each strike. Min Xiao cast a glance at Agio, who promptly opened the gate. Min Hui was just about to knock again when his hand nearly struck Agio's forehead. Agio smiled at Min Hui, causing him to startle and retreat a few steps, hiding behind the elders. He had not forgotten how this strong-willed girl had unceremoniously ejected him from Songha Hall the previous night. How grand of the matriarch, making us old men wait. Min Rue was the first to voice his displeasure. Since even my uncle addresses me as matriarch, is it not expected for you to wait? Min Xiao asserted, wielding her status without a hint of politeness. You. Min Xiao's words left Min Rue speechless with indignation. Min Xiao merely scoffed. Is this all? My dear nephew, this is after all the direct uncle of the old Marquis. Such disrespect in your words is quite unbecoming. The speaker was a clan elder from a collateral branch, of the same generation as Min Rue, but a rank higher than Min Xiao. His tone was laden with reproach, clearly seeking to provoke Min Xiao, just as Min Rue had. Before Min Xiao could respond, another elder hastily interjected, "Oh, we are all family. Let's speak inside. Standing out here is rather absurd." The others, long suffering from the cold, quickly chimed in, Indeed, let's go inside. Yes, it's freezing out here. We can discuss matters indoors." However, Min Xiao stood firm at the threshold, showing no intention of allowing the group to enter. Clutching her warming stove and wrapped snugly in her heavy cloak, she had prepared well and felt no chill. She coolly regarded the assembly of elders and stated flatly, "Any matters can be discussed here." The group was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that she would not permit them entry. "Elders, if you have business, please be succinct. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can return. I would want you to catch a chill and then blame me." You. The elders were incensed, yet Min Qiao continued unperturbed. "You must remember that it was you who came uninvited today. Should any of you fall ill, it is not my responsibility." Seeing that some were about to argue further, Min Chong, who had previously suggested discussing matters inside, quickly interjected, "All right, let's get straight to the point." He certainly did not wish to risk becoming ill. Min Rue, brimming with frustration, had no choice but to suppress his emotions. Casting a dark glance at Min Qiao, "Dear niece," he dared not call her matriarch this time. He had intended to mock Min Qiao, but she was entirely unfazed by his usual tactics. He dared to address her as the esteemed lady, and the Min Qiao clan member truly believed herself to be superior, wielding her status to impose upon him. Before he could utter a word, she raised her hand to interrupt, stating, "Enough. I am well aware of what you wish to convey, and I comprehend the purpose behind the gathering of the clan elders today. You seek to persuade me against partitioning the family, do you not? You wish to argue that Min Rong and his brothers, now at a pivotal moment for the resurgence of the Ho residents, should unite as one. Do you understand this? Then why consider separation?" Min Rue questioned, perplexed. Min Xiao replied with indifference, "Is it not a natural law for a great tree to spread its branches? Otherwise, how would you elders be here, if not having branched out from the Ho residents yourselves? If you can separate, why can't Min Hui and Min Yao?" The assembly fell silent. Each elder present had indeed stemmed from the Ho residents. Logically, the family could have been divided upon the passing of the old marquis. The fact that it has been prolonged speaks to Min Qiao's generosity. Observing the situation, Min Hui hastily interjected in a low voice, "Uncle, I do not wish to separate. I cannot separate. You all promised to assist me." Last night, he had rushed to Min Rue's home, weeping and pleading in a bid for sympathy, even promising numerous benefits. This had compelled the elder to hastily write to the other clan leaders, arranging to convene at the Ho residence early in the morning to advocate on his behalf to Min Qiao. Coming back to the moment, Min Rue furrowed his brows as he regarded Min Qiao. Separation is not out of the question. We could simply establish the second branch. I believe the third brother should remain as part of the family, for he is the legitimate son of Min Ji. Treating him otherwise would not reflect well upon you." Min Qiao scoffed coldly. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Chapter 49. Butler Ding seeks an audience. Min Rue's expression was as turbulent as still water, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Min Qiao. "What is this attitude? I am your husband's own uncle." "Oh, your own uncle?" "During the lifetime of the late Marquis, he never once addressed you as uncle. Do you truly believe that simply because you share the Min surname, you can present yourself as an elder before me? And you all?" Min Xiao's piercing gaze swept across everyone present, her voice laced with sarcasm. "When a Marquis's household was in distress, each of you distanced yourselves, never once acknowledging your connection to the Marquisate. When the old Marquis sought assistance, not a single one of you offered help. Oh no, you did more than simply refrain from aiding him. You wouldn't even allow him to cross your threshold. The old Marquis had declared back then that from that moment forth, the Xuanping Marquisate would have no clan and no relatives. You people are no longer connected to the Marquisate in any capacity." At her words, astonishment gripped everyone, their eyes widening in disbelief. This was a matter from decades ago. At that time, the late Marquis, Min Ji, was merely a teenager, having just taken over the mess that was the Xuanping Marquisate. He had yet to marry, and logically, apart from Min Ji and his mother, outsiders should have been oblivious to such affairs. Yet, to hear Min Qiao divulge it all so candidly now was enough to leave them shocked, embarrassed, and utterly humiliated. I advise you all to possess a modicum of self-awareness and a touch of shame. If a matter does not concern you, do not meddle. Be cautious, lest you gain nothing and instead invite a world of trouble. Having spoken, Min Qiao wasted no more time. She turned sharply and commanded, "Close the door." Bang! Agio executed the order with a decisive efficiency, leaving behind a throng of elderly men seething with indignation, turning on their heels to leave. What is self-inflicted humiliation, if not this? It was also the first time Min Hui heard of these past events. He looked at the firmly shut courtyard door, then at the flustered clan elders as they hurried away, and felt an overwhelming sense of chaos within. What should he do? Was he truly destined to be cast aside? No, he refused to accept such a fate. Min Xiao, however, was unfazed by Min Hui's thoughts. She had her own affairs to attend to. Her declaration of separation in 3 days was not merely to allow Min Rong and Min Yao to take leave early, nor was it to afford Min Hui time to create trouble for her. The 3 days were a preparation period for her to finalize the division of the family. Having chased away the ignorant elders of the Min family, Min Xiao began to organize her own matters. A division of the family necessitated a division of assets. Thus, she required Granny Zhou to compile the accounts of the Marquisate and needed Yang and to outline the properties under its jurisdiction. In addition to the Marquisate's own assets, she also needed to retrieve the dowry lists of the various mistresses of the household, as each woman would take her dowry with her during the separation. She could not allow anyone to claim that the Xuanping Marquis deprived women of their rightful dowries. Of course, both the Wu and Yang families came from humble beginnings and lacked substantial dowries. Her primary aim was to ensure that, through this separation, her own dowry was completely segregated from the Marquisate's assets. What belonged to her, she would not relinquish to anyone. In this lifetime, her personal wealth would be spent solely on herself. No one else shall dare to take advantage of her. Fortunately, every woman who married into the Marquis's residence had a dowry list securely stored there. Having been the lady of the household for decades, she naturally possessed those lists. It was merely a matter of retrieving them. However, to prevent anyone from reneging on their word, it would be prudent to also borrow the version filed with the local government. Since she intended to utilize the official records, it would be wise to invite the governor of Jingzhou as a witness. Typically, for matters of family division, witnesses would be esteemed elders from a clan. Yet, it was clear that Min Xiao could not possibly summon the very elders she had recently expelled. Thus, she set her sights on the governor of Jingzhou. It would not be appropriate for her to approach this matter directly. Therefore, it was best to have Min Rong take the lead. Of course, she would need to prepare some substantial gifts to ensure Min Rong would graciously make the request in person. One witness would be insufficient. It would be ideal to invite two. The esteemed Lady Zheng from the Duke's household could serve as one. As for the other, Min Xiao pondered, struggling to identify a suitable candidate. In the past, she had been overly polite to everyone, appearing to converse amicably with all. Yet now she realized she lacked even a single true confidant. In her previous life, the only visitor during her illness had been her sworn enemy, Lady Zheng. Reflecting on her past, she felt a deep sense of sorrow for her former self. Nevertheless, she resolved to address this later. If worst came to worst, 2 witnesses would suffice. Min Xiao organized the tasks at hand, arranging them one by one. Unbeknownst to her, half a day had slipped away. After partaking in lunch and taking a brief nap, she was startled awake by Mama Fong, who informed her that Yang Un and the old steward Ding sought an audience. Who has come? Min Xiao asked in surprise, looking at Mama Fong. It can't be who I think it is, can it? Mama Fong chuckled. Indeed, it is. She continued, I'm unsure what has transpired, but Yang Un suddenly requested to see you, citing an urgent matter. Why didn't you wake me sooner? Min Xiao approached, casting a glare at Mama Fong. Unfazed, Mama Fong replied, I intended to rouse you, yet old steward Ding insisted on preventing anyone from disturbing your rest. Enough, enough. Go and invite them in, Min Xiao declared, her impatience evident as she urged Mama Fong to summon old steward Ding. Before long, Mama Fong ushered in Yang and an old steward Ding. Old steward Ding had been the loyal steward of the Xuanping Marquis residence. 2 decades ago, he had meticulously trained Yang and to succeed him before voluntarily retiring to enjoy his twilight years. His son now managed the estate in the outskirts of the capital, while his grandson oversaw several shops in the city. His great-grandson served as a junior steward within the household. This family had been devoted servants of the Xuanping Marquis for generations. Now approaching 80, Old Steward Ding could rightfully be called a centenarian, though he appeared frail, his steps unsteady. Upon reaching the presence of Madame Min Xiao, the aged steward, Old Ding, wobbled as if to kneel and bow his head. Yet, before he could descend, Madame Min promptly instructed Yang and to assist him. Steward Ding, if you truly kneel before me, I would find it impossible to face the late Marquis, she said. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Let us sit and converse. She gestured for Yang and to help him to a nearby chair and had a young maidservant bring forth hot tea, before engaging in pleasantries with Old Ding. It has been so many years since I last saw you, steward, during the time of the Marquis's passing, she reflected. Time had flown by, and Old Ding nodded in silent reminiscence, acknowledging the long absence from the late matriarch. However, a question lingered in the air. What urgent matter had compelled Old Ding to visit unannounced? Old Ding had once been the young scribe to the late Marquis's father, eventually ascending to the role of steward. He had steadfastly supported the Marquis in securing his title and had stood by him during the most trying times of the Marquisate. Thus, during the Marquis's lifetime, Old Ding was regarded almost as a paternal figure. Madame Min held him in high esteem as well. Since his retirement to a life of leisure, Old Ding had not intervened in the affairs of the Marquisate, even during the recent scandal of a broken engagement, where he remained conspicuously absent. Yet here he was, suddenly appearing. Truth be told, Madame Min felt a twinge of uncertainty. She was unsure whether Old Ding's unexpected visit heralded good news or ill tidings. Old Ding wasted no time in getting to the point. I've heard that the matriarch intends to divide the estate among the three young masters. Oh, indeed. Madame Min's emotions swirled as she gazed at Old Ding, surprised that he had come for this very matter. Chapter 50. The ancestry of Min Hui. Having bid farewell to the so-called clan elders of the Min family that morning, the afternoon ushered in the arrival of Old Butler Ding. The elderly gentlemen who had visited in the morning were of little concern to her, for the late Lord Ho held them in no regard as kin. However, Butler Ding was a different matter entirely. The late Lord Ho had esteemed and cherished him during his lifetime, thus she could not disregard the butler's opinions. Min Xiao believed that Butler Ding was also an ally summoned by Min Hui. Yet, to her astonishment, the butler's countenance was one of indignation as he vehemently exclaimed, I have heard of the disturbance caused by third brother and those old fellows regarding the matriarch. I have come to see the matriarch specifically about this matter. With that, Butler Ding produced a long, slender wooden box from within his garments, trembling slightly as he handed it to Min Xiao. Min Xiao hastily accepted it. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, What is this? Butler Ding resumed his seat before elucidating. This was entrusted to me by the late Lord Ho before his passing. He instructed that should there come a day when third brother mistreats the matriarch, or if the matriarch desires a separation, I am to present this box to her. Min Xiao stared at Butler Ding in astonishment. In her previous life, she had never received such a box. Indeed, she had never once broached the subject of separation before her death, nor had she ever revealed the conflicts within the Ho residence. Therefore, even in death, no one outside was aware of the betrayal and torment she had endured prior to her demise. Having been granted a second chance at life, she cast aside her pride and unveiled all the disputes, grievances, and sordidness that festered within the Ho estate for all to see. It was thus that Butler Ding had arrived with the box in hand. Yet, she remained uncertain as to what lay within. Min Xiao pondered this and posed her question. Butler Ding shook his head, his expression intricate, suggesting that it would be best for the matriarch to examine it herself. The late Lord Ho had said that once the matriarch had perused the contents, she should decide how to proceed. Min Xiao's curiosity was thoroughly ignited, and without further hesitation, she swiftly opened the wooden box. Inside, she discovered several neatly sealed letters. Opening the first, she was greeted by a familiar, elegant script. In an instant, Min Xiao recognized it as a personal letter from Wang, Min Hui's birth mother. Having spent over a decade with Wang, Min Xiao was well acquainted with her handwriting. My dear Min Hui, the letter was addressed to Min Hui. Min Xiao was taken aback. Why was a letter from Wang to Min Hui in the possession of Butler Ding? Suppressing her inner confusion, Min Xiao began to read the letter with haste. The letter was substantial, comprising 7 or 8 pages. Even with her ability to read swiftly, it took her the duration of a tea ceremony to finish. Upon completion, Min Xiao was left in a state of shock. It turned out that Min Hui was not the son of the late Lord Ho. In a letter, Wang recounted her story. She revealed that during her time in seclusion, she had ventured out for a stroll and encountered a nefarious individual, only to be rescued by a bodyguard. The two fell deeply in love at first sight. However, their social standings were vastly different, as one was a mere commoner and the other a daughter of a prestigious family. Yet, they were unable to extricate themselves from the depths of their affections, engaging in clandestine meetings. Subsequently, the bodyguard, in loyalty to the Wang family, sold himself into servitude and infiltrated the Wang household as a servant. Later, under her parents' orders, Wang was married off to the Xuanping Marquis estate, and the bodyguard followed as a dowry servant. On the day of the marriage, Wang, desperate to protect her honor, revealed to the Marquis her deep affections for another. She declared that if Min Ji were to force himself upon her, she would take her own life right there. Min Ji, who had married Wang to leverage the Wang family's influence and alleviate the crisis facing his estate, found himself in a precarious situation. The elder of the Wang family, Wang's grandfather, held a significant position as a minister in the Central Secretariat, a second-rank official in the court. Thus, when Wang vowed to preserve her purity, Min Ji relented and established a pact with her. From that moment, they were legally wed, yet remained as distant as strangers, honoring each other with icy respect. This was the true reason behind Wang's years of childlessness in the Marquisate. Years later, when Min Xiao entered the household, Wang, grateful for Min Ji's kindness, devoted herself to helping Min Xiao give birth to the first son, gaining control over the Marquisate until Min Xiao firmly established herself and shared a bond of mutual support with Min Ji. Only then did Wang retreat into the shadows, claiming to recuperate while secretly enjoying a carefree life with the bodyguard. Initially, all was well, but ultimately, Wang betrayed her agreement with Min Ji. Crossing the line with the bodyguard after years of companionship, she became pregnant with the bodyguard's child. Min Ji, contemplating allowing them to depart, found the bodyguard faltering, who confessed he could not provide the life Wang desired or a prosperous future for the child. Consequently, the bodyguard abandoned Wang and left alone. Meanwhile, Min Ji chose to remain with Wang and the child she carried. Tragically, Wang, burdened with sorrow, languished after giving birth to Min Hui, and ultimately succumbed to her illness 2 years later, leaving her 2-year-old son behind. Before her passing, Wang penned a letter, intending to reveal Min Hui's origins and to pledge her loyalty to Min Ji. With such a letter in existence, which could potentially ruin Min Hui's prospects, Min Ji could raise him without fear of his claiming the title of legitimate heir and contesting ownership of the Marquisate with his half-brother. Min Xiao became privy to the unfolding events. Upon Wang's death, she was immediately elevated in status, and Min Rong was subsequently named heir. It appeared that from the very beginning, Min Hui was never destined to inherit the Marquisate. After reading the letter, Min Xiao found everything absurd. The bond between Wang and the old Marquis was of such a nature. How could someone as enlightened and serene as Wang fall for a cowardly, inept bodyguard devoid of responsibility? Min Xiao gazed at the old steward, incredulous. The steward, however, nodded in affirmation. He recounted that aside from the old Marquis and himself, only Wang's maternal uncle, the father-in-law, and the elder of the Wang family were aware of these matters. The steward reminisced. When Madame Wang passed away, her family confronted the Marquis, and thereafter he exchanged some form of benefit with them, the details of which remain unknown to me. However, after Madame Wang's burial, the Wang family ceased frequent interactions with the Marquisate. Min Xiao nodded, reminiscing. Yes, it was only when Min Hui grew a bit older that the Ho residence regained its composure, and the lady of the Wang family began to approach once more. Considering that the Wang family was Min Hui's closest kin, aside from his 2 brothers in the Ho family, she did not intervene in the budding relationship between Wang Zhang and Min Hui. Once this topic was broached, the old steward Ding gestured for her to examine the letters behind. It was then that Min Xiao set aside the letter from the Wang family and picked up another to continue reading. The next letter was from the old Marquis addressed to her. In it, he briefly discussed the matters concerning the Wang family and Minhui, explained his reasons for concealing certain truths from her, and expressed his sincere apologies. Ultimately, he mentioned that he had left her a divorce decree, a decree to dismiss Wang. Should Minhui ever commit an act intolerable to her, she could unveil his lineage and even utilize the divorce decree to have Wang's tablet removed from the ancestral hall of the Ho residence. The manner in which she chose to act was entirely at her discretion. This, he assured her, was the final protection he bequeathed to her and Min Rong. As Min Xiao gazed upon the handwritten letter left by Min Ji, she was overcome with tears. Chapter 51. The sincere heart left by Min Ji. Min Xiao did not anticipate that even after Min Ji's death, he would still be concerned for her well-being. She had always been aware that Min Ji harbored a genuine affection for her, whether it was due to her dowry, saving the Marquis. The birth of their firstborn Min Rong, or their united efforts in aiding the Marquis through turbulent times, even severing ties with her family for its sake. Regardless of the reasons, Min Ji's trust and care for her deepened over time, a realization she had quietly acknowledged. However, she believed this was merely the natural bond shared between spouses. What astonished her was that Min Ji's feelings for her were far deeper than she had ever imagined. Both the heartfelt letter from Lady Wang and the divorce decree left by Min Ji could tarnish the reputation of the Xuanping Marquis and Min Ji himself. Throughout his life, Min Ji had tirelessly labored to salvage the Marquis from the brink of destruction. The Marquis represented his world, his very essence, his everything. Yet, he still entrusted such a significant legacy to her. In that moment, Min Xiao suddenly comprehended that her arduous efforts to safeguard the Marquis and everything Min Ji had left behind in her previous life were, in essence, a testament to her own heartfelt devotion to him. Together, they had traversed hardship, only to find themselves separated by the veil of death as dawn broke. She protected what Min Ji held dear, just as he silently watched over her. The emotions swirling within Min Xiao were tumultuous and unresolved. With Min Ji's sincere regard for her, could she truly abandon the Marquis he cherished most, relinquishing the future it represented through Min Rong? As she gazed through tears at the letter in her hands, her resolve, which had been so steadfast since her rebirth, began to waver for the first time. Suddenly, Min Xiao was struck dumb. She glanced in astonishment at old Ding, the steward, and then down at the letter. An unanticipated thought surged into her mind. In her previous life, she had unwaveringly protected the Marquis, which perhaps explained why Min Ji's legacy had never manifested before her. In this life, having resolved to no longer safeguard the Marquis and to act with spontaneity, old Ding had appeared with Min Ji's belongings. But were these items truly intended solely for her protection? Min Xiao had initially believed so, and even shed tears of gratitude. Yet, it was only when her determination began to falter that she realized Min Ji's bequest might merely be a guise for binding her with genuine emotion, coercing her to continue safeguarding the Marquis on his behalf. In that moment, her nearly wavering resolve solidified once more. In this lifetime, she would no longer protect the Marquis or anyone from the Min family. Even if Min Ji were to return, she would not alter her will. This time, she yearned to live solely for herself. Every endeavor or individual attempting to sway her determination would become her stumbling block. Min Xiao dried her tears and, seemingly nonchalantly, probed old Ding. "Where's that bodyguard now? Is there any hope of finding him?" A flicker of complexity crossed old Ding's eyes. He glanced at Yang, Un, and Granny Fong in the room, hesitated for a moment, and finally replied, "That bodyguard fell from his horse and perished after leaving the Marquis. The old Marquis entrusted me with personally handling the aftermath of the situation, a matter that Lady Wang is also aware of." The old Marquis did not conceal this from her. Upon learning this, Min Xiao sighed, refraining from further comment. Yet, her thoughts were validated. How could a seasoned bodyguard, who once roamed the world, lose the ability to ride after serving as a steward for over a decade? It was evident that Min Ji sought to eliminate any potential threats, orchestrating the actions taken. The emotional burden on Lady Wang likely contributed to this, as the cowardice of the bodyguard, coupled with his demise, could not be overlooked. Thus, Min Ji had never intended to keep Lady Wang around for long. Even if Lady Wang were free from emotional turmoil, her lifespan would still be limited. Perhaps Min Ji's initial decision to allow Lady Wang and the bodyguard to depart was merely a test. Had the bodyguard truly taken Lady Wang away, they would likely have met a tragic fate. Contemplating this, Min Xiao felt a chill in her heart. She composed herself, suppressing the tumult within. For the truth of those matters bore little relevance to her. Her immediate focus was to await the family division in 2 days. Simultaneously, she felt immensely fortunate to have discerned Min Ji's earnest intentions in time, thereby avoiding the pitfalls and not repeating past mistakes. In the palace, the Empress Dowager gazed at the memorial submitted by Lady Zheng of the Duke of Jin's household and couldn't help but lament, "Yuan is simply too sentimental." Min Xiao had merely expressed a slight kindness, yet she regarded her as a benefactor, forever etched in her memory. Now, not only had she entangled herself in another's domestic affairs, but she also sought to lend Min Xiao support under my name. Truly, Sai, the close attendant, serving the Empress Dowager, smiled in response. Lady Zheng does not regard the Empress Dowager as a stranger. Otherwise, she would not dare to speak so boldly, would she? The Empress Dowager and Lady Zheng shared a deep friendship, and after the Empress Dowager became the crown princess, she faced numerous plots and threats, with Lady Zheng steadfastly protecting her. At that time, the status of a crown princess paled in comparison to that of a flourishing duke's household. Later, when the crown prince ascended the throne and the crown princess became empress, Lady Zheng remained a loyal supporter of the Empress Dowager. When the Empress became the Dowager Empress and the Duke of Jin's household faced calamity, the Dowager Empress became Lady Zheng's most reliable ally. Had it not been for the Dowager Empress, Lady Zheng could not have simply requested the title of heir. To dismiss the heir and install a new duke would not have been feasible without the Dowager Empress's backing. The bond between the two women, forged through decades of shared trials, was profound. The attendant, aware of all this, understood precisely what the Empress Dowager wished to hear. Indeed, as soon as the attendant spoke, the Empress Dowager snorted softly and instructed with a smile, "Then you shall represent me and visit the Xuanping Marquis' residence tomorrow." "Yes," the attendant replied with a smile. She knew that as long as Lady Zheng's request was not excessive, the Empress Dowager would not refuse. At that moment, Princess Jiaoyang, curious, inquired, "Grandmother, why are you sending Aunt Hong to the Xuanping Marquis' residence?" Princess Jiaoyang is unlike other princesses. She does not seek the company of her mother, nor does she have an affinity for the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or embroidery. She exhibits little interest in garments or jewelry. Yet she possesses a peculiar penchant for frequenting the Empress Dowager's palace. While the Empress Dowager and Lady Zheng engage in conversation, Jiaoyang sits nearby, listening with rapt attention, occasionally interjecting with queries. When the Empress Dowager and Lady Zheng partake in a game of chess, she remains beside them, directing the Empress Dowager to move here and Lady Zheng to move there, exhibiting no restraint in her commentary, resembling a chirping sparrow. During leisurely moments, when the Empress Dowager reclines under the sun in the corridor, Jiaoyang arranges for a chaise longue to be brought over, joining her in basking in the sunlight. In essence, the Empress Dowager's retirement life is thoroughly enlivened by Princess Jiaoyang's presence. Chapter 52. All Present. The grand performance begins. Note before the chapter. The previous chapter contains some modifications regarding the relationship between Min Ji and Min Xiao. Upon reflection, it seems rather implausible and superficial to claim that a man who endures his wife's infidelity for the sake of the Marquis, and who would arrange a marriage alliance using his newborn granddaughter, could possess genuine love for Min Xiao. Thus, to render the characters more dimensional and profound, I have revised Min Ji's intention behind leaving behind the handwritten letter from Wang and the divorce decree. In the previous life, Min Xiao steadfastly protected the Marquis. Hence, Min Ji's legacy did not come to light. However, in this life, Min Xiao indulges in freedom and caprice, no longer safeguarding the Marquis. The old steward arrives bearing Min Ji's deep affection. Though it is presented as protection for Min Xiao, it is, in fact, an attempt to bind her with his sincerity, compelling Min Xiao to continue her guardianship of the Marquis. Realizing all this, Min Xiao inquires about the whereabouts of the bodyguard. The bodyguard's death, along with the revelation of this fact to Madame Zheng, underscores that Min Ji is far from a purely benevolent individual. Due to extensive alterations made in the previous chapter, some content has been shifted to this chapter. Please skip familiar content. Thank you for your patience with my musings. As the chill of winter envelopes the land, the Empress Dowager, in a moment of whimsy, requests the roasting of sweet potatoes, savoring their sweet aroma. Just as the sweet potatoes begin to roast, Princess Jiao Yang arrives. The duo, along with the palace attendants, are engrossed in roasting sweet potatoes when a letter from Madame Zheng arrives. The Empress Dowager hands the letter to Princess Jiao Yang, who, without hesitation, opens it to read. Upon finishing, she wrinkled her nose, expressing her disdain for Madame Qiao of the Marquis of Xuanping. The Empress Dowager gazes at her with curiosity, asking, "Did you not meet her only once at the residence of the Prince of Chang'an? How can you dislike her so? It is simply a matter of dislike." Princess Jiao Yang huffed, pondering why Madame Zheng would support her. "People often have affinities," the Empress Dowager explained. "While you may find Madame Qiao unappealing, Madame Zheng perceives her otherwise. If you do not favor her, it is best to limit your interactions." The Empress Dowager patiently advised, as a royal princess, even if you harbor dislike for someone, it is prudent to conceal your sentiments to prevent others from suffering due to your feelings. Princess Jiao Yang boted in dissatisfaction. Disliking her is disliking her. Why must I hide it? I don't intend to harm her. Can't I just maintain a cold demeanor? The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, shaking her head. You do not comprehend. At times, even a mere cold expression can lead others to interpret your feelings. They may resort to scheming against those you disfavor, seeking to curry your favor. Yet, when matters unravel, they will claim their actions were intended to assist you. In that moment, the consequences will reflect upon you, and you will find yourself unable to defend your actions. Consider whether this holds true. Princess Jiao Yang contemplated this, reluctantly nodding in agreement. It seems that way. But isn't that rather stifling? Life is fraught with such constraints. Who can escape them? Even though your father, the emperor, holds a position of great authority, there are times when he must yield. The Empress Dowager imparts her wisdom, reminding you that as a royal princess, you must possess the grace and poise befitting your station. As long as the matter does not cross your boundaries, tolerance is essential. Princess Jiao Yang nodded despondently, but then widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Grandmother, you are so biased." The Empress Dowager paused, taken aback. Princess Jiao Yang continued, indignant, "Whatever Lady Zheng does, you always support her. During the uproar involving the Duke of Jin's household, you shielded her. You even urged father to grant her special privileges repeatedly. Yet when it comes to me, you expect me to endure and suppress my feelings. Speaking of grace and composure. Grandmother, you are so partial. I might as well become Lady Zheng's granddaughter." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager reflected and realized there was indeed some truth to her words, unable to suppress a smile. She embraced Princess Jiao Yang, soothing her. All right, it is indeed my mistake, and I should not be so partial. You, my dear Jiao Yang, should always wear a cheerful smile and revel in happiness. From now on, I shall refrain from lecturing you on principles." Princess Jiao Yang wrapped her arms around the Empress Dowager's neck, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she negotiated. "Then when Aunt Hong visits the Duke of Xuanping's residence tomorrow, I wish to accompany her, and I shall forgive you, grandmother." The Empress Dowager, momentarily taken aback, chuckled as she playfully poked Princess Jiao Yang's forehead. "You little trickster, is that your true intention? Grandmother, please agree. I miss Lady Zheng. You must miss her too. I will go check on how she has been faring these days and report back to you." Princess Jiao Yang implored, shaking the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, nearly dizzy from the motion, relented. All right, I agree. Wonderful. Princess Jiao Yang cheered, releasing the Empress Dowager and leaping with joy. However, in her exuberance, the hem of her skirt brushed against the embers of the roasted sweet potatoes, igniting sparks. The vast palace was immediately thrown into chaos. The day of the family division arrived as scheduled, to mark the occasion with grandeur. Min Xiao arranged for the event to take place in the Minghui Hall of the main courtyard. The space was ample, dignified and well-lit. The designated time was at the hour of C. By the early hour of Chun, the Wu and Yang families were already present in the Minghui Hall, collaborating for the first time in perfect harmony, overseeing all preparations. Are there enough chairs? Are the spare stools ready? Where will the governor sit? Where will Lady Zheng of the Duke of Jin's household be seated? I hear there will be female officials from the palace. How shall we arrange their seats? Is the hot water boiling? What kind of tea leaves will we use? Is everything ready? The two determined individuals, eager for the division of the family, busied themselves in the Minghui Hall. Meanwhile, Songha Hall welcomed its esteemed guest early, Lady Zheng. What did you say? Min Xiao asked incredulously, gazing at Lady Zheng. Who is coming today? Lady Zheng chuckled awkwardly. Oh, do not be so startled. I have only just received the news. Min Xiao's lips twitched. Princess Jiao Yang is coming shortly. And you tell me this only now? Did you not say to request the Empress Dowager to send a lady in waiting? How is it that the person who arrived turned out to be Princess Jiao Yang? She has not forgotten that Princess Jiao Yang has not been particularly amiable towards her. I wonder if she will cause any disturbances when we divide the family assets. I certainly did not anticipate this. The letter that was sent to the palace yesterday only yielded a response this morning. I was quite taken aback upon receiving this news, which is why I hurried to inform you. Lady Zheng is equally perplexed. Princess Jiao Yang possesses a nature that revels in commotion. Indeed, she is a rather boisterous individual, yet she has an undeniable affection for the serene life of the Empress Dowager. While one might describe her as calm and composed, she paradoxically enjoys immersing herself in lively gatherings. Truly, she is a contradictory character. It is an established fact that Princess Jiao Yang is coming. The two elderly ladies have no means to alter this, and we must simply be cautious in our service when the time comes. Soon, there remained but a quarter of an hour until the hour of the snake. A messenger from Minghui Hall arrived to announce that nearly all the guests had arrived and requested that Lady Min Xiao and Lady Zheng proceed there. Thus, Lady Min Xiao and Lady Zheng exited Songha Hall together and made their way to Minghui Hall at a leisurely pace. Upon entering, they found the hall filled with guests. As they entered, everyone rose to their feet, except for the leg-disabled Lady Wang Zhang, who remained seated. The arrangement of Minghui Hall was conventional, with 2 seats of honor at the center and 4 seats on each side. Anticipating a larger gathering, 2 additional chairs had been added on each side. At this moment, both chairs of honor were unoccupied. The attendees in Minghui Hall were still unaware of Princess Jiao Yang's impending arrival. Hence, the seats of honor were clearly reserved for Lady Min Xiao and Lady Zheng. Min Rong, accompanied by Lady Wu, occupied the seat on the left. Min Yao sat closely beside them with Lady Yang. Following them was the sullen-faced Min Rong. On the right side sat the esteemed Governor Wang of Jingzhou. Next to him was Min Rong's uncle, Wang Mian, and beside him was Lady Wang Zhang. The final seat was taken by Min Yao's aunt, Lady Lin. Lady Min Xiao surveyed the gathering, her gaze lingering a moment longer on Lady Wang Zhang. It was evident that the latter, having not fully recovered, had come to join the fray, suggesting that her intentions were not benevolent. Mother, everyone has arrived. You and Lady Zheng should take your seats, and we can commence the division of the family assets, Min Rong said, approaching with a smile. However, Lady Min Xiao gently shook her head. Please wait a moment. There are still distinguished guests yet to arrive. Her words left the assembly momentarily stunned. Was not Lady Zheng the distinguished guest of the day? Could there be someone of higher status than Lady Zheng? As the guests pondered this, a servant from outside announced that Princess Jiao Yang had arrived. Thus, amidst a mix of astonishment and bewilderment, the guests prepared to welcome Princess Jiao Yang. Chapter 53. Silence. This is not your place to speak. Princess Jiao Yang unceremoniously took the seat of honor. Lady Zheng, fearing that Madame Min Xiao might take the main seat as well, hastily requested a place from the magistrate Wang and settled into the seat to her right. Consequently, the seating arrangement on the right shifted backward in succession. When it came to Wang Zhang, it proved somewhat laborious. Princess Jiao Yang, visibly impatient, murmured, "Why come here to stir up trouble when you could be nursing your broken leg at home? You are only causing inconvenience." As soon as these words left her lips, Wang Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. However, Upon realizing that the speaker was Princess Jiaoyang, she dared not cast a discontented glance, let alone retort, and could only silently bite her tongue in frustration. Madame Min Xiao cast a surprised glance at Princess Jiaoyang, initially thinking this little ancestor had come to trouble her, only to find that she voiced her thoughts right upon arrival. Observing Wang Zhang's vexed demeanor, Madame Min Xiao couldn't help but smirk. Yet, the next moment, Princess Jiaoyang addressed her. Madame Xiao, why are you still standing? As a junior, I am seated while you, as a senior, stand. Does this not reflect poorly on my respect for elders? Madame Min Xiao was momentarily taken aback and quickly sat down beside Princess Jiaoyang. Indeed, Princess Jiaoyang was indiscriminately attacking all whom she found displeasing. Lady Zheng, seated in the lower position of Princess Jiaoyang, noticed this and promptly cleared her throat twice, casting a meaningful glance at the princess. Only then did Princess Jiaoyang pout and fall silent. With everyone seated, the matter of the family division commenced. As the head of the Marquis, Min Rong articulated the purpose of convening everyone and exchanged some polite pleasantries before handing over the speaking rights to Madame Min Xiao. Without hesitation, Madame Min Xiao stated plainly, the division of the family merely concerns the distribution of assets and interests. Min Hong, Min Yao, Min Yu. According to the traditional regulations of the Marquis, 90% of the estate remains with the Marquis to be inherited by Min Rong. The remaining 10% will be divided between Min Yao and Min Hui in the ratio of 2 shares for the legitimate sons and 1 share for the illegitimate. Do you 3 brothers have any objections to this? No sooner had Madame Min Xiao finished speaking than Wang Zhang interjected furiously. Wait. We have not agreed to the division of the family. Why are we discussing the distribution of assets? We do not consent to the division. If there must be a split, let the second branch be separated. We refuse to divide. The assembly cast strange looks at Wang Zhang. Defiantly, she muttered, what I said is not incorrect. Why are you all staring at me? Madame Min Xiao chuckled lightly. Auntie, this is the division of the Marquis of Xuanping, as well as the division of the Min family's progeny. What concern is it of someone with the surname Wang? Do you have a say in this matter? Why does it not concern me? I am Min Hui's maternal aunt. If Min Hui is wronged, should I not seek justice for him as his aunt? Wang Zhang retorted vehemently. Min Hui clearly stated he does not wish to divide, yet you insist on separating him. What is your true intention? Min Xiao did not express anger. Instead, she regarded Wang Zhang with a semblance of a smile, her tone indifferent as she remarked, can one simply choose not to separate their family? There are countless descendants who wish to remain united, yet who among them can defy their parents? Wang Zhang intended to retort, but Min Hui interjected, kneeling on the ground with a tone heavy with sorrow. Mother, I have grown up under your care since childhood. I wish to bring joy to your life and serve you until the end of my days. I implore you not to cast me away. Min Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. If you possess filial piety, you may still visit me often even after a separation. It is not necessary to dwell beneath the same roof to express your devotion. Min Hui hesitated, then resolutely proposed, Mother, I have just betrothed myself to the Ananbo family. If we separate now, what will become of my engagement? I beseech you to allow me to marry before we part ways. Min Xiao's frown deepened. Such a blatant stalling tactic was not lost on her. Once Miss Feng entered the household, the prospect of separation would become far more complicated. Miss Feng was no gentle soul, and with her difficult and loquacious mother, along with the formidable influence of the Ananbo family, it was a troublesome thought indeed. At that moment, Princess Jiaoyang spoke up. Madame Xiao, therein lies your error. Even if Min Sanyi is not your biological son, he remains your child. As a mother, is it not your duty to assist him in his marriage? Branches grow from trees. This is not inherently wrong. Yet one must choose the right time. It is the critical moment for Min Sanye's marriage. How can you consider a separation now? I suggest you heed Min Sanye's wishes and delay the separation until after his wedding. Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Min Hui's face as he hurriedly bowed to Princess Jiaoyang, expressing his gratitude for her just intervention. Wang Zhang also appeared pleased, gazing at the princess with eyes full of appreciation, completely forgetting her earlier irritation and embarrassment. Even Wang Mian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had initially been reluctant to come, but was swayed by the desperate pleas of Min Hui and Wang Zhang. He thought it best to attend, hoping to persuade Min Xiao not to separate Min Hui. If separation were inevitable, he would at least ensure Min Hui did not suffer undue disadvantage. With Princess Jiao Yang's endorsement, it seemed the family would remain intact. However, faced with the princess's reproach, Min Xiao remained silent, turning to nod discreetly at Granny Fong. Granny Fong understood, producing a wooden box from her robes and handing it to Min Xiao. Min Xiao cast a knowing glance at Min Hui. Though she had no desire for confrontation, Min Hui's determination left her no choice. Swiftly, she opened the box and retrieved a thick envelope. Granny Fong, please let the uncle see this first. Wang Mian was taken aback, uncertain of what Min Xiao wished to reveal. Yet, upon receiving and quickly perusing the stack of letters, his expression turned pale. He suppressed the tremor within, casting a final glimmer of hope towards Min Xiaoshi. Madam, what does this mean? This letter is not written by my sister. Min Xiaoshi smiled faintly and responded, Uncle, is the content of this letter genuine? Wang Mian remained silent. Min Xiaoshi continued, the copy in your hands is transcribed by me. Your sister's authentic letter is in my possession. I feared that if I presented the original, either you or Min Hui might become overly agitated and inadvertently destroy it. Uncle, is that not true? Wang Mian lowered his gaze, unable to meet Min Xiaoshi's eyes any longer. Yet Min Xiaoshi reminded him, Uncle, that letter should be shown to Min Hui now. Wang Mian abruptly raised his head. Terror etched across his face as he looked at Min Xiaoshi. Madam, that may not be necessary. I have already promised Min Hui regarding the division of the family assets. Wang Mian's voice turned grave as he stated, Min Hui is entitled to his rightful share. Should you have any objections, he may forego his inheritance from the Marquis. Upon hearing this, before Min Xiaoshi could respond, Wang Zhangshi jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why should he not receive his share? Min Hui is the legitimate heir. It is one thing for him not to inherit the Marquis, but should he not be compensated more in the division of family assets? How can it be that he receives nothing? What sense does this make? Silence. You have no say in this matter. Chapter 54. A spectacle of turmoil. Wang Mian, consumed by fury, bellowed at Wang Zhangshi. Everything is under the authority of the matriarch. You are not permitted to meddle any further. Wang Zhangshi was taken aback by Wang Mian's wrath. It was the first time he had unleashed such fury upon her, leaving her momentarily stunned. In contrast, Min Hui glared at Wang Mian with eyes full of resentment. Why, uncle? Tell me why. From childhood, he had been instructed to revere Min Xiao and to behave submissively in her presence, as if any disobedience toward her would be a grave disrespect. Yet, it was Min Xiao who should feel shame, guilt, and unease for having usurped everything from him and his mother. Was it not her obligation to treat him well, given what she had taken from him? All eyes were fixed on the suddenly hysterical Min Hui, whose resentment toward Min Xiao was laid bare for all to see. Faced with the mother who had raised him, he spoke her name with disdain, offering not an ounce of respect. In that moment, it became clear to the onlookers why Min Xiao was adamant about severing ties. How could a mother feel warmth when her son harbored such deep-seated animosity toward her? Wang Mian sighed heavily, rendered speechless. Uncle, tell me, why is this happening? Before their arrival, he had assured Min Hui that he would persuade Min Xiao not to expel him. Yet now he seemed to have changed his stance. Was it due to the letter Min Xiao had shown him? What did it contain? You must tell me. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Min Xiao, sidestepping their gazes, regarded Wang Mian with an amused expression. Uncle, you have heard Min Hui's grievances toward me, and now his growing resentment toward you. If you do not show him the letter soon, this matter may spiral out of control. Wang Mian tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and after a long pause, took a deep breath and reopened them. With a tone of resignation, he said, Very well. He casually handed the letter to Min Hui. Here, behold the truth you seek. Min Hui hastily snatched the letter and perused it with fervor. After a moment, disbelief washed over him, and he shook his head violently, his eyes reddening with madness. No, this cannot be true. This is a fabrication by Min Xiao. Uncle, Tell me this is false. This cannot be real. Min Hui's desperate gaze bore into Wang Mian as he tore the document into shreds, murmuring, "This isn't true. It's all a deception. Yes, it must be Min Xiao's scheme. All lies concocted by her." The crowd was captivated by Min Hui's reaction, particularly Princess Jiaoyang, who had come merely to observe the chaos. Clearly, there was a tale to be unraveled. Princess Jiaoyang watched with keen interest as the fragments of paper lay scattered around. If her memory served her correctly, Min Xiao had previously stated that this was not a letter penned by the Wang family, but rather a copy she had transcribed. Perhaps, she mused, she could later discover what secrets lay within the original letter that had caused such a display from these two relatives. Beside them, Min Rong and Wu were equally distressed. After all, they were the Duke and Duchess of Xuanping. How could there be matters within the Duke's household of which they were unaware? It appeared to be related to Min Hui's biological mother, yet the nature of her actions that could drive Min Hui to such madness remained a mystery. The matriarch, Lady Zheng, wore an expression of melancholy, surprised to discover that even the Xuanping Duke's residence harbored secrets. The governor of Jingzhou maintained a composed demeanor, having resolved beforehand to refrain from involving himself in the Duke's family affairs, choosing instead to observe quietly. Among the attendees, aside from the governor, the most unfazed were the members of the second branch. Their sole desire was for a division of the family. Other matters held no significance for them. The most vociferous reaction, apart from Min Hui, came from Wang Zhangshi, the maternal aunt. She gazed at Min Hui with astonishment and anxiety, demanding, "What is happening? Minyu, what did your mother say in the letter? Speak quickly. Why are you crying? You claim that Min Xiao fabricated lies. Confront her. Whether true or false, share it, and let us adjudicate. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Is it possible that Min Xiao can wield such power unchallenged?" Wang Zhangshi's words tumbled forth like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving no opportunity for Wang Mian to intervene. Indeed, as soon as she spoke, the ever-curious Princess Jiaoyang nodded in agreement. "Min Sanyi, you may freely disclose the matter and allow us to judge. With this princess present, there is no need for you to hold back. Min Hui, did you hear? The princess will support you." Wang Zhangshi eagerly seized upon the moment. However, before her words could settle, Wang Mian shot her a fierce glare, his voice low and commanding silence. He then turned to Princess Jiaoyang, bowing deeply, and spoke in a stiff tone. "I, as an elder, thank the princess for her kind intentions on behalf of Min Hui. Yet, this is a family matter of the Min clan. How could we trouble the princess with it?" Without waiting for a response from the princess, he bent down to lift the dazed Min Hui from the ground. Addressing Lady Zheng, "I will have someone take Min Hui to rest. Allow me to handle the division of the family." "What is your preference, esteemed matriarch?" Min Xiao pondered for a moment before moving closer to Wang Mian and Min Hui, leaning in to whisper in a tone audible only to the three of them. "Min Hui, I care not whether your current state is genuine or feigned. Remember, this is your final opportunity. Should you cause further turmoil, I shall not hesitate to reveal everything to the world and cast your mother out from the ancestral hall of the Min family." At these words, a fierce glint ignited in Min Hui's lower gaze. Min Xiao, shorter in stature and ever observant of her expressions, noted the fleeting change in Min Hui's demeanor. The facade of confusion and distraction was, indeed, a mere act. "Rest assured, esteemed matriarch, my previous negligence will not recur. I will ensure this child does not trouble you again," Wang Mian promptly assured. Min Xiao nodded. "I trust in your character, Lord Wang, but only this once." Having concluded her words, Min Xiao turned back to her seat. Wang Mian cast a deep glance at Min Xiao's side and summoned Min Hui's personal attendant to assist him back to rest. Once Wang Mian resumed his place, the matter of the division of the family was reopened. The onlookers gazed curiously at Min Xiao, wondering if this was truly the end. Would no one offer a few words to satiate their curiosity? Min Xiao shook her head in resignation. Her decision was not born from a desire to spare Min Hui's feelings, but rather to honor the late Wang. Truth be told, Wang had treated her exceptionally well during her lifetime. Despite their roles as wife and concubine, which typically engender rivalry, they had instead cultivated a sisterly bond. Especially in the presence of the matriarch and Lin, They had become each other's trusted allies. Thus, as long as Min Hui refrained from folly in the future, she was inclined to preserve a measure of posthumous dignity for Wang. The discussion regarding the family division continued. Chapter 55. The Division of Inheritance. Min Xiao, ever steadfast in her duties, reiterated, the division of the family estate is merely a matter of apportioning wealth and interests. The three brothers, Min Rong, Min Yao, and Min Hui, were to adhere to the long-standing customs of the Marquis. 90% of the family fortune would remain within the household, inherited by Min Rong. The remaining 10% would be shared between Min Yao and Min Hui, in a ratio reflecting 2 shares for the legitimate sons and 1 for the illegitimate. You have no objections to this arrangement, I trust? Given the decision to suppress Min Hui's true lineage, adhering to the customary division of assets served as the most effective disguise, regardless of the external suspicions and conjectures. As long as she allocated Min Hui's inheritance in accordance with the rights of a legitimate son, all doubts would inevitably morph into mere rumors. Moreover, should Min Hui meet his own demise in the future, she could produce the divorce decree from Min Ji and request the ancestral tablet of the Wang family be removed from the Marquisate shrine, and others would only commend her for her benevolence, refraining from accusing her of disregarding the dignity of the deceased. Of course, her willingness to generously allocate a portion of the inheritance to Min Hui stemmed primarily from the Marquisate's dire financial state. There was scarcely any wealth to distribute. Those who harbor dreams of sudden riches through inheritance will be the first to face disillusionment, exemplified by individuals like Wang Zhang and Wu Shi. Suppressing his curiosity about Min Hui, Min Rong was the first to respond, stating, "My son has no objections." Min Yao quickly echoed, "Everything shall be at the discretion of the matriarch." Min Xiao then turned her gaze toward Wang Mian, who, displaying a hint of surprise, nodded gratefully in her direction and declared, "The third branch also has no objections." With unanimous agreement, Min Xiao instructed, "Let Grandma Zhou and Steward Yang present the Marquisate's assets and accounts." These documents had been meticulously prepared in advance, and soon after, they were brought forth. The ledgers were housed in several large wooden chests, while the property deeds and land contracts were contained in a small, lightweight wooden box that Yang carried effortlessly. He placed the box on the small table beside Min Xiao and handed her the summary of the estate before stepping aside to await further instructions. As Wu Shi beheld the chests filled with ledgers, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a vast estate must lie behind such extensive documentation. Meanwhile, Yang Shi discreetly pondered the true scale of the Marquisate's wealth and what portion the second branch might receive. Min Xiao wasted no time and promptly disclosed the specifics of the Marquisate's assets. The most valuable possession was, of course, the estate itself, which was tied to the noble title and thus excluded from distribution. Beyond the estate, the Marquis owned 2 farmlands, one located in the outskirts, a hot spring estate covering 300 acres, yielding an annual output of approximately 200 taels, valued at 5,000 taels. The other, situated in the north, spanned 500 acres with a similar annual yield of 200 taels, valued at 3,000 taels. Additionally, the Marquis possessed 2 shops in both the southern and northern cities. The southern shop generated an annual profit of around 300 taels, valued at 1,000 taels, while the northern shop's annual profit was less than 100 taels, valued at 500 taels. In the vicinity of the capital, there are 5 more shops, collectively contributing approximately 600 to 700 taels in annual income, with each shop valued at 400 taels. Thus, these constituted the primary assets of the Marquis. Adding it all together, it is estimated that there will be an annual profit of 2,000 taels, while the total value of the estate and the shops amounts to 13,000 taels. According to the established rules, the Marquis retains assets valued at 11,700 taels, the second branch receives 440 taels, and the third branch is entitled to 860 taels. I have decided that 1 shop in the northern city will be allocated to the second branch, while the third branch will receive 2 shops, one in the northern city and one near the capital. Do you have any objections? As Min Xiao meticulously reviewed the accounts, she rattled off a multitude of details. Everyone listened intently, absorbed in her words. Once Min Qiao finished, the assembly was astonished to discover that the vast Xuanping Marquis possessed such a meager fortune. They gazed at Min Qiao in disbelief. Wu Shi wore a look of sheer shock, while Yang Shi was equally astonished. Wang Zhangshi, however, was undeterred, exclaiming, "How can this be possible? How could the Xuanping Marquis only have such a paltry amount of assets?" Staring fiercely at Min Qiao, Wang Zhangshi demanded, "Is this your doing? You have managed the Marquis for over 30 years. Have you embezzled the estate's wealth during this time? It must be so. Otherwise, how could such a venerable household have so little to its name?" The eyes of the assembly were filled with scrutiny. "Enough. Silence yourself." Wang Mian angrily yanked at Wang Zhangshi's arm, his piercing gaze threatening her. "If you dare to speak again, I will throw you out." Wang Zhangshi glared defiantly at Wang Mian, but ultimately relented, muttering in dissatisfaction, "I'm not wrong." Seeing that Wang Zhangshi had quieted down, Wang Mian turned apologetically toward Min Qiao. "The third branch has no objections. Let us proceed as the matriarch has proposed." Wang Mian's declaration on behalf of Min Hui left only the first and second branches to address. Wu Shi and Wang Zhangshi shared the same sentiments. Initially, Wu Shi was pleased to see Wang Zhangshi challenge the proposal, but now, witnessing Wang Zhangshi being subdued by Wang Mian, she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She kept casting glances at Min Rong, clearly wishing for him to inquire further. Meanwhile, on the second branch's side, Yang Shi harbored similar intentions. But before she could act, Lin Shi had already signaled to Min Yao. Receiving his mother's cue, Min Yao promptly stood and bowed, stating, "The second branch has no objections." No sooner had he sat down than he was sharply pinched by Yang Shi at his side. Min Yao shot her a glare and whispered, "Our aim is to separate the households, not the assets." Yang Shi pouted, clearly reluctant, yet she settled down obediently. Thus, only the first branch remained unvoiced. A sardonic smile graced Min Qiao's lips. Since receiving the handwritten letter from the steward Old Ding, she had regarded Min Hui with disdain. The true division that needed clarity was that concerning Min Rong. It was the first branch. It was the private property of the Marquis, as well as Min Qiao's dowry. At this moment, observing the anxious expression on Wu's face, and then the troubled, hesitant, conflicted, and agonized demeanor of Min Rong, who struggled to make a decision, Min Qiao couldn't help but feel a sense of cold amusement within. It seemed that Wu was relying on Min Rong to question the affairs of the Hofu. Yet it was likely that Min Rong also secretly hoped for Wu to take the initiative in addressing the matter. Noticing that the couple from the main branch was slow to express their stance, Min Qiao remained unfazed, leisurely sipping her tea. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, she lifted her eyes toward Madame Zheng, where she indeed found Madame Zheng regarding her with a look of profound sympathy. With a stepson displaying such behavior and her own biological son exhibiting a similar distrust, it was no wonder that Min Qiao's temperament had recently undergone such a significant transformation. Clearly, there were reasons behind it. Unbeknownst to Min Qiao, she had elicited a strong sense of sympathy from Madame Zheng and even smiled in response to her. Just then, Princess Jiao Yang impatiently interjected, asking, "Is there any disagreement between Duke Xuanping and the Duchess? If there are issues, just speak plainly. Such coyness is exceedingly tiresome to behold." Chapter 56. The impoverished Marquis and the wealth of dowries. Princess Jiao Yang was indifferent to the financial state of the Marquis or the division of properties among the families. What she yearned for was to hastily conclude the division and discreetly seek out Min Qiao to peruse the handwritten letter from the Wang family, curious to unveil its contents. Her heart was in turmoil, akin to a cat's clawing, leaving her restless and anxious. Yet, the couple from the Xuanping Marquis continued to squander her precious time, which was utterly vexing. As soon as this sentiment was expressed, all gazes converged upon Min Rong and Madame Wu. Min Rong felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny and was about to speak when Madame Wu preemptively interjected, "Mother, it has been less than 2 months since I assumed the responsibilities of the Marquis, yet I have gained some understanding of both the minor and major expenditures therein. According to what you just mentioned, the annual income of the Marquis is less than 2,000 taels, which is hardly sufficient to sustain the annual expenses of the estate. After merely 2 months of managing the household, I am already nearing despair. I wonder, mother, how you manage to uphold the Marquisite's annual expenditures of around 5,000 taels on an income of merely 2,000 taels over the decades. Her words clearly insinuated that Min Xiao was embezzling the Marquisite's assets while masquerading her personal funds as a means to subsidize the estate, seeking to earn a favorable reputation. Min Xiao smiled and gestured for Granny Fong, who promptly presented her with another wooden box. Min Xiao accepted the box, but did not rush to open it. Instead, she calmly asserted, "Since we are dividing the estate, each family shall naturally take their respective properties, especially the dowries of the women." As she spoke, she opened the box and extracted several lists of gifts. "This one is the dowry list for Yang, and this one is yours, Madame Wu." Both lists were thin, revealing at a glance that their dowries were rather meager. Madame Wu and Yang felt bewildered by Min Xiao's intentions, their faces flushing with concern that she might publicly display their dowry lists. Although their dowries had been showcased at the time of marriage, that had been many years ago, and they had faced ridicule then, were they to endure such humiliation once more? However, Min Xiao had no intention of unveiling their paltry dowries. Instead, she swiftly skimmed through their lists before producing a much thicker dowry list. This one was left by the late matriarch, indicating that all her remaining dowry should be allocated to Lin. Thus, this can be considered Lin's dowry, which she should remember to take with her when the time comes. These words were directed at Lin. The late matriarch had always favored Lin, the personal maid who had served her since childhood, while harboring disdain for Wang, who had failed to bear children, and for Min Xiao, who hailed from a merchant background. Even after Min Xiao gave birth to her eldest grandson, the matriarch's aversion towards her persisted. To her dying day, she remained resentful of Min Xiao's origins. Logically, Min Xiao's status as a merchant's daughter should have been superior to Lin's as a maid. Thus, Min Xiao had always struggled to comprehend the matriarch's disdain. It was only after enduring various experiences that she gradually began to understand the underlying reasons. The elderly lady's disdain was not directed at her lineage, but rather at the implications of her marriage into the... It can be said without exaggeration that Min Xiao's entry into the was akin to bringing a substantial dowry to rescue it. She was, in essence, a benefactor to the family. The more the elderly lady detested Min Xiao, the deeper her own emotional wounds ran. It was her impotence in the face of this decline and her shame at its degradation to the point of requiring a merchant woman's dowry for salvation. Unable to confront the family's downfall or her own inadequacy, an overwhelming tide of emotions culminated in Min Xiao becoming the outlet for her frustrations. In stark contrast to the elderly lady's attitude, Min Ji truly regarded her as a savior. Thus, at that time, Min Ji's kindness was enough to offset the elderly lady's slight harshness. However, I digress. In summary, the elderly lady never found personal liberation before her demise. Consequently, at the end of her life, she bequeathed her remaining dowry to Lin. Min Xiao had assessed the dowry, noting that over half had already been utilized to fill this void before her arrival. The remainder consisted of jewelry and decorative items valued at 2,000 to 3,000 taels. As for the more valuable and easily liquidated properties, they had long since been sold. Nevertheless, the elderly lady's remaining dowry was still far superior to what Wu and Yang possessed. Min Xiao was well aware of the dowries of both women, as she had personally arranged the marriages of Min Rong and Min Yao. As for the dowries of the two, they amounted to 500 taels, nothing more. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. The elderly lady's dowry, instead of being bequeathed to her son, daughter-in-law, or several grandchildren, was instead granted to a concubine. Lin's eyes immediately reddened at Min Xiao's words. Shortly after the elderly lady's passing, Min Xiao had tallied her dowry and handed it all over to Lin. Recalling past events now stirred a sense of nostalgia within Lin. Unperturbed by the reactions around her, Min Xiao presented a list that, while slightly thinner than the elderly lady's, was significantly more substantial than those of Wu and Yang, addressing Wang Mian. "This is the dowry list for Min Hui's mother, which should be taken by Min Hui in due time. Oh, and by the way, Over the years, whenever Min Hui returned to the Wang family, he would take quite a few treasures from me. I have accounted for all those in his mother's dowry. Wang Mian paused, then nodded in agreement. That is only right. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she was on the verge of erupting but hesitated upon meeting Wang Mian's gaze. All these years, she had assumed that the valuable items extracted from Min Xiao had been included in her sister-in-law's dowry. Wasn't this merely shifting wealth from one hand to another, still belonging to the Wang family? Wang Zhang felt a surge of frustration. Min Xiao didn't even glance at Wang Zhang, instead producing the final dowry list, waving it before everyone. This list was significantly thicker than the previous 4 combined. As for this last dowry list, it goes without saying that you already know to whom it belongs. Indeed, this one is mine. Min Xiaoshi smiled softly and candidly stated, "It is well known that I hail from a family of merchants, one of the foremost wealthy families in Jiangnan. When I entered the Xuanping Marquis residence, I brought with me a dowry valued at over 800,000 taels, of which 50,000 taels were in silver." Upon hearing this, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Even the seemingly unflappable Princess Jiaoyang, who prided herself on her worldly experience, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Undeterred by the astonishment of those around her, Min Xiaoshi continued in a calm and measured tone after entering the residence. "The 50,000 taels of silver from my dowry were borrowed by the old marquis to fill the gaps in the household finances. The remaining treasures, including jewelry, artifacts, estates, and workshops, have all been preserved. Over the years, I have managed to sustain myself quite comfortably through these assets." Once again, the crowd inhaled sharply. Such comfort? One could indulge daily in delicacies like sea cucumbers and abalone, and yet still not exhaust one's resources. Chapter 57. You owe me money, so continue to repay? This is the list of my dowry. If you doubt it, the magistrate of Jingzhou possesses another copy of the gift list that was recorded at the yamen. I have asked the magistrate to bring it over in advance. As she spoke, she nodded towards the magistrate of Jingzhou, who promptly smiled and presented the document bearing the official seal of the Jingzhou yamen. Along with it, he handed over the dowry lists of Madame Wu and others to Mrs. Min Xiao. Politely accepting the documents, Mrs. Min Xiao smiled at Madame Wu and Min Rong. Indeed, she observed the couple's faces drained of color, their expressions filled with panic and guilt. It seemed that Mrs. Min Xiao felt this blow was insufficient, as she continued, "Oh, by the way, the late Marquis took 500,000 taels of silver from me, which he promised to borrow. He even wrote me an IOU, stating that the Marquis would repay it gradually over time." With that, she retrieved a note from a wooden box and handed it to Granny Fong to display for all to see. This was the IOU that the late Marquis had written in the name of the Marquis. It clearly stated that as long as the Marquis existed, this debt would be repaid. Initially, I had said it was unnecessary to repay, but the late Marquis, being a man of unwavering integrity, insisted on providing me with a written acknowledgement. He even mentioned transferring the remaining properties of the Marquis into my name. I pondered, how could such a vast Marquis be devoid of assets? Therefore, I left those estates and shops with the Marquis. The late Marquis did not wish for me to suffer any loss. Hence, he specified in the IOU that the Marquis would allocate 30% of its annual income to repay the debt. Although this amount was but a drop in the ocean compared to the 500,000 taels owed, it nonetheless represented a gesture of goodwill and demonstrated the Marquis's intent to repay. Mrs. Min Xiao paused, her tone filled with resignation as she remarked, "Alas, these matters were not ones I intended to disclose. However, since you have expressed doubts regarding the Marquis's assets, I naturally must clarify the situation. Otherwise, people might mistakenly believe I have taken substantial treasures from a Marquis." Turning her gaze toward Min Rong and Madame Wu with a smile, she declared, "You are now the Marquis and Marchioness of Xuanping, and the debt the Marquis owes me shall henceforth be your responsibility to repay." At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment once again. Goodness, what a dire predicament for the couple. Merely questioning Mrs. Min Xiao about the Marquis's limited assets had resulted in them inheriting a debt of 500,000 taels. At this moment, Madame Wu was already pale with fear. nearly unable to remain seated. She cast a desperate glance at Min Rong, seeking solace from him. However, Min Rong also appeared ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Fortunately, Min Rong reacted swiftly, forcing a smile as he addressed Mrs. Min Xiao. Mother, please do not be angry. It is all Wu's ignorance that has caused your distress. Rest assured, the debt the Marquis owes you, I will do everything in my power to repay. Even if I cannot manage it, I still have a son. The promises made by father to you shall never go unfulfilled. Mrs. Min Xiao squinted her eyes in amusement at Min Rong. His words were indeed quite shrewd. He deftly shifted the blame onto Madame Wu and employed his father's usual tactic of soothing her with sweet words. In her previous life, she gradually became ensnared in Min Ji's sweet words. Throughout that time, she never mentioned to Min Rong and the others about the promissory note Min had written for her. Nor did she ever ask Min Rong to repay even a single coin on behalf of the home mansion. Instead, she silently used her own funds to support the home mansion, Min Rong, Min Hui, and Min Yueshi. Ultimately, she was drained of her very essence, her entire dowry consumed, and even lost her life. Now, looking back, she realizes how utterly foolish she was in her past existence. Did they know the true value of her dowry? Were they aware of the home mansion's poverty? Did they comprehend her sacrifices for the home mansion? Did they understand that the home mansion could not survive without her? In her previous life, they were utterly ignorant of this. They merely perceived her contributions as obligatory, while her constraints and criticisms towards them were deemed utterly unforgivable. In this life, Min Xiao intends to make them aware that it is she who sustains the Xuanping home mansion. Everything within the Xuanping home mansion has been acquired through her dowry. The mansion may manage without everyone else, but it cannot exist without her, Min Xiao. With a cold gaze, Min Xiao looked at Min Rong and nodded slightly. I know you are ambitious. From this day forth, I officially entrust the home mansion to you. The assets of the home mansion, the debts owed, its future, the upbringing of the children, their marriages, and their prospects. All will be your responsibility. Min Rong solemnly nodded in response. Yes, I will do my utmost to shoulder this responsibility and restore the dignity of the home mansion, never disappointing you, mother. Good child. Ambitious. Min Xiao feigned praise before adding with a smile. Since the home mansion is your responsibility, it should no longer rely on my dowry for sustenance. From this day forward, I shall ensure a complete separation of the home mansion's assets from my dowry. Of course, my people will only be accountable to me henceforth. As for the affairs of the home mansion, I and my subordinates shall completely withdraw from them. Min Rong's eyelids twitched, and he fell into a state of shock. Why had his father's teachings failed him? Hadn't his father said that as long as he appeased her, showered her with praise, and elevated her, she would comply with his every word? With matters clarified, Min Xiao no longer delayed, having a division document drawn up, which was then signed and sealed by witnesses and members of each household. The matter was thus settled. 6 copies of the document were created, 1 for Min Xiao, 1 for each of the 3 households, 1 for the home mansion, and 1 to be submitted to the authorities for record. All documents were to be returned only after being stamped by the official office. These were matters for another time. At present, with the division completed, everyone began to take their leave. In the blink of an eye, only Lady Zheng and Princess Jiaoyang remained in Songhitang. Princess, shouldn't you return to the palace now? Aren't you concerned about the Empress's worry? Lady Zheng subtly urged Min Xiao to dismiss her guest. However, Princess Jiaoyang responded nonchalantly. As long as I'm happy, my mother does not concern herself with me. Turning to Min Xiao with hopeful eyes, she inquired, Lady, may I see the handwritten letter from the Wang matron? Min Xiao was taken aback and had yet to speak when Madame Zheng subtly twitched her lips. Responding on Min Xiao's behalf, Your Highness, since Lady Qiao has chosen not to make her situation public, there must be a reason for her discretion. It is rather inappropriate for you to pry into another's privacy. Princess Jiaoyang pouted and murmured, I am simply curious. I won't speak of it to anyone else. Madame Zheng seemed poised to elaborate, but Min Xiao nonchalantly shook her head at Madame Zheng, smiling as she said, It's quite all right. I have no objection to the princess taking a look. However, once you have seen it, do not divulge it to others. The princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, assuring Madame Zheng, "Rest assured, I shall not tell anyone else. If it were uninteresting, it would be dismissed, but if it were intriguing, she might just confide in her grandmother." Well, her grandmother hardly counted as anyone else. Chapter 58. Together, we honor your grandmother, wretched woman. Fool, are you pleased now? Upon returning to Haidang courtyard, Minrong unleashed a resounding slap upon Wu's face. The unexpected blow sent Wu staggering, causing her to collide with a nearby table corner, which instantly brought her to clutch her abdomen and gasp in pain. Her devoted maid, Cui Xiang, rushed forward to assist her, but Wu raised her hand to halt her. After a considerable moment, Wu regained her composure and, with a cold smile, mocked Minrong. "Is the Marquis now eager to shift the blame onto me? Was the division of the family my idea? It was the old lady's proposal." Upon hearing of the separation, did not the Marquis rejoice to the point of sleepless nights? Now that the division is complete, does the Marquis regret it? "You vile woman." Minrong seethed with fury. "It is all you're doing, spreading rumors and sowing discord. You incessantly complain about the old lady's expenditures. You even question whether the old lady has misappropriated the Marquis's assets. You were the one who insisted on wresting control from the old lady's hands. And now, what of it? Will you bear the cost of the Marquis's expenses henceforth?" "Huh, what a statement from the Marquis." Wu scoffed. "Did I alone desire the authority of the steward? Was it not you who supported my claim against the old lady? And am I the only one who has questioned the old lady? Was that not your sentiment at the time? I merely articulated your thoughts. I dare say when I spoke, you were likely grateful in your heart. How is it that now the Marquis seeks to cast all blame upon me, who had never been one to endure grievances silently?" And she retorted fiercely against Minrong's accusations. Minrong, unable to contain her anger, lifted her hand to strike Wu again. Yet Wu was no meek target. She turned her face and shouted, "Come, come, strike me here. If you do not kill me today, I shall return to my family tomorrow with these bruises. Go on, strike me, you vile woman." Minrong was incensed, her rage reaching a boiling point, yet her hand ultimately faltered. At that moment, Min Yueshi, having heard her parents return from the division, entered just in time to witness Minrong's raised hand. Her face paled in alarm as she rushed to shield Wu. "Father, what are you doing? Was it not stated that the family had been divided? Is not this separation a good thing? Why do you seek to strike mother upon your return?" Having recently endured a severe illness, Min Yueshi appeared markedly thinner, her complexion still pale and fragile despite her recovery. Upon seeing her, Minrong quelled her ire somewhat, exhaling heavily as she replied in a grave tone, "I have matters to attend to. Speak with your mother." With that, she swiftly exited the courtyard. "Mother, what has transpired?" Min Yueshi inquired with confusion. Was it not said that Uncle 2 and Uncle 3 had successfully separated? Why is father in such a fury? Wu, not one to bottle up her grievances, promptly recounted the events surrounding the division, detailing the schemes between herself and Minrong over the steward's authority, as well as the suspicions regarding Min Xiao's alleged misappropriation of the Marquis's assets. She complained to her daughter, clearly, "All these actions were instigated by your father, yet I bear the brunt of the blame. Now, having angered your grandmother, your father takes it out on me. Tell me, is there any sense in this world?" As she spoke, Mrs. Wu began to weep softly. Min Yueshi sighed deeply, wiping away Mrs. Wu's tears while soothing her. "Mother, this is not the time for sorrow. What is most crucial now is to mend our relationship with grandmother. As you mentioned, the Marquis has thrived these years thanks to her support. Without her assistance, how will the Marquis survive in the future?" Mrs. Wu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are right. Your father is utterly unreliable. I say, it is your grandmother who is dependable, capable, and wealthy." Yes, the emphasis is on wealth. Min Yueshi gazed at Mrs. Wu with a complex expression. "Mother, it would be wise for you to be sincere towards grandmother. If you only focus on calculating her wealth, I fear she might not grant you even a penny." After a moment's contemplation, Mrs. Wu nodded vigorously. "You are correct. Your grandmother has never favored me. Now that I have thoroughly angered her alongside your father, she may not even wish to see me in the future." At this point, Mrs. Wu shifted the conversation. her eyes sparkling as she looked at Min Yueshi. However, your grandmother dotes on you. You should frequently visit her. Even a little kindness from her would suffice for you to live a life free of worry. I believe, rather than relying on your father for your marriage, it is far more prudent to depend on your grandmother. At this, Mrs. Wu paused, her demeanor visibly shifting to one of despair. Initially, I was misled by your father's nonsense, believing that the grandson of the Minister of Works was of noble character, and that the status of the minister's family matched ours. This foolishness prompted me to assist you in seeking the old lady's consent to break off the engagement. Had we not called off the marriage with the Liu family, we wouldn't be facing so many troubles now. Mrs. Wu looked at Min Yueshi, her heart heavy with unspoken guilt. With reddened eyes, she lamented, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't harbored ill intentions, Wu Chung wouldn't have seduced Fei Su, and she wouldn't have poisoned you. I have brought you nothing but harm. Mother, those events are in the past. From now on, let us live well and be filial to grandmother. One day, she will forgive us." Min Yueshi's smile was bittersweet, yet her gaze held a glimmer of clarity. Without the trial she had faced, she might still be that proud and arrogant young lady of the Marquisate. Mrs. Wu nodded, embracing Min Yueshi tightly. "Yes, from now on, we shall strive to please, no? I mean be filial to your grandmother. Not just us, but your two younger brothers as well. We, the four of us, will show our devotion to the old lady." Min Yueshi chuckled softly, finding her mother both exasperating and endearing. Her mother, so innocent and straightforward, would not have been despised by grandmother had it not been for her father's influence. Suppressing the surge of thoughts within her, she gently replied, "All right, we will be filial together to grandmother." In contrast to the chaotic return of the eldest branch, the second branch appeared remarkably harmonious. Initially, Mrs. Yang lamented that her share of the inheritance fell far below her expectations. However, when she considered the exorbitant debts incurred by the eldest branch and reflected on the dowry left by the old matriarch for concubine Lin, a sense of equilibrium washed over her. With Mrs. Yang now settled, tranquility enveloped the second branch as well. Indeed, the entire family of five was bustling with joy, directing the servants to tidy up their belongings. Since the moment Lin had proactively suggested the division of the household, she had dispatched individuals to prepare the residence located at the junction of the south and east cities. This dwelling, comprising 2 courtyards, was modest in size, yet ample enough to accommodate their family of 5, along with a dozen or so servants. It was a discreet dowry arranged by the old matriarch, not listed among her official endowments. Now that the family had been separated, the other residence was ready, awaiting their transition once their current arrangements were complete. "Madam, is there anything you require assistance with?" Mrs. Yang inquired, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to concubine Lin. Chapter 59. The engagement falls through in the past. The Yang family was apprehensive of the Lin family, seldom daring to approach them, let alone engage in the amiable exchanges that characterized their current interaction. Lin cast a disdainful glance at Yang, inquiring whether she had sorted out her and Min Yao's belongings, along with those of the children. "Not yet," Yang replied with a smile. "Those tasks have been handled by Qing Yi and the others. Allow me to assist you in tidying up." With a quick glance, Yang's intentions became clear to Lin. Previously, Yang had avoided her, but now she sought to ingratiate herself, evidently aware of the wealth Lin possessed. It seemed that for the sake of silver, Yang had overcome her previous trepidation. Lin maintained a stern demeanor, retorting sharply that she had her own maids to handle the arrangements and suggested that Yang return to her own affairs. In former times, a mere glare from Lin would have rendered Yang compliant as a quail. Yet this time, Yang appeared undeterred by Lin's frosty demeanor. Instead, she became more enthusiastic, actively assisting Lin in her tasks. In that moment, Lin suddenly realized that her future retirement might lack tranquility. After the division of the family assets, Wang Mian had the servants escort Wang Zhang to the carriage while he made his way to Min Hui's residence. Before he could enter, he heard Min Hui inside, smashing objects and cursing loudly. Frowning, Wang Mian entered the room, gestured for the attendants to leave, and shut the door behind him before sternly addressing Min Hui. "Min Hui, how long will you continue this ruckus? Accept reality. What your mother wrote is entirely true. Min Hui dropped the vase in his hand, turning to Wang Mian with a bitter expression. Is what my mother said true? Huh. Uncle, then tell me, what am I? All the resentment and hatred I have harbored over the years. Was it all a joke? Ha ha ha. I foolishly aspired to compete with Min Rong for the title of the Marquisate. But what is the outcome? I am nothing but a bastard. Uncle, please tell me why. What does it all mean? Wang Mian sighed, his tone filled with resignation. Due to the constraints of social standing, the elders opposed your parents' union and subsequently arranged for your mother to marry the Marquis of Xuanping. These were the decisions of our forebears. However, they have all passed away now. If you must harbor resentment directed at me, I was aware of everything, but chose to align with the elders, never once speaking a word in defense of your mother. The true architects of the situation are we, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Xuanping, Min Xiao, or Min Rong. Min Hui closed his eyes in despair. If he were in the same position, he would never marry off a cherished daughter to a mere traveling bodyguard. So whom should he blame? What sort of person could evoke such enduring devotion from a noble lady, one who remains steadfastly in love despite being married to another? Wang Mian paused, realizing that Min Hui was inquiring about his biological father. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, he was a cowardly and ineffectual man. Min Hui furrowed his brow. Wang Mian continued, stating that your maternal grandfather and great-grandfather had once offered him an opportunity to leave the capital and join the military, promising that if he achieved success within 5 years, your mother would be betrothed to him. However, he declined, expressing that he only wished to remain by your mother's side. Although this was merely a perfunctory gesture from the Wang family, as Min Hui's mother was already 14 and could not realistically wait 5 years for a proposal. That man was unwilling even to take a gamble. This refusal was one of the reasons the elders of the Wang family firmly opposed their union. Of course, there was no need for Min Hui to be burdened with such knowledge. The past should not ensnare him any longer, especially considering that the person in question had passed away. Indeed, Min Hui was visibly dejected upon hearing this revelation. Later, the old Marquis had also granted him a chance to take my mother far away, yet he rejected that as well. He abandoned my mother and met his end alone, with his body buried by my mother's hired hands. How absurd. I am the offspring of such a cowardly and ineffective man. Huh. My biological father is this kind of person. Is it not laughable? Is it not ludicrous? Min Hui slumped despondently into the chair, his gaze vacant as he looked at Wang Mian, as if seeking a contradictory answer from him. However, Wang Mian offered no excessive comfort. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, reminding him that those were matters of the past. As long as the truth remained concealed, he would still be known as Min San, the esteemed grandson of the Xuanping Marquis. What he needed to focus on now was to gather his spirits and prepare earnestly for his marriage. Previously, I had opposed a match with the Annan Marquis family, but now it stands as your best option. By marrying into the Marquis family, even if you lose the support of the Ho family, you would still have a Yu family to rely on. Yet, let's hope that day never arrives. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from visiting the Marquis' residence. Should you go, maintain a humble and respectful demeanor towards a matriarch and the Xuanping Marquis. Their allowing you to live under the title of the Marquis' legitimate son is already a considerable act of generosity, especially the matriarch. She had been genuinely kind to you. Had you not overstepped, she would not have. Alas, let us not dwell on the future. You must navigate that on your own. If after all these experiences, you cannot live a grounded life, my concerns would have been in vain. Uncle, I understand. I will no longer act foolishly, Min Hui replied, appreciating his uncle's care, aware that Wang Mian had his best interests at heart. At that moment, he felt no desire to stir up trouble. After 20 years of turmoil, he had come to realize that everything was a farce. What was the point of further strife? However, could the marriage with the Annan Marquis family still proceed? Having separated from his family, he was uncertain whether they would still be willing. Furthermore, his lineage was an exceedingly unstable factor. Should outsiders discover it, there would be no need for speculation. The engagement would undoubtedly fall through. Wang Mian pondered seriously. From what I observe of the matriarch's demeanor, it does not seem she intends to reveal your background. As long as your lineage remains undisclosed, there is still hope for this union. After all, the 3 books and 6 rites had nearly been completed, and even the date for the wedding had been set. It should be foolproof. Well, let us hope so. However, fate does not always align with our wishes. A few days later, rumors began to circulate in the capital that Master Min San was not the biological son of the late Marquis Xuanping. Particularly, the actions of Min Yao and Min Hui moving out of the Marquisate only amplified these rumors. Have you heard? It turns out that Master Min San of the Xuanping Marquisate is not the legitimate son of the old Marquis. I heard that too. It is said that Master Min San is the illegitimate child born from the late Marquis' wife's affair. Wow, could it be true? The old Marquis and Marquise have been deceased for so long. How could such rumors still emerge? You don't know? It is precisely because both have passed that this matter has come to light. I heard it was even the matriarch of the Xuanping Marquisate who revealed it. Really? Is that so? I wondered why Madame Qiao suddenly changed her demeanor and insisted on dividing the family. It turns out she discovered such a secret. Indeed, for years, he has occupied the status of a legitimate heir despite being an illegitimate child. Just think of how much the Min Qiao family has been criticized because of this supposed legitimate son over the years. Isn't it infuriating? Exactly. Now that the truth has come to light, it is only natural for them to express their grievances. Listening to the news from outside, Min Hui's heart, once tranquil, was reignited with fury, and the buried resentment and hatred surged once more. P.S. Wishing everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday to Donghua today. Chapter 60. Remarriage after husband's death. Upon learning of the rumors, Min Qiao exhibited an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed. After all, a secret is only a secret when known to one. Once shared, it ceases to be so. Nevertheless, her curiosity piqued, as besides herself, Wang Mian, and Min Hui, only Lady Zheng and Princess Jiaoyang were privy to this matter. After she had shown the letter from the Wang family to Princess Jiaoyang, she also casually shared it with Lady Zheng. She was confident that neither Wang Mian nor Min Hui would divulge the information, and she trusted that Lady Zheng would remain discreet as well. The crux of the issue lay with Princess Jiaoyang. Yet it seemed unlikely that she would spread the news indiscriminately, as it held no benefit for her. As doubts clouded her mind, Min Qiao dispatched someone to trace the origins of the rumors. After 2 days, they finally uncovered the truth. It turned out that after indulging in the gossip, Princess Jiaoyang had excitedly recounted it to the Empress Dowager upon returning to the palace. Somehow, the tale found its way to the ears of Consort Zhao, who in turn shared the story with her confidant, Lady Yan'an. Once Lady Yan'an was informed, it was only a matter of time before the news escaped the confines of the palace. Thus, the rumors spread rapidly, multiplying from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, until the entire capital was abuzz with the tale. Upon hearing the source of the rumors, Min Qiao could not help but furrow her brow. Why was Lady Yan'an so omnipresent? It seemed that the frequency of her name echoing in her ears was far too high. In her previous life, she had only occasionally heard mention of Lady Yan'an, who had possessed little presence in her world. Yet in this life, it felt as though an inexplicable bond had formed between them, with her shadow cast in every corner of Min Qiao's existence. Was this mere coincidence, or was it orchestrated? Just as Min Qiao pondered this enigma, Lady Yan'an made an unsolicited visit, seeking out Min Hui directly. "Speak to me candidly. Are the rumors true?" she inquired bluntly upon meeting him. Min Hui, aware of Lady Yan'an's intentions, feigned ignorance and replied with feigned grievance, "Madam, you must see the truth in this matter. Such claims are utterly baseless. If I were truly of dubious birth, could I have maintained my position as the legitimate heir of the Marquis for so many years? Furthermore, what man of honor could endure the betrayal of a spouse, let alone a dignified Marquis? If I were indeed the illegitimate child of my mother's infidelity, I would surely have perished before birth." Lady Yan'an nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. No man could withstand such dishonor." Min Hui felt a sense of relief until Lady Yan'an's tone shifted. "However, the rumors are so detailed and widespread, they cannot simply be unfounded." Her demeanor became serious as she continued, "My daughter, raised in utmost luxury, marrying you is already a stretch. Now that you have separated from the family, if your claim to the title of legitimate heir is false, no matter how much I value you, I cannot allow my daughter to wed you. Do you comprehend? Min Hui hastily nodded. Rest assured, madam, I am indeed the legitimate heir of the Marquis. If that were not the case, why did Min Qiaoshi not publicly expose the truth at the time of the separation? Why did she allow me to take away the whole family's assets? Min Yu sighed, expressing his helplessness and grievance. Madam, you are unaware that this is merely a scheme concocted by Min Qiaoshi, driven by her unwillingness to see me allied with the noble family. You must understand that Min Qiaoshi hails from humble origins, and her eldest and second daughters-in-law also come from modest backgrounds. However, I have been fortunate enough to earn your favor, and my fate has intertwined with that of the Earl's estate. This creates immense pressure for them. How could they possibly accept that I would bring a highborn lady into their midst, overshadowing them? Thus, when you personally came to propose, both Min Qiaoshi and Wu Shi obstructed at every turn. Had it not been for my aunt, I might not have had the opportunity to unite with the noble family at all. The Lady of Annan nodded in agreement. I knew Min Qiaoshi was not a virtuous person. How utterly malicious. And her eldest daughter-in-law is no better. Rest assured, I have come today merely to inquire about your well-being with no other intentions. Your engagement with Xiao Wu remains unchanged. Once the new year has passed, we shall proceed with your wedding. I eagerly await the day you call me mother-in-law. The sincerity in the Lady of Annan's words moved Min Hui to the point of tears. Thank you, madam. Now that the truth is clear, my heart feels at ease. I must return home to attend to family matters. You should focus on your wedding preparations. With that, he stood up to take his leave. Min Hui hurriedly accompanied her to the door, and as they walked, their laughter and chatter created a warm atmosphere, leading outsiders to believe they were a close mother and son. Once in the carriage, as the curtain was drawn, the smile on the Lady of Annan's face vanished. Oof. This Min Hui is indeed not the honest man he pretends to be. How dare he shift the blame onto Min Qiaoshi? Does he think I am oblivious? The Empress Dowager has stated that Princess Jiaoyang is aware of the personal letter left by Wang Shi. In that letter, Wang Shi detailed her affair that led to Min Hui's birth. Both Min Hui and his uncle have read that letter. Therefore, although Min Hui did not initially wish to sever ties, he was ultimately forced to do so. It was only Min Qiaoshi's forbearance that prevented them from tearing apart their facade and revealing the truth to the world. How audacious of Min Hui to dare to distort the truth. The more she thought about it, the more disdain she felt for him. Yet, she found herself compelled to marry off her daughter. After all, the Empress Dowager had decreed the marriage, and she did not dare to refuse. Moreover, the Empress Dowager was correct. Her daughter was already on the verge of becoming an old maid. Now that a match had finally been arranged, if she were to retract it, her daughter might truly be left without suitors. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager had also remarked that whether or not Min Hui was a bastard mattered little. As long as the Xuanping Marquis did not publicly acknowledge it, Min Hui would forever be regarded as the third master of the Xuanping Marquis. With such a status, it would not tarnish her daughter's reputation. Even the recent rumors had been spread at the behest of the Empress Dowager. Initially, she had thought that since her daughter was destined to marry, it would be best to help conceal Min Hui's true lineage. However, the noble consort Xian suggested that by disseminating rumors, the more people who are aware, the more unsettled Min Hui would become. With increased anxiety, Min Hui would fear that the marriage might fall through. At that point, she could step in to reassure Min Hui, promising that the engagement would remain intact. Would she not then expect Min Hui to be grateful to the Annan Marquis? Would she not anticipate that he would treat her daughter well? Such a bond of mutual support in times of need would surely render Min Hui pliable to the whims of the Annan Marquis. Furthermore, even if Min Hui lost the backing of the Xuanping Duke's residence, he still has his maternal uncle, Wang Mian, though Wang Mian's official position is modest. The influence of the Wang family cannot be overlooked. In conclusion, from any perspective, Min Hui remains a commendable candidate for a son-in-law. The Lady of the Annan Marquis suppressed her disdain for Min Hui, recalling the words of consort Xian, which provided her with some solace. She thought to herself, "It shall be as it is. Should any issues arise in the future, it would be a simple matter to allow her daughter to remarry after losing her husband. Chapter 61. Min Rong brings home a concubine after the division of the family. Once Min Hui and Min Yao had moved out, Min Xiao shifted her entire focus to inventorying her private assets. She meticulously identified those stewards who, like Yang En, served dual roles, instructing them to delegate the affairs of the Marquis' residence, subsequently reorganizing their duties. From then on, Yang En and his associates would solely manage her personal matters, leaving the Marquis' affairs behind. Moreover, she completely separated her servants from those of the Marquis' household. Henceforth, her subordinates were exclusively tasked with her own errands, with their monthly wages drawn from her private coffers. Next, she undertook the year-end inventory of her various estates, shops, and workshops, ensuring that the customary year-end rewards were distributed thereafter. Given that this was Min Xiao's first new year since her rebirth, and the inaugural year in which she resolved to invest her private fortune in herself, she decreed that the rewards disbursed this year would be increased by 30%. Additionally, the items in the storerooms required a thorough re-registration. The cash in her possession also needed to be counted and securely stored. By the time Min Xiao completed her affairs, the festive season was nearly upon her. On New Year's Eve, Min Xiao rose early to distribute New Year's money to the maidservants of Songha Hall. Mama Fong received 20 taels, Wei Jia 20 taels. The first-class maid received 10 taels, while the remaining maidservants uniformly received 5 taels each. Having grown accustomed to her newfound freedom, Min Xiao no longer fretted over the number of first-class maidservants at her side. Whenever she felt pleased, she would casually elevate a maid to first-class status, and with a mere mention, another would follow suit. Counting on her fingers, there were Ai, Shuang, Asin, Aki, and Aji, alongside the previously appointed El Wu, bringing the total number of first-class maidservants in Songha Hall to an impressive 6. This did not even include Wei Jia, the superlative first-class maidservant. In summary, the monthly stipends and rewards for this ensemble of maidservants were enough to leave Wu Shi astounded. However, compared to Min Xiao's daily expenditures, these amounts were trifling. Ever since the establishment of the small kitchen, Min Xiao no longer relied on the large kitchen for meals. Wei Jia had hired 4 skilled cooks, each proficient in various culinary techniques, frying, boiling, and braising, capable of preparing any dish imaginable. There was scarcely a dish that Min Xiao could conceive that these cooks could not master. Of course, the remuneration for these cooks was exorbitant, each receiving a monthly wage of 10 taels, not including seasonal garments and festive bonuses. When Wu Shi learned the monthly salaries of these cooks, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. She herself earned a mere 10 taels monthly, while Min Yueshi received only 2. And her 2 scholarly sons each garnered a mere 3 taels. At that time, the accounts of Songha Hall were still entangled with those of the Marquis' household, and Wu Shi had nearly torn a handkerchief in frustration, barely restraining herself from confronting Min Xiao. These details, however, are mere asides. In essence, Min Xiao was now lavishly spending her wealth, indulging in whatever brought her joy. In addition to the maidservants of Songha Hall, the 4 cooks each received 10 taels as a reward. The 2 who had agreed to remain and serve during the festive season received an additional 10 taels each. The 2 other cooks could hardly suppress their envy, wishing they could remain to serve as well. Alas, both hailed from the capital and were bound to return home to celebrate the new year with their families, unlike the other 2 who, being from distant lands, could not journey back to reunite with their kin. The atmosphere at Songha Hall was brimming with joy, while Haitang Courtyard had descended into chaos. Questions loomed. Would the bonuses be distributed? Where would the reunion dinner be set? What dishes would be prepared? Where were the sacrificial vessels stored? Ever since Yang En and a few other stewards relinquished their duties, Wu had lost her sense of direction entirely. Although she had Granny Zhou to assist her, the latter could only manage the inner courtyard and was at a loss regarding the affairs of the outer court. Moreover, upon learning that the maidservants at Songha Hall had received an increase in their monthly allowances, Granny Zhou was entirely disinclined to labor without compensation for Wu. Many matters were dealt with in a haphazard manner, and for those that could not be easily resolved, she would profess her ignorance. Consequently, Wu found herself even more bewildered. With Granny Zhou setting an example, others soon followed suit. Within a month, the Grand Marquis had devolved into utter disarray. Ultimately, it was Min Yueshi who could no longer tolerate the chaos and stepped in to lend Wu a hand, preventing the Marquis from descending into complete turmoil. The mother and daughter worked diligently and managed to prepare the most critical reunion dinner just in time. When the hour arrived, Min Yueshi personally went to Songa Hall to invite Madame Min Xiao to the main courtyard for the reunion dinner. Madame Min Xiao did not decline and, accompanied by Wei Jia and Ajio, followed Min Yueshi. Granny Fong and Yang Un, both of whom had sons and grandchildren, received their year-end bonuses, after which Madame Min Xiao instructed Granny Fong to return with Yang and Mother. "You've arrived." Upon entering the main courtyard, Wu greeted warmly from afar. "Grandmother, grandmother." The 16-year-old Min Changzhong and 12-year-old Min Chongli rushed forward to welcome her. The three of them pushed past Min Yueshi, supporting Madame Min Xiao to her seat. Amused, Madame Min Xiao noted that this was the first time she had witnessed Wu behaving so obediently, a stark contrast from her previous life. It was also the first occasion her grandsons had shown such affection toward her, likely a result of Wu's upbringing. Madame Min Xiao had initially anticipated being the last to arrive, yet even after taking her seat, she had yet to see Min Rong. "Where is Min Rong?" she inquired casually. Wu's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as she replied. "The Marquis left early this morning, promising to return before the reunion dinner. However, the hour has come, and he is still absent. I feared that the delay might leave you hungry, so I asked Shi'er to fetch you. Shall we begin the reunion dinner, or wait for the Marquis?" Upon hearing Wu's words, Madame Min Xiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was Wu becoming more astute? It seemed she had learned to subtly criticize Min Rong in her presence. In her previous life, Wu had been wholly subservient to him. Madame Min Xiao chuckled softly. She had no desire to meddle in their marital affairs, nor did she wish to compromise her own comfort. Just as she was about to suggest that they commence the meal, a loud voice rang out from outside. "The Marquis has returned. The Marquis has returned." Soon, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps, Min Rong stepped through the door. Closely following him was a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, alongside a young girl of about 13 or 14. Min Xiao's narrowed eyes scrutinized the newcomers, and, as anticipated, she recognized them without difficulty. The beautiful woman, named He Lu, was Min Rong's concubine. Although she appeared youthful, she was actually over 30, just 2 years younger than Wu Shi. Due to her adeptness at self-care, she appeared a decade younger, and her beauty was incomparable to that of Wu Shi. The girl, who was nearly the same age as Min Yueshi, was He Lu's daughter from her previous marriage, named He Rui. Indeed, before becoming Min Rong's concubine, He Lu had been a widow, observing the mother-daughter duo before her. Min Xiao felt a fleeting surprise, yet it was not unexpected. After all, this pair was destined to enter the manor sooner or later. It was merely that their arrival had occurred much earlier than the previous life, and the timing was far more sensitive than before. Chapter 62. Observing the drama without intervening in her previous life. Min Rong had brought the mother and daughter home on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that time, Min Xiao insisted on having them taken away, stating that everything could wait until after the reunion dinner. However, Min Rong was relentless, declaring that He Shi was his true love, while Wu Shi had merely forced him into marriage against his will. He even boldly proclaimed his intention to elevate He Shi to the status of a primary wife. Min Xiao was infuriated and questioned him, asking if he understood the law and what it meant to favor a concubine over a wife. She warned him that if he dared to elevate Wang Shi to that status, the censor would have him stripped of his position the very next day. Eventually, Min Xiao and Min Rong compromised, granting He Shi the status of a favored concubine. Thereafter, Min Xiao continually suppressed He Shi, preventing her from overshadowing Wu Shi. At that time, Min Yueshi had already married Lu Ming, who had achieved top honors in the imperial examinations and gained the emperor's favor. With the dual pressure from herself and Min Yueshi, He Shi was unable to make any significant waves. However, He Shi's daughter, who later changed her name to Min Yu Rui, caused considerable trouble for the Marquis' residents, ultimately requiring a decisive intervention from Min Xiao. Following these events, He sure fell gravely ill due to her daughter's troubles. Once she recovered, she devoted herself to self-cultivation, retreating from public life. Although Min Xiao never believed she had erred in her previous life, she distinctly remembered how Min Rong had treated her with cold indifference afterward. Thus, it was conceivable that Min Rong's eventual acquiescence to other schemes against him, even covertly supporting those who sought to harm him, could be attributed, at least in part, to her oppression of He Sure. Regardless of the truth of the matter, this time, she resolved to remain uninvolved, allowing events to unfold as they may. In any case, it was Wu Shi and her children who would suffer the consequences. While the one truly affected by the preference for a concubine over a wife would only be Min Rong himself, which held little significance for her. As expected, just as in her previous life, when Min Rong entered with the two women, Wu Shi was the first to be filled with a mix of anger and shock. Trembling, she pointed at He Sure and her daughter, demanding to know who they were. Today is the New Year's Eve reunion dinner. What is the meaning of bringing them back? In her past life, Wu Shi had spoken of the mid-autumn reunion dinner, but this time it was the New Year's Eve celebration. Min Xiao contemplated the previous sequence of events. After Wu Shi's outburst, she would have darkened her expression and coldly ordered, "No matter who they are, take them away. We shall discuss everything after the meal." However, this time, Min Xiao chose to remain silent and observe with a detached gaze. Noticing Min Xiao's lack of response, and that her expression remained unchanged, Min Rong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ignoring Wu Shi's inquiries, he approached Min Xiao and respectfully announced, "Mother, this is He Sure and her daughter, He Rui." The mother and daughter quickly bowed to Min Xiao, exclaiming, "Long live the matriarch." Min Xiao raised her hand slightly, signaling for them to rise, her scrutinizing gaze unabashedly resting upon the pair. In her previous life, she had never regarded them as worthy of her attention, thus had never taken the time to observe them closely. Now, upon closer inspection, she found both mother and daughter to be strikingly beautiful, especially He Lu. With almond-shaped eyes and a delicate complexion, her lips a captivating crimson, and her figure slender yet voluptuous, perfectly balanced between being too thin and too plump, radiated an irresistible charm. Min Xiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. She had never encountered a woman as inherently enchanting as He Lu. Even the renowned beauty from her past, the head courtesan of Xuanping, paled in comparison. In contrast, He Rui, who was still a young girl, seemed leagues away from He Lu's allure at this moment. As Min Xiao appraised the mother and daughter duo, He Lu, with a sly glance, discreetly observed Min Xiao in return. However, at the instant she lifted her gaze, their eyes met, startling He Lu into quickly averting her gaze. Yet, in that fleeting moment of connection, Min Xiao felt a strange familiarity in He Lu's eyes. They sparkled with a depth of emotion, appearing to look at everyone with a profound tenderness. Min Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen such eyes before, but no matter how hard she pondered, the memory eluded her. While Min Xiao wrestled with her thoughts, Min Rong continued to introduce, "Mother, the He family once hailed from a noble lineage, but due to unfortunate circumstances, they fell into disarray and were compelled to engage in trade. A few years ago, the patriarch of the family passed away, leaving these two women to endure hardship. 3 years ago, my son fortuitously encountered Miss He and fell deeply in love with her. He has been supporting her in the southern city villa all these years. Today, he has brought her back to the residence to bestow upon her a rightful status." Min Xiao collected her thoughts and regarded Min Rong with a composed expression. "I have stated that I will not interfere in the affairs of the. Since you wish to grant her a title, do so without seeking my approval," she replied. Min Rong's brow momentarily furrowed, but he soon relaxed, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Mother, for your understanding." Min Xiao waved her hand dismissively. "What is there to thank me for? I have already said I will not meddle in your matters. As long as you are content, that is sufficient." Min Rong's smile faltered slightly. Just then Wu, with tear-filled eyes, rushed to Min Rong, exclaiming, "Min Rong, how could you do this to me? I bore your children and managed the... Yet you secretly kept a mistress, and now you brazenly bring her home? How dare you do this on New Year's Eve?" As she spoke, Wu suddenly fell to her knees before Min Xiao, pleading, "Mother, please, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. I entered thee at 17. I may not have accomplished much, but I have endured my share of suffering. How can Min Rong treat me this way? I beg you to help me." Wu's tears flowed, her gaze towards Min Xiao filled with desperate hope. However, Min Xiao remained unmoved. In her past life, when Wu had not sought her aid, she had proactively suppressed his influence, only to receive no gratitude in return. Instead, it had led to Wu and Min Rong colluding against her. Min Xiao realized she had become a common adversary to all. Even after the events surrounding him, Wu quickly reconciled with Min Rong, steadfastly aligning with him against her. Thus, in this lifetime, Min Xiao resolutely adhered to the principle of enjoying the show without intervening in the chaos, remaining steadfast in her decision to remain uninvolved. With an impassive demeanor, she evaded the issue, stating, "I stand by my words. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the Marquis' residence. The matters between you two should be resolved by yourselves." Witnessing Min Xiao's resolute attitude, Wu was momentarily taken aback. The old matriarch. Was Min Xiao not the one most concerned with the reputation of the Marquis' household? How could she tolerate Min Rong's outrageous behavior, bringing a woman into the house on New Year's Eve? If word got out, it would surely become a source of ridicule for the Marquis' family. At that moment, Min Yueshi approached Wu, bowed respectfully to Min Xiao, and said apologetically, "Grandmother, please forgive us. My mother, in a moment of desperation, lost her composure. I hope you will not hold it against her." Min Xiao regarded Min Yueshi with a deep gaze, nodding slightly. This eldest granddaughter had indeed changed remarkably after a serious illness. Just 2 months prior, she had clung to her leg, acting spoiled and capricious, displaying the demeanor of a child yet to mature. But now, look at her poise, her calmness, and her unflappable demeanor in the face of adversity. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Chapter 63. Oh, unbearable. Having secured Min Xiao's consent, Min Yueshi extended her hand to assist Madame Wu, speaking softly to reassure her mother. "Please remain calm. Father merely intends to bestow a title upon Wang. Let's not forget, beside you, Father has also Louis and son serving him." Madame Wu appeared to suddenly recall this fact, nodding repeatedly. "Yes, I am not anxious. I'm not anxious." Yet for all her words, the furrow in her brow remained unrelaxed. It was absurd to compare that he with Louis and son, since their arrival at the estate. Min Rong had not even broached the subject of inviting them to the New Year's feast, let alone whisk them away unannounced to attend the gathering. Min Yueshi chose not to press her mother further, but instead turned gracefully towards Min Rong, addressing him gently. "Father, I dare to inquire what title you wish to confer upon he?" Min Rong's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure evident in his demeanor. Is this a matter for a daughter to meddle in? Yet, undeterred, Min Yueshi continued, "I have overstepped, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Min Rong's expression softened, but Min Yueshi seized the moment to assert herself, speaking with respectful earnestness. "Father, the Dian law states that should one take a concubine as a wife, the penalty is severe, 100 strikes, banishment, or in the gravest cases, loss of rank, execution, and confiscation of property." At her words, Min Rong's countenance darkened, and he raised his hand as if to strike Min Yueshi. However, upon seeing her pallid, fragile state, he withdrew his hand. "Father, my disobedience is indeed unfilial. Yet, I speak out of concern for you and the future of the Ho residence. I implore you to reconsider." Min Yueshi's demeanor was one of utmost respect, her tone sincere. After speaking, she knelt and offered a deep bow to Min Rong. "Sheer, the ground is cold. Rise at once." Madame Wu exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist Min Yueshi. Yet Min Yueshi resolutely pushed her mother's hand away, kneeling upright, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Min Rong. "Father, the Emperor's heart is inscrutable. You currently enjoy the Emperor's favor. Would you risk it over such personal matters? Can you truly be certain that the Emperor will not be angered and jeopardize your future? As the saying goes, it is not the thousands that one fears, but the one possibility." Min Rong sighed, raising his hand. "You may rise. It is merely a favored concubine. There is no need for such alarm." With this pronouncement, Both Madame Wu and Min Yueshi visibly exhaled in relief. However, Min Xiao could not help but smirk quietly, for it was evident to any discerning observer that Min Rong had not initially intended for he to merely be a favored concubine. Indeed, in the next moment, a sudden voice broke the tension. Wait! Turning towards the source, they beheld the previously silent young girl, Hirue, glaring at Min Rong and Min Yueshi with indignation. Lord, you promised not to wrong my mother. You assured her that she would be your legitimate wife. How can you go back on your word? He urgently grasped Hirue's hand, gesturing frantically for her to remain silent. It is evident that there is a desire to silence Hirue. However, the more he sure attempts to intervene, the more incensed Hirue becomes. She breaks free from Hishure's grasp and exclaims loudly to Min Rong, "My lord, will you not respond? You clearly stated that my mother would be recognized as a legitimate wife, and you promised that she would preside over the household affairs of the Marquis estate. How can you go back on your word?" Upon hearing this, everyone turns in shock to gaze at Min Rong. A legitimate wife? How audacious of Min Rong to make such a promise, to preside over household matters? Is he truly unafraid of losing his title and ruining his future? Min Rong had indeed contemplated this course of action. After all, he would neither be the first nor the last to pursue such an arrangement. As for the legality of the matter, it could be significant or trivial, depending entirely on the emperor's disposition. Much like the uproar caused by the annulment of the engagement between the Marquis estate and the Liu family. He had submitted no less than 20 or 30 memorials during that turbulent period. Even the Supreme Court had granted him leave to rest at home. Yet the outcome? The emperor summoned him personally, and the very next day, the Supreme Court urged his return. The rumors that were detrimental to the Marquis estate dissipated without a trace. Thus, Min Rong felt a measure of confidence regarding the prospect of Hishure becoming a legitimate wife. However, Hiyueshi's words had served as a reminder, compelling him to regain a semblance of rationality from his earlier recklessness. Yet, he could not forsake the promises made to Hishure and her daughter. Now, faced with Hirue's inquiries, how should he respond? Before Min Rong could devise a suitable reply, Hirue continued, "My lord, do not forget that I possess my father's vast fortune. I have stated that only if you allow my mother to be your legitimate wife and grant me the status of a legitimate daughter of the Marquis estate, will I entrust you with my family's assets. If you fail to fulfill your promise, my mother and I will take our wealth and depart, ensuring you will never see us again." This declaration left everyone speechless. Even Qiaoshi was rendered speechless, having believed that Min Rong's affections for Hishure were sincere, only to realize they were driven by greed. Indeed, the glances directed at Min Rong shifted dramatically. Min Rong, feeling the weight of their stares, was filled with indignation, glaring at Hirue. "My relationship with your mother is not for your family's wealth. I fell in love with her at first sight, and that love is genuine. Do not tarnish the purity of my feelings for her." Hishure gazed at her daughter with a look of hurt, gently saying, "Your mother and the Marquis share a genuine love. I believe that even without that wealth, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to me. You must not defame him in such a manner." Hirue rolled her eyes in disbelief, replying, "Mother, please wake up. A man like the Marquis, if not for money, could he truly be enamored with an aging widow like you?" Hishure's complexion paled, as she looked towards Min Rong with tear-filled eyes. "My lord." Min Rong, upon noticing her distress, hurried to her side, disregarding the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, and enveloped Hishure in his embrace, tenderly stating, "Do not weep. Seeing your tears pains me. Trust me, my feelings for you are sincere. Were it not for the constraints of my identity, I would surely whisk you away to a distant land where no one knows us, to lead a simple life of farming together. Indeed, I have faith in you." With a bashful yet sweet demeanor, he nestled into Min Rong's embrace, expressing her heartfelt sentiments. "As long as the Lord treats me sincerely, I care not for titles." Only to remain by his side, Min Rong, with genuine affection, replied, "Mayor." Their encounter coincided with the blossoming of the plum flowers beneath the red plum tree at the back of Fahua Temple. Thus he bestowed upon her this endearing nickname. He, unwavering in his devotion, called out, "Lord." The two of them, utterly oblivious to the world around them, publicly engaged in a display of uninhibited romantic dialogue. At last, Min Xiao could no longer endure it. Rising to her feet, she gestured for Wei Jia and a Geo to assist her. They promptly moved to support her. Enough of this. I have seen enough and shall take my leave. You may continue. With that, she disregarded the tender embrace of Min Rong and he, the astonished Wu mother and daughter, the bewildered Min Changzhong brothers, and the furious He Rue, striding past them all without a backward glance. Very well. I shall return to share the New Year's meal with the maidens of Songha Hall. We agreed to partake in this reunion feast, and yet, after a quarter of an hour, we have yet to eat. Alas, not only are we deprived of a meal, but we must also witness their contrived display of middle-aged romance. How intolerable. Chapter 64. The New Year's Eve dinner at Songha Hall. As they exited the main courtyard, Wei Jia instructed a Geo to proceed ahead and inform A.I.E. A.I.E. was a maid who, along with Wei Jia and a Geo, had entered the manor. At 15, she was slightly older but possessed a calm demeanor and was meticulous in her duties. Earlier, Wei Jia had promoted her to assist directly. When Wei Jia and Granny Fong were not present, the responsibilities of Songha Hall fell to A.I.E. By the time Min Xiao Shi returned to Songha Hall, A.I.E. was already arranging the New Year's Eve feast that had been prepared for her. Earlier in the day, Wei Jia had preemptively instructed the small kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for Min Xiao Shi. It was not that Wei Jia anticipated trouble in the main courtyard, but rather, she foresaw that Min Xiao Shi would not enjoy her meal there. Unfortunately, Min Xiao Shi's palate had grown accustomed to the delicacies of the small kitchen. The fare from the large kitchen was not only unappealing to Min Xiao Shi, but also to the maids of Songha Hall. Moreover, following the poisoning incident in the large kitchen, everyone in Songha Hall had developed a healthy aversion to its offerings. The New Year's Eve dinner was set in the warm and inviting Xinhuan pavilion, with steam rising from the lavish spread on the large round table, wafting enticing aromas throughout the room. A dozen or so young maids gathered around, their faces alight with smiles. Grandmother, are you hungry? Please sit and have something to eat. Grandmother, are you bored? I can sing a song for you. Oh dear, what do you call that? You might frighten grandmother. Let Sister A Shuang read to her instead. Yes, let Sister A Shuang read the picture book to grandmother. We can all listen together. The chatter was lively, devoid of hierarchy, as everyone busied themselves to dispel any lingering silence in the pavilion. Wei Jia raised her hand to quell the noise, assisting Min Xiao Shi in her seat before smiling and saying, Grandmother, everyone is concerned that you might feel lonely dining alone on New Year's Eve. Why not allow them to keep you company and alleviate your boredom? Allow them to keep me company. Min Xiao Shi shot Wei Jia a reproachful glance. Am I to sit while they stand? Am I to eat while they merely watch? Today is New Year's Eve. How could you even suggest such a thing? With that, she commanded the maids, enough standing around. The pavilion is spacious enough. Bring in more tables. Let us all dine together. Today, we, the people of Songha Hall, shall celebrate the new year and stay up through the night as one. The group fell silent for a moment, taken aback. It was Wei Jia who first regained her composure, quickly directing everyone to move tables and serve the dishes. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, 3 additional tables were arranged in a protective crescent around Min Xiao Shi's table, laden with an abundance of fish, meat, chicken, and duck, exceedingly lavish, though still not comparable to Min Xiao Shi's own spread. Min Xiao Shi surveyed the bustling maids around the 3 tables and then glanced at her solitary setting, exclaiming, You all seem to be having such a lively time. Yet here I sit all alone. Come, some of you join me. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to approach. To share a dining space with the esteemed matriarch was already a transgression, let alone to share a table with her. A collective expression of desperation directed towards Wei Jia was evident. Before Wei Jia could utter a word, a Jew, with her bowl in hand, boldly navigated through the throng and was the first to reach the table of Min Xiao Shi. Min Xiao Shi, beaming, gazed at a Jew and genuinely praised, a Jew, you are indeed endearing. A Jew nodded earnestly and replied with utmost sincerity, The matriarch is the finest matriarch in the world. Amused, Min Xiao Shi realized that a Jew was not only skilled, but also possessed a way with words. She contemplated nurturing a Jew's potential, envisioning that when Weijia wed in a few years, Aju would seamlessly step into her role. While Min Xiaoshi pondered Aju's future, Aju's eyes darted excitedly among the array of delectable dishes on the table. With Aju leading the way, Weijia felt emboldened and, accompanied by Ai, Shuang, and Aki, made her way to Min Xiaoshi's table. Upon observing the newcomers Weijia brought, Min Xiaoshi noted they were among the most exceptional of the recent arrivals. Ai, meticulous in her duties, had begun assisting Weijia in managing Songheng. Shuang, eager and ambitious, was responsible for reading to her and was rumored to be learning storytelling from the tea house's narrator, aiming to make her readings less soporific. In truth, Min Xiaoshi did not concern herself with Shuang's reading abilities. It sufficed that she had the right intentions. What truly captured Min Xiaoshi's attention was Shuang's initiative to teach the illiterate maidservants of Songheng to read in her spare time. This attitude and awareness warranted Min Xiaoshi's recognition and a promotion to a first-rate maid position for Shuang. Lastly, there was Aki, merely 10 years old, yet already a competent first-rate maid at Songheng. Among the many maidservants, Aki's distinct character shone brightly, characterized by her frugality. Tasked with managing tea service, Aki also oversaw the tea inventory at Songheng. Although she lacked knowledge about the quality of tea leaves, she memorized the prices of all varieties with astounding precision. Since taking on this role, Aki had scoured every tea shop in the capital, committing various prices to memory. Upon returning, she meticulously categorized the teas into distinct grades, serving different teas to different patrons. Moreover, she measured the quantity of tea leaves in each cup with nearly exactitude. If anyone managed to consume an extra leaf, she considered it a personal defeat. Consequently, Aki's pace in serving tea was akin to that of a tortoise, often resulting in guests leaving before their tea arrived. On several occasions, Weijia, after guests had departed, confronted her about the delays, only to discover that Aki was still counting tea leaves and hadn't tea even begun brewing. Weijia was nearly exasperated, yet Aki defended her actions, stating, "The matriarch's tea is far too precious to waste on outsiders. Besides, the matriarch prefers to avoid disturbances. If guests find no tea awaiting them, they are unlikely to linger. If each visit were to be met with an absence of tea, one would undoubtedly grasp that the matron wishes to remain undisturbed, perhaps leading to a cessation of future visits, thus sparing her the need for tranquility." This absurd reasoning infuriated Weijia, yet paradoxically, Min Xiao found merit in Aki's convoluted argument. Consequently, nearly 90% of the guests at Songha Hall were deprived of Min Xiao's tea. Of course, Aki's frugality was reserved for outsiders. Whenever Min Xiao desired tea, Aki would serve with remarkable promptness and diligence. Should they request West Lake Longjing, she would never offer Junshan Injin, epitomizing precise service. Min Xiao harbored a fondness for this spirited girl, appreciating her vibrant personality and perceptiveness. While others may have overlooked it, Min Xiao noticed that each time a favored guest arrived, Aki would serve tea with astonishing swiftness, such as with Madame Zhang. Conversely, when uninvited guests appeared, Aki's service slowed to a crawl. The availability of tea depended entirely on the length of their stay at Songha Hall. For individuals like Yang, Lin, and Min Yueshi, who were not particularly esteemed by Min Xiao, Aki would not even offer tea. This included the likes of Madame Anan, Wang Zhang, Wu, Min Rong, and Min Hui. Ever since Aki took charge of the tea service, these individuals had not partaken of the tea at Songha Hall. At present, Min Xiao harbored no lofty aspirations, merely wishing to indulge in leisure and pleasure. She appreciated that her maidservants each possessed their own distinctive personalities, and thus was quite content to indulge Aki's unruly behavior. The bustling household of Songha Hall, comprising over 20 individuals, joyously shared a reunion dinner, tidied the table, and set forth tea and snacks once more, while listening to Shuang narrate stories and Asi sing, altogether merrily ushering in the new year. Chapter 65. Urgent plea for help after her first visit to the palace for the New Year's Day ceremony. Min Xiao took the opportunity to visit the Duke of Jin's residence, spending the remaining time idly, while she instructed Yang and to make arrangements for her journey. She also listened to the little maid who reported the daily gossip from the household. Since her departure on New Year's Eve, She was unaware of how Min Rong had managed to persuade He Rui and Madame Wu. In any case, He Lu had taken up residence in the Meiyuan as a favored concubine. Furthermore, He Rui was recorded under Madame Wu's name in the family genealogy as a legitimate daughter, now renamed Min Yu Rui, and she was the second miss of the Xuanping Marquis. These matters were known to Min Xiao from her previous life, and thus did not strike her as particularly surprising. However, what astonished her was that, without her influence this time, He Lu had actually obtained the authority to manage the household as a concubine. To her further disbelief, Madame Wu showed no opposition, appearing rather pleased that the He family could take over the troublesome affairs. Conversely, Min Yushi had caused quite a ruckus over the matter of household management, but ultimately all her efforts ended in failure. It was perplexing how the Marquis's wife had consented to relinquish such authority. Upon learning that Madame Wu had willingly transferred the household management to the He family, old Madame Fong was quite bewildered. She had returned on the third day of the new year, bringing with her 2 pairs of shoes for Min Xiao. Fong's daughter-in-law, Liao, was exceptionally skilled in needlework. The shoes she crafted fit perfectly and were remarkably comfortable, with intricate stitching that was flawlessly concealed, appearing as though woven by nature itself. Regrettably, Liao had strained her eyes from excessive needlework before her marriage, resulting in her producing less after, only occasionally making small items for her family. In recent years, she had only created a few pairs of labor-intensive shoes for old Madame Fong and Min Xiao. Upon receiving the shoes made by Liao, Min Xiao slipped them on immediately, reluctant to take them off. She carefully stored the other pair away. Hearing old Madame Fong's words, Min Xiao let out a cold laugh, recalling how Madame Wu had always believed the Marquis to be affluent. Her previous desire for the household management role had been motivated by self-interest. Now that she had obtained it, she realized that managing the household brought no profits, but instead required financial input, which surely displeased her. Ironically, the very authority Madame Wu had coveted in her past life was now discarded almost as quickly as it was gained. How truly ironic. As the saying goes, marrying wisely is crucial. Old Madame Fong shook her head and sighed. The Marquis's wife is simply a hopeless case, short-sighted, and will surely come to regret her decisions. It is a pity for the eldest Miss' earnest efforts. Min Xiao smiled. Let them fuss as they will, as long as it doesn't reach my doorstep. I care not. By the way, how far along is the engagement between Min Hui and the Anan Marquis? If memory serves, they should be marrying shortly after the new year, correct? Old Madame Fong nodded. Indeed, the auspicious date is the 6th of the 2nd month. I have kept an eye on the news from the third master's side. It is said that the Wang family's uncle has sent his eldest son and daughter-in-law to assist with the wedding arrangements. Everything is prepared. They are merely awaiting the marriage ceremony. When Min Xiao was informed of Min Hui's background by Lady Anan, she initially believed it was merely a pretext for the dissolution of a betrothal. However, to her surprise, Lady Anan orchestrated a grand affair, ultimately accomplishing nothing at all. Min Xiao chose not to delve deeper into the matter and replied to Granny Fong, "Please remind me when the time comes." Although Min Hui has been separated from the family, he is still, in name, the third master of the Marquis's residence. It would be inappropriate for me, as his stepmother, not to make an appearance. Indeed, I shall also take the opportunity to observe the 5th miss of the Anan family. Min Xiao mused internally, intrigued by the prospect of what sparks might fly between Miss Fong, who had once infuriated her mother-in-law in a previous life, and Min Hui, who had cruelly mistreated his wife. Granny Fong suppressed a smile, wishing to remark that Min Xiao's intent to visit the young lady was genuine, but her attendance at Min Hui's wedding was merely incidental. "Once Min Hui is wed, we will set off for Jiangnan," she stated. "Is that so?" Granny Fong inquired, her voice tinged with excitement, but then hesitated. "Shall we not wait for the weather to warm up a bit before departing?" Min Xiao shook her head. "There is no need to wait. We will gradually warm up as we travel. By the time we arrive in Jiangnan, it will be a splendid season of blossoming flowers." This timing coincided with her mother's 70th birthday, and she wished to return before that special day. "Very well. I shall arrange for a carriage and hire a security agency, and I will also inquire if any merchants are heading to Jiangnan, so we may travel together for safety. Granny Fong offered. No need for that. I have entrusted all these matters to Yong'an. There is no requirement for your assistance, Min Xiao replied. Granny Fong slapped her forehead, self-deprecatingly saying, Look at me. I am so overjoyed that I have become foolish. My husband mentioned this to me before, but I didn't anticipate that the matriarch would depart so hastily. I thought we would at least wait for the weather to warm up in March before setting out. As the two of them were merrily discussing their journey back to Jiangnan, Wei Jia suddenly rushed in, breathless. Matriarch, please save Rong Rong, she implored, kneeling before Min Xiao with a look of desperation. Min Xiao signaled for Granny Fong to help her to her feet while asking in bewilderment, Who is Rong Rong? Wei Jia remained kneeling, insisting, Rong Rong is the blind girl I invited to tell stories to the matriarch. Min Xiao was taken aback. You are acquainted with her? Wei Jia, feeling guilty, replied, I cannot conceal this from you, matriarch. Rong Rong and Uncle Zhang are individuals I encountered while entering the capital with the young master. I had intended that, should the need arise, they would help me find someone to purchase me. However, before they could earn enough to buy me, I was bought by you. Later, I invited Rong Rong and Uncle Zhang to entertain you, hoping to provide them with some income. After all, it is better to keep the benefit within our own circle. Understanding dawned on Min Xiao. It was no wonder that during her convalescence, among the individuals Wei Jia had brought to pass the time, only that father-daughter duo had visited her 3 times, while others had come just once. Subsequently, Wei Jia led her to the tea house where the duo performed twice more, and she had mentioned that each time they had new stories that captivated her. Emotions? Are they merely the arrangements of fate? Min Xiao pondered and soon grasped Wei Jia's intentions. Initially, Wei Jia had hoped that the father and daughter would rescue her from her plight. However, once she found her footing and secured a commendable household, she aspired to return the favor to them. What misfortune befell Miss Rong Rong? Min Xiao paid little heed to Wei Jia's slight reticence and returned to the matter at hand. Rong Rong had been taken away by Master Zhao's men. Which Master Zhao? Min Xiao was taken aback. Could it be the one related to the esteemed elder and the virtuous concubine? Wei Jia awkwardly nodded in affirmation. Min Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Hasn't Master Zhao been bedridden for a month? How could he have ventured out so soon? TSK. It seems the discipline of the Zhao family is somewhat exaggerated. P.S. Min has officially been renamed Minji. The first meaning denotes calculation. The second signifies the remembrance of the former glory of the Ho residence, and the third implies a hope for achievements to rejuvenate the Ho family. I will gradually revise the names in the preceding text as time permits. Chapter 66. The battle resumes against Zhao Zhiheng. Min Xiaoshi led the group consisting of Wei Jia, Granny Fong, and a Jew as they ventured outside. While walking, she inquired of Wei Jia whether they had ascertained the whereabouts of the missing person. Wei Jia promptly responded. After Miss Rong was taken by young Master Zhao, Uncle Wu, realizing he could not obstruct them, offered money to 2 little beggars to follow and report back once they reached their destination. He then rushed to seek my assistance. Uncle Wu is currently at the gatehouse. Min Xiaoshi nodded, noting that the limping old man was rather astute, refraining from pursuing them himself. It was sufficient to know where the individual had been taken. Upon reaching the gatehouse, they found Uncle Wu in a state of frantic agitation, akin to a fly in a hot pan. Upon seeing Min Xiaoshi emerge personally, he dropped to his knees, fervently bowing his head before her. Please, noble matron, save my young Miss Rong. I beseech you, have mercy and rescue her. Before Min Xiaoshi could fully comprehend the situation, Uncle Wu had already knocked his forehead several times against the ground, leaving it reddened. My young Rong? Min Xiaoshi's keen intuition sparked a realization. The old man had intended to refer to his young lady, while they had pretended to be father and daughter. It seemed that they were both individuals with their own stories. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Suppressing her curiosity, Min Xiaoshi instructed Wei Jia to assist the old man to his feet and asked, Is there any news regarding her whereabouts? Uncle Wu nodded eagerly. My legs are not swift, and I arrived at the only short while ago. The little beggar returned to inform me that Miss Rong has been taken to a small courtyard at the end of near the southeastern border. As long as we know the location, Min Xiaoshi directed a servant at the gatehouse. Go find Steward Yang and convey my message. Ask him to bring this official notice and personally fetch Lord Zhao too. Yes, ma'am, the servant replied before hastily departing to find Yang and Min Xiaoshi, along with her companions, then boarded this carriage, making their way swiftly to. The northern city is esteemed, the eastern city is affluent, the southern city is wealthy, and the western city is impoverished. The northern district is primarily inhabited by royal relatives, with the residences of princes and princesses predominantly located there. The aristocracy and high-ranking officials of the court largely reside in the eastern district, where both the Xuanping and Lord Zhao's residence are situated. The group reached in less than half an hour. The alley was too narrow for the carriage to enter, so they disembarked at the entrance. A little beggar, who had been squatting at the corner of the alley, rushed over upon seeing Uncle Wu disembark from the carriage. With a face full of eagerness, he exclaimed, "Uncle Wu, Miss Rong has been taken to the innermost courtyard of the alley. I have been waiting here since I followed them, and no one has come out." Thank you. Uncle Wu exclaimed, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a handful of copper coins and placing them in the little beggar's palm. The boy, delighted by the reward, turned and dashed away. Min Xiaoshi, not daring to delay, led her group deeper into the alley. Upon reaching the innermost part of the alley, Uncle Wu, unable to contain his urgency, knocked on the door. After a prolonged period of knocking, a voice from within barked, "What is the hurry? Why the incessant banging?" As soon as the door opened, a Jew kicked the servant who answered, sending him sprawling to the ground. Upon a casual glance, lo and behold, it was none other than a familiar face. The servant was one of the two attendants who served Zhao Jiang. He evidently recognized the Jew. As the vivid recollection of the harsh reprimand he had received at Huajiao building flooded back to him, the servant's face turned pale, and he exclaimed, akin to a pig being slaughtered, "Ah, it's you. Young master, it's bad news. That little girl has returned." As he shouted, he scrambled away in a panic. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Zhiheng quickly emerged from within with his entourage. This time, he appeared to be well prepared. Following him were 4 burly men, and another servant was dragging a woman. That woman was none other than the blind Rongrong. Unable to see, she stumbled over the threshold as she exited, falling flat on the ground. The servant, indifferent to her plight, roughly yanked her up by her arm, half dragging her out of the house. Witnessing this scene, Wu Bo's heart ached with a sudden rush of emotion. Rongrong, are you all right?" As they approached, everyone noticed Rongrong's swollen cheeks, and upon closer inspection, her face bore the unmistakable marks of slaps, with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Her wrinkled garments were covered in dirt and footprints, a clear indication that she had been brutally beaten. "Scoundrels! Beasts! How dare you treat my lady in such a manner? I shall fight you to the death." Wu Bo, provoked by the sight, was beside himself with rage and limped forward to confront Zhao Jiang. Wei Jia, equally furious, yet composed, restrained Wu Bo, observing Rongrong's condition. Min Xiao's heart was surprisingly relieved. At least the worst had not occurred. "Young Master Zhao, to unleash your wrath upon a defenseless woman is unworthy of a true gentleman." Min Xiao discerned the crux of the matter. "You are targeting me, aren't you, old woman?" The acts of slapping and kicking echoed the humiliation Zhao Zhiheng had suffered at a Jew's hands in Huajiao building. Initially, she had thought Zhao Zhiheng was merely infatuated with the young girl's beauty, harboring ill intentions. However, upon seeing Zhao Zhiheng's prepared demeanor and Rongrong's condition, she quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, one does not attain the status of a noble matron from a mere merchant without possessing formidable prowess. Zhao Zhiheng wasted no time with subtlety. He complimented her briefly before coldly stating, "I still stand by my previous demand. Kneel and bow your head in apology, and hand over this charming maid beside you. Then I shall release this blind girl." Min Xiao frowned, utterly vexed. What audacity possessed Zhao Zhiheng to demand such humiliation from her? As a woman of the highest rank, what gave him the audacity and confidence to compel her to acquiesce? Before Min Xiao could formulate a response, a Jew, filled with righteous fury, charged forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhao Zhiheng staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, the imposing figures behind him caught him just in time. As a Jew prepared to charge forward and strike him, Zhao Zhiheng was filled with alarm, retreating while shouting, "Useless fools, hurry up. Can't you all overpower a mere girl?" The four burly men were handpicked from the Zhao manor servants, each one robust enough to match 4 Aegeus. He could not fathom how they could possibly fail to subdue a young girl. However, reality often has a way of surprising one. Initially, the 4 men managed to gain the upper hand against a Jew, but their size and weight proved to be a double-edged sword. Despite a Jew's strength, she found it challenging to topple them immediately. Yet, as the traditional approach faltered, a Jew eschewed direct confrontation and resorted to underhanded tactics, striking at vulnerable points, targeting the groin, poking eyes, and kicking shins. In no time, the 4 men found themselves in disarray, on the brink of collapse. Zhao Zhiheng, both anxious and furious, shouted curses while dodging. As he neared 2 young servants and Rongrong, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He forcefully shoved a servant aside and seized Rongrong by the throat, threatening Min Xiaoshi, "Old hag, command that girl to cease her actions. If not, I shall break this blind girl's neck. Do you understand?" Chapter 67. The decision of Elder Zhao Wubo and Mei Zhao were both filled with anxiety as they gazed at Min Xiao. Min Xiao raised her hand and beckoned to a Jiu, saying, "A Jiu, come back." A Jiu, upon hearing her voice, kicked the burly man who had been thoroughly beaten down by her before hastily returning to Min Xiao's side. "You've seen for yourself. It is impossible for me to kneel and apologize. You cannot bear the consequences," Min Xiao remarked with a faint smile, her demeanor serene. "Young Master Zhao, we do not harbor any significant enmity, do we? Back at the Painting Corner Pavilion, I merely obstructed your path. Why do you persistently target an old woman like me?" Zhao Zhiheng retorted with resentment. "Nonsense. Was it merely an obstruction? You disrespected me. Afterward, that girl beat me up, leaving me utterly humiliated. When I returned home, my grandfather punished me. For half a month, I could scarcely rise from bed. I nearly spent the new year confined to my sickbed. And you dare say there is no significant grudge?" As Zhao Zhiheng's anger intensified, he shouted defiantly, "Let me make this clear. If you do not comply with my demands today, I will kill this girl. Go ahead, test me." Upon hearing Zhao Zhiheng's threat, Min Xiao could not help but furrow her brow in distress. She found it hard to believe that this fierce, reckless individual, who so cavalierly disregarded human life, could be the grandson of Elder Zhao. In a cold tone, Min Xiao replied, "A murderer must pay with their life. Should you kill her, your own life will be forfeit. Your grandfather and father-esque futures will also be severely affected. Have you considered the consequences?" Cao Zi Eng scoffed derisively. "Ah, who are you trying to scare? My aunt is the virtuous concubine in the palace. She has assured me that as long as it isn't a treasonous crime, she can protect me. Ha! Killing someone is no different from squashing an ant. Do you think I jest to frighten you?" These words struck a chord with Min Xiao, revealing that Zhao Zhiheng was indeed shielded by the indulgence of the virtuous Zhao concubine. It was no wonder he had developed such an arrogant demeanor. However, the Zhao concubine had always been known for her grace, her uncontentious nature, and her kindness, both within and beyond the palace. How could she possibly condone such reckless behavior from her nephew? It was truly perplexing. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed from the entrance of the courtyard. "Wretched child, why don't you silence yourself?" Everyone turned to see the white-haired elder, Zhao, being escorted in by Yang En and a man resembling a steward. Yang nodded at Min Xiao and positioned himself behind her. Elder Zhao, accompanied by the steward of the Zhao residence, approached Zhao Zhiheng. Upon seeing Elder Zhao, Zhao Zhiheng turned pale with fear, releasing Rong and collapsing to his knees. "Grandfather, I was wrong. I was just speaking nonsense. I only intended to scare the old woman, no? Madam Xiao, I meant no harm, truly. Please believe me, I did nothing. Look, Madam Xiao is perfectly fine. It is our family servant who has suffered. If you don't believe me, just ask Madam Xiao. She has lost nothing. The one who has suffered is me." Upon encountering the esteemed Zhao Golao, Zhao Zhiheng immediately fell into a torrent of tears, expressing remorse, offering apologies, lamenting his grievances, and pleading for forgiveness, his words flowing incessantly. Min Xiaoshi was momentarily taken aback. Was this a case of one creature subduing another? The notoriously arrogant Zhao Zhiheng appeared to be so intimidated by Zhao Gulao. Yet if he feared Zhao Gulao so greatly, why did he repeatedly fail to amend his ways and act with impunity? The strict discipline of Zhao Gulao contrasted sharply with the leniency of Zhao Xianfei. This father-daughter duo is indeed quite intriguing. Silence, Zhao Gulao barked, prompting Zhao Zhiheng to promptly hush. He then turned to Min Xiaoshi and bowed deeply, acknowledging the mischief of his wayward offspring, who had repeatedly offended the matriarch. He implored her for leniency, expressing a desire to take the errant child home. Before Min Xiaoshi could respond, Zhao Gulao added, "Rest assured, matriarch, this matter will not go unresolved. I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Is the esteemed elder not burdening himself unnecessarily?" Min Xiaoshi replied, bowing in return with courteous demeanor, "I am quite well. Esteemed elder, you may handle the situation as you see fit. However, this blind girl, merely a storyteller from the tea house, has been unjustly entangled in this affair due to her occasional visits to my residence." Zhao Gulao glanced at the disheveled Ron, who sat on the ground, her face marred by injuries, and after a moment of contemplation, addressed Min Xiaoshi, "It would be inappropriate for me to take this girl back. I kindly ask you to assist in her care. As for her medical expenses and recovery, the Zhao family shall cover them. Additionally, we will provide her with 100 taels of silver as compensation. What say you, matriarch?" Zhao Zhiheng had the audacity to demand that Min Xiaoshi bow and apologize. Yet Zhao Gulao had never considered having Zhao Zhiheng extend an apology to Ron. Simply offering money to resolve the matter was emblematic of the arrogance prevalent among noble families, yet also adhered to the prevailing societal norms. Observing the bewildered expression on Ron's face and the worry etched on Wu Bo's, Min Xiaoshi sighed and slowly nodded. "Very well, then. I shall take her back to the Marquis' residence. Thank you for your assistance, matriarch." The two parties parted ways. Zhao Gulao returned to Zhao Fu with Zhao Zhiheng and a retinue of Zhao family servants, while Min Xiaoshi escorted Ron back to the Marquis' residence. Upon returning home, Zhao Gulao neither punished nor reprimanded Zhao Zhiheng. When his eldest daughter-in-law cautiously inquired about the situation, he even instructed that Zhao Zhiheng be brought back. Anxious and apprehensive, Zhao Zhiheng was not alone in his trepidation. His mother shared the same sentiments. Both were left in uncertainty regarding Zhao Gulao's intentions. Just then, a young maid arrived with news that the elder had summoned the eldest, third, and fourth sons back to the residence. Zhao Gulao was indeed a skilled educator. He had 4 sons, each of whom had made their mark. The eldest and second sons had both entered the civil service through the imperial examinations, with the eldest remaining in the capital and currently holding a 5th-grade official position, serving as a stabilizing force for the family. The second son had opted for an external post, now serving as a governor of a province, holding a 4th-grade rank. Once Zhao Gulao retired, this son was poised for advancement to the capital, destined to become a pillar of the family. The third son worked as a tutor in a capital academy, dedicated to the noble pursuit of teaching and scholarship. The youngest, the 4th son, managed the family's business affairs. A family aspiring for longevity cannot do so without substantial financial support. To avert corruption and avoid straying from the righteous path, it is imperative to cultivate their family enterprise. Thus, although the youngest son has ventured into business, none in the household dare to underestimate him. At this moment, the second son is unable to return from afar, leaving the remaining 3 sons summoned urgently by the esteemed elder Zhao. "Father, what calamity has befallen our family?" inquired the eldest son, Zhao Yu, his expression riddled with concern. The elder had never before acted with such ostentation. Even in times of urgency, he would typically wait until after concluding his official duties to address pressing matters. The third and fourth brothers also regarded elder Zhao with puzzled expressions. Elder Zhao, however, did not withhold the truth, recounting today's events in their entirety, including every detail extracted from a family steward. Now, I present you with two choices, Elder Zhao declared with solemnity. First, I shall submit my resignation and retire to my hometown, relinquishing all responsibilities pertaining to the Zhao family henceforth. Chapter 68. The Wang mother and daughter come to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, several sons of the esteemed Zhao elder were thrown into a flurry of panic. The Zhao elder was the cornerstone of the Zhao family. Should he suddenly retire, and with no arrangements made by the second son, would the Zhao family not descend into chaos? This simply cannot happen. The chorus of disapproval echoed among them. The Zhao elder raised his hand, silencing their protests. Allow me to finish speaking. First, I shall have the eldest son's wife take Zhiheng back to our ancestral home. Without my permission, neither she nor the child is to set foot in the capital, especially Zhiheng. He has already thoroughly strayed from the right path. Remaining in the capital will only bring calamity upon the Zhao family. What he did not articulate was that the eldest daughter-in-law was also deeply affected by the manipulations of a Zhao Xianfei, and her situation was not dissimilar to that of Zhiheng. Yet, out of courtesy, he refrained from stating the matter explicitly. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, particularly Zhao Yu, the eldest son, whose expression froze. Father, I have no objections to sending Zhiheng back to our hometown. However, as Zhou is the eldest daughter-in-law, her absence from the capital to oversee the household may invite gossip from outsiders. With a cold snort, the Zhao elder replied, Are you concerned that they will speak ill of her returning home with the child? Very well. I shall request to retire tomorrow and accompany them back to our hometown. If others inquire, we shall say that Zhou and the child are returning to care for me in my twilight years. How does that sound? Zhao Yu was taken aback and quickly rose to bow deeply in apology. I was wrong, father. I have no dissent. Everything shall be at your discretion. The Zhao elder snorted again. What is the situation with Zhao Xianfei? Do you think others are unaware? Now, Zhiheng and Zhou have been so influenced by her. Do you still wish for the Zhao family to share in their downfall? At this, the atmosphere grew somber. We should never have allowed Zhao Yin to enter the palace. The fourth son said indignantly, She is nothing but a calamity. The third son shook his head, but remained silent. The eldest son, with a pained expression, lamented, The matters concerning Zhou and Zhiheng are entirely my oversight. I was fully aware of Zhao Yan's circumstances, yet allowed them to interact with her, which has led to our current predicament. Enough, interrupted the Zhao elder, cutting off his son's futile contrition. Sighing, he spoke with resignation, This is all my debt to her. Let's not revisit this matter again. The third and fourth sons must keep a close watch on their children. I do not wish to see another Zhiheng arise within the Zhao family. Understood, they all replied in unison. Meanwhile, Min Xiao took Rong Rong to the medical clinic for an examination. Fortunately, it was only superficial injuries and did not affect any internal organs. Once the doctor prescribed both topical and internal medications, Min Xiao returned to the Marquis' residence. Upon returning, she settled the mother and daughter in the courtyard previously occupied by Min Hui and arranged for two young maids to attend to them. This courtyard was in close proximity to Song He Tang, making it easier for Maid Jia to visit Rong Rong. Having arranged everything, Min Xiao felt somewhat fatigued. Just as she returned to Song He Tang to rest, she heard someone at the door seeking Grandmother Fong. Grandmother Fong hurried out, and shortly thereafter, returned with a grim expression. Min Xiao inquired, What has happened? Fong Mama spoke with indignation, not long after we left. Madam, he ordered the two young servants on duty at the gate to be punished. Min Xiao frowned, displeased, and inquired, What is the matter? Fong Mama elaborated. Madam, he claims one was neglecting his post, and the other allowed someone to enter without permission. The one who neglected his duty was sent by the old madam to deliver a message to Yong'an. As for the one who let someone in without authorization, that pertains to the matter of letting Wu Bo into the estate. He insisted on seeking out the young lady from Songha Hall, and thus the servant allowed him entry. Fong Mama's brow furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, Madam, he is clearly using trifles as weapons, directly challenging the old madam. She has barely been in charge for a few days, and already she wishes to confront her? Min Xiao sneered. This is merely the new official showing their authority. Wu Shi voluntarily relinquished control, leaving Madame He without a target. Naturally, she must find a new one to establish her own authority. Being uninvolved and not particularly close to Min Rong, become an ideal subject for her to assert her dominance. Fang Mama was furious, muttering, "She's just a concubine. How dare she challenge the old madam?" Min Xiao scoffed, "Concubines must be categorized." With Min Rong's support behind her, what does she have to fear? As they conversed, a Geo entered to report that Madame He and the second young lady had arrived. Upon hearing this, Min Xiao exchanged a glance with Fang Mama and said with a smile, "Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Please let them in." Min Xiao instructed. "Yes," a Jiu replied, preparing to leave. However, Fang Mama called him back, saying, after delivering the message, "You two shall remain to observe. Should Madame He show any disrespect towards the old madam, I will have you silence her." "Understood," a Jiu responded before exiting, soon returning with Madame He and her daughter. A Jiu then quietly stood to the side. "Mother, I hope you are well. I brought Rui to pay her respects." Madame He greeted Min Xiao with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. Minyu Rui followed suit, offering her greetings as well. Min Xiao swept her gaze over them, finally fixing her eyes on Madame He, stating, "Not everyone is entitled to call me mother. You should refer to me as old madam instead." Min Xiao's tone was mild, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet it was enough to leave Madame He feeling humiliated. The smile on Madame He's face froze instantly, and she responded with a tone of feigned submissiveness. "This servant shall heed the old madam's instruction." Min Xiao, growing impatient, frowned and said, "If you have matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may leave." It was one thing to perform this charade before Min Rong, but to bring it before her was truly vexing. Noticing Min Xiao's unwelcoming demeanor and cold remarks, Minyu Rui furrowed her brow, ready to retaliate, but was discreetly halted by a glance from Madame He. Min Xiao disdainfully pursed her lips, simply pouring tea and urging them to leave. Seeing this, Madame He dared not linger and quickly stated, "Old madam, I have matters I wish to discuss with you today." Min Xiao remained silent. He sure remained indifferent and continued, "My steward has been here for some time. I have noticed that the monthly wages for the maidservants in the grand lady's courtyard are provided solely by her. This is quite against the established norms." Min Xiao Shi cast a sidelong glance at He Shi, awaiting her further remarks. She did not trust that He Shi harbored any noble intentions. Logically, the monthly wages for the maidservants and other attendants from each household should be disbursed from the estate's public funds. The wages for those in the main courtyard, the ladies' quarters, and the residences of the eldest son and daughter should all originate from the estate. Yet, it was peculiar that only the wages of the grand lady's maidservants were personally funded by her, which seemed to treat her as an outsider. Min Xiao sure smiled, a hint of sarcasm lacing her voice as she interjected, "So, you have come today to propose that from now on, the wages for the servants of Song, He Tang, will be covered by you?" He sure feigned ignorance of the sarcasm in Min Xiao Shi's words and replied with a smile, "That is precisely how it should be." Min Xiao Shi discerned Wang Shi's little schemes with clarity. If she were to cover the monthly wages, would she not indirectly gain control over the income of the maidservants in Song He Tang, thus establishing a connection with them? Would the next step not be to argue that since the wages are drawn from public funds, the maidservants of Song He Tang should be considered servants of the estate? Could this not serve as an excuse to reassign them elsewhere? Even more audaciously, would she demand the contracts of servitude from her, thereby completely dominating the servants of Song He Tang? Was this not a ploy to render her, this elderly woman, into a mere pawn to be manipulated at will? Chapter 69. She twisted her finger. Min Qiaoshi chose not to expose He Shi's little trick, instead smiling amiably as she remarked, "Previously, the Marquis's residence lacked funds, and Wu Shi was unable to contribute financially, which is why I took it upon myself to provide the monthly allowances for the maids in my courtyard. Now that you have assumed control of the Marquis's residence and are willing to provide financial support, including the monthly payments for the servants in my courtyard, this is indeed a positive development, and I shall not oppose it." He Shi's face brightened at these words, only to hear Min Qiaoshi continue, "However, there is one matter I must clarify. He sure hastily responded, "Please, elder madam, go ahead. The expenses in my courtyard are not limited merely to the maid's monthly allowances." Min Qiaoshi paused, her expression hesitant as she inquired, "Are you solely covering the maid's allowances, or will you also encompass the daily expenses of my courtyard?" He sure was taken aback. Min Qiaoshi added, "I am referring to necessities such as food, clothing, and daily provisions. For instance, the purchases made for my small kitchen, the tea we drink, fruits and snacks, seasonal clothing, and so forth. Other expenditures, such as attending performances or listening to music, are not included in this." Upon finishing, Min Qiaoshi gazed at Wang Shi with a smile. He sure, upon hearing this, felt there was no issue at all, and thus replied, "These should indeed be covered by the public funds. As long as the elder madam is agreeable, these daily expenses can be accounted for through the public accounts moving forward." Min Qiaoshi chuckled. "Are you certain?" He sure affirmed, "Absolutely. It is our duty to support the elder madam. There is no reason to shirk from that responsibility." Min Qiaoshi was genuinely pleased this time, smiling as she said, "You are indeed perceptive and considerate. No wonder Min Rong holds you in such high regard. However, I feel it necessary to inform you in advance about the daily expenses in my courtyard, so you can be adequately prepared." He sure, without a hint of suspicion, replied promptly, "Please, elder madam, do tell." Min Qiaoshi began to count on her fingers. The first item is the maid's monthly allowances. Both Mama Fong and Wei Jia receive 5 taels each month, i.e., a Shuang, a San, a Qi, a Jiu, and El Wu, 6 first-tier maids. Each receive 2 taels monthly. Then there are the second-tier maids, who receive 1 tael each month, and the third-tier maids, who earn 500 won each month. Oh, and by the way, I do not employ any lowly maids. Even those tasked with menial chores are at least of the 3rd tier. If I recall correctly, the total monthly allowances for the maids amount to 50 taels. He sure's heart skipped a beat, suddenly sensing that things were not looking favorable. Indeed, the next moment, she heard Min Qiaoshi continue. "The second item pertains to the small kitchen. We have 4 cooks, each receiving 10 taels monthly, which totals 40 taels. Additionally, the monthly purchases of fresh fruits, vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and meat amount to approximately 60 taels. Altogether, that sums up to 100 taels. The third item is tea. I have no other hobbies but to enjoy good tea. Currently, I drink 5 varieties, the least expensive at 1 tael, costing 100 taels, while the most expensive exceeds 1,000 taels. I have calculated that my monthly tea consumption is around 800 taels." The fourth item, before Min Qiaoshi could finish her sentence, he sure's face had turned pale, her expression darkening as she cast a look filled with accusation towards Min Qiaoshi. It seemed as though the venerable Min Qiaoshi had been bullying her. Min Qiaoshi cast a glance at he sure, snorted derisively, and mockingly inquired, "Do you require me to continue?" He sure found herself at a loss for words. However, Min Yut Rui abruptly rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Min Qiaoshi, and shouted fiercely, "Old hag, are you doing this on purpose? Is it amusing to toy with others? My mother came here with good intentions to pay her respects, and yet you treat her this way. Who do you think you are? Just an insufferable old woman. Even the Marquis keeps his distance from you. Who are you trying to impress with your airs of superiority?" As soon as the words left her lips, Min Qiaoshi had yet to respond when Mama Fong erupted in anger, bellowing, "You audacious wretch! How dare you show disrespect to the matriarch? Ajio, teach her a lesson. Smite her until she can no longer speak." Upon hearing this, Ajio rushed toward Min Yut Rui, raising her hand to strike with fervor. She had awaited this moment for far too long, with a heart racing with excitement and hands that delivered steady blows. She left Min Yut Rui's cheeks swollen from the onslaught. "Stop! Get away from me! How dare you strike me? I am a second young lady of the Marquis' residence. Do you wish to throw your life away?" Min Yut Rui screamed in a frenzy, struggling against Ajio. Yet her resistance appeared utterly futile in the face of Ajio's strength. He sure was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Upon regaining her senses, she hurried to intervene, but Ajio merely used one hand to keep he sure at bay. With no other recourse, he sure fell to her knees before Min Qiaoshi. Weeping and pleading, "Matriarch, I implore you to show mercy and spare Ruier. She is but a child. Please consider her youth and ignorance, and forgive her this once." Min Qiaoshi regarded her coldly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Mama Fong spoke with a steely tone. "Auntie, are you speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Just moments ago, the second young lady pointed her finger at the matriarch and insulted her, calling her an insufferable old woman. Is such disrespect excusable due to her youth?" At this juncture, Mama Fong turned to Ajio and commanded sternly, "Ajio, ascertain which finger the second young lady used to point at the matriarch. Once clarified, break that finger." Ajio's eyes lit up. Instead of striking Minute Rue again, she seized her left hand, asking, "Is it this finger?" as she pointed to the index finger. Minute Rue shook her head vehemently, terror evident in her eyes. Ajio then pointed to the middle finger, inquiring, "Is it this one?" Minute Rue continued to shake her head, her fear intensifying. Ajio, exasperated, remarked, "Then you tell me, which finger was it?" Minute Rue persisted in shaking her head. Ajio shrugged and, with a sudden smile, declared, "Since the second young lady cannot specify, I shall break them one by one until I find the guilty finger," without granting Minute Rue a moment to react. Ajio snapped the index finger of her left hand. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Minute Rue summoned all her strength to break free from Ajio's grasp. Clutching her injured hand and kneeling on the ground, racked with excruciating pain, he sure, witnessing the scene, was terrified and rushed over to embrace Minute Rue, exclaiming, "Rare? Rueo? Are you all right? Rueo?" Fong Mama was startled by the piercing scream, and upon witnessing the pitiful state of Minute, she felt a twinge of guilt. Her harsh words had been driven by anger, yet she did not anticipate that Ajio would act with such unhesitating resolve. However, the fault did not lie solely with her. It was the young lady's audacity that irked her. Did she truly believe that her status as the second miss of the Marquis' residence granted her the liberty to act with such impunity? Did she not recognize the gravity of the situation? It was one thing to display bravado before others, but to show disrespect to the matriarch herself was utterly intolerable. Without imparting a lesson, how could she continue to treat Songa Hall as her playground? After a moment of self-reassurance, Fong Mama felt a sense of comfort upon seeing Minute, who was kneeling on the ground in pain and unable to rise. Ajio glanced at the huddled mother and daughter, then turned to Fong Mama with a serious expression and inquired, "Fong Mama, I just twisted her left index finger, but she was pointing at the matriarch with her right index finger. Should I continue to break it?" Chapter 70. An unfortunate warning. Madame Fong was taken aback, realizing that despite having discerned the truth, she still expected others to voice it themselves. If they remained silent, did she intend to break each of their fingers? Min Xiao found the situation amusing and affectionately glanced at Ajio, shaking her head before addressing Madame He and her daughter. "Very well. Take your leave and consult a physician. In the future, do refrain from frequenting Songa Hall, while I may be an old woman of little consequence. The people of Songa Hall are all loyal servants who protect their master. Before you plot against me, I advise you to weigh your own capabilities." Madame He dared not retort, assisting Minute Rue to rise and prepare to depart. However, just as they were about to cross the threshold of the hall, Min Xiao continued, "Oh, by the way, the two young attendants at the entrance will henceforth be under my name. I shall arrange new duties for them. Do remind Madame Ho to retrieve their contracts of servitude and send them to Songa Hall." Madame He felt a sharp pang in her heart. Indeed, in this Ho residence, there was no action she could undertake that escaped the watchful eyes of the matriarch. Wei Jia returned from Lingyun Pavilion, where Rong Rong was temporarily residing, and upon hearing from Madame Fong about Madame He and her daughter's visit, and Ajio's earnest inquiry towards Madame Fong, her heart dropped. Seizing the opportunity, she sought out Ajio at the side entrance. "The matriarch has already permitted their departure. Do not stir up trouble and risk injuring the second young lady's right hand," Wei Jia admonished sternly. It was not that she doubted Ajio's intentions. Rather, she believed Ajio was entirely capable of such an act. After all, when Third Master had struck her, she feared Ajio might seek vengeance on her behalf. At that time, Ajio had dismissed her concerns as overreactions. Yet what transpired? In the dead of night, Third Master's bed collapsed, leaving him severely disoriented and with several lacerations from the broken bed slats. Fortunately, the injuries were superficial and healed after a few days. An investigation revealed that the bed had been compromised by termites, and it was not a deliberate act. After all, that bed was a dowry piece belonging to Min Hui, an antique of decades. Its sudden failure could be deemed reasonable. Ultimately, the incident was confirmed as a mere accident, and naturally, no one suspected a Jiao. Though she did not comprehend how a Jiao accomplished such feats, her inquiries were met with denial from a Jiao. Nevertheless, Wei Jia harbored an instinctive belief that a Jiao was indeed responsible. If a Jiao could go to such lengths for her, what might she do against the second young lady, who dared to insult the matriarch to her face? A Jiao pouted, expressing her discontent. When did I ever claim I would break the second young lady's fingers? Why do you treat me as though I were a nefarious criminal? Have I committed any heinous acts? No, I haven't, have I? Wei Jia furrowed her brow, left speechless. Although she could not pin any wrongdoing on a Jiao, she remained convinced of a Jiao's inherent danger, akin to an uncontrollable powder keg, capable of inflicting harm at any moment. Remember my words. Do not cause trouble for the matriarch. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. Wei Jia issued her warning before departing. As soon as she left, a Jew pouted, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed, instantly falling into a deep slumber to replenish her energy. That evening, Min Rong returned home and, upon finding no trace of Yishur, inquired and learned that Min Yu Rui had been struck by someone from Songhatang, and Yishur was currently attending to her in Min Yu Rui's courtyard. Min Rong frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure. He had previously instructed Yishur and her daughter that they need not pay their respects to Songhatang, nor should they visit without cause. How could they suddenly appear there? And to be assaulted? Min Rong felt a surge of frustration, but quickly composed himself, preparing to visit Min Yu Rui's courtyard. However, before he could step out, Yishur hurried back. Upon seeing him, Yishur wore a remorseful expression and said, "My lord has returned. It is entirely my fault. I lost track of time while caring for Rui. You have not dined yet, have you? I shall have someone prepare a meal at once." She promptly commanded someone to prepare dinner. Observing the redness in her eyes, Min Rong's heart softened. He grasped Yishur's hand and gently inquired, "I heard that Rui was struck by the matriarch." Yishur's expression stiffened before she quickly denied, "No, the matriarch did not order anyone to strike Rui. It was Nurse Fong. Alas, it is all Rui's fault. She only wished to protect me and thus spoke out of turn to the matriarch." Min Rong furrowed his brow, wondering how Nurse Fong was involved again. Yishur hesitated before expressing her grievances. "I have been managing affairs for some time now. I noticed that the servants at Songhatang receive their monthly wages directly from the matriarch rather than from the treasury. I thought that, given my new position it was unreasonable to continue this arrangement. I also wished to help mend the relationship between you and the matriarch. Therefore, during the day, I took Rui to Songhatang to pay our respects and mention this matter." Min Rong nodded, touched by her thoughtfulness. "And what transpired afterward?" Yishur's eyes reddened further, becoming increasingly pitiable. "I do not know. Perhaps the matriarch felt I was belittling her, or maybe she has always disdained me. When I proposed to provide the servants at Songhatang with their wages, the matriarch insisted that I cover all expenses of Songhatang, claiming that their monthly costs amount to no less than 1,000 taels. You know my situation. I have no such funds. The money belongs to Rui, left by her father." The matriarch's words led Rui, to misunderstand, believing that the matriarch was deliberately making things difficult for me, which resulted in her disrespectful remarks towards the matriarch. Yet, before the matriarch could respond, Nurse Fong commanded that girl Jew to strike Rui across the face. And that was not all. Nurse Fong then ordered a Jew to break one of Rui's fingers. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. My lord, the scream that escaped Rui at that moment still pierces my heart with pain. Yishur leaned against Min Rong, sobbing, "My lord, I know Rui was at fault for her disrespect towards the matriarch. I cannot argue against that, nor do I harbor resentment towards the matriarch. Yet, what vexes me is that the matriarch has not yet uttered a word, and yet the maid Fong dares to issue commands and lay hands on Rur. Although Rui is not the biological daughter of the Marquis, she is still, in name, the legitimate second daughter of the Marquis household. How can she so brazenly disregard her, to strike at a whim, to bend her fingers at will? How cruel! Oh, my poor... If the Marquis does not seek justice for her, how will she ever find her footing in the Marquis residence? Upon hearing He Shi's words, Min Rong could not help but furrow his brow. Is he unable to confront the old lady, thus redirecting his ire towards Fong, who is closely aligned with her? Fong is indeed the matriarch's trusted aide. Not only He Shi, but even he would not dare to offend her lightly. Furthermore, without the matriarch's consent, Fong would not issue such commands. In essence, Fong's words are merely a reflection of the matriarch's will. Is He Shi attempting to incite him to confront Fong, or is she urging him to hold the matriarch accountable? To speak of being unable to stand one's ground, does this not amount to a veiled threat of departure? This woman is truly a source of trouble. Chapter 71. A Jew's goal for tonight. Though Min Rong felt a tinge of impatience, he still patiently comforted. I understand that you and have suffered grievances. I will visit Songha Hall shortly to speak with the matriarch and see if I can persuade Nurse Fong and a Jew to apologize to her. Alas, you must also comprehend my predicament. The matriarch does not favor me at present. She does not even summon me for the morning and evening greetings. I too have my burdens, fearing that one day the matriarch might accuse me of being unfilial, which would not bode well for me. For now, I can only serve her with utmost caution, ensuring her comfort above all. As I have said before, you should avoid approaching the matriarch without cause. If she becomes truly angered, I shall bear the brunt of it. He Shi furrowed her brow, gradually stifling her sobs, and softly replied, What the Marquis says is true. It is all my fault. I should not have brought Rui to Songha Hall today. I promise I will keep my distance from there in the future. Good. As long as you do not provoke the matriarch, all will be well. Min Rong nodded in satisfaction. He Shi then reminded. The Marquis had promised that Nurse Fong and a Jew would come to apologize to Rui and me. Surely, the Marquis will not go back on his word? Min Rong's brow barely knitted for a moment, and before he could respond, He Shi, with a downcast expression, said, Forget it. If the Marquis does not wish to go, then do not go. I do not want to burden you. Let us just consider it our misfortune, having no fate. Before He Shi could finish her sentence, Min Rong covered her mouth gently and comforted her. Do not speak such nonsense. I do not say I would not go. I shall go at once. However, whether Nurse Fong and a Jew can come to apologize to her, I cannot guarantee. Upon hearing this, He Shi's tears transformed into laughter, and she leaned into Min Rong's embrace. Sweetly murmuring, whether Nurse Fong and a Jew come is of little consequence. What matters is your sincere heart towards me. You. Min Rong chuckled, as if a thought struck him, and he quickly added, Then I shall make haste to Songha Hall. Otherwise, if they close the gates later, even I shall not be able to enter. He recalled how the matriarch had previously sent word that after the hour of the dog, 7 o'clock, even if the king of hell himself arrived, the doors would remain shut. Upon hearing this, a visible smile graced He Shi's face. She performed a graceful bow, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Marquis. Min Rong waved his hand and swiftly exited. Upon arriving at Songha Hall and after announcing himself, he entered the warm chamber to find Min Xiao. Before Min Xiao could inquire about his purpose, Min Rong bowed deeply and, with a tone of remorse, stated, I have come to apologize to my mother. It is my failure to manage He Shi and Rui that has caused them to overstep and disturb your tranquility. Min Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Min Rong. I thought you came to seek justice for He Shi and her daughter. Min Rong quickly offered a smile. Mother jested. I had previously advised He Shi not to disturb you without cause. It is she who disregarded my words and came uninvited. Thus she cannot fault you. As for Rui's injuries, I have heard of them. She disrespected you first, and a bit of punishment is only fitting. Moreover, my mother is my closest kin. How could I be so indiscriminate as to favor the He family over her? Min Xiao was amused by Min Rong's words, but this amusement was tinged with cold mockery. Min Rong was indeed a peculiar character. He had previously feigned the role of a devoted son in her presence, yet she could see through his fade with ease. However, now she found that his words seemed to emanate from genuine sentiment, devoid of any pretense. How curious it was that he suddenly became so compliant after their family division. Or had his acting skills simply reached new heights? Seeing Min Qiao smile, Min Rong appeared to relax, mirroring her expression. My mother smiled, so I took it to mean her anger had subsided. Min Qiao declared, very well. Let's speak of matters at hand. Otherwise, you may take your leave. Min Rong hesitated for a moment before continuing. I still wish to speak on behalf of he and Rueyer. Min Qiao remained silent. Thus, Min Rong proceeded to express his thoughts, recounting his misfortunes, her family's decline, her marriage to a merchant, her husband's early demise, and how she was left with only Rueyer as her daughter. In her efforts to preserve her late husband's estate, he had resorted to various means of ingratiating herself with others. Over time, this had cultivated a nature of sycophancy within her. Today, she had come to Songha Hall with the habitual intent of pleasing my mother, albeit through misguided means that had incurred her displeasure. He sought forgiveness for this. Min Qiao scoffed, casting a cryptic glance at Min Rong, asking, "Is this how you perceive he?" Before Min Rong could respond, Min Qiao waved her hand dismissively. Very well. Carry on. Whether he was genuinely weak or merely feigning such, and regardless of how Min Rong viewed her or whether he could be deceived, was of no concern to her. Let them be. Min Rong shifted the conversation, continuing, Rueyer lost her father at a young age, and with her mother lacking a strong disposition, in her efforts to safeguard her late father's legacy and protect her mother from being bullied, she developed a strong character, unafraid to assert herself. On New Year's Eve, she scolded me quite vocally. I believe you remember that, mother. Min Qiao nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. Whether in this life or the past, he Rue had always been competitive and fiercely protective of her mother. Min Rong hastily added, thus, Rueyer's disrespect towards you was not intentional. She was simply overly anxious about he. And so, after all this, what is it that you wish to convey? Min Qiao regarded Min Rong with an indifferent expression. Having been seen through, Min Rong felt a moment of embarrassment, but after a brief hesitation, he cautiously spoke, Mother, might it be possible for Mama Fong and Ajio to extend an apology to he and Rueyer? At this, Min Xiao's expression darkened instantly. So this is the true purpose of your visit? Min Rong's face fell, and he lamented with a pitiful demeanor, Mother, I truly did not wish to come. However, the whole residence is now destitute. Without he and her daughter, I can scarcely sustain myself. Please, have compassion for your son. Min Xiaosher let out a cold laugh, her tone frigid as she declared, if you desire for Granny Fong and Ajoo to apologize to the He family, it will only happen over my dead body. Go tell the He family that if they dare to set foot in Songha Hall again, I shall break their legs. I make myself clear today. Should anyone lay a finger on those close to me, I will send them to the underworld to accompany the drifting petals. Min Xiaosher fixed her piercing gaze upon Min Rong, including you. Min Rong felt a chill run down his spine, abruptly awakening to the reality of the situation. He had intended to curry favor on both sides, to feign vulnerability, yet, in the presence of the matriarch, all schemes and pretenses were as fragile as paper lanterns, easily pierced. While Min Rong was momentarily lost in thought, Min Xiaosher suddenly recalled something and hastily added before he could leave, Oh, and make sure to send me last year's 30% earnings from the whole residence. After all, it was your father's decree, and you publicly acknowledged it. Now that the new year has passed, there should be no further delays, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Min Rong left, dejected. Min Xiaosher, however, scoffed lightly. Such old tricks, did he think he could play her? As long as she remained steadfast in her resolve, no matter his schemes or machinations, she would simply ignore them and refuse outright. In the dead of night, the gates of Songha Hall stood firmly shut. Inside the tiny gatekeeper's room, the previously soft snores abruptly ceased. Sensing the departure of those outside, Ajoo suddenly opened her eyes, rising quietly from her bed and stealthily exiting her room. Slipping out of Songha Hall, having wandered far, Wei Jia seemed to sense something and turned back, gently pushing open the door, only to discover that Ajoo, who should have been in bed, had vanished without a trace. She had come thrice that night, solely to keep watch over Ajoo. Who could have imagined that Ajoo, would ultimately escape. Should she check outside the second young lady's courtyard? Perhaps if a Jew saw her, she would refrain from acting. Just as Wei Jia fretted over Min Yuetai's safety, a Jew was already gracefully leaping out of the Xuanping Marquis residence, heading straight for the Zhao estate. Zhao Zhiheng was a Jew's target for the night. Chapter 72. A crisis for a Geo help. There's an assassin. Save me. Catch the assassin. The stillness of the night was abruptly shattered at the Zhao residence. Zhao Zhiheng, paralyzed with fear, huddled at the foot of his bed, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on a red-tasseled flying dagger embedded in the headboard. Had it not been for the small girl who hurled a stone, that dagger would have found its mark in his forehead. Indeed, he had witnessed it. The girl crouched upon his windowsill, her intentions a mystery to him. He only saw her throw a pebble, followed by a soft thud as an unknown flying dagger grazed his ear and lodged itself into his pillow. He could not discern the girl's features, yet he was certain she was the little maidservant attending the matriarch of the Xuanping Marquis. What could have prompted her midnight visit? Who was it that had thrown the dagger at him? And why had that little maid chosen to save him? Was it truly an act of rescue, or were they merely playing a charade, one feigning an attempt on his life while the other pretended to save him? What could possibly be the motive behind such a performance? To instill fear in him, or to elicit his gratitude? Overwhelmed by confusion and dread, Zhao Zhiheng's mind became a tumultuous whirlpool of thoughts. "I don't know, I saw nothing, I know nothing," was the only response he offered anyone who inquired. The Zhao family servants scoured the estate, turning it upside down, yet they found no trace of the assassin. It was clear to all that the assailant had likely escaped, prompting heightened vigilance among the household. The matter seemed to conclude there. Had it not been for the dagger lodged at Zhao Zhiheng's bedside, one might have assumed this was merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by him to evade returning to the capital. Ultimately, it was Zhao Golao who decisively declared that regardless of the assassin's authenticity or motives, it was unwise for Zhao Zhiheng to remain in the capital. Initially reluctant to return home, Zhao Zhiheng's mother, Mrs. Zhou, had claimed she needed several days to gather their belongings. However, with the current turn of events, there was no need for further delay. Zhao Golao ordered immediate preparations, arranging for carriages and escort personnel. At dawn, as the city gates opened, the mother and son would be sent out of the city. Notably, the number of escorts was doubled for their safety. Surprisingly, Zhao Zhiheng offered no objections this time, dutifully complying with every command issued by Zhao Golao. After Mrs. Zhou and her son had departed, a few days later, Mrs. Zhao Si, who had taken over the household affairs, personally brought substantial gifts to the Min family to apologize on behalf of the Zhao family, thus settling the grievances between Min Qiao and Zhao Zhiheng. But that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, as the Zhao residence was in an uproar over the supposed assassin, a Geo was racing through the streets of the eastern city, intent on delivering an unforgettable lesson to Zhao Zhiheng. However, she soon discovered that an attempt on his life was underway. Just hours after a disagreement with the matriarch, Zhao Zhiheng was nearly slain in his own home. Anyone hearing such news could not help but speculate. Zhou was also apprehensive that if Zhao Zhiheng truly perished, it would bring trouble to the noble matron. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she intervened to save Zhao Zhiheng's life. However, immediately after her action, regret washed over her, for she recognized the assassin. It seemed the assassin also recognized her. Consequently, she began to flee with all her might, while the assassin pursued her with frenzied determination. She was, after all, still a child, whereas the assassin was an adult. The distance between them diminished rapidly. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters closer and closer. And within a few breaths, she would be captured. Agio felt as though her heart would leap from her chest. In a final moment of desperation, she turned a corner and collided with a regiment of soldiers standing in formation. The sharp sound of swords being drawn echoed around her. In an instant, she found herself encircled by the gleaming blades. A soldier clad in armor rode forward on horseback, towering over Agio as he coldly inquired, "Who goes there?" Surrounded yet undaunted, Agio felt a wave of relief wash over her. She cautiously glanced back towards the alley she had fled from, and noticed that her pursuer had quietly retreated. She was safe, at least for the moment. "Are you mute? Why do you not respond?" the armored cavalryman demanded with a fierce tone. Just then, a young servant, dressed in simple attire, alighted from the carriage at the front of the line. Approaching, he asked with a troubled expression, "What has happened? Why are you not moving?" Upon seeing a Qiao collapsed amidst the crowd, he was taken aback. "What is this little girl doing out at such an hour? Do not frighten her." This last remark was directed at the soldiers wielding their swords. The cavalryman's lips twitched in annoyance. It was clear that it was the sudden appearance of this little girl that startled them, not the other way around. Spotting a sympathetic figure, Qiao quickly asked, "Can I go now? My grandmother is waiting for me at home." The young servant did not press her further. Instead, he kindly replied, "Where do you live? I can have someone escort you home. It's quite unsafe for a young girl to be out alone at this hour." Qiao hastily waved her hands. "No, it's not necessary. I can go by myself." As she spoke, she observed the soldiers around her sheathing their swords, showing no intention of stopping her. Gratefully, she bowed to the young servant and took off running. This time, Qiao did not dare to employ her light-footed techniques as before. Rather, she ran like an ordinary girl, step by step, in the opposite direction of the Xuanping Marquis residence. Once she was out of sight of the group, she took a convoluted path back to the Marquis estate. However, as she approached Yongning Alley, she was suddenly startled. The group she had encountered earlier had entered the residence adjacent to the Xuanping Marquis estate. Qiao had heard from Granny Fong and the noble matron that the neighboring estate once belonged to 2 4th or 5th rank court officials. Those families had abruptly moved away a year prior. Subsequently, the two homes had been merged and renovated, now bearing the plaque of the Xuanping Duke's residence. Unexpectedly, that group of individuals turned out to be from the Xuanping Duke's residence. Given the likelihood of encountering them frequently, it was inevitable that she would be recognized. Qiao felt a surge of agitation within her. Concealed in the shadows of the alleyway, she waited until they had all entered before stealthily returning to the Xuanping Marquis estate. With familiarity, she scaled the wall and quietly pushed open the door to her small chamber, only to find herself frozen in place. At the very moment she stepped inside, the lights in the room flickered to life. Slowly turning around, she beheld Weijia seated on the edge of the bed, a fire stick in hand, her gaze dark and brooding. Qiao inwardly lamented, "This is it." The individuals from the Xuanping Duke's residence were a trivial concern, and even the acquaintance who had been pursuing her could be momentarily disregarded. It was her sister Weijia who posed the true peril before her. Chapter 73. Confession brings leniency. Resistance leads to betrayal. Sister Weijia, why are you here instead of sleeping? Qiao forced a smile, feigning innocence as she jested. My bed is too small for two. Furthermore, I am a light sleeper. If you snore, I might just kick you off the bed. So, you should hurry back to your room and rest. Weijia cast a cold glance at Qiao, stood up, and left with a terse remark about resting early. She did not explode with anger or inquire about Qiao's whereabouts or activities. Is this still the same Sister Weijia who had repeatedly warned her not to stir up trouble? Hiding behind the door, Qiao watched for a while, and upon confirming that Weijia had indeed said nothing before leaving, felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. If Weijia had pressed her for answers, she would have been at a loss for words. Now, with Weijia not asking, she had no need to explain. However, it would soon prove that she had celebrated too soon. The next morning, as soon as the matriarch rose, Qiao was summoned. Min Xiao, after waking, enjoyed stretching her limbs to loosen her muscles before having breakfast. Thus, when Qiao arrived, she found Min Xiao engaged in a peculiar display of boxing moves. It was said that this set of exercises was a traditional health regimen passed down from Weijia's maternal family, beneficial for the body. Yet, to Qiao, it appeared almost comical, with punches delivered as slowly as a creeping insect and kicks as soft as cotton. What use could it possibly serve? Nevertheless, she only dared to voice her thoughts internally, recognizing that the matriarch was not practicing martial arts. Weijia had merely encouraged her to exercise, which could be deemed a form of training. Couldn't he it? Matriarch, you called for me? Qiao obediently bowed in greeting. Min Xiao, however, continued her motions, gesturing toward Weijia and Granny Fong, saying, "It is not I, but Weijia and Granny Fong who seek you out. They have questions for you." Qiao was taken aback and turned to face the two. Weijia regarded her with an icy demeanor, while Granny Fong's expression was marred by suppressed fury, her gaze filled with indignation. Seeing this, Aju truly began to panic. Regardless of Wei Jia's prowess and favor with the matriarch, she was still a servant who entered the household at the same time as Aju. But Granny Fong was different. Having served the matriarch for decades, she was one of the matriarch's closest confidants. In Songha Hall, everyone implicitly treated Granny Fong as a half-master. It was well known that her greatest concern was the matriarch, and anything related to her would capture Granny Fong's utmost attention. Noting the fear flickering in Aju's eyes, Wei Jia wasted no time in demanding, "Will you confess on your own, or shall we wait for Granny Fong and me to interrogate you?" Aju contemplated resisting, but upon seeing Granny Fong's disapproving glare, she faltered. "Aju, how could you act in such a manner?" Granny Fong's admonition was cut short as Wei Jia interjected, urging, "Confession brings leniency. Resistance leads to betrayal." The words were sharp, each one resonating with clarity. Fong Mama was momentarily taken aback, looking at Wei Jia with astonishment. They had not spoken in such a manner before. Wei Jia had told her that Aju, relying on her strength, agility, and the favor of the matriarch, had beaten the two young maids of Songha Hall. Fong Mama had always believed that Aju was not the type to bully others with her power, so upon hearing this news, she was understandably angered. Consequently, she and Wei Jia had agreed to admonish Aju in front of the matriarch. However, why did Wei Jia's admonishment suddenly shift to the notion of selling Aju? After all, she had merely struck someone, without causing severe harm or death. It hardly warranted such drastic measures. Meanwhile, Min Xiao, who was practicing her martial arts, shot a bewildered glance at Wei Jia. What could be so serious as to warrant selling Aju? Previously, she had found odd that Wei Jia had summoned Fong Mama for a private discussion, returning with a face full of rage, refusing to divulge any details. Now, with Aju summoned, the matter had not even been addressed before a display of intimidation was presented. Nevertheless, Min Xiao decided to refrain from intervening. After all, she trusted Wei Jia to act judiciously. She believed there must have been something intolerable that Aju had done, prompting Wei Jia to threaten her into revealing the truth. Upon hearing Wei Jia's words, Aju's heart raced with anxiety. No wonder Wei Jia had not inquired about her the previous night. It turned out she had been waiting for dawn to confront her in front of the matriarch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Aju cautiously stole a glance at Min Xiao, who seemed to tacitly accept the unfolding events. Aju understood that if she did not speak the truth today, she might indeed face the dire consequence of being sold. Thus, without hesitation, she knelt before Min Xiao, pleading, "Matriarch, please do not sell me. I will tell everything." No longer daring to conceal anything, Aju recounted her story and everything she had done since arriving at Songha Hall. She revealed that she was born into a poor farming family, the youngest of 4 sisters and 2 brothers, with their household unable to sustain so many mouths. Therefore, they intended to sell the 4 daughters. Aju, being the youngest at merely 3 years old, was sold when she could barely walk without stumbling. Yet, she possessed extraordinary strength and was the first to be purchased. At that tender age, she knew nothing. She simply obeyed commands. For failure to comply resulted in punishment or hunger. Thus, she began to train her body, climbing mountains, practicing stances, and throwing stones. A year later, she was taken to a secluded underground hideaway, where many other children, both boys and girls, had been bought. The eldest were 7 or 8 years old, while the youngest were 5 or 6. Aju was the smallest among them, merely 4 years of age. Nonetheless, she proved to be the strongest of the group due to her innate power. When she first arrived, the largest child attempted to intimidate her, only to find himself overpowered and beaten, leaving him battered and bruised. From that moment on, none of the other children dared to provoke her. Together, they were subjected to rigorous training, and although Aju initially felt bewildered, as time passed, she noticed that the number of her training companions dwindled, and the nature of their training grew increasingly perverse. The flying dagger transitioned from targeting marks to small animals and ultimately to those discarded children. It was then that she gradually comprehended that the adults were cultivating them as assassins. The qualified would remain, while the unfit would become mere targets for others to practice their throwing knives upon, to avoid becoming one of those destined to perish. She evolved from panic and fear into a cold-blooded killer. At last, she passed all the tests, becoming the youngest assassin in history, and received her first assignment. However, she fled during the mission. Disguising herself as a beggar, she infiltrated the capital. After spending some time among the beggars, she felt out of place and subsequently sold herself to a brothel for the price of a meat bun. A meat bun cost 3 coins. To acquire a 9-year-old girl for merely 3 coins seemed like an incredible bargain. Thus, she found herself in the brothel. Shortly after her arrival, she was purchased by a merchant family. She believed she could settle down with them, but her propensity to awaken easily during the night disturbed her housemates. The following day, she was reported to the matron. Consequently, she went an entire day without a morsel of food. After 3 consecutive days of starvation, she retaliated against the other girls in her room, along with the punishing matron. Ultimately, she was cast back to the brothel. P.S. Wishing everyone a joyous new year. Chapter 74. The Fierce Life of a Jew. Subsequently, she was sold by the agency several more times. Yet, without exception, she was always returned for various reasons. The Songha Hall was the place where she stayed the longest. Unaccustomed to sharing a room with others, she was granted a small room of her own. Unable to endure humiliation, she was quick to resort to physical confrontation. However, the atmosphere at Songha Hall was harmonious, and no one dared to bully her. With a hearty appetite, she often resorted to stealing food when she went hungry for too long. Fortunately, just 2 days after her arrival, the matriarch decreed that they should have ample meals, including meat, every day. She was devoid of skills beyond her various assassination techniques. She could not do laundry, sweep the floor, cook, or engage in needlework. Ironically, she found herself in the role of a gatekeeper, having to perform nothing more than run errands. Later, she even accompanied the matriarch on outings, serving as both a bodyguard and enforcer. Her days at Songha Hall were the most relaxed, joyful, and blissful moments of her life. Although she did not comprehend the essence of happiness, she felt that staying at Songha Hall and being by the matriarch's side was her greatest desire. Wang Zhangshi showed disrespect toward the matriarch, prompting her to push her from the carriage. Min Hui's attack on Weijia was clearly a provocation against the matriarch, so she made him tumble from the bed. The consequences and injuries were of no concern to her. And then there was Zhao Zhiheng. The first time she refrained from action was because that fellow had been beaten by Zhao Golao and could not get out of bed, thus narrowly escaping punishment. Yet, unexpectedly, he had the audacity to provoke the matriarch again yesterday. Therefore, she planned to stealthily enter the Zhao household to leave Zhao Zhiheng with an indelible lesson. However, before she could act, she encountered assassins targeting Zhao Zhiheng. Upon hearing a Jewess account, Min Xiao, Mama Fong, and Weijia were left utterly astonished. A Jew was, in fact, a child groomed to be an assassin from a young age. The most striking aspect was that she was only 9 years old and was already capable of undertaking missions alone, showcasing her exceptional prowess within the assassin organization. Ironically, her first mission ended in her running away. Can you believe it? Yet, after the shock subsided, everyone came to realize one crucial question. Had a Jew ever taken a life? The answer was evident. Yes, she had. A Jew herself admitted that those eliminated children had been killed by exceptional talents like herself. All eyes turned to a Jew, their expressions a mixture of complexity. Min Xiao reached out to help a Jew up, her voice filled with compassion. Poor child, you must have endured much hardship growing up. A Jew looked at Min Xiao in surprise. Matriarch, aren't you afraid of me? You're just a small child. What is there for me to fear? Min Xiao gently ruffled a Jew's hair, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Sold at 3, and embarking on her path at 9, in just 6 short years. How much suffering had she endured to reach the day she could escape? But I have killed many, a Jew declared earnestly. That was not by your own volition. Those people forced you into it. Min Xiao smiled softly, seemingly calm, and said, you see, when you had the freedom to choose, you did not select to take a life. Rather, you chose to abandon the task and flee. Did you not? A Jew bit her lip and trembled as she replied, But I harmed Wang Zhang and also hurt third master. I nearly caused trouble for young Master Zhao. Sister Wei Jia said that my actions would bring you trouble. Yet, when I witnessed them angering you, I simply could not restrain myself from teaching them a lesson. That is not your fault. Your actions were merely to uphold justice on my behalf. I do not hold you accountable. Min Xiao felt a twinge in her nose. Yet she continued to smile as she said, "What is past is past. However, we have made a pact. From now on, you must not conceal anything from me. Should you wish to discipline anyone on my behalf, you must inform me in advance and receive my consent before taking action. Can you do that?" Ajio froze, tears streaming down her cheeks. She looked at Min Xiao in disbelief. "Madam, do you mean to say that you will not send me back to the orphanage? Will I still be able to remain in Songa Hall? Can I continue to stay by your side?" "Of course." Min Xiao took the handkerchief offered by Mama Fong and gently wiped Ajio's tears, softly reassuring her. Did not Sister Wei Jia say, "Confess and be lenient, resist and face punishment"? Since you have already confessed, they naturally will not sell you out. Is that true? Ajio turned to Wei Jia for confirmation. Wei Jia nodded expressionlessly, feeling that although this girl appeared dazed, she was quite clever in reality. At that moment, Mama Fong interjected, "Speaking of which, assassins and such are often controlled by poisons. Are they not? Ajio, have you not been poisoned? How could they allow you to undertake a mission alone?" She pondered, finding the situation rather implausible. A hint of panic flickered in Ajio's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. "I have not been poisoned. I am fine. I was not alone on the task. There was someone monitoring me. However, I was simply faster than that person, and they could not catch me, which is why I managed to escape." As Ajio spoke, her voice dwindled because Min Xiao's expression grew increasingly severe. She was uncertain of what she had said wrong. Why had the matron suddenly become displeased? Min Xiao's face hardened, her gaze reproachful as she fixed her eyes on Ajio. "Did we not agree that you would not keep secrets from me?" With that, she instructed Wei Jia, "Wei Jia, go fetch a few doctors to examine Ajio. If they cannot detect any issues, send a note to the palace and request a royal physician to take a look." Ajio quickly knelt by Min Xiao's feet and trembled as she pleaded, "Madam, there is no need. I truly am fine." Still not speaking the truth. Min Xiao was genuinely angry this time. "Wei Jia, you must go at once." Wei Jia complied and began to leave. Ajio was startled and hurriedly rushed to grasp Wei Jia's leg. Turning to Min Xiao, she said, "Madam, it is futile. Ever since we entered the assassin organization, we have been subjected to drugs. They have long since permeated our very bones, and there is no remedy. They have been administered these substances since childhood for 5 years. After 5 years, the poison has taken root within, solidifying and manifesting. One must consume an antidote each month to suppress the toxicity. Otherwise, the poison will manifest. Each occurrence feels as though one is being devoured by a legion of ants, rendering existence unbearable. However, enduring the ordeal ensures survival. Monthly, for 2 hours each time, she has managed to persevere. The venom must erupt consecutively 12 times before it claims her life, granting her an approximate 8 months more to live. At worst, after the 11th episode, she could return, endure some suffering, and deceive someone into providing her with another dose of the antidote, only to escape once again. This cycle could possibly allow her to live out her days in peace. After contemplation, Aju decided to reveal her true circumstances, including her intention to deceitfully procure the antidote midway. This confession left everyone speechless. The initial feelings of anger, sorrow, and concern dissipated entirely. Wei Jia rolled her eyes, confirming her reputation as a mischievous spirit, full of cunning schemes. Granny Fong found the situation both amusing and exasperating, unsure of how to respond. It was Min Xiao who remained composed, promptly instructing Wei Jia to summon the doctor. Chapter 75. Trading everything for Ajio's life. The doctor who arrived was quite skilled. After examining Ajio, he quickly discerned that she had been poisoned. However, when he was asked whether the poison could be cured, he appeared hesitant. After repeated inquiries from Min Xiao, the doctor finally stammered, "The poison can indeed be resolved, but the cost is prohibitive." What did he mean by prohibitive? The crowd was puzzled. The doctor awkwardly chuckled. To cure this poison, it would likely lead one to financial ruin. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. And Min Qiao, with a flourish of her hand, boldly declared, "Just tell me how much silver is required for the antidote." The doctor began to count on his fingers. His expression pained as he listed ginseng, lingji, deer antler, cordyceps, snow lotus. All precious medicinal herbs must be included. A single prescription is worth a fortune, and one must take a dose every 10 days for an entire year to fully detoxify. After saying this, he was drenched in a cold sweat, feeling as if he were a charlatan for uttering such a thing. Yet, the truth was undeniably grim. Wei Jia furrowed her brow, remaining silent and lost in thought. Mama Fong stared at the doctor, then at Jiao, her expression a mix of shock and uncertainty, as if she wished to say something but found herself at a loss for words. Only Min Qiao, upon hearing the doctor's words, quietly released a breath of relief. As long as there was hope for salvation, what was money to her? She had plenty. Though the cost was indeed steep, she was more than willing to spend it on Jiao. If it truly meant saving Jiao's life, she would gladly exchange her entire fortune for it. Spending on Jiao was far better than squandering it on the Min family, as she had in her past life. Please write down the prescription and let me know what herbs you have available in your clinic. I will send someone to fetch them shortly, she instructed. At this declaration, everyone inhaled sharply. Wei Jia's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Min Qiao. Even Mama Fong widened her eyes, wanting to offer counsel, yet ultimately remained silent. The elderly doctor was so taken aback by Min Qiao's words that he nearly lost his footing and sat down abruptly. What had he just heard? This noble lady truly intended for him to write the prescription? This young girl was clearly a servant, not one of the esteemed ladies of the household. How could this noble woman be willing to expend so much to save her? Moreover, the remedy would not yield immediate results. It would require a full year and 36 prescriptions, amounting to an astronomical sum of 3,600 taels of silver. Good heavens, who could afford such an expense? The cruelty of the poison lay in its paradox. One knew how to cure it, yet the means to do so were unattainable. Even if someone could afford it, few would be willing to spend such a vast fortune for a single life. Having made her decision, Min Qiao was resolute, and neither Wei Jia nor Mama Fong could dissuade her. Jiao, however, attempted to intervene, but Min Qiao's determination was unyielding. The doctor wrote the prescription, accepted his fee, and departed. Min Qiao then instructed AI to check her private treasury, recalling that there were likely many precious herbs, such as ginseng and deer antler stored away. For those items that were lacking, she would send someone out to procure them. In summary, a sufficient dose of medicine was prepared for Jiao before continuing the search for herbs. With this task assigned, the group felt a sense of relief. However, having addressed Jiao's situation, the real issue loomed ahead. Min Qiao shifted the conversation back to the point. You mentioned that when you went to confront Zhao Zhiheng, you happened upon an assassination attempt on him, and you inadvertently saved his life? Indeed, Jiu nodded solemnly. I fear that if Zhao Zhiheng were to die, the grand lady would encounter troubles, which is why I intervened. You acted rightly. We had a disagreement with Zhao Zhiheng during the day, and later that evening he faced danger. It is only natural for others to speculate. Min Qiao acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Madame Fong, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Who seeks to tarnish our reputation? Why can they not bear to see the grand lady flourish? They are relentless in their efforts to defame her. Upon hearing this, Min Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Since her rebirth, it seemed she had been the target of slander, rumors, and hostility, as if she were an irredeemable villain, with all misdeeds attributed to her. If the engagement had been broken off, it would have been her public clarification that saved her from being the scapegoat. Min Hui's marriage proposal had also faced numerous obstacles, with accusations of her lack of maternal care for delaying the arrangements and jealousy for preventing Min Hui from marrying the daughter of an earl. Even the matter of the family division became evidence of her alleged usurpation of the marquisate. The subsequent rumors claiming that Min Hui was not the legitimate son of the late marquis eventually morphed into claims that she had fabricated these lies to expel him from the family. Until now, she had not paid much attention, thinking these rumors arose from circumstances and individuals, with no real connections among them. Yet reflecting on it now, was it truly mere coincidence? In just 3 short months, she had endured numerous attacks through rumor. Could it really be so fortuitous? If Zhou had not fortuitously encountered the assassination, once Zhao Zhiheng met his demise, she would once again find herself at the center of controversy. At that time, when combined with the previous unfavorable rumors, it was likely that even the censor would not remain silent. Her current status as a noblewoman would be at stake. Contemplating this, a chill ran down Min Qiao's spine. Who was orchestrating this behind the scenes, and who was targeting her? She was merely an inconsequential old woman. If anyone were to be targeted, it should be Min Rong and the Wu family. After all, Min Rong was the Marquis of Xuanping, and the Wu family was the Marquis's lady. It hardly seemed fair that she should be the one singled out. Anxious, Min Xiao instructed someone to gather information about the Zhao family. Although the assassination attempt had failed, she was certain the mud would be flung in her direction. That was her conviction. However, when a maid returned with news, she reported that indeed there had been an incident involving assassins at the Zhao residence last night, causing quite a stir and alarming the neighbors. Yet, when inquiries were made, the Zhao family claimed that it was merely their young master, Zhao Zhiheng, orchestrating a farce to avoid being sent back to his hometown. They further stated that old Master Zhao, enraged, had ordered his belongings to be packed overnight, and this morning, as soon as the city gates opened, he had sent Zhao Zhiheng and his mother out of the city. Upon hearing the information relayed by the maid, Min Xiao felt a quiet sense of relief wash over her. Regardless of who orchestrated the assassination, it is evident that Elder Zhao was not deceived. The Zhao family's ability to suppress the incident flawlessly indicates that Elder Zhao harbored no suspicions towards her and had no intention of confronting the Xuanping Marquis. Yet, the question that perplexed Min Xiao was, who could have been responsible for the assassination? Such a blatant attempt at framing someone. Could it truly succeed so effortlessly? If it were to fail and be uncovered by Elder Zhao or herself, would they not fear offending both families simultaneously? As Min Xiao grappled with these thoughts, Elder Zhao had already sought an audience within the palace. However, the person he was to meet was not Emperor Xiao Zhao, but rather his youngest daughter, Zhao Xinfei. Zhao Yan, father has arrived. Without waiting for Elder Zhao to approach and offer his greetings, Zhao Xinfei hastened forward to meet him. Elder Zhao evaded the hand she extended to assist him, bowing slightly as he addressed her. This humble servant pays respects to the esteemed princess. His demeanor was both respectful and distant. Zhao Yan, shedding her fade, repressed her smile and returned to her seat, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao has come regarding last night's events? Elder Zhao's expression darkened. Indeed, it was you who sent someone to assassinate Zhiheng. His tone was assertive, devoid of any doubt, as though he had anticipated the answer all along. Zhao Yan smiled knowingly, responding leisurely, "It was I." Chapter 76. Zhao Yan, her surname is Liu. Why have you chosen to act in this manner? Although I had long anticipated the answer. Hearing Zhao Yan utter it with my own ears made Zhao Gulao tremble with indignation. Zhiheng regards you as his beloved aunt. That child has been close to you since childhood, even more so than to his own parents. How could you bear to endanger his life? Zhao Yan disdainfully curled her lip and scoffed. You referred to me as his beloved aunt. However, I am not truly his blood relative, am I? Moreover, if I were to treat him poorly, would he still feel such affection towards me? To put it plainly, it is merely because this beloved aunt, hold some advantage for him. Is this truly how you perceive Zhiheng? Zhao Gulao's heart ached profoundly. What other perspective could there be? Zhao Yan sneered. If there were no benefits to be had, would you have allowed Zhiheng to grow close to me all these years? I tacitly accepted Zhiheng's closeness to you for the sake of. Zhao Gulao's expression was one of deep sorrow, yet he ultimately could not voice the thought. To be candid, he harbored his own calculations. However, the words he could not utter, Zhao Yan spoke for him. I understand. You encouraged Zhiheng to befriend me in the hopes that I would harbor less resentment and foster a sense of belonging towards the Zhao family. Even if that sense of belonging were lacking, at least I would feel less animosity towards the Zhao family due to Zhiheng's affection. Zhao Gulao's face flashed with shock and confusion. You have perceived all this? Do you believe, after experiencing the matters concerning my father, That there is any scheme I cannot unravel? What ulterior motives could possibly succeed against me? Zhao Yan looked at Zhao Gulao with derision. You thought that by encouraging Ji Heng to be close to me, you could soften my heart with familial ties? Huh. Yet you failed to foresee that in the end, you would be the one to suffer the consequences, no matter how meticulously you plotted. You could never have anticipated that I would turn your own scheme against you and render Ji Heng a mere shadow of himself. Zhao Gulao's countenance darkened to an extreme. All the truths he was reluctant to confront laid bare before him. Thus, Ji Heng has become what he is today because of your deliberate machinations? So, your actions are merely acts of vengeance against me? Against the Zhao family? Simply because I chose to remain passive during the events involving your father? Zhao Yan, you possess a heart of formidable cruelty. No, perhaps I ought to address you as Lu Yin instead. After all these years, you still cling to the grievances of the past. In this moment, Zhao Gulao felt as though his heart were being rent asunder. He had ultimately erred. In the beginning, he should not have, out of respect for his deceased student, Lu Xianglin, granted Lu Yin a false identity and permitted her entry into the palace. Zhao Yan, originally named Lu Yin, was the youngest daughter of Lu Xianglin. Lu Xianglin was his most outstanding pupil, once the youngest minister of the Yan dynasty, deeply favored by the late emperor, and even eclipsing his own teacher in prominence. However, Lu Xianglin was ultimately too young. The common flaw of youth is pride and arrogance. He naively believed he could easily manipulate the then Marquis Xuanping, Minji, and thus dominate the entire Xuanping Marquis household. He was further deluded to think that, given the late emperor's reliance and favor, it would be a trivial task to restore the Marquis to his former glory. However, the truth was that while the Xuanping Marquis household survived, he himself had irrevocably jeopardized his own future. At that time, he was barely shy of 50 years old, the prime age for striving towards a promising career. Yet, he was compelled by the late emperor to retire to his hometown. What a profoundly ironic reason. Now, Zhao Qian is already 80, still illuminating the position of a cabinet minister with his brilliance. However, the then not yet 50 Lu Xianglin was commanded to retire. In a single night, he plummeted into despair, unable to withstand the blow, and succumbed to depression within 2 years. Upon hearing the tragic news of Lu Xianglin's passing, he spent the entire night sleepless, filled with sorrow and melancholy. Nevertheless, after such reflections, he became increasingly vigilant, choosing his words and actions with utmost caution to prevent minor issues from escalating. Yet, when Lu Xianglin's daughter, Lu Yan, sought his assistance, he found himself unable to refuse her plea. For as Lu Yan articulated, it was a debt he owed to Lu Xianglin. When Lu Xianglin fell out of favor with the late emperor due to matters concerning the Xuanping Marquis, everyone watched with cold indifference, none willing to plead on his behalf. Not even his own teacher. Aside from the fear of incurring the emperor's wrath, it was also due to the fact that during those years, Lu Xianglin's brilliance overshadowed all others. Even his teacher occasionally felt a tinge of envy and jealousy towards him. Thus, when Lu Xianglin faced his downfall, he opted for silence, harboring his own ulterior motives. Consequently, when Lu Yin came to him, he found it impossible to turn her away. Thus, Lu Yin transformed into Zhao Yan, as she had been raised in her ancestral home, unknown to the capital. Even he recognized her solely through the token left by Lu Xianglin. Over the years, no one knew Zhao Yan's true identity. Everyone believed the fabricated narrative they had constructed, thinking Zhao Yan was indeed his daughter in old age. Yet, only he remained acutely aware that Zhao Yan bore the surname Lu. Her entrance into the palace was driven by a desire for vengeance against the Xuanping Marquis and the royal family alike. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. Throughout these years, Zhao Yan had remained unassuming, refraining from any extreme actions. Just when he believed she had forgotten the past and was prepared to live a tranquil life, Zhao Yan delivered a crushing blow. Not remembering would be abnormal, wouldn't it? After all, that man was my father. Zhao Yan scoffed coldly. The royal family is heartless. The emperor initially aimed to target the Xuanping Marquis. Yet what was the outcome? My father perished while the Marquis continues to exist. Over the span of more than 10 years, Why is it that my Liu family has utterly fallen, while the Xuanping Marquis has not only survived but thrived anew, gaining favor with the court? You tell me, what justifies this? Hatred surged in Zhao Yan's eyes as she suppressed her fury. Ultimately unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted vehemently, "The royal family is ruthless, and the Xuanping Marquis is utterly ungrateful. My father sacrificed his future and life to save the Xuanping Marquis. Yet when he departed the capital, they couldn't even be bothered to send him off. Years ago, when my nephew approached to discuss a potential union, he was outright expelled by the Marquis's people. Subsequently, the Xuanping Marquis forcefully called off the engagement. This is the Xuanping Marquis. This is what my father fought to preserve with his life. Despicable and shameless, heartless and ungrateful." Observing the emotionally agitated and frenzied Zhao Yan, Elder Zhao let out a silent sigh. Indeed, the Xuanping Marquis has displayed an overwhelming lack of sentiment, and the late Marquis Minji was certainly not a person of benevolence. However, Liu Xianglin is not entirely blameless. Had it not been for his pride and arrogance, coupled with his insatiable desires, he would not have been exploited by Minji. It can be said that every effect has its cause. Yet, it is evident that Zhao Yan would not entertain any rational discourse. She would only believe in the realities before her. What she perceives is that her father sacrificed everything, even his life, for the Xuanping Marquis. Not only did the Marquis fail to express gratitude, but they also distanced themselves when Liu Xianglin encountered misfortune, and years later, sought to sever the engagement with Lu Ming. The more prosperous the Xuanping Marquis becomes, the deeper the resentment festers within Zhao Yan. Such matters are not something an outsider can easily mediate. While Elder Zhao lamented the vicissitudes of life, he was suddenly met with Zhao Yan's cold, piercing gaze, filled with derision and mockery. "And there you are, Elder Zhao." Chapter 77. Preparations before departure. You are the esteemed mentor of my father. He held you in the highest regard, akin to that of a father. Yet you stood idly by when he faced adversity, watching him fall from grace, losing everything, including his life, in the stillness of midnight. Do you still remember that my father was once your most outstanding disciple? Elder Zhao let out a heavy sigh, weakly defending himself. "I know at that time I was selfish. I did not plead for your father. But you must understand, he had already crossed the line set by the late emperor, who harbored deep disdain for him. Whoever interceded would share in his punishment. I acted out of self-preservation." Zhao Yan scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Should I then express my gratitude for your restraint in not adding insult to injury during my father's plight?" Alas! Elder Zhao sighed once more, finally relinquishing the past, shifting the conversation. "I do not wish to debate bygone matters with you. I merely want to convey that whether you desire to seek vengeance against the Xuanping Marquis or the royal family, or even against my Zhao family, that is your prerogative. However, let me assure you, the Zhao family will never serve as a tool for your revenge. Do you truly believe that by sending an assassin to eliminate Ji Heng, the Zhao family would then suspect the Marquis matriarch, leading us into conflict with the Xuanping Marquis, thus becoming your pawn in this vendetta? If that is your assumption, you underestimate both me and the Zhao family." Upon hearing Elder Zhao's words, Zhao Yan laughed rather than fuming, her tone light. "From the very beginning, I knew you would not believe that the assassination of Ji Heng was orchestrated by Min Xiao. Yet, does it truly matter whether you believe it or not? As long as Ji Heng is dead, the whispers throughout the capital will ensnare the Xuanping Marquis in turmoil. Furthermore, everyone in the capital is aware of my affection for Ji Heng. You see, if I were to act under the pretense of avenging my nephew, to suppress the Marquis and trouble Min Xiao, would it not then be justified?" Elder Zhao's expression hardened, his voice strained as he inquired. "So, you genuinely intend to take Ji Heng's life?" Zhao Yan chuckled, regarding Elder Zhao as if he were a fool. "What else would you presume? I would not dispatch an assassin merely to amuse you." At this point, Zhao Yan gazed meaningfully at Elder Zhao. "Now, do not feign such concern for Ji Heng. Deep down, you might be secretly cursing that the assassin was ineffectual. If Ji Heng were indeed killed, you might even find yourself grateful to me for ridding the Zhao family of a disgraceful descendant. Now, what pretense of benevolence do you wish to maintain? TSK, you have lost your mind. You are truly deranged. Elder, Zhao shook his head, his tone grave. You have become utterly consumed. I cannot allow you to proceed further. I must go to the emperor and expose your true identity. As elder, Zhao made to leave. Zhao Yin remained unfazed, steadfast as a mountain. Do not forget, I entered the palace bearing the identity of a Zhao family daughter. To unveil my identity would only highlight your treachery against the emperor. Allow me to remind you, treachery against the emperor is a grave crime. You would not wish for the Zhao family, which you have diligently protected for a lifetime, to be obliterated in an instant due to a fleeting impulse, would you? Zhao Galao halted in his tracks, gradually turning around, his eyes betraying an unmistakable blend of regret and fury. Lu Yan, do not go too far. Zhao Yan offered a gentle smile, reminding him, Father, you are mistaken. My name is Zhao Yan. Zhao Golao's countenance darkened profoundly, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. From the moment he softened and assisted Zhao Yan in entering the palace, he became irrevocably bound to her. Within the Songhe Hall, Min Xiao and Wei Jia, alongside Mama Fong, were busily preparing. In just a few days, Min Hui would wed, signifying that Min Xiao would soon embark on her journey south. The companions for the journey had already been determined. Firstly, Mama Fong was undoubtedly to accompany her. When one ventures forth, it is essential to have a man to oversee the arrangements. Hence, Yang would also be part of the entourage, with both Yang and Min Xiao departing. The capital would lack its overseer. Thus, Wei Jia would remain to manage the Songhe Hall, while also assuming some responsibilities from Yang to oversee matters in the capital. Since Wei Jia was unable to accompany them, he would be tasked with providing close service. Shuang would assist in passing the time during the journey. Si would be responsible for food along the way, and Qi would attend to tea and manage Min Xiao's finances. After all, as they needed to procure an antidote for Agio, it was essential to be frugal. Known for her stinginess, Qi was indeed well suited for managing the finances. The final member of the group would be Agio. There is simply no one better suited for the task of personal protection due to her exceptional skills. In addition to these individuals, the house servants, guards, and escorting personnel would all be coordinated by Yang, while Min Xiao merely needed to oversee the accompanying personnel and the items she intended to take south. In truth, shortly after the new year, she had already begun arranging her departure from the capital, and most of the necessary items had been packed. However, at that time, the incident concerning Agio's poisoning had not yet come to light, nor had the matter of procuring an antidote been addressed. Now, she had no choice but to consider Agio's situation. This journey would require at least half a year away, and gathering the requisite medicinal herbs would not be an endeavor accomplished in haste. Min Xiao instructed her people to thoroughly search her private treasury, yielding a dozen ginseng roots. Apart from one precious 1,000-year-old ginseng that she intended to take to Jiangnan as a birthday gift for her mother, the remainder was allocated for Agio's medicinal needs. The storeroom also revealed a wealth of valuable herbs, such as deer antler, reishi mushrooms, and cordyceps. Moreover, having managed the Marquis' household for many years, Min Xiao was well aware that while the treasury had significantly diminished, there remained a few usable herbs. Thus, she arranged for silver to be taken to procure additional supplies. The person sent to negotiate had initially prepared for difficulties, but was met with unexpected ease. Not only were the required medicinal herbs delivered from the storeroom, but Madame he also sent an extra assortment of herbs as a gesture of goodwill, suggesting it could serve as an apology. After inspecting the herbs sent by Madame he and confirming their quality, Min Xiao accepted them graciously. Regardless of whether Madame he genuinely seeks reconciliation or feigns it, she remains indifferent. The more medicinal herbs available to alleviate Agio's affliction, the better. Thus, one should seize the opportunity without hesitation. After depleting the resources of the Min Xiao dispatched individuals to procure supplies from various pharmacies and medical establishments. Due to the sheer volume of the purchases, news swiftly spread, prompting widespread speculation among the populace. Many wondered what prompted the sudden acquisition of such rare herbs by the Xuanping Marquis. Could it be that Min Xiao has fallen ill again? Or perhaps these herbs are intended for the recuperation of mismen. Yet, one could hardly justify the necessity of such an extravagant quantity for mere recovery. Amidst the swirling rumors, Lady Zheng of the Jin State Duke's residence, upon hearing the news, ordered a thorough search of her own storerooms. She arrived at the Xuanping Marquis laden with supplies. Upon learning of the extensive procurement, she inquired, "I happen to have some of these herbs in my own possession, so I brought them to you. Are you unwell, or are you hoarding these for speculative trading?" Chapter 78. The neighbor is a ruthless filicide. Min Qiaoshi smiled helplessly. "I must embark on a journey, preparing to bring along ample medicinal herbs, just in case." How did this become common knowledge? "You are traveling far?" Lady Zheng inquired in surprise. "Why had you not mentioned it earlier? Where are you planning to go?" Min Qiaoshi chuckled lightly, feeling no need for concealment. Thus she recounted, "I intend to return to my maternal home. As you know, I severed ties with them many years ago. Now that I have grown older, I find myself reminiscing about the past. Moreover, I no longer need to manage the affairs of the Ho residence, granting me the time and ability to visit. Alas, they are my blood relatives who raised me. Despite any grievances, decades have passed, and I believe we can sit down amicably to discuss matters." Lady Zheng patted Min Qiaoshi's hand gently, saying earnestly, "You are right. It is indeed time for you to pay them a visit. You have sacrificed enough for the Xuanping Marquis throughout your life. It is time to consider yourself and your family." Indeed, Min Qiaoshi nodded in agreement. At that moment, a young maid entered to report, "Lady, someone from the Xuanping Marquis has arrived, requesting an audience with you." "An audience with me?" Min Qiaoshi expressed her astonishment. "That is what they said," the maid confirmed. Min Qiaoshi turned to Lady Zheng. "Why would someone from the Xuanping Marquis suddenly wish to visit me?" Lady Zheng shrugged. "How would I know?" But she leaned closer to Min Qiaoshi and whispered, "The Xuanping Marquis is not a benign character. You should avoid excessive dealings with him." Min Qiaoshi's curiosity was piqued, and she waved the maid away, stating, "Go inform them that I currently have esteemed guests and ask them to visit another day." "Yes," the maid responded and exited. Min Qiaoshi then dismissed Wei Jia, leaving only Mama Fong to attend to her. "What is the situation with the Xuanping Marquis?" "I recall that the Xuanping Marquis is located in Anping County, and historically, the Xuanping Marquises resided there. Why has this current Marquis suddenly come to the capital?" Min Qiaoshi inquired eagerly, unconsciously gripping Lady Zheng's arm. "And why do you say he is not a benign character? He seems to be only 18 or 19. How could such a young lad be anything but innocent?" Lady Zheng disdainfully brushed Min Qiaoshi's hand away and spoke cryptically, "You may not be aware, but due to my close relationship with Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, I have learned the true circumstances surrounding the Xuanping Marquis. Enough with the riddles. Just tell me." Min Qiaoshi urged. "If you wish to hear gossip, why not ask your little maid to serve me the finest tea?" Lady Zheng teased. "The cup you have is already the best tea from my Sona Hall. My Achi knows to serve you the finest tea without my prompting every time you visit. What more do you desire?" Min Qiaoshi rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Fine, say what you want. I'm not particularly interested in listening. I'll just have someone inquire next door. If that doesn't work, I'll personally ask Lord Xuanping when I encounter him one day." All right, I'll speak. Just don't recklessly send someone to inquire. Be cautious not to invite calamity upon yourself." Madame Zheng, trembling with fear, patted her chest. Only when Min Qiaoshi shot her a sidelong glance did she hastily recount what she had heard in the palace regarding Lord Xuanping. The ancestry of Lord Xuanping, like that of many hereditary nobles, traces back to the time of the founding emperor, who granted titles for their contributions in establishing the dynasty. However, unlike the majority of nobles who chose to settle in the capital, Lord Xuanping's forebears opted from the outset to distance themselves from the center of power, establishing their estate in their hometown of Anping County. Over several generations, the title of Lord Xuanping has become little more than an empty designation devoid of real power. This situation was not inherently problematic. After all, longevity can bring peace. Yet, the previous Lord Xuanping, namely the current Lord Xuanping's grandfather, Yan Wei, was a romantic at heart. He married only his wife, the meticulous Lady Yan, and never took a concubine. Unfortunately, Lady Yan was not a woman of robust health. and she bore him only one daughter throughout her life. Thus, the Yinping estate faced a dire future with no male heir. Initially, Lady Yin proposed adopting a child from a collateral branch of the family to inherit the title, but her husband, fearing for their daughter's well-being, dismissed the idea. Consequently, they decided to find a son-in-law for their daughter, Yang Yuhui, and exchanged an ancestral certificate for his eligibility to inherit the estate. Alas, one cannot truly know the person's heart. The couple, who had painstakingly chosen a son-in-law for their daughter, soon found their beloved child ensnared in a tragic fate, as he secretly conspired to eliminate her and marry his own heart's desire. At that time, Yin Jing was merely 6 years old. The subsequent events unfolded as one might expect. The treacherous Yang Yuhui and his new wife initially maintained a facade of goodwill towards Yin Jing for the sake of appearances. However, once their son was born, Yin Jing became an obstacle in their path, an unwelcome thorn. The stepmother sought for her son to inherit the title, while the ambitious Yang Yuhui aspired to completely change the family name to Yang. Thus began a fierce rivalry between father and son, stepmother and stepson. Eventually, at the beginning of last year, Yang Yuhui and his wife turned against the 18-year-old Yin Jing. They plotted to assassinate him while he was outside the city at a temple, honoring his deceased mother, and forced him off a cliff. Though no body was found, the assassins declared that Yin Jing was undoubtedly dead. Half a year passed in silence, and just as Yang Yuhui and his wife believed the matter settled, Yin Jing returned. He arrived in the dead of night, accompanied by a band of well-armed mountain bandits. That night, the Enping estate was cleansed. From Yang Yuhui and his wife to their 3 sons, 2 daughters, and all the loyal servants who had sided with them, none were spared. On that fateful night, the sounds of slaughter, wailing, pleas for mercy, and curses echoed throughout the entirety of Enping County. Blood flowed like a river within the Enping Duke's residence. That night, the entire county was gripped by terror, and no soul dared to venture outside to witness the chaos. The following day, Yin Jing reported to the magistrate's office, claiming that bandits had invaded the Duke's estate under the cover of darkness, committing murder and plundering, slaughtering his father, stepmother, and 5 younger siblings. He implored the authorities to send troops to eradicate the bandits. The officials, glancing at the 7 or 8 bandits accompanying him, were utterly terrified. Yet, Yin Jing pointed to his companions, asserting that they were the guards bequeathed to him by his grandfather, not bandits, urging the officials not to fear. From that moment forth, a band of brigands transformed into a retinue of protectors for the Enping Duke's household. If one were to inquire how, in the dead of night with the city gates barred, Yin Jing managed to bring a band of bandits into the city, one would do well to consult the commander of the garrison in Enping County. After all, throughout history, who among the guards stationed in Enping County could claim to have had no dealings with the Duke's estate? Chapter 79. The anomaly of Wu Bo. After stabilizing the government office in Enping County, Yin Jing promptly dispatched a letter of apology to the capital, detailing every incident in meticulous detail. He expressed the willingness of the Enping Duke's residents to serve as a sharp blade for Emperor Xiao, ready to strike down whomever the emperor commanded. Consequently, Yin Jing swiftly inherited the title of Duke, and the grisly massacre associated with the Enping Duke was quietly swept under the rug. Even the bandits responsible for the killings were legitimized as formal guards of the Duke's residence. However, following these events, the Enping Duke's residence could no longer maintain its autonomy. Yin Jing was summoned to the capital, where the Ministry of Rights had already begun selecting a site for the construction of the Duke's mansion. At that time, many families who had heard of the Enping Duke's heinous acts, murdering his mother, father, and siblings, were fervently praying that the Duke's residence would not be built adjacent to their own. Unfortunately for the Xuanping Marquis residence, it faced a series of unfortunate events during that period, damaging its reputation. Thus, after deliberation, the Ministry of Rights, with Emperor Xiao's approval, placed the Enping Duke's residence right next to the Xuanping Marquis estate. Upon recounting the tale of the Enping Duke, Lady Zheng was still filled with trepidation. Despite his youth, the Duke was undeniably ruthless. He had slaughtered his entire family, including a 2-year-old sister. Min Xiao, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect on the Duke's formidable nature. lamenting her own lack of such prowess. Lady Zheng cast a peculiar glance at Min Xiao, questioning the implication of her words. What do you mean by that? It sounds as if you harbor a sense of admiration rather than fear. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Min Xiao almost divulged her innermost thoughts. Truth be told, was it not the very actions of the Xuanping Duke that she yearned to undertake herself? In her previous life, everyone in the Marquis' residence had betrayed her and colluded to poison her. In the moment of her rebirth, had she not wished to emulate the Xuanping Duke and eliminate them all? Yet she could not, for she lacked the capability, the resolve, and the determination to break the cycle and conclude matters decisively from the outset. Thus, all she could do was to extricate herself from the power struggles and cunning schemes of the Marquis' residence through a more passive approach, aspiring to live a life different from before. Seeing Min Xiao remain silent with a smile, Lady Zheng anxiously tapped her on the shoulder, cautioning, "You ought to be careful. I have always prided myself on my individuality, yet compared to the Xuanping Duke, I am but a small fry. Indulging in whimsy occasionally is one thing, but do not emulate the Duke's propensity for violence. At their age, maintaining one's health should take precedence." Min Xiao looked at Lady Zheng incredulously. "Which of your eyes saw me contemplating murder? Who do you think I wish to kill? Who could I possibly kill? Who would I dare to kill?" Lady Zheng, her expression darkening, retorted, "But your eyes just now were brimming with murderous intent. I saw it clearly. Don't assume I am losing my sight. Tell me, who were you thinking of?" Min Xiao twitched her lips, letting out a resigned sigh as she concealed her true thoughts. "I was just thinking about the Xuanping Duke's father and mother. You inquire if women were permitted to inherit family wealth and titles. Would ambitious individuals like Yang Yuhui still have the opportunity to usurp and commit heinous acts against their families?" Lady Zheng sighed in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed, who can deny it?" The elderly couple could hardly have envisioned that their meticulously chosen son-in-law would turn out to be a treacherous wolf in human guise. Min Xiao nodded in affirmation. Exactly. The fact that the elderly couple selected him indicates that Yang Yuhui's character, intellect, and abilities had undergone rigorous scrutiny. Yet, the reality reveals that all was mere facade. One must wonder, how adept is this person at masquerading? Indeed, it is true. Lady Zheng wholeheartedly concurred. Min Xiao secretly felt relieved, having successfully diverted Lady Zheng's focus. In the Lingyun Pavilion, where Wu Bo and Rongrong temporarily resided, Wei Jia personally administered the medicine brewed by the maid to Su Rongrong. "Sister, I could do it myself." Su Rongrong insisted, reaching out for the medicine bowl. However, Wei Jia evaded her hand, gently reassuring, "Please do not move. I will feed you. There is no need for embarrassment. It is my duty to care for you. If it weren't for my invitation for you to enter the residence to narrate stories for Lady Zheng, and my repeated visits to the tea house to find you, Zhao Zhiheng would not have set his sights on you, resulting in your unwarranted misfortune." Su Rongrong shook her head softly. "I do not blame you, sister. You intended to help me by inviting Wu Bo and myself to the Marquis' residence. Without your suggestion, we would have arrived in the capital without any means to secure our livelihood." Wei Jia sighed. "I merely offered you a suggestion. Securing a living is your own merit." Changing the subject, Wei Jia continued, "You see, your wounds have nearly healed. In a few days, you may cease taking the medicine." Her heart heavy with reluctance. Once healed, she and Wu Bo would need to depart from the Marquis' residence. At that moment, Wei Jia added, "I have requested Lady Zheng's favor, and in a few days, I will summon a physician from the palace to examine your eyes. I previously inquired with the doctors at the clinic, and they indicated that your blindness, resulting from a fall, should be treatable." Su Rongrong trembled at this revelation, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Lingxiang, you have been so kind to me. I have nothing to repay you. Please call me Wei Jia," she replied with a bittersweet smile, reminding her, "I have long since discarded my former name. Chao Lingxiang, that was the name she had once borne. Since the Chao family was implicated in a scandal, their kin had been sold off, rendering them unworthy of their original names." Su Rongrong obediently called out, "Sister Wei Jia." Wei Jia set aside the half-finished medicine and took out a handkerchief to dab Su Rongrong's tears. "I seek no repayment. From the moment you and Wu Bo offered me water on our journey, to the capital. I regarded you as my sister. I wish to heal your eyes so you may once again behold this world. But Sister Wei Jia, treating my eyes requires a substantial sum of money. When we first arrived in the capital last year, Wu Bo took me to the clinic and inquired. The physician at the medical hall remarked that treating her eyes would require a considerable sum of silver, and there was no guarantee of success. Indeed, her condition might worsen. Su Rongrong spoke with a tone tinged with despondency. She and Uncle Wu earned just enough from their storytelling at Junyue Tea House to cover their meager rent and daily sustenance. Had it not been for her sister Wei Jia, bringing her to the Marquis' residence to perform for the matriarch, where she earned 30 taels, neither she nor Uncle Wu would have had any savings for emergencies. Although they were currently entangled in the troubles stemming from the matriarch's affairs and Zhao Zhiheng's misfortunes, they were fortunate enough to receive a compensation of 200 taels, 100 taels from the Zhao family and another 100 forcefully given by the matriarch. Thus, they had turned misfortune into fortune, at least for the time being, alleviating their financial worries. However, for treating her eyes, this sum would be insufficient. Fear not, silly girl. I have the means to pay for your eye treatment, Wei Jia cheerfully explained. When I first arrived at the Marquis' residence last year, the matriarch gifted me 100 taels, allowing me to engage in small businesses during my leisure. Now, that sum has multiplied tenfold in my hands. As she spoke, Wei Jia feigned a sigh of regret. Alas, I must work even harder to earn more for the matriarch. Otherwise, I fear that all her money will be squandered by that little rascal, a Jew, without funds. How will the matriarch support all the maidens at Songha Hall? Su Rongrong was amused by Wei Jia's tone, responding, a Jew is not so bad, aside from her appetite. What faults does she possess? Why do you disdain her so? I recall that a Jew once helped you chase away a lecher. Having interacted with a Jew a few times, Su Rongrong found her to be a quiet girl, not very talkative, but with an undeniable fondness for food. Whenever a Jew accompanied Wei Jia to visit her, she would quietly munch on seeds, savor pastries, and sip tea, an obedient and serene presence. Wei Jia rolled her eyes, thinking that Su Rongrong could not see her expression, and was about to respond when, at that moment, the limping Uncle Wu hobbled into the room. His eyes were filled with urgency, and his demeanor was frantic as he burst through the door, exclaiming, Miss, quickly gather your things. We must leave the Marquis' residence at once. Chapter 80. What happened next door? Before Su Rongrong could utter a word, Wei Jia interjected with a question. Upon seeing Wei Jia, Uncle Wu momentarily froze, then hurriedly gestured. It's nothing at all. Miss Wei, please do not worry. It is merely that Rongrong and I have been residing at the Duke's residence for some time, and her injuries have nearly healed. We do not wish to impose further on the matriarch or you. We shall tidy up and take our leave. Wei Jia furrowed her brow, well aware that Uncle Wu was not being entirely truthful, yet she chose not to expose him. Instead, she smiled and said, Uncle Wu, there is no need to rush Rongrong's departure. I have previously requested the matriarch's favor, and in a few days, I will summon a physician from the palace to treat Rongrong's eyes. It would be best for her to recuperate fully before leaving. Wei Jia's eyes were fixed intently on Uncle Wu, who surely wished for Rongrong to regain her sight. Uncle Wu reflexively nodded, but his expression quickly returned to its earlier resoluteness. I appreciate Miss Wei's kindness on behalf of Rongrong. However, it is indeed inappropriate for us to linger at the Duke's residence any longer. It is best that we depart at once. He approached the bedside and reached out to assist Su Rongrong. Rongrong, let us pack our things and take our leave. Though Su Rongrong could not see Uncle Wu's expression, she discerned the urgency in his words, particularly when he grasped her arm with an unusual intensity. She understood that he had something he could not disclose in front of Wei Jia. Without contradicting Uncle Wu, she smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have already troubled the Duke's residence and the matriarch for many days. It is inappropriate for us to stay any longer. Recognizing their resolute intention to leave, Wei Jia understood that she could not thwart them. Thus, she attempted to buy some time. Rongrong, you have yet to finish your medicine for today. It is cool now. Allow me to prepare a fresh batch for you before you depart. That may not be necessary. Once we return, Uncle Wu instinctively began to refuse. However, Wei Jia interrupted him. If you are to leave, You must at least bid farewell to the matriarch, should you not? Drink your medicine first. And once you have packed, let the maid escort you to Soma Hall. I shall return now to inform the matriarch, so she may be prepared. You are leaving in such haste. I must clarify matters with her to prevent any misunderstandings, lest she think we have neglected our duties. Uncle Wu surely did not wish for me or the two maids caring for you to incur the matriarch's displeasure. At this point, before Uncle Wu could respond, Su Rongrong spoke up. Sister Wei is right. Let us wait for her to report to the matriarch before we take our leave. Very well. I shall have the maid prepare a fresh batch of medicine for you, Wei Jia replied, as she took the remaining half bowl of medicine and exited the room. She handed the bowl to the maid and instructed her to brew more medicine before hastily leaving Lingyun Pavilion. Uncle Wu's sudden urgency to depart undoubtedly stemmed from some pressing matter. What she needed to ascertain now was what had transpired today that compelled Uncle Wu to act with such haste. Su Rongrong mentioned that Uncle Wu had gone to the Junhua tea house earlier to retrieve some clean clothes for her. Due to the incident involving Su Rongrong being abducted by Zhao Jiang, Min Xiaoshi specifically instructed that during the time Wu Bo and Su Rongrong reside at the Marquis' residence, their safety must be assured. During this period, whenever Wu Bo ventured out, Wei Jia would always send a servant to accompany him. Today, she summoned the servant who had accompanied Wu Bo and inquired about the events of the day. The servant reported that nothing significant had occurred during their outing, except that upon their return, they encountered visitors from the neighboring Xuanping Marquis residence who came to pay their respects to the matriarch. Initially, there seemed to be no cause for concern, but after they brushed past the visitors from the Xuanping Marquis residence, Wu Bo suddenly changed countenance, abandoning the servant and hurriedly returning to Lingyun Pavilion. What more is there to discuss? Wu Bo's eagerness to depart with Su Rongrong undoubtedly relates to the Xuanping Marquis residence. However, what could be the underlying conflict between them? Would the grievances between Wu Bo, Su Rongrong, and the Xuanping Marquis residence bring unnecessary troubles to the matriarch? At that moment, Wei Jia felt a sudden urgency. If the truth remained obscured, it might not be prudent to allow them to leave. After all, Wu Bo and Su Rongrong were her guests, and if they brought trouble to the matriarch, she would be held accountable. With this thought, Wei Jia approached Min Xiaoshi, kneeling and bowing her head, sincerely admitting her error. Matriarch, I fear I have caused you trouble. This scene was witnessed by Jiao, who had entered to deliver a message. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wei Jia always warned her not to bring trouble to the matriarch, yet this time, it was Wei Jia who had unwittingly caused such a situation. How delightful it was for her to witness this. Thus, Jiao decided not to report and took it upon herself to stand aside and enjoy the unfolding drama. Min Xiaoshi merely cast a glance at Jiao before redirecting her focus to Wei Jia. She raised her hand and spoke in a calm tone. If you have something to say, please rise and speak. There is no need to kneel. Upon hearing this, Wei Jia stood, her face filled with remorse as she recounted how Wu Bo's demeanor had shifted dramatically upon encountering the visitors from the Xuanping Marquis residence, leading him to hastily depart. Even her suggestion to summon a physician for Su Rongrong's eye ailment could not sway Wu Bo's determination to leave. This indicated that their affairs with the Xuanping Marquis residence were undoubtedly serious. Wei Jia's countenance reflected her concern. She feared that if the matter escalated, it could attract the attention of the Xuanping Marquis residence to the Marquis household, potentially causing great trouble for the matriarch. A wave of guilt washed over her. Initially, during her journey to the capital, she had encountered Wu Bo and Su Rongrong, forming a bond over a simple act of kindness when they offered her water. Initially, she had hoped that they would serve as a safety net upon their arrival in the capital, yet that contingency had never come to pass. Nonetheless, her intentions had been somewhat utilitarian, coupled with the fact that both Su Rongrong and Wu Bo were genuinely good individuals. Her feelings of guilt and sympathy for their difficult circumstances deepened their connection. Yet, she still did not grasp the full extent of the situation. How could she have foreseen the trouble that was brewing? Min Xiaoshi, with a dismissive smile, attempted to reassure Wei Jia, but as her words fell from her lips, a sudden realization struck her. Could it be that the individuals from the Xuanping Duke's residence expressed their intention to visit me solely for the sake of those two? It seemed implausible, for she had no acquaintance with the Duke. Why would the people from the Duke's residence arbitrarily claim they wish to pay her a visit? Even if it were a new neighbor, the ones deserving of a visit should rightfully be Min Rong and Mrs. Wu. Why would they specifically mention the desire to meet her, the matriarch? Ah, so this is where the confusion lies. Wei Jiao was taken aback. Had the people from the Enping Duke's residence already arrived? When did this occur? Beside her, Ajio could not suppress a smirk at her naive inquiry. Indeed, it was rather foolish. In the next moment, Wei Jia self-deprecatingly tapped her forehead, realizing her own haste rendered her somewhat foolish. Wu Bo had previously encountered individuals from the Unping Duke's residence, which naturally meant they had come to seek an audience with the matriarch at that time. This implies that the Duke's people were already aware of Wu Bo and Rong Rong's situation at the Ho residence. It was likely too late for them to depart now. Well, there is no need to fret. Let us await their arrival and inquire about the matter at hand. Min Xiao, amused, regarded the rarely flustered Wei Jia before turning her attention to Ajio. Having observed the spectacle, she inquired, "What brings you here?" Ajio, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Wu Bo and Miss Rong Rong are outside, waiting to seek an audience with the matriarch." Min Xiao shot Ajio an exasperated glare. "You let them stand outside while you indulge in watching your sister's antics?" Ajio shrank back, sincerely acknowledging his mistake. "I am sorry. I shall not do so again." Min Xiao refrained from chastising him further, merely gesturing with her finger. "You, go and invite them in." "Yes." Ajio responded promptly, darting out the door. Min Xiao, watching Ajio's retreating figure, couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Ajio had become much more lively than before, exuding a vibrant energy that was quite delightful to behold. Chapter 81. The Earl of Unping and Princess Jiao Yang, upon returning from the residence of the Marquis of Xuanping, Ding Feng inquired of the doorkeeper, "Has the Earl returned?" "Not yet," replied the attendant. Ding Feng nodded, refraining from further questions. Previously, Ding Feng had been the personal attendant of the Earl of Unping and was now the steward of his household, the most trusted individual of the Earl. He had just represented the Earl's household at the Marquis of Xuanping's residence. Should Ajio encounter him, she would surely recognize him as the amiable attendant she met on the street that fateful night. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, in the imperial study, Emperor Xiao Zhao had already chastised Yan Jin regarding the events in Enping County. Observing Yan Jin kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, the emperor finally softened his demeanor, asking, "You're not young anymore. Have you made any arrangements for marriage?" Yan Jin was taken aback, then looked up at Emperor Xiao Zhao with genuine joy, earnestly responding, "Your Majesty, I am 19 years old. You are aware of my circumstances. I am an orphan, alone in the world, with no one to rely on. If your Majesty could bestow upon me a marriage, I would be eternally grateful and would repay your kindness with my life." Seeing the eager anticipation in Yan Jin's eyes, the emperor's initial intention to marry him to Princess Jiao Yang faded swiftly. It was one thing to escape punishment for murder, and another to be summoned to the capital and promoted. If he were to grant in the princess, how could all the good fortune fall to Yan Jin? Initially, the emperor believed Yan Jin would resent the arrangement, but to his surprise, Yan Jin was not only willing but appeared desperate for the marriage to be arranged immediately. Contemplating further, Emperor Xiao Zhao quickly grasped the underlying reason. With Yan Jin now in the capital, the heinous acts he committed in Unping County could no longer be concealed. In fact, whispers of the event had circulated privately long before, though they had not been openly discussed. Otherwise, significant time would not have been spent selecting a suitable position for him in the Earl's household. Now, should the events from Enping County become public, Yan Jin's hopes of finding a match in the capital would be utterly fanciful. This was, in fact, advantageous for Emperor Xiao Zhao. Without a powerful family to support him, Yan Jin would remain a solitary minister, tightly bound to the emperor himself. The more the people of the capital rejected Yan Jin, the more loyal he would become to the emperor. With this thought, Emperor Xiao Zhao smiled cheerfully and kindly explained, "I was merely inquiring. Do not misunderstand my loyal minister. A man should marry for companionship, and naturally, he should choose a woman he loves. I'm not an autocratic ruler who would force you into a union with someone you do not favor." Pausing briefly, the emperor continued, "Here is what we shall do. Should you find a woman to your liking in the future, come and inform me, and I shall arrange your marriage. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Yanjin hurriedly bowed in gratitude. As his forehead touched the ground, he secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Emperor Xiao Zhao had not arranged a marriage for him. In the Empress Dowager's chambers, Princess Jiaoyang was animatedly relaying to the Empress Dowager the news that Emperor Xiao Zhao intended to betroth her to the Earl of Enping. In earlier times, Emperor Xiao Zhao summoned Princess Jiaoyang and inquired about her recent endeavors. The princess, gracefully bowing, replied with a light-hearted tone, "I have been assisting father in assessing talents. With the spring examination approaching, I wish to discern which candidates possess genuine ability and which merely masquerade." Of course, that was a grandiloquent pretext. In truth, she was merely indulging in idle gossip with her equally bored grandmother, cataloging the notable scholars in the capital and speculating on which families among the courtiers might choose a son-in-law from the successful candidates. Alas, her life alongside the Empress Dowager was indeed marked by such ennui. Upon hearing her words, Emperor Xiao Zhao mistakenly believed that Princess Jiaoyang was genuinely invested in the pivotal spring examination. Thus, he affectionately admonished her, "This matter pertains to your elder brother, the Crown Prince. As a young lady, you ought to focus on mastering royal etiquette and cultivating your character. Awaiting the day, I shall arrange a suitable match for you." This response displeased Princess Jiaoyang. She approached the emperor and linked her arm with his, playfully challenging him, "Father, since I have little else to occupy my time, I occasionally wish to alleviate your burdens. Moreover, fifth brother claims that my knowledge surpasses that of the crown prince. The candidates he selects may not be superior to those I might choose. With the limited knowledge fifth brother possesses, what does he truly understand? To him, anyone who can read is a scholar of great depth. Can you take his words seriously?" Emperor Xiao Zhao found himself both amused and exasperated. Given your penchant for lounging in the Empress Dowager's chambers, how could you possibly compare yourself to your elder brother? Princess Jiaoyang pouted, clearly displeased. After a moment of laughter, the emperor turned serious. "Enough of this. I summoned you to discuss an important matter." "Very well," she replied, her lips still pursed in dissatisfaction, clearly not having calmed down. "You are now 14, and I wish to arrange a marriage for you, to be wed in a couple of years." As soon as the words left his mouth, Princess Jiaoyang's eyes widened in shock. "Father, I do not wish to marry. I want to serve the Empress Dowager and enjoy my years without marriage." "How absurd!" Emperor Xiao Zhao retorted, his expression stern. "What princess refuses to marry?" "I simply—" Princess Jiaoyang began, but the sudden intensity of her father's gaze silenced her. The emperor continued, "Today, Lord Yanjin of Enping will enter the palace, and I shall summon him shortly." "Father, are you intending to betroth me to Lord Yanjin?" The princess's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she quickly replied, "I am willing." Emperor Xiao Zhao was left utterly speechless. Just moments ago, she had declared her disinterest in marriage, yet upon hearing Lord Yanjin's name, she was eager to agree. Was there something amiss with his daughter? The very lord whom others shunned and avoided had suddenly become desirable in her eyes? Emperor Xiao Zhao could not fathom Princess Jiaoyang's sentiments. Nevertheless, since she had consented, the matter could proceed. He then went on to summon Lord Yanjin. Princess Jiaoyang, filled with joy, hastened to the Empress Dowager's chamber to share the delightful news. Upon hearing the princess's words, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. "Lord Enping is not a virtuous man. You absolutely cannot marry him," she declared with a grave expression. "Not only I, but your mother would never consent to such a union." Princess Jiaoyang pouted. "But this is the emperor's wish. My mother's opposition is futile." "And what of your mother, alongside my sentiments?" The Empress Dowager shot an irritated glance at Princess Jiaoyang. "Lord Enping is a ruthless fiend who has committed patricide and fratricide. Why would you even consider marrying such a person?" Princess Jiaoyang fidgeted with her fingers and replied bashfully, "Though Lord Enping has taken many lives, there were reasons behind his actions. Had those individuals not harmed his mother first, plotted against him, and sought to usurp his family estate, would he have acted so decisively? While perhaps your grandmother views his methods as excessively brutal, I see him as a man of resolve. one who avenges with fervor, a true man of vigor. I am drawn to him. The Empress Dowager was at a loss for words. How could Princess Jiaoyang, who was so indulgent in pleasure, be enamored with such a figure? The Empress Dowager's concerns weighed heavily on her. Fortunately, her worries were short-lived. Once Lord Xuanping departed the palace, she personally visited Emperor Xiaozhao in his study, securing his assurance that he would not bestow Princess Jiaoyang in marriage to Lord Xuanping. The Empress Dowager felt a sense of satisfaction, yet Princess Jiaoyang was destined for disappointment. Chapter 82. The deep-seated grudge of Su Rongrong as Yanjin exited the palace. Su Rongrong and Wu Bo approached Min Xiaoshi. The two exchanged formal greetings and expressed their gratitude for her care during their stay. Wu Bo cautiously articulated their intentions. Rongrong and I have been residing in the Marquis' residence for some time now, and we have caused quite a bit of trouble for the matriarch. Now that Rongrong's injuries have nearly healed, we are preparing to leave. Although Wu Bo had inadvertently revealed their master-servant relationship, they still publicly referred to each other as parent and child. I have already been informed of your departure. Min Xiaoshi stated directly, without beating around the bush. While I would not ordinarily impede your departure, it is rather peculiar that you are so eager to leave, just as the Duke of Xuanping's household has moved in next door. Is there some unresolved conflict between you and the Duke of Xuanping? Earlier, someone from the Duke of Xuanping's household mentioned they would pay a visit. I had guests at the time and could not receive them. I was curious about their motives for seeking me out. Could it be that their visit is related to you? Upon hearing this, Su Rongrong stiffened, her face betraying an unmistakable fear. Wu Bo was drenched in cold sweat. It was rumored that the Duke of Xuanping's household had been annihilated overnight, with his father, stepmother, 3 brothers, and 2 sisters all perishing. Min Xiaoshi's gaze fixed intently on the two, her tone measured as she speculated. But who can say if any among them managed to escape their fate? Wouldn't you agree, Wu Bo? Wu Bo was momentarily taken aback, while Su Rongrong's eyes reflected a deepening confusion. Min Xiaoshi realized her earlier assumption had been misguided. She had thought Su Rongrong was the sister of Yanjin, who had concealed her identity by adopting her mother's surname. Yet that was not the case. If they were not related, why then did they harbor such fear of the Duke of Xuanping's household? Noticing that Wu Bo and Su Rongrong remained silent, Wei Jia, anxious as a restless ant, could no longer restrain herself and pressed them. Rongrong, what exactly is the relationship between you and the Duke of Xuanping's household? They are seeking you out. Do you truly believe you can continue to hide? You must clarify the situation. If the fault lies with the Duke of Xuanping's household, I can appeal to the matriarch on your behalf. However, if you have committed some transgression that has led to their pursuit, you must not implicate the matriarch. Wei Jia bit her lip, steeling herself as she threatened. Or do you wish for us to deliver you directly to them? Wu Bo's expression faltered, yet he stubbornly insisted. We have no connection to the Duke of Xuanping's household. Truly, there is no relation whatsoever. Just as Wei Jia was on the verge of erupting in anger. Su Rongrong sikit besideher. Wu Bo, stop hiding the truth. Let's speak honestly. We fled from Xuanping Prefecture to the capital. Yet we cannot escape the Duke of Xuanping's pursuit. It seems this is our fate, inescapable. Min Xiaoshi and Wei Jia exchanged glances, both registering a profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Xuanping Prefecture, pursuit. It was evident that they were inextricably linked to the Duke of Xuanping's household. Wu Bo gasped in surprise, still wishing to struggle, but ultimately sighed, closed his eyes, and spoke with a heavy heart. The Xuanping Duke's manor has annihilated the entire Su family, leaving only Miss Su and me to narrowly escape the calamity. Once the story began to unfold, it was not difficult to recount further. Through Wu Bo's narration, Min Xiao and Wei Jia gradually grasped the entire tale. In truth, Su Rongrong's family was a minor landlord in a village under Xuanping County, and she was the cherished youngest daughter of her household. Wu Bo served as the steward of the Su family. Their lives were initially serene and harmonious until Su Rongrong rescued a man from the edge of a cliff. That man was Yanjin. Initially, they were unaware of the identity of the individual they had saved until one fateful night when over 20 members of the Su household were exterminated. Only Wu Bo managed to find Su Rongrong in time, leading her to hide in the cellar, thereby narrowly escaping the disaster. In the aftermath, they evaded capture and gradually learned more about Yanjin and the Unping Duke's manor. They discovered that the Duke's manor had been searching for their missing young master. It was said had fallen from a cliff due to a landslide while on his way to a temple. Their residence was situated at the foot of the mountain where Yanjin had met with misfortune. The two dared not inquire further and hurriedly fled Unping County, making their way to the capital. After hearing Wu Bo's account, Min Xiao was plagued by numerous doubts. Who had leaked the information about Yanjin being saved by the Su family? Shouldn't Yang Yuhui, upon discovering that Yanjin was alive, have continued his pursuit? Why then did he annihilate the Su family? Was it merely because they had saved Yanjin? Even if we assume that Yang Yuhui aimed to silence any rumors of Yanjin's survival by slaughtering the Su family, shouldn't he have first ascertained the number of people in the household? How could he have overlooked the presence of Wu Bo and Su Rongrong? Moreover, could hiding in the cellar truly guarantee their safety? Would those sent to eliminate witnesses really overlook such a concealed refuge? Most importantly, how could they be certain that the individuals responsible for the Su family's extermination were indeed dispatched by Yang Yuhui, the then Unping Duke? When you left Unping County, wasn't Yang Yuhui still the Duke? Wu Bo paused for a moment before realizing who Yang Yuhui was. He nodded, saying, yes, he is the old Unping Duke's son-in-law. Only someone with such a heart of a wolf and a disposition of a dog, capable of murdering his own wife and children, could commit such an atrocity. Min Xiao suddenly understood. You may not be aware, but the current Unping Duke is Yanjin, the grandson of the old Duke and the very young master you saved. Wei Jia also grasped the situation, her heart easing. So, the individuals from the Unping Duke's manor seeking you are not here to silence you, but rather to express their gratitude? Wu Bo looked at Min Xiao in shock, while Su Rongrong wore a face of disbelief. Madam, are you saying that young Master Yin is now the Unping Duke? Su Rongrong's tone was tinged with urgency, but the Duke's position is controlled by his father and stepmother. How could they possibly allow him to inherit the title? Min Xiaoshu smiled and shook her head, expressing that they underestimated the young Master Yin. Not only did he avenge his mother and himself, reclaiming his family's estate, but he has also garnered the favor of the emperor, being summoned to the capital. Look, right next door is the newly renovated residence of the Earl of Unping, commissioned by the emperor himself, where he moved in just a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Su Rongrong was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her cheeks. This is wonderful. Uncle Wu, this is truly wonderful. Brother Yin is now the Earl of Unping. Does this mean we no longer have to flee? Observing Su Rongrong's ecstatic expression, Min Xiaoshu couldn't shake the feeling that matters might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Otherwise, Uncle Wu's reaction would have been too peculiar. Indeed, the next moment, they heard Uncle Wu's trembling voice inquire, is young Master Yin truly the new Earl of Unping? Min Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. Uncle Wu pressed further. He resides right next door? Again, Min Xiaoshu confirmed with a nod. The horror in Uncle Wu's eyes deepened, and his voice quavered, making it difficult for him to articulate his thoughts. He stammered, then the people living next door are all young Master Yan's associates? Chapter 83. The assassin resides within the Earl of Unping's manor. Min Xiaoshu, with a serious demeanor, elucidated to him. The meticulous parents, along with their siblings, have perished, and all the servants who accompany them have met the same fate. Thus, those within the Earl of Unping's household are, in theory, loyal to Yanjin. Upon hearing Min Xiaoshu's words, Wu Bo suddenly knelt with a thud on the ground, bowing his head 3 times towards her. Esteemed matriarch, I implore you, save our young lady. Please, save our young lady. Min Xiaoshu had begun to grasp the implications, yet Su Rongrong remained utterly bewildered. She gazed in the direction of Wu Bo, though she could discern nothing. Still, she strained to follow the sound. Wu Bo, what are you saying? Hasn't Brother Yin already become the Earl of Unping? Aren't our enemies dead? We are the benefactors of Brother Yin. If he seeks us out, it must be to repay us. Why you still ask the matriarch to save us? The innocent and kind-hearted Su Rongrong was filled with confusion and disbelief. Wu Bo, observing her state, remained silent for a moment before resolutely shattering her illusions. He stated, The steward of the Earl of Unping whom I encountered today is the very one who led the attack that annihilated your entire family. At this revelation, both Min Qiaoshi and Wei Jia's eyes flickered with understanding. No wonder Wu Bo had reacted so vehemently upon seeing that individual from the Earl's household. If it was indeed Yin Jin who had dispatched men to eradicate the Su family, then everything fell into place. The extermination was a means to prevent the survival of any knowledge regarding their existence. With Yin Jin's fall from a cliff, it was inconceivable that Yang Yuhui and his spouse would not send someone to search for the body, nor would they refrain from seeking out any survivors. Even for the sake of appearances, they would rally the entire populace of the county to search for them. After all, Wu Bo had mentioned that when they departed from Enping County, the Earl's household was fervently searching for individuals. Moreover, the fact that Wu Bo and Su Rongrong managed to escape their fate was likely a deliberate act by Yin Jin. After all, Su Rongrong had genuinely saved his life. As long as he had not descended into utter madness, he would not resort to silencing Su Rongrong as well. Thus, rather than asserting that Wu Bo saved Su Rongrong's life, it would be more accurate to say that Su Rongrong had saved Wu Bo's life. Ultimately, it was also within Yin Jin's foresight that Wu Bo and Su Rongrong would misconstrue the situation as the doing of Yang Yuhui and his wife. Faced with the formidable power of the Earl of Unping's household, Wu Bo and Su Rongrong found themselves powerless. To preserve their lives, they could only flee Enping County. Once he had dealt with Yang Yuhui and the others, he might return to seek out Su Rongrong, perhaps under the pretext of gratitude for her saving his life. Faument à promis indulgence. Regrettably, fate had other plans, and Wu Bo recognized that the person from the Earl's household was indeed the assassin who had come to annihilate the Su family that fateful night. Of course, these were merely Min Qiaoshi's conjectures, which she refrained from articulating. After all, they were mere speculations and could not be taken as truth. Furthermore, since the matter pertained to Su Rongrong and the Earl of Enping, it was better for her, as an outsider, to refrain from intervening, lest she find herself caught between conflicting loyalties and embroiled in danger. As Matriarch Zheng wisely stated, Yin Jin of the Earl of Unping is not to be trifled with. It is prudent to avoid provoking him. Min Qiaoshi's thoughts spiraled, yet transpired in the blink of an eye, as Wu Bo's words echoed in the air. Su Rongrong's eyes widened in shock. After a brief moment, she incredulously inquired, "How is this possible? Wu Bo, have you made a mistake? How could Brother Yin possibly send someone to kill my entire family? You must be mistaken. That night was so dark, and the intruders were all masked. How could you possibly recognize who they were? Moreover, Wu Bo, didn't you come to find me early that night? How could you have seen those assassins? You must be wrong." Su Rongrong clearly doubted Wu Bo's assertions. She would rather believe that Wu Bo had been frightened by the events of that night and mistakenly identified a member of the Xuanping Marquis household as a villain, than accept that the person she had saved would repay her kindness with treachery by sending someone to murder her family. "Miss, I'm not mistaken. Although I did not see the man's face, I remember his voice. When I passed by him, I heard it distinctly. I recognized his voice among the assassins that night." Wu Bo spoke with unwavering conviction, clearly confident in his judgment. "No verdeles, su Rongrong rimandum convinced." She shook her head violently, rose to her feet, and stumbled toward the exit. "I don't believe it. I will go to the Xuanping Marquis' residence. I will seek out young Master Yin and ask him myself if he sent someone to kill my family. I must ask him if my saving him was a grave error." "Miss." Wu Bo hastily rose to assist her, only to be forcefully pushed away by Su Rongrong. "Rongrong, be careful." Wei Jia quickly stepped forward to support her. "Do not rush. Let's discuss this calmly. The matriarch is still present. Acting impulsively will only create difficulties for her." Su Rongrong heeded Wei Jia's words. Grasping Wei Jia's hand, she turned back, estimating the direction of Min Qiaoshi, and knelt on the ground, weeping. "Matriarch, I am truly sorry for causing you trouble." The matriarch had already shown much care for Su Rongrong in recent days, and she felt she should not ask for anything further. Yet, she still hoped that the matriarch, considering her blindness and inability to walk, would send someone to escort her to the Xuanping Marquis' residence. Though she did not name anyone specifically, her meaning was clear. She was hoping Wei Jia would accompany her to the neighboring estate. At this moment, Wei Jia found herself in a predicament. Setting aside whether sending Su Rongrong to the Xuanping Marquis residence would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter, her own status made it complicated. If she were to escort Su Rongrong, it would inevitably reflect on the matriarch. If things went awry, the matriarch would ultimately be implicated. However, if she did not take Su Rongrong to the Xuanping Marquis residence, given Su Rongrong's current state, she would likely crawl there herself. Just as Wei Jia was caught in this dilemma, Min Xiaoshu spoke. Very well, since you are so determined to seek an answer, I shall summon him for you. Min Xiao smiled helplessly and explained, Wei Jia regards you as her sister. I cannot stand by and watch you walk in peril. With my presence, whatever may come, I can ensure your life is preserved for the time being. Thank you, Lady Tai. Su Rongrong, Wei Jia, and Wu Bo expressed their gratitude almost in unison. As Min Xiao stated, the people of the Xuanping Duke's residence would surely exercise some caution in her presence. Even if they harbored murderous intent, they would not dare to act within the confines of the Xuanping Marquis estate. Once the situation was clarified, if Wu Bo's suspicions proved correct, she would find a way to discreetly facilitate their departure. However, Min Xiao felt that matters were unlikely to unfold in the most unfavorable manner. Otherwise, the Xuanping Duke would not have allowed Su Rongrong and Wu Bo to leave Xuanping County alive. Chapter 84. The attitude of Lord Xuanping. Min Xiao sent someone to the Xuanping Lord's residence, stating the need for a personal audience. Inquiring whether Lord Xuanping would deign to visit the Xuanping Marquis residence for a meeting. To her surprise, the matter proceeded remarkably smoothly. As the envoy relayed the purpose of the visit, Lord Xuanping fortuitously returned home. Ding Feng. Upon hearing the message from the doorkeeper that the Xuanping Marquis lady had sent for Yan Jin, also emerged briskly from the estate. Thus, it was serendipitous that Yan Jin accompanied Ding Feng to Songa Hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Ding Feng was taken aback to see a Jiu opening the door. His expression one of disbelief. Are you not the little girl who was running amok on the street that night? What are you doing here? Do you know her? Yan Jin inquired, glancing at a Jiu puzzled. Master, the night we entered the city, did our convoy not halt briefly on Yongan Street? I even got down to inquire about the situation. It was this little girl who was causing a ruckus in the middle of the night, alarming the convoy. Ding Feng replied, his interest piqued. At that time, she was even fabricating a tale, claiming her grandmother was awaiting her at home. Little did I expect she was actually a maid of the Xuanping Marquis residence. Jiu had indeed been somewhat apprehensive about being recognized by Lord Xuanping's household. But since she had confided in the lady the following day, her worries had dissipated entirely. Now, being recognized did not concern her in the least. Instead, upon witnessing Ding Feng's astonishment, she rolled her eyes in impatience and urged, the lady is still waiting for the master. Do not waste his time here. Feeling a bit awkward, Ding Feng scratched his head, and before he could speak, Yan Jin nodded in agreement. You are right. We should not keep the lady waiting. With that, he disregarded Ding Feng and strode inside. Ding Feng, with a slight grin, hurried to follow. Meanwhile, in the main hall, several individuals had already been informed by the young maid that Lord Xuanping had arrived, and they awaited with varied expressions. Almost everyone speculated on how Lord Xuanping would react upon meeting Su Rongrong and Wu Bo. Soon, a maid reported from outside, Lord Xuanping has arrived. Everyone held their breath, sitting up straight. Even Min Xiao involuntarily adopted a more serious demeanor. Before long, Yan Jin entered alone, leaving Ding Feng outside. I have come to pay my respects to the lady. Yan Jin walked in with unwavering focus, bowing respectfully to Min Xiao. There is no need for excessive formalities. Lord Xuanping, I summoned you to inquire if you recognize her. Min Xiao, straightforwardly pointing to Su Rongrong beside her. Yan Jin turned to follow Min Xiao's gesture, as if seeing Su Rongrong for the first time since entering, and exclaimed in delight, Miss Su, is it truly you? He quickly approached Su Rongrong's seat, crouching down to meet her gaze with sincerity. Miss Su, I have searched for you for so long. I had heard you were brought back to the Xuanping Marquis residence by the lady. I never imagined you would be here. With that, he turned and knelt before Min Xiao, bowing his head in earnest gratitude. Thank you, lady, for your care of Miss Su. She has saved my life, and has been searching for Miss Su's whereabouts, wishing to express his gratitude. Min Xiao merely smiled and nodded, refraining from further comment. At that moment, Su Rongrong seemed incited by Yan Jin's words, suddenly questioning him with a sharp tone. Master Yin, when you say you wish to repay my life-saving grace, do you mean to do so by exterminating my entire family? Yan Jin turned abruptly, astonished, and gazed at Su Rongrong. What do you mean, Miss Su? While I am no paragon of virtue, I have always been clear about grievances and kindness. You saved my life, and I owe you a debt of gratitude far greater than mountains. How could I possibly repay you by annihilating your family? Su Rongrong frowned deeply. So, does that mean the ones who destroyed my Su family were not sent by you? Yan Jin knelt before Su Rongrong, swearing by heaven, Miss Su, I swear those individuals were certainly not dispatched by me. At that time, I was struggling for my own survival. How could I have the means to send anyone to harm your family? I have since learned of your family's tragic fate. However, rest assured, the perpetrators who caused your family's demise have been dealt with by me. Consider it my way of avenging you. Su Rongrong's expression softened slightly, only to hear Wu Bo's furious shout. Sweet words. You claim those individuals were not under your command. Yet why were the assassins that night your men? That is impossible. Yan Jin vehemently denied. Wu Bo would not yield an inch. You still refuse to admit it. Earlier today, I witnessed one of your men seeking an audience with the matriarch. Though I may not recognize his face, I remember his voice. I am certain he was among the assassins that night. Do you dare deny it? Yan Jin's demeanor shifted dramatically as he stood up and called towards the door. Ding Feng, come in. Soon, Ding Feng hastily entered. He greeted Min Xiao before turning to Yan Jin. Say, my lord, you summoned me? It was you who visited the Ho residence this morning, correct? Yan Jin inquired. Ding Feng promptly replied, indeed. The lord specifically instructed me to take care of matters personally before entering the palace. At that moment, upon seeing Ding Feng and hearing his voice again, Wu Bo froze, trembling as he pointed at Ding Feng. It was him. He is the assassin from that night. I did not mishear his voice. With that, he summoned all his courage, charging at Ding Feng and seizing his collar, demanding at the top of his lungs, tell me, why did you kill the entire Su family? Was it commanded by Yan Jin? Speak. Ding Feng's expression changed drastically as he fell to his knees with a thud, inadvertently bringing Wu Bo down with him. My lord, I am guilty. I should not have concealed this from you. Wu Bo, taken aback, soon felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, you admit it. It was you, wasn't it? Yan Jin's expression also shifted dramatically, fury visibly flooding his eyes. Ding Feng, what on earth is happening? Ding Feng repeatedly bowed his head, finally speaking, my lord. I was left with no choice. When you went missing, I was still undercover beside the master and mistress. At that time, they instructed me to accompany others in the search for the master. They insisted that one must see the living if they are alive, and the corpse if they are deceased. Subsequently, we stumbled upon the Su family residence, not far from the foot of the cliff where the master had fallen. Someone reported to the lord and lady that the Su family was nearest to the location of the master's fall, suggesting that if he had survived, he was likely rescued by them. It was also mentioned that even if the Su family had not saved him, it was hard to believe that none of their members would have witnessed the scene of his pursuit. The official narrative from the Master's residence had always been that he had encountered a landslide while on his way to the temple, leading to his unfortunate fall and subsequent disappearance. To ensure that the details of the assassination did not leak, and given that the Su family's residence was conveniently situated away from the village, secluded and built at the foot of the mountain, the determination of the lord and lady to take action against the Su family was further solidified. Consequently, I was compelled to go to the Su residence. However, I swear, my lord, I did not kill anyone that day. Truly, I was merely responsible for staging the scene. Chapter 85. Sophistry or Truth. The master and mistress instructed that after committing the murder, the scene should be disguised to appear as if a vengeful enemy had come to kill and rob, with all signs meticulously fabricated. Being literate, I was tasked with engraving words upon the wall. Young master, you must believe me. I have never harmed a single soul from the Su family. Upon finishing, Ding Feng prostrated himself fervently before Su Rongrong, his heartfelt repentance evident. Miss Su, I apologize. I was coerced into following those individuals to your home. This misdeed was orchestrated by the late master and mistress. It bears no connection to our young master. He was utterly unaware of the affairs concerning the Su family. After stabilizing matters within our household, he immediately dispatched someone to the Su residence, only then learning of the calamity that had befallen your family. Subsequently, upon receiving news from the authorities that you might still be alive, he sent out inquiries to trace your whereabouts. It was only through the clues you left behind that we discovered you may have come to the capital. Just recently, upon our arrival in the capital, our young master tirelessly sent out emissaries to gather information about you. And only in the past few days did we finally learn of your situation at the Xuanping Marquis residence. Ding Feng's habitual verbosity resurfaced. But before he could continue, Wu Bo, with a grim expression, interrupted. You are merely quibbling. You claim that it was your master and mistress who sent you. But do you possess any evidence? You assert you have not committed murder. What proof do you have to validate your assertions? Elder, my master and mistress are deceased, and those who accompanied me to the Su residence have also been slain by our young master. How can I provide you with evidence? Ding Feng furrowed his brow. If you do not believe my words, what evidence do you possess to prove my statements are false? Wu Bo snorted coldly. I require no evidence. You are still alive, and you are in his employ. That alone suffices to affirm everything. Ding Feng found himself at a loss. Elder, I have stated that I was an informant arranged by our young master beside the master and mistress. This can be corroborated by our young master. He has always been clear about his grievances. If he truly sought to exterminate the entire Su family to silence them, why would he leave both you and Miss Su alive? Moreover, if our young master had the capability to organize a massacre of the Su family, how could he have been coerced by the master and mistress into a perilous leap from a cliff? That was a matter of life and death. Who in their right mind would voluntarily plunge into such depths unless driven to desperation? Upon hearing this, Wu Bo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if he had not been cornered, how could Yin Jin have fallen from the cliff, only to be rescued by their young lady? Could it be that the truth truly aligned with Ding Feng's account? Had he wronged Yin Jin? Wu Bo suddenly found himself wavering. At that moment, Yin Jin knelt once more before Su Rongrong, his tone laden with sorrow. Miss Su, I am truly sorry. Had it not been for me, your family would not have endured such calamity. Rest assured, I have avenged the deaths of your family. The perpetrators have been dealt with. Before my arrival in the capital, I ensured that your deceased family members were laid to rest. Furthermore, I have taken the liberty of restoring your family's residence. Turning solemnly towards Uncle Wu, I made a heartfelt promise. Uncle Wu, rest assured, I shall take good care of Miss Su and will never allow her to endure any suffering again. If Miss Su is willing, and you do not oppose, I would gladly carry her away in a grand bridal sedan chair and cherish her for a lifetime. Uncle Wu stared at Yin Jin in astonishment. You wish to marry our young lady? Indeed, Yin Jin affirmed with earnestness. You wish to marry our young lady. You wish to marry our young lady. Uncle Wu mumbled repeatedly, suddenly grasping the situation. He looked incredulously at Yin Jin and then at Ding Feng, and in that instant, everything became clear. Yet, this time, he uttered not a word. Instead, he cast a bittersweet glance at Su Rongrong and asked, Miss, Lord Enping has expressed his desire to marry you and care for you for the rest of your days. Do you consent? Su Rongrong listened quietly to the debate between Uncle Wu and Ding Feng, absorbing Yin Jin's heartfelt confession. A wave of relief washed over her. The brother she saved was not ungrateful, and her family had not fallen victim to his hand. This was a comfort. At that moment, hearing Uncle Wu's inquiry, Su Rongrong could not help but exhale deeply once more. Even Uncle Wu seemed relieved, indicating that the matter was indeed not instigated by Yin Jin. How wonderful! It felt as though she had awakened from a nightmare. Having previously dwelled in despair, she now soared as if amidst the clouds. I am willing, she responded, her voice light and joyful, as if it had a mind of its own. Lord Enping's face lit up with joy, and Ding Feng relaxed visibly. Wei Jia hesitated, while Min Xiao seemed indifferent. There was nothing wrong with being a little muddled. It was in fact a path to greater happiness and fulfillment. Suddenly, Uncle Wu knelt before Min Xiao, repeatedly bowing his head until blood streamed from his forehead. Only then did he cease his actions and, with a tone of resolute urgency akin to leaving a final testament, implored, "Madam, my young lady has endured much hardship, with Lord Ping's consent to marry. It seems her suffering has finally come to an end. Yet, I remain deeply concerned for her well-being. Therefore, I wish to beseech you to accept her as your adopted granddaughter, to look after her henceforth. In my next life, I shall toil endlessly to repay your immense kindness." Upon finishing his plea, Uncle Wu stiffened his neck and abruptly lunged toward the sharp corner of a nearby wooden table. Min Xiao, startled by the suddenness of his action, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" Wei Jia, positioned behind Min Xiao, was unable to intervene in time. The closest to Uncle Wu was Ding Feng, yet he seemed momentarily paralyzed, taking no action. Just as Uncle Wu's head was about to collide with the table's edge, Yan Jin swiftly intervened, gripping him with astonishing speed and unexpected strength, rendering Uncle Wu incapable of escaping. "Why do you stop me?" He turned in astonishment, gazing at Yan Jin, who was firmly gripping the nape of his neck. "You should not have stopped me." Yan Jin, with an impassive expression, looked at Wu Bo and replied, "If you perish, Miss Su will be heartbroken." Wu Bo, incredulous, stared at Yan Jin, but could only reiterate, "You should not have stopped me. For the sake of Miss Su, live well." Yan Jin concluded, releasing his grip. He then approached Madame Min Xiao, kneeling before her with earnestness. "Esteemed matriarch, I earnestly request that you accept Miss Su as your adopted granddaughter, granting her the status of a noble lady and allowing her to reside in your esteemed household for recuperation and treatment. Once she has healed and restored her sight, I shall petition the Emperor for our union. Rest assured, all expenses incurred during Miss Su's stay will be borne by me, and I shall also prepare her dowry, ensuring that you incur no costs. Furthermore, I am willing to offer a reward of 10,000 taels of silver and vow to treat you with the utmost respect and reverence, as one would a grandmother. Whatever your commands may be, I, Yan Jin, shall not hesitate to meet them, even at the cost of my life. I earnestly implore you to accept Miss Su as your adopted granddaughter." Chapter 86. Acknowledging Su Rongrong, Yan Jin's earnest words struck a sincere chord, and Min Xiaoshi could discern the gravity of his intentions. Yet, the individual before her was the infamous Xuanping Bo, the very man who had callously murdered his own mother and father, without a flicker of remorse, wiping out 5 siblings in cold blood. Furthermore, he had orchestrated the demise of over 20 members of the Su family, all while audaciously deceiving and marrying